with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Fighting through another turn. And the power fan is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
The Mind Joke wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Well, everything's bigger in Texas, and the regional championships are no exception. Almost 2,000 players competing from around the U.S. and abroad to show that they have what it takes to become a regional champion. Welcome, everybody, to the regional championships here in San Antonio, Texas. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Pablo Mesa. And what an event we have. We're at the last regional of the year. This is going to be an exciting one, that I am sure.
I'm really looking forward to this one. We are closing out with the biggest event ever, right? The biggest Masters regional ever. Incredible. Yeah, the atmosphere, like being inside here, you feel that energy, you feel the excitement of everyone, like really, I don't know, it's incredible, incredible.
This format is still new. Of course, we've only had a few events with the new Paradox Rift expansion and so many new strategies. Of course, we saw the new updated Miraidon EX with the Iron Hands taking it down. 2 decks utilizing new cards out of this Paradox Rift expansion, really making a big impact on the standard format so far.
Yeah, I agree. And we have both Iron Hands and Iron Valiant really pushing through. We saw them at LAC perform really well. We've seen them do well as well in these other events. I think Roaring Moon, right? Roaring Moon is the card that we are, I don't know, a little bit lacking, but maybe this could be its event, right? To shine.
Lots to think about, lots to recap on. Of course, this is our last regional championship of the season. Still plenty to go and still a lot that has gone through. Let's take a look at the schedule so far for our championship events. Of course, we're 1 international down, still 2 to go, and a bunch more regional championships, all building up to that final tournament, World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Honolulu. This will be the 4th Worlds, I believe, in Honolulu. I'm really looking forward to going back, but we still have so much Pokemon to play for, right? We have San Antonio, then 3 weeks time, start of the new year with Portland, Charlotte, Knoxville, so much Pokemon to play for still.
And of course, these players are battling it out to get those prizes and of course, championship points to solidify themselves a spot in the World Championships. Of course, that is different for wherever you're based out of. Most players here competing are in the North American, US and Canada region. 600 points. It has not been this high ever. Feels like it is super hard this year to get that qualification. 500 in previous years, 400, but 600, that's a steep hill to climb.
600 is indeed, right? You can, if you maximize your local championship points, you get all the way up to 390, but that still leaves over 200 championship points you need to acquire from regionals or international. So it is quite steep, but I'm sure the best players will be able to get there.
Still lots of Pokemon to play out, lots more regional championships that have taken place, and of course, we've gone through a fair chunk so far. Of course, the change happening this year, if you do win one of those regional championships, you get yourself an automatic invitation to the World Championships, as well as if you get first or second place at one of those international championships. So there's even more to fight for. Some players have already gotten themselves spots in the World Championships just by winning the first few regionals of the season.
Indeed. I mean, Andrew Estrada won the first regional in Pittsburgh. He wasn't even counting on playing too much this season, he mentioned, but turns out he just showed up, won the regional. All right, I'll see you in Hawaii. So really nice to see that change as well. And it makes sense with the higher threshold, right, of points. Now we have this automatic qualification. I think it's a very good reward for winning these humongous tournaments.
A good reward indeed. And speaking of humongous tournaments, of course, our last regional, the Toronto Regional Championships, took place a few weeks back. Let's take a recap and see how that event went down.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Juancho Saldana here to recap the 2024 Toronto Regional Championships. Charizard EX was looking to rise from the ashes with 13% representation and a lot of top players on the deck. Could this be Charizard's chance to win a North American regional in the Obsidian Flames meta? However, in the finals, with all the Charizard decks eliminated, we had Demetrius Eaton playing Gardevoir EX against JW Kriwall with Miraidon EX. In Game 1, Demetrius prized multiple key Pokemon while JW was able to go first and put on the early pressure. That, in combination with the late game Judge Path combo, led to JW winning the first game. In Game 2, JW was able to take advantage of going second and finally hit electric energies off the generator to get a quick back-to-back knockout. This, combined with Judge, left Demetrius struggling to build a board, giving JW the path to becoming your Toronto Regional Champion.
We see lightning energy, and that is going to close things out. JW Kriwall taking his third regional, chopping his way to victory here in Toronto.
It's never too late to shock the competition, so make sure you visit Pokemon.com/compete to follow along and get in on the action.
Of course, our regional champion, JW Kriwall, coming in with that Miraidon EX deck, paired with all the fun attackers, mainly that backbone of the Flaffy engine. And Demetrius traveling all the way over from the UK, getting that second place, so close to getting that auto invite, but still walking away with tons of points, piloting that Gardevoir EX deck.
Indeed, and I think JW's win is even more impressive when you account that Iron Hands was not available yet, right? So what usually you would expect to be a not ideal matchup for Miraidon, he still was able to take the win, and he also piloted the deck against a Snorlax deck before Counter Catcher came out, so really impressive win by JW, and Miraidon is now even stronger.
You're talking about new sets, Iron Hands EX for JW, Counter Catcher for Gardevoir EX. Looking at both of these decks quickly, which deck do you think got the bigger advantage from the Paradox Rift set?
Oh, I would say Iron Hands. Yeah, I feel like we all knew Iron Hands was going to be good. Then maybe we're like, oh, maybe it's not as good because we were expecting it to be really powerful in Chien-Pao or even with Lugia, but Lugia is nowhere to be seen anymore. Chien-Pao has not performed, but Iron Hands, I think, is the biggest card from Paradox, the biggest Pokemon from Paradox Rift. Gardevoir definitely gained a lot with Scrimtail and Counter Catcher, but I'm not so sure it's to the level of Miraidon.
Well, we're hyping up Paradox Rift a lot, and that's because it had a big impact, especially at the first tournament where it was legal, LAIC. Let's look back and see how that event went down.
LAIC 2024 will be a tournament to remember, as it featured the introduction of the new Future and Ancient Pokemon for the first time ever. There were high hopes for Roaring Moon EX, but Gardevoir EX and Charizard EX dominated the field. In the end, Future Pokemon proved to be too strong, as they were Iron handing out KOs, one Tachyon bit at a time. Junior finalist Byron Ellison tried an unorthodox strategy with his Giratina V-Star deck, by playing with no Comfey to reduce the impact of Iron Valiant's Tachyon bits. But Prince Williams was able to prevail with a clutch Escape Rope top deck at just the right time, and a quick KO in Game 2 to crown himself LAIC champion. Senior finalist Emilio Cordero had a tough task at hand with his Giratina V-Star deck clashing against the current world champion, Gabriel Fernandez, and his Miraidon EX deck. In a back-and-forth series, it was Iron Hands EX that ultimately proved to be too strong, and Gabriel was able to add LAIC champion to his impressive collection of achievements. In the Masters Finals, we had the two previous champion decks going up against each other to determine which future Pokemon would be crowned LAIC champion. The series started out with some fast-paced KOs for each side, but Yuho came out the victor in Game 1 by having just enough energy from Electric Generator to close out the game. Game 2 went Noah's way, as he was able to get back-to-back KOs from Radiant Charizard, with a little help from Tachyon bits. It all came down to Game 3, where Yuho chose to go second, scored a 1-hit KO on Squawkabilly EX on turn 1, and never let off the pressure. After a couple more Electric Generators and just the right amount of energy for Miraidon, Yuho was able to finally get that big win he has always dreamed of by becoming the newest LAIC champion.
And with that, Yuho Kalama is your LAIC 2024 Masters Division champion in the TCG.
And LAIC was just the beginning. As we continue on the road to Honolulu, Hawaii, make sure you continue to tune in at Pokemon.com/compete so you can be a part of the journey as well.
Iron Hands having a big impact for Miraidon EX. Future Pokemon dominating the Latin American International Championships. Miraidon taking down another win. And I mean, there were thoughts about how strong Iron Hands would really be. Of course, as we've seen in the past for the Pokemon TCG, effects that allow you to take extra prize cards are generally strong. We could say that Iron Hands is living up to that hype that it received from its release.
Certainly, I would wholly agree. And these future Pokemon have been dominating the field, it seems. And the ancient Pokemon seem to be lacking a little bit in order to catch up to them. Maybe we'll see some support for them in the future sets. But so far, this finals was amazing to watch. And being the first tournament, I think that's definitely set up the rest of the tournaments that we've seen so far and the successful decks that we've seen.
Yeah, and Iron Valiant was a deck that not a lot of people, I think, expected to get all the way to the finals of such a big tournament. And hey, the perfect partner. You do have that built-in acceleration on a stadium card, so you can use the bench slots that you have to put those Pokemon down, apply a lot of pressure, be super quick. And I mean, there's no other decks right now that going first can win the game if your opponent starts a low HP Pokemon.
Indeed, and like even the fleet-footed ability from Entei, I feel like it's very underrated. It's only draw an extra card. Sometimes one card can be the difference between becoming champion, making it to day 2. So even, yeah, as mentioned, the perfect partner for Iron Valiant. And with all those switching cards, it synergizes perfectly with the stadium. Really fantastic duo there.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing some more regional champions crowned. Of course, we've already crowned some so far this season. Still lots more regionals to play. Of course, 4 regional champions so far. Canada starting off super strong. 2 wins coming out of Canada. Raymond and, of course, Andrew winning the first regional championship. Both playing Lost Zone decks, but that sort of pivoted away. We saw Lugia V-Star and Miraidon take it down, and we'll have to see who San Antonio's regional champion is, as well as the other regionals left in our 2024 season.
Indeed. I'm also wondering what color shirt they're going to pick, because so far we have 2 reds, 1 purple, and a black. So you want to guess the color?
I want to say green for the holiday spirit, you know, get a nice little combination going.
Yeah.
And that's maybe the thing. Or maybe you continue the red train through, get it all the way.
Yeah, green would be very fitting, though.
Some festivity for sure in the season, but it's going to be no easy task. As we mentioned, almost 2,000 players here at this regional championship. It is going to be a hard tournament to take down, the largest regional we've ever seen here in the Pokemon TCG.
I feel like we keep saying that over and over, right? These tournaments are getting so big, and that's why we have these 4 players featured here with their World Championships invites. It's an incredible feat, and it's just gonna keep happening. Yeah, so really looking forward to the rest of the season. All these regionals, I think we're in for a great treat.
Players making their way towards that 600-point mark or qualification through regional championships. Let's take a look and see how the points breaks down have worked so far for our top 16 players. So unlike the previous season, this is going to just be a day 1 tournament. So being in the top 16 doesn't grant you a day 2 invite or tons of advantages. However, it does get you those travel awards. And as we've seen, the more events you go to, the more chances you have to, of course, earn more championship points, get more travel awards. And now with the increase in prize pool, that's a big incentive for these players as well.
Definitely. And we have this 3-tier invite system now that award different travel awards as well. Rahul sitting at the top, first place. We haven't seen him top 8 an event, I don't think, but clearly he's been consistently doing well at these events. Kyle Connor as well, Grant Shen. Incredible players we're seeing here in the top 16 of North America.
Lots of players traveling over to different regions to go play in events. So I saw Rahul go to a few events over in the Europe region. Cal Connor's a name that sticks out. Went all the way over to Australia to go play in regionals over there. Players from all over want a piece of the action, want to crown themselves a regional champion, and cement themselves in Pokemon TCG history.
Indeed, and we even have Rowan Stavno and almost with his invite, right? He hasn't won a regional championship yet, but he's 21 championship points away. That's a top 128 result in order to get his World's invite this weekend. I could see him pulling that off easily.
Lots of players, but definitely a doable feat. Of course, we have other regions doing well. Europe is the main one we've had a spotlight on so far this season. Let's take a look at some of our regional champions thus far. A whole variety of decks. I think a big start off to see that Rapid Strike Urshifu, Rapid Strike Inteleon VMAX deck taking down the regional championships. Of course, we've seen a variety of decks take it down. Most notably, of course, Lucas's Snorlax Control deck. One that not a lot of people were respecting that weekend, but I'm pretty sure it's on many more players' radars for this weekend here in San Antonio.
Indeed, I'm sure Wukash's win was like everyone was talking about it. And then from what I heard from our European friends over at Stuttgart, Christian was able to win the tournament, but pretty much every deck had a sort of Snorlax counter here, whether it was Minior, whether it was a lot of switching outs, Professor Sturo scenarios. So all those, that win in Gdansk really set the tone for this new format, this Paradox Rift format, and it was really cool to see.
So the last regional of the year, it all comes down to this before we go into the holiday break and get some more Pokemon action starting out in 2024. This is where it comes down to, of course, lots of action, lots of players, and we want to know what you guys want to see on our stream with our community vote. Make sure you guys vote on Twitch. Tell us what players you want. We want to hear from you and get some action that the players want to see. I'm always interested every time I pull up, whether I'm watching from abroad or at the regionals, what you guys select. There's been some pretty good matches we've seen from the community vote, so we're hoping to see another great match to showcase here in San Antonio.
Indeed, I really like the addition of this community vote that we've had. So please, if you're watching, go make sure and get your vote in, choose our match. And I believe we're going to be doing 2 matches from round 4, so the top 2 results will be the ones that get streamed.
So big storylines here. Of course, we had Radiant Charizard Lost Box take down the last event, and that's the big point that I want to talk about is this Lost Box deck. It has gone through so many ups and downs as things have sort of started. I mean, the big thing people saw was when Jirachi got released, of course, with that ability that prevents Pokemon on your bench from taking damage counters from basic Pokemon, almost breeding essentially as Sableye, you can't Lost Mine me. And despite that, with the card still being legal, with having multiple uses against a lot of different decks, Radiant Charizard still took down a regional. What does that have to say about players expecting the meta to look like for this weekend?
I mean, I would imagine Jirachi is definitely a card that is on a lot of players' minds, and it's really interesting how Jirachi is that counter, but also is finding its way into Lost Box decks as a counter to the mirror match, right? So we definitely expected, perhaps with Iron Hands, perhaps with Iron Valiant, or even Jirachi, for these sort of decks to have a lower presence, but turns out they're still good enough to win the whole thing, right? And especially Sablezard was a variant that we hadn't seen in a long time like do really, really well.
Yeah, it had been a while. Last I could think of it taking down a major event was Tord Rekla back in Peoria last year, and that was the first event that Lost Zone was legal for. So we've sort of come full circle. I mean, people have been playing different inclusions. I've seen Roaring Moon. How do you feel about that card in the Lost Zard deck, or do you really like the approach that Christian took, where he wasn't playing the heavy Mirage Gate or that Roaring Moon as another finishing attacker?
I personally really like the Roaring Moon. I think it adds another layer of threats to the deck. We did see Brennan Cameraman top 8 at LAC, so Roaring Moon as an extra inclusion, as an extra threat, I think is a powerful tool to have for Lost Box decks. However, as a standalone deck, it hasn't been that great so far, right? It almost made cut at Stuttgart. Maybe today is the day, but so far, I think I like it more as an inclusion in Lost Box.
Well, of course, I'm sure you all at home have your opinions. I'm interested to see what we think is going to succeed this weekend. Our caster predictions, what cards are going to shine out above the rest and take down this tournament. I feel like we all have our sort of biases in terms of what we think is going to do well. I could speak to Gardevoir EX as just still being a powerhouse, and that sort of ties as well into this sort of dynamic that has existed, right, between one prize decks. Of course, Gardevoir EX is a 2-prizer, but it utilizes the Scream Tail and, of course, the Shining Arcana Gardevoir to attack, and this Iron Hands EX preying on those 1-prize Pokemon. And I mean, it feels like if you can avoid the Iron Hands, Gardevoir's got a pretty good spread into a lot of the decks, but avoiding, that's the big question. And when Miraidon continues to show in such high volumes, it's hard to base your strategy around dodging those matchups. Not everything else is free on top of that.
Indeed, Marina is definitely one of the most popular decks in the room since Paradox Rift and definitely today, and that's also why it's part of my pick. I didn't choose Iron Hands specifically, but Marina as the archetype, I feel like it's just incredibly powerful right now. I kept calling it like not so powerful before Paradox Rift, but now I recognize its power. And then Mew VMAX is another deck that isn't super respected a lot of the time. It is heavily played in Europe, it continues to do well, so that's why it's part of my pick, and Jeremy's as well, it seems.
And Mew sort of has that plot armor as soon as we go over to Europe, where it's like win percentage goes up another 10-15%. And speaking of the decks that Mew really doesn't like to fare into, Chip's pick Charizard EX. It's a really weird dynamic of that matchup. I'm sure we'll talk about it more, where, I mean, look at Charizard as a card. A Dark-type Pokemon hits Mew VMAX for weakness, 330 HP. I mean, if you have a double
Massive HP.
turbo, you could play all 4 of your power tablets. It doesn't matter. You're not taking that big threat down.
Yeah, some Mew decks are playing those Darkness Gloves in order to increase that damage, but still, getting that and all 4 power tablets is really difficult. So I can see Chip's choices doing really well. And then Snorlax, right? Snorlax won a regional, then it was heavily countered, but then if you see that Snorlax isn't doing too well at the next event, maybe think like, okay, well, maybe I don't need this counter. And that's where Snorlax should shine.
And I think a deck that not a lot of people are expecting at all this weekend, Roaring Moon, did show up in a good volume. And I mean, if we're talking about this sort of meta where Iron Hands is developing, I mean, Roaring Moon really, it sounds kind of weird on paper. How can a Dark-type Pokemon struggle against a Dark-weak Pokemon like Gardevoir? But it just doesn't like to go with his 1 prizers. Yes, against other 2 prizers, you initiate the trade, you keep it, but it has some problems with decks that go for a little bit different of a strategy.
Indeed, though Gardevoir does seem to be a little bit on the decline, right? It's been doing well. It did win a regional over in Brisbane. However, its numbers are continually declining, and that paves the way for Roaring Moon to potentially succeed at this event.
So almost 2,000 players. You betcha there's going to be a lot of top names in attendance. Let's take a look at our players that we're looking to watch for this weekend, who we think are going to have a likely choice to succeed. Christian Fontenot, after making a regional win, has decided, I want to keep the train going. I want to keep the streak going, coming over to America to compete, and is playing the exact same 60 cards. Said something like, you know what, for the first time in my life, I'm going to net deck a regional winning list. And you can say those things when you can call yourself a regional champion.
Certainly, and definitely trying to keep up the momentum that he has from the win. Next, we have Aiden as well. Really consistent player, had a fantastic season last season, top-8 a bunch of events, won a regional as well. And yeah, I believe he's from Texas. I believe he's a local, so really cool to see him featured here.
And Charlie is super close to that invite, I believe, a little over 20 points off. Has made finals of the regional. It's actually a funny dynamic. Aiden and Charlie both played each other at the finals of the Charlotte Regional Championships, and Aiden was able to win that regional. It's nice having a regional nice and close where you can drive to, but of course, still lots of Pokemon to play, and it really is anyone's game to take this tournament down. We're going to have lots of content coming here throughout the stream. It is, of course, the holiday season, so as you can sort of see with our setup behind you here, lots of Pokemon friends
our attire, right?
Of course, we've got ourselves our nice Christmas sweaters, our nice holiday sweaters. Our Pokemon all festive and dressed up, and we're going to be continuing that with a cookie contest that we've got going on. I'm looking forward to seeing who you guys think are going to be the best cookie designers. I don't know if I'm allowed to pick up anything to draw with after some experiences I've had at regionals, but I promise we'll make something entertaining. Our casters and SMEs are going to be participating in a cookie contest to design and create some entertaining cookies and designs, and you all will have the chance to vote on which ones you like best. It's going to happen on Sunday, so make sure you're there for that. What a fun weekend this is. Our last of the year, but we're going to make sure it's an exciting one for sure.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that. I got to carve my first pumpkin back in Toronto. Yeah, I'd never done that. And now I've definitely never decorated a cookie before. I don't know how traditional that is, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm going to have to practice tonight and maybe get in some drawing lessons, get the cookie texture down, and get ready.
We'll get you some crayons. Yeah, when we go to dinner.
That's maybe out to my style there to work with that. Of course, make sure that you guys are sharing what you're doing all this weekend, whether you're here in the venue or at home. Use those hashtags, follow down below, check out all of our social media platforms. We're going to be featuring some posts this weekend from social media platforms, so make sure you all check that out. And whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, make sure you guys follow the channel, turn the notifications on, check out the content that we have on our Play Pokemon pages. And I think we've talked enough. I think we're ready to get into some action. This tournament is already underway. 3 rounds have concluded, and we're getting ready to get into round 4 action. Our casters, Chip and Jeremy, are ready to take things down, so let's go ahead and throw it down to them to get into this Pokemon TCG action.
Thank you, Ethan. Thank you, Pablo. Jeremy Jalen here with the Chip Ritchie. It has been a while since we have casted together.
It has been, yeah. I'm trying to think back. A lot of these events just end up bleeding together. We do so many of these tournaments. I'm trying to think when the last time it was. It has definitely been a while, though. Happy to be sitting at the desk with you this weekend, buddy.
Yeah, it's going to be a great weekend for sure. Ethan said it best. Everything's bigger in Texas. There is close to 2,000 Masters players in this regional. And they have a lot to work towards to try to become that champion.
Yeah, it's going to be a long road, without a doubt. You got 9 rounds of Swiss today, an additional 6 rounds tomorrow. Eventually, though, we will whittle down to just 1 champion remaining.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at how they're going to have to go through this tournament with the format and take it away.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Thank you, Ross, for describing how this tournament's going to go throughout this weekend. And these are what the players are playing for.
Yeah, tons of prizing on the line. Juniors and seniors players, and of course our Masters division as well. $10,000 for first place, a massive increase from the last season, and that increase goes all the way down as well. Getting into the top 32 gets you $1,000 at least locked up for this event. Love to see this prize pool continuing to increase, and more players are, becoming more competitive, competing after these prizing.
Yeah, that helps buy a lot more Pokemon cards for those decks.
Get you to a lot more tournaments as well, for sure. That was something I've talked about. Is like if you just spike 1 top 8, that's $3 grand. That funds a lot of Pokemon trips if you want to keep chasing that invite.
Yeah, it is all about chasing that dream, trying to get that invite to the World Championships in Honolulu, and it is always a fun time playing in the World Championships.
Absolutely, yeah, and Honolulu as well. Hawaii, a special place for Pokemon. We've been there 3 times in the past for the World Championships. I've never been down there for the World Championships. I know you've been in the past. I'm really looking forward to it this year, though. It's going to be a great experience.
Oh, I've never been to Hawaii.
Oh, have you not? I thought you went to 2012. Okay.
No, I lost in top 8 of Worlds in 2011.
Okay.
So I wasn't able to get that invite, and then I lost in top 16 of Nationals, so I wasn't able to get
So
that
it'll be a
invite.
special trip for you this year.
Oh,
then,
yeah. It's going to be great.
Yeah, and for all of our players as well. I mean, anyone who's competing, trying to earn that invite. Of course, if you do win one of these massive regional championships, you get that auto qualification. You don't have to play the rest of the year if you don't want to. I probably would recommend it, though. Keep up with the meta. That's usually a good strategy going into Worlds, being able to make sure you're up with what's happening in the game. But yeah, players are able to just spike that invite, and that's all they have to do. The hard work is done.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the metagame for today and break down all those decks that these players are going to be playing.
Yeah, and really not too big of a surprise to see these top 2. Charizard EX, Miraidon EX. This has been the constant throughout this format since the end of LAIC. These decks have been dominating these events. 18% for Charizard, 17% for Miraidon, and then it's a steep drop-off to the rest of the field, and it's pretty even across the board from the next few decks.
Yeah, I am just looking at those percentages. This is the first time we've had like 20%, 0.09%.
In a while, yeah.
87%, and that is just due to the amount of people this weekend. 1,972 people in the Masters division trying to vie for that 1 championship medal. And this has been a lot of the decks that we've been seeing. Mew VMAX kind of creeping up a little bit more.
Yeah, Mew VMAX coming up a little bit. It does have a pretty tough time against the Charizard deck. You know, some people with the double turbo version of Mew, they've got the grabbers, the Luxrays, the paths. They just kind of cross their fingers and hope that that combo can buy them enough time. But Mew definitely does really solid against Miraidon. But then if you look at the rest of these decks, you've got Gardevoir, Lost Zone, Giratina. That's where Miraidon really gains a lot of its win percentages from these decks. In the previous format, before Paradox Rift came out, Miraidon had kind of a hard time with basically all of those decks.
Oh, yeah.
But thanks to Iron Hands EX, it just totally swings those matchups. Miraidon, really good matchup into Gardevoir, really solid into the Lost Zone decks as well. No surprise to see it being the second most popular deck. And also, of all these decks up here, Miraidon, maybe Mew, you could make an argument for. Those two are definitely the most fun decks to play.
Oh, yeah. I am a Miraidon believer for sure. It has been so fun to play just in tournaments locally, and it's very fast. You're not going to sit and play the full 50 minutes if you're playing Miraidon.
I think we do have some standings here in the tournament. We are well underway at this point, getting ready to go into round 4, so plenty of people already starting off at 3-0. Name that stands out to me immediately there is Andrew Kennett, two-time regional champion, starting 3-0. I know a buddy of yours as well, Jeremy. What's he on this weekend?
I mean, he's going to be on something spicy. Definitely nothing that we
no
tested
leaks
for.
from you, huh? Okay.
Well, there's Giratina in there.
Okay.
Landon Kettler, another regional champion, sitting there at first seed so far with that 3-0. And then going down the list, Bodie Robinson.
Yeah, that stands out to me a lot. You know, a first-year master. He dominated in the seniors division last year, and then now showing that, hey, you know, I've got what it takes in masters. He got a top 32 to start the season, I believe, but has not yet broken into top 8. I wonder if this will be his time.
And then the thing you're going to see a lot throughout this tournament with so many people, there's going to be a lot of new names that we're not familiar with.
Yep.
And that's where this is their tournament to really break out and into the Pokemon scene.
Yeah, without a doubt, a great opportunity to make a name for yourself. 3-0 is a great start, but it's a long road ahead. 9 rounds of Swiss. And that, I mean, listen, I started 3-0 at a regionals not too long ago. Did not make it into day 2, unfortunately. So it's a great start. It's as good as you could do, but it is a long road ahead. You got to stay locked in, stay focused, and hope that things continue to go your way and you can keep on getting those wins, accruing as many match points as possible. Of course, each of these players at 9 match points. You need to get to 19 to make it to day 2, so just 10 more match points gets them there.
It's going to be a tough battle. These players are going to have to make sure they stay hydrated, get some snacks. I know some people don't like eating during day 1 regionals, but I don't know, I love food. So
yeah, I think it's a good idea to keep yourself energized, and food, calories is a great way to do that. Also drinking plenty of water, you know, take a lap outside, you know, get outside, get some fresh air. All these things can help aid you to continue to do well in events.
And of course, we are going to have a lunch break today, so that means we're doing 2 round 4s for everyone, and so that's going to be pretty cool to see. I know we had the community choice vote, so be interesting to see what Twitch chat decided to pick for us.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. There was definitely some really interesting choices out there. Hisuian Zolric V-Star, I think, did get the win in one of the votes, so I'm looking forward to seeing that. There's some other interesting decks as well. Of course, so many people at these events. You're going to see a lot of the stuff that we're used to, right? I mean, we looked at the meta share, the Charizards, the Miraidons. We'll see plenty of those throughout the weekend, but when you've got this many people, there's plenty of spicy things out there, plenty of spicy picks. People have their pet decks that they've been playing for months and months and months, and now they finally get an opportunity to play it at a big tournament.
Yeah, there was a Golden Go
up
and around the top tables. That's a new card out of Paradox Rift that we haven't really seen do too well. It was the opening for LAIC, that first round we were streaming, and some unfortunate things happened, but it's still a deck where it has some good aspects to it.
Yeah, it's a card that seems super strong. You know, it has a good attack that can do a lot of damage. It can one-hit KO anything, and it's got built-in draw power thanks to its ability. So it really does just seem like something that should be good. It just comes up a little short, I think, is the big issue, you know, compared to the decks like the Charizards and the Miraidons. You know, when players are picking a deck for a tournament and those archetypes are so powerful, it becomes a little difficult to, you know, choose the Golden Go whenever there's so many other strong options out there.
Yeah, you could go with Golden Go, or, you know, you could just play Miraidon or Gardevoir or
Mew.
Charizard or Mew.
Yeah.
That's the beauty about this format, though, is that I think there's 8 to 10 decks that I could realistically see winning this championship.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I would not be surprised to see just about anything coming away with the title at this point. You know, there's some other spicy picks out there, of course, like Hisuian Electrode Cloth. You know, we saw 4 of those in day 2 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships just last weekend. Will we see it have a run here? I did see there's a few players on it this weekend. Another deck as well. It wasn't on our graphic, but it is a decent percentage of the room, and that is Rapid Strike. Intellium VMAX with the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX. 6.5% just off of our top 6 graphic, but right there, really popular. I mean, it has done really well in events since LAIC. There was 2 in the top 8 of Stuttgart Regionals. Do you think Rapid Strike could have a good run this weekend?
Definitely. It's one of those decks where it's very good if the meta is right, and we saw Lost Box winning last weekend. I think a lot of players are going to be like, oh, I remember Comfy exists. This is a deck I could play, and that's one of Rapid Strike's best matchups. The thing you're going to have to avoid is those Mew VMAX.
Yeah, that's really kind of the only matchup you don't want to see is the Mew VMAX. You actually love to see the Charizard. You feel like that's a solid matchup. We've even seen some Charizard players teching in Tool Jammer. I've heard rumors of that running around the room, people teching that so they don't get devolved by the TM devolution that the Urshifu decks are playing. Of course, being Rapid Strike Urshifu, you've got to have at least a pretty solid time against the Miraidon decks. So honestly, the matchups are there, but your matchups are either super one-sided for you or super one-sided for your opponent with the Mews. And then also, the other downside of Urshifu, it's really not the most consistent deck.
Well, speaking of super one-sided, let's go ahead and take a look at the community choice results and see what y'all have voted for. Now, these are the names that we had. Richard up against Nick, Cody up against Andrew, Walker up against Alex, Nathan up against Robert.
Yep. So these were our 4 players people were voting on. I think they were voting based on the deck choices. And our first match is going to be Nathan Stratford up against Rob Weidman. And we can go ahead and talk about what they are playing. Robert is going to be playing that Charizard EX. And Nathan Stratford playing something pretty interesting, Arceus V-Star with Regigigas V-Star. I think it was in our poll a little bit confusing, right? It said Arceus versus Regigigas, but it's actually Regigigas in the Arceus deck. What do you think of this?
Yeah, so all you Reggie fans watching at home, I'm sorry, but Arceus V-Star, Path, Iono, it's Regigigas V-Star in there. It's Arceus. We've seen Arceus time and time again up against Charizard, so it's going to be a pretty interesting match. Path to the Peak is going to be one of the best cards.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this will play out. We've seen a lot of Charizard against most of the other decks in the format, but as long as Charizard has been out, Arceus decks really have not been that popular. So I can't wait to see what's going to happen here. What does Nathan have cooked up for us in his Arceus build, and how does it fare against Robert's Charizard deck?
All right, well, I believe our players are ready. Let's go ahead and take it down to the stage. It's going to be our first match of the San Antonio Regional Championships. You have Nathan Stratford on the left with that Arceus V-Star, Regigigas V-Star, and Robbie Weidman with Charizard EX, Pidgeot EX.
Yeah, Robert, someone who's been around for a long time. Looking at this deck list here, a 4-digit player ID. And when you're issued a player ID, it's based on, when you sign up for the Play Pokemon program. So he's been around for quite some time.
And then, of course, Nathan says he's addicted to Arceus V-Star. I know how that feels.
Yeah, absolutely.
We meet at a support group a little bit later after the regionals if you want to show up, but yeah.
Addicted to Arceus. It's a hard thing to put down, without a doubt. Now let's see how things shape up in this matchup. As we're getting ready for it, Jeremy, do you have any kind of predictions on how this would go? I can't imagine this is something that either of us has really put much thought into how these matchups would go.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look. There's 3 stadium outs along with a Lost Vacuum for Robbie's deck. So 4 outs to the 3 Paths of the Peak in Nathan's deck. And you see there, Paths of the Peak, 2 of them in the prize cards to go along with Double Turbo, Psychic, that Spiritomb, and Radiant Alakazam. Meanwhile, wow, 2 Charmander.
And 3 energy as well. That's almost a bigger deal to me looking at Robbie's side. That many energy cards in the prize cards is really annoying for the Charizard deck. Sure, he'll still have decent access to the 7 that he does play, so he'll have 4 left to work with, but that's only enough to power up 2 Charizards. If you have to retreat in order to get some movement around your board, get something out of the active spot, you're going to be hard-pressed to find those energies off your prizes. And of course, 2 Charmanders, really not great prizes for either of our 2 players. We'll see how it shapes up.
All right, Manaphy in the active up against Arceus V. Perfect start for Nathan here. not so much for Robbie.
Yeah, pretty solid. You get the Arceus and you get the Nest Ball. The big thing I'm going to have a question of is, does Nathan have the energy card? That is the big part of these Arceus decks, getting a turn 1 Arceus and then also getting an energy card to place onto it so you can set up for that turn 2 Trinity Nova, get some energies accelerated into play, and then go from there.
And now Nathan is playing Psychic Energy with this Arceus V-Star. And oh, look at that hand. There's double turbo, there's Psychic Energy, but he's playing Zacian V to try to help get that turn 1 energy if you don't have it. So this Nest Ball could have found a Zacian V to charge up that energy.
That's a good point as well. And that Zacian as well, if you just load a bunch of energy cards up onto it, we see it in the Gardevoir deck all the time, or in the Gardevoir matchup, I should say. That Gardevoir deck is able to utilize so many energies in order to get one-hit KOs on Pokemon like the Charizard. So we'll see if Nathan is able to do the same, as he is able to get that energy. Now over to Robbie.
And more importantly, that double turbo energy. And Robbie, for the start of the turn, having the Arven, this is probably the most important card in this Charizard deck.
Yeah, and this is why it was huge for Robbie to go second. I don't know who won the coin flip, who chose first, who chose second, but this is the prime reason why going second with this Arven Charizard deck is so, so important. You need to play Battle VIP Pass. If you do not play Battle VIP Pass, your turn is pretty weak, and your next turn, subsequent turns are going to be pretty weak from there on out. So having access to the Arven gives you so much more ability to find that turn 1 VIP pass, and Robbie's already pulled tons of Pokemon up to the front of the deck, doing some prize checking, and I have to imagine we'll see a Charmander or 2 hit the bench.
I want to talk back on the fire energy count for these Charizard decks. They have gotten lower and lower the more that these lists have gotten refined throughout these tournaments. 7 seems very low to me.
It is pretty low. It is pretty low. You also run the risk of something getting kind of stuck in your active spot and just not being able to move it. You can manage the 7. Of course, the Super Odd kind of helps you at some point in the game to get a few back. It is just enough, but you really kind of need the majority of them to get things rolling.
Well, this is a combo if I've ever seen one. Arven gets that Forest Seal Stone and Battle VIP Pass. Battle VIP Pass will find that Rotom V able to use that Forest Seal Stone along with its draw power to end your turn. And that Forest Seal Stone can go find another Battle VIP Pass if you want.
Yeah, and I think it's probably worth it to get another VIP pass here. We'll see what Robert decides to do. He definitely wants to try to bench 2 Charmander. Sometimes in certain matchups, you're okay putting down just 1 Charmander, 1 Pidgey, and just rolling with that, hanging on to more stuff for future turns. But in this instance, when Nathan already has attached an energy to an Arceus, if you don't put a second Charmander down, Nathan is very easily threatening the Arceus V-Star, Boss's Orders, energy, boom, take a knockout on your only Charmander.
Especially with the 2 Charmander in the prize cards as well, could prove a little bit detrimental. Here we do see that Star Alchemy from that Forest Seal Stone. Going to go ahead and fetch a Battle VIP Pass, get a couple more basics, but that hand, not doing too much, really going to have to rely off this Rotom V.
Yeah, the Rotom is going to be big, and I think Robert is debating getting the Mew for the reason of this hand being a little weak. If you put the Mew down, it becomes something you can promote to try to give yourself a little bit more to search for, and I do like this decision as well. You assume these Arceus decks are probably playing Path to the Peak, so getting the Mew into play gives you a decent chance to try to find something like Lost Vacuum on the next turn so you can get more draw power going.
Does opt for that Mew along with that Charmander. And is there energy in Robbie's hand?
I don't think there is. So I don't think we'll see the Mew utilized this turn, but, Nathan, you're assuming is going to take a knockout, so it becomes a great thing to promote.
There's Escape Rope.
Could go with that, and that would be a little annoying for Nathan as well, because it pushes the Arceus to the active that does not have an energy card.
This will allow Robbie to use that Mysterious Tail off the Mew, maybe find a rare candy for next turn here. Beautiful sleeves, by the way.
Yeah, I love it. Looking through these top 6, trying to find an item card. Lost Vacuum would be a fine thing to hit as well. Does at least find that rare candy. And yeah, I think the big thing for Robert is going to be wanting to find a way to bump a stadium next turn. You have to assume Nathan's going to put Path in play. Now, we know that there's 2 Path prized, so it might be a little more difficult for Nathan to get there, but of course, through the power of Arceus V-Star, you can get any single card out of your deck.
What?
Any single 2 cards.
That's crazy. Yeah, Arceus V-Star has been around for a while, and at least Nathan has an Escape Rope of his own in the hand, so can go ahead and get that Arceus V-Star with that double turbo energy back to the active.
And this is kind of interesting here. I think the obvious choice for Robert is to promote this Manaphy, but now it opens things up. Nathan does play 1 copy of Avery in the deck, and if he went for Avery as his supporter for turn, which he has in the hand,
yeah.
Robert has kind of a tough call. I think the Rotom can go. That's fine. But, yeah, you don't want to bench one of the, or discard one of the Charmanders with 2 prized. You probably just have to get rid of the Mew, which is definitely annoying.
You also have a boss's orders. You can boss's orders something like
option.
that Pidgey. Or even the Rotom, just take 2 prizes right away.
Rotom does have the 190. I don't know if Nathan plays the... It does have a choice belt, so it would be an option. But he's actually just going to chase after the Charmander and not using his V-Star power here. You think he's potentially saving it for a Regigigas?
Maybe. It is a way to just get rid of a big Charizard EX if you want. But Trinity Nova is going to take the knockout on that Blazing Destruction Charmander, which is important just because it's one of the ways to get out of Path to the Peak later on as well. It does take up your attack, but 3 energy on that Arceus V, and Nathan finds that Path to the Peak from the prize cards.
Yeah, didn't use the V-Star power, so no Path to the Peak was put into play this turn. So honestly, Robert probably breathing a bit of a sigh of relief there. Has a rare candy into the Pidgeot, and I think there's a rare candy into Charizard in this hand as well.
Embarrassment of riches here. Little sweet tooth for Robbie, but able to get that Pidgeot EX and Charizard EX down. You can use that Infernal Rain, charge up that Charizard, and get the energy on the Mew to retreat.
And there's a lot of plays open for Robert now. Counter Catcher live since Nathan took a prize. Defiance Band live since Nathan took a prize. So we could see Robert maybe try to chase down this Arceus on the bench. It has 220 HP. You're dealing 210 right now with the Burning Darkness. If you can find that Defiance Band, you can get that knockout.
I guess you could either find the Defiance Band or the Counter Catcher. Something like with the Mew.
Yeah, well, yeah, the Mew has to get the Counter Catcher, can't get that tool card. But, of course, with Pidgeot in play, we know any single card can be grabbed. And Boss's Orders is already even in this hand.
2 bosses, actually. Mr. Sale's going to look at the top 6 here.
Yeah, would love to find... Maybe the Counter Catcher could save the boss. Finds a rare candy. There's that Defiance Band, but cannot, unfortunately, grab it.
I like taking the Battle VIP pass, maybe.
Just to thin it out.
Yeah.
Does grab the rare candy. Something that is annoying for Robert as well, with that Charmander going down, not going to be able to bench another one until some are taken out of the prizes or a Super Rod is played.
Seems pretty simple, straightforward play here, though. Quick search for that Defiance Band. You have the boss's orders in hand, and with the damage increase from that prize being taken, you will have enough to take the knockout on the Arceus V.
And Robert should know that this Charizard is going to be safe, and that's why you can make plays like this, knowing that you've just got one Charizard for right now, because you know your opponent doesn't have any way to deal 330 damage this turn.
It's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of HP to try to get over, without a doubt. Boss's Orders now does bring up this Arceus.
Simple, straightforward, show up to regionals, take knockouts. That's basically what Robbie wants to do. Defiance Band attached for that Charizard EX, so we'll have the knockout here. Not much else play from the hand, though.
Does have that Lumineon, could think about using it here so that you can maybe get a good supporter in hand if your opponent does put down a path, but Nathan will just draw for turn, sends up his Arceus V-Star. I think he did find an Iono off the top, so that is decent.
Going to use that Starbirth here right before you play that Path to the Peak Iono combo that is ever so loved by me.
And all Arceus players alike. 2 cards to grab here. I gotta imagine one is going to be Bibarel. You want to evolve that Bidoof, get the Bibarel in play, use those Industrious Incisors to continue to draw cards throughout the course of the game, and Regigigas V being brought to the front.
Just straight up showing the Starbirth.
Yeah,
I'm going to get this Regigigas and
yes.
a B-Barrel. Overall, it's going to be a pretty good turn here for Nathan. Defiance Band no longer active for Robbie, so only going to be doing 210 with that Charizard EX. You can kind of play around it a little.
But you see that path will come out. That's a huge deal. He's going to go for the Bibarel before playing supporter for turn.
Going to draw 3 cards here with Industrious Incisors.
Does find that Mew EX. That's a nice little pivot to have access to. You, of course, can't accelerate to it with the Trinity Nova. It only gets energy cards onto Pokemon V that you have in play. And I don't see any way to move energy cards around.
No Poppy.
No Poppy. That's one of the things you see sometimes. Also Energy Switch. You'll see those pop up in some of these Arceus decks. But Looks like Mew most likely just going to be here for the pivot. For now, though, just an Iono as the play.
Does find a bunch of Pokemon off this Iono. Nest Ball, go ahead and search the deck, just thin the card out. I don't know if you really need another V right now, but the Bidoof could be useful.
Yeah, setting up a couple of Bibarel is always solid. Of course, Squovet could be an option as well. Hide some cards on the bottom. Combos, of course, super nicely with the Bibarel. Will just be a Bidoof. I like this. Try to get yourself set up for the future turns. And it will be a Trinity Nova, dealing 180 damage.
It's going to be enough to be able to take a 2-hit knockout on this Charizard EX. And that's really kind of what you have to do. There's not really going to be much other way to take this down other than just trying to attack around it. But if you do that, you're just boosting up that Burning Darkness from that Charizard EX.
See the draw on Robert's end. That path in play does turn off your ability to use the Pidgeot, so really has no choice here. Just plays that Iono, shuffles both players' hands to the bottom.
Iono has just been such a powerful supporter card ever since it came out. Really format warping.
Yeah, without a doubt. We see it played in most decks that are competitive at this point. We do see the counter stadium for Robert. Do you know if a Charmander was taken off the prizes?
It was, yeah.
Okay, so we could see that come into play here. With the quick search, there's also Ultra Ball in the hand. I don't think you want to Ultra Ball away the Arven, most likely.
Yeah, I just like quick searching for the Charmander here. Maybe a Nest Ball to thin out the Charmander or something like that. Maybe Level Ball. And then next turn, you can Ultra Ball or an Arven combination, get that rare candy. Smooth sailing.
Yeah, gonna need to find a way to bump a stadium if Nathan can find another path. And yeah, path is just got to be the supremely important card in this matchup for Nathan. You want to try to limit the Charizard abilities as much as possible. And Robert as well, let's not forget, a lot of energy cards in the prizes. So even if there is a Charizard available, I'm not even sure how many energy cards are available.
Discarded one off the retreat to the Mew, but did grab one from the prize cards with the 2 prize knockout off the Arceus.
2 currently in the prizes then. 2 currently in the deck, I should say, at least. 2 in the prizes.
Robbie really debating this Ultra Ball here, but I like holding on to it. Just deal your damage and try to get out of there as clean as possible.
It's going to be 210 damage. Of course, Defiance Band only works when you are behind on prize cards. Robert taking that knockout last turn. Went a little aggressive, and then now it's going to be dealing a little bit less. See the draw on Nathan's end. It is that Box of Disasters. Not going to be useful at this point, but could be, honestly, something that comes up later as Charizard gets stronger throughout the game.
Iono did find the second B-Barrel for Nathan, though, so a lot of draw power here, but not really much thinning in the hand. You can play that Box of Disaster, maybe Lost Vacuum, that for Sealstone or the Lost City.
Yeah.
Get rid of that Arceus V that you don't need.
Yeah, Arceus V not useful at this point, so it makes sense to lose that. 1 card apiece for each of these players in the Lost Zone. And that first B-Barrel will be utilized. Ooh, there's that Regigigas V-Star. Not going to be super strong at this point. I guess you could retreat your Charizard into the Regigigas to take the knockout, try to protect this Arceus if you wanted to.
Yeah, Regigigas V-Star, Giga Impact, 3 energy, 230 damage, can't attack during the next turn. And then, of course, Nathan has already used that V-Star power, but Star Guardian, if your opponent has exactly 1 prize card remaining, choose one of your opponent's benched Pokemon, and they discard that and all cards attached to it. So, pretty powerful ability, but doesn't really get much use.
Yeah, I could see it being good in this matchup, to be honest. And we actually will see the boss's orders trying to target down this Charmander. 4 more cards drawn for Nathan. I could see the Regigigas being good in this matchup. Obviously, Nathan already had to use his V-Star power beforehand. But yeah, if you can at some point in this matchup go Star Guardian, discard the Pidgeot plus Iono, that puts the Charizard deck in a pretty tough spot.
I do like the boss's orders on the Charmander just because Charmanders are a lot easier to knock out than a Charizard EX.
And there's already so much damage on this Charizard. You know you will be able to deal with it eventually.
Spiritomb grab from the prizes there.
And now is a little bit of pressure on Robert. Really does need to find another Charmander this turn. And we know with 1 prized, it's going to have to be through playing the Super Rod.
Arven to start things off, though. Robbie did draw into a Charizard EX, which would have been useful if that Charmander was still in play. But now you're going to have to try to cobbled together this Super Rod in with something like a quick search for Level Ball, or just the Charmander again.
Yeah, you can tell Robert has really been paying attention to the meta. He's got a lot of techs in his deck this week, and he's got that Radiant Serena in here that's really strong against the Lost Zone decks. It's also pretty good against Urshifu, and he's also got the Tool Jammer that we were kind of hinting at earlier, another good way to, you know, kind of get around that TM devolution that's so good in the Urshifu and the Lost Zone decks.
Not only that, you also can get around Box of Disaster.
Yeah, yeah, and that is something that we could see come up here.
Super Odd shuffles back into Charmander and a Fire Energy. Quick Search will grab that Charmander and rinse and repeat, just like last turn. But now you're able to get a 2-prize knockout and inching ever closer to winning this game 1.
Yeah, gonna sneak ahead here, but is gonna just have a Charmander in play with that Pidgeot. So this is a prime time for Nathan to pull together the classic Arceus combo, Iono plus Path to the Peak.
Little less classic than Judge Path, but I get it. I get it. Iono's the better supporter now.
Yep, yep. No Judge even included in this list here for Nathan. Judge is that old tech. We're on to the new technology now.
Free retreat with that Pidgeot EX, and there's the Burning Darkness for the KO on Arceus V-Star. Robbie down to 2 prize cards left. And Nathan bringing out the big guns here.
Ooh, and that is a huge top deck. Path to the Peak. There's only one left in the deck. We know one is still prized. One already got discarded and finds this Path to the Peak. That was going to be the biggest thing that Nathan needed to find. It was going to have the hardest time getting it, and he just draws it from the top of the deck.
You love to see it. There's the Iono, going to put Robbie down to 2 cards, Nathan to 4, but you have both of those B-Barrel with Industrious Incisors. It's definitely not going to be the end of this turn.
Robert here needing to find some help. Looks like it's just an Ultra Ball and a boss on his end. He is really going to need to top deck a Stadium, I think, if he wants to have a chance in this one. Do you see Nathan plays the Ultra Ball, going to get that Squovet. We talked about how this can combo super nicely with the B-Barrel, and I think we'll see that play out most likely this turn.
If I remember right, Squovet's pretty good at drawing Giratina V-Star, so maybe we'll see that.
That Jet Energy, honestly, is a pretty good card to have right now. Of course, Regigigas's attack effect says you can't attack with it in subsequent turns. So Jet Energy onto the Spiritomb, send it up, and then just retreat. Get it back to the bench, and then all of a sudden your Regigigas can attack in back-to-back turns. So we might actually see Nathan hold off on the Nest Stash because he knows that Jet Energy is going to be pretty good for him next turn.
Honestly, it's also very good at maybe something like Boss Stall on a B-Barrel. You can just Jet Energy something back up and get that Regigigas V-Star back in the active.
Sure enough, we will see no Nest Stash, just a draw of 1. Pretty useless card there with that Arceus, but Nathan absolutely in the driver's seat, taking another 2 prizes. The game is tied up, but Robert really can't do much. 2 cards in hand, draws for turn. Is it something helpful?
That is not helpful at all.
It would be if you could quick search, because you could just go quick search, Charizard, Rare Candy, boom, we're set up. Just doesn't have that option available. Path to the Peak showing exactly why it is so good.
Robbie does retreat to the Mew here. You can Mysterious Tail, hopefully find a Lost Vacuum or something like that. You see that collapsed Stadium, but cannot take that Stadium card with Mysterious Tail.
Yeah, it might just be a grab of the Level Ball here. Level Ball for the Charmeleon. Evolve that Charmander into Charmeleon and just cross your fingers your opponent does not have boss's orders. Could get a second Charmander, but you still are in a situation where you're going to need a Stadium card next turn. I guess you need a Stadium regardless if you get Charmeleon or Charmander. This like plays around it either way, but I'm just having a hard time seeing how Robert can find enough cards to pull this off.
The resources are definitely running very thin, and is just going to have to pass the turn back here after this Level Ball.
Does have Boss, so we could see that be something. You know, try to buy a turn, like you were mentioning, bring up that B-Barrel.
But again, you're resetting that Regigigas too.
Exactly. And there's plenty of double turbos left for Nathan to retreat. Robert might not be expecting the Jet Energies, but we know those are hanging around, which, speaking of, here it comes. Bring that Spiritomb active. And then now that Regigigas has gone to the bench, that attack effect resets, and it will be able to be utilized in back-to-back turns.
Here you see the Nest Stash now, shuffling the hand, put it to the bottom, draw 1 card.
Choice Belt.
Choice Belt.
Let's just attach it, get it out of the hand so we can draw more with Industrious Incisors.
Honestly, I'm not sure there's much Nathan's looking for outside of something like a boss's orders.
Yeah, I think Nathan is recognizing that this turn or this game is pretty much just riding on this Regigigas. You don't need to set up another attacker necessarily. Manually powering up an Arceus, something like that, seems like pretty tough to do. So we're just going to Ultra Ball all these cards away. It's this Regigigas or bust at this point.
Industrious Incisors drawing 5 cards, needs a boss's orders off the top of the deck to be able to bring up that Rotom V and take this game 1 here.
5 cards to come. One specific card wins him the game. See if he can find those pieces.
Let's see the boss's orders.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does he find it? There it is.
He found both.
2 of them. More than enough to deal with that Rotom. Take the KO. And Nathan takes a pretty convincing game number 1.
Convincing. The prizes definitely helped a little bit for both players, honestly. Not seeing that turn 1 Path to the Peak against Robbie, but then having just the Charmander troubles, the energy troubles. One way you can get around Path to the Peak is just by attaching fire energy to your Charmander. That way, even if there is one in play, you can still Rare Candy Charizard, attach another fire.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, Robert just really never had an opportunity to do any of that. And we saw the strength of Path to the Peak in this game. Pretty solid turn from Robert here. Was able to bring up the Arceus V. Takes the 2 prize KO to jump ahead, but the board position was still definitely solid for Nathan. Had the Arceus, still had the V-Star power available. 2 prize KO for Robert was strong, but wasn't ultimately enough.
Yeah, the biggest thing here, no Charmander on the bench, so it takes you a few turns to try to get that set up, and Nathan opting to hunt down that Charmander with boss's orders. And then here we see just trying to get thin out the deck as much as possible.
Yep, take
that knockout and then set up the game for the next turn. And here was that Industrious Incisors finding that boss's orders to be able to take the KO on that Rotom V.
Yeah. The biggest part of this game was on that turn where Nathan was able to find that last Path to the Peak. If he doesn't find that last Path to the Peak, Iono is a lot weaker when your opponent still gets to use Pidgeot, Quick Search, get any single card. See these prize cards going out. A bunch of energy cards on Nathan's end. That 1 Charmeleon on Robert's side. Nothing too terrible. I think it's better than last game for both of our players, but still not ideal.
Nathan's going to start things off with the Nest Ball, though. We'll be able to find Arceus V, if that's the card of choice. When you're playing in the Arceus V-Star deck, you always want Arceus V on the first turn, along with that turn 1 energy, like you were saying.
Yep, that is the bare minimum that you want. You can work with just about anything else in your hand as long as you get an Arceus and get an energy card. So it does start that Jirachi. Good tech for the weekend, I would say. Not great in this matchup.
Yeah, very good against cards like Sableye, Medicham V. Not very good against Charizard.
Yeah, not really going to be protecting any bench damage counters here. It is Arceus V as the choice off the Nest Ball. We'll see if the energy in hand accompanies it.
Nathan did take a quick check of the prize cards to see what of any importance is prized. And, double turbo energy.
Yeah, I think Nathan would love to have gotten a Bidoof down, especially with a bunch of Bibarel in this hand already, but just did not have access to it. And looks like things are looking pretty solid here for Robert. There's a Charmander already, and I do see that Battle VIP pass.
Yeah, Battle VIP pass along with that Charmander. You can go ahead and grab another Charmander and the Rotom, or Pidgey, Rotom. We're probably just going to see Rotom and another Pokemon.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Rotom, Pidgey, and then I think Iono is going to be the supporter of return here on Robert's end. So go for the Pidgey. You've only got 2 of them, but you've got 3 Charmanders in the deck. So grab the Pidgey. You definitely want to get one of those down, and then play the Iono. Give yourself a pretty decent shot to find a Charmander off those 6 cards. Plus, you would of course, have Mysterious Tail to work with Level Ball and Ultra Ball being things you could hit. Robert also does have Ultra Ball in hand. It can be a little awkward to play the Ultra Balls early in this deck. They are pretty important to find your stage 2s later on in the game, but if he feels like he needs to guarantee the other Charmander, we might see him play it before the Iono.
It is going to be rough discarding 2 Ultra Ball, I believe, depending on the resources available.
He's either going to have to
Robbie's
discard
hand,
another Ultra Ball, or he might have to discard a couple supporters. We'll
Yeah.
see what ends up happening.
So with the Battle VIP pass, does grab that Pidgey and that Rotom V. I'm going to take a quick look. All right, 4 Seal Stones in the deck. Let's take a look at the stadiums. My opponent is playing Path to the Peak.
Yeah, Wants to check the stadium outs. Is the Lost Vacuum in there as well? Yep, sure enough. Looks like he's got all of his stadium bumps available. And we'll see the shuffle, and with the shuffle, I think we're probably not seeing the Ultra Ball, recognizing they're pretty important later on. Just going to spin the wheel with the Iono and see what we grab.
Hopefully some Pokemon cards. 6 of them off the top at least.
Yeah, and definitely looking for just one more Charmander. It is very risky to have just one single Charmander in play. If it is, that becomes a very easy target for Nathan, you know, through the V-Star power most likely.
Is it worth it to Mysterious Tail before the Iono?
I think probably not. If you're going to Iono regardless, you see 6 cards here, and then after Iono, you get to see 6 more cards. So you effectively get to see the top 12, whereas if you go Mysterious Tail first, you see 6, you maybe get to take 1, then you play Iono, then you're only seeing 6 cards. So it's effectively just seeing 7 cards as opposed to this way, you get to see 12.
6 cards off this Iono. Wow. 4 Sealstone found. No Charmander, though. Jirachi in that Radiant Serena.
Yeah, I think hoping to find the Battle VIP pass here. 6 cards. Let's see if he can do it. Does find that VIP pass. Absolutely massive. He would have had to play the 4 Sealstone and use it right away. You really want to try to save that in this matchup if you can. It's super strong for an out to the Path to the Peaks. It can also help you set up your rare candy plays on the next turn. So if you have to use it to set up turn 1, which is what we saw from Robert in game number 1, it gives you so many less options later on.
Double Charmander, maybe? Might go fetch the 60 HP one.
Now, something we didn't see from Nathan in game number 1 was that Avery. He had it in his hand, but he never ended up playing it. So it's probably not something that's on Robert's mind. But if you get a couple Charmanders here, you're going to just have to discard one of them if you get Avery pretty much right away.
Does look like that's what Robbie's going to go with here. 3 Charmander on the bench. Shades of worrying about last game. Looking at Nathan's hand, though, off this Iono looks pretty good. You got that Arceus V-Star. You have an Energy. You have an Iono yourself.
Yeah, going to have solid options here on Nathan's end. I think he definitely wants to get Path, most likely this turn. Try to make it as hard as possible for the Charizard deck to pull any plays off. And Robert maybe preparing for that by attaching this energy, going for the thing you mentioned of being able to at least just Rare Candy Charizard attach, worst case scenario.
And there is that instant charge from Rotom V. Finds a couple energy and a Defiance Band. Not going to be too good there.
We do see Ultra Ball in Nathan's hand. He could get another Pokemon V out here. He also has that Zacian V.
Just get the B-Barrel.
Yeah, B-Barrel is an option. You do have Iono as well to work with. So I almost feel like you would rather guarantee a Pokemon to power up. You can get B-Barrel later still, but you kind of want to have something else to get energies working on.
Ultra Ball will discard that Zacian V along with a Psychic Energy.
Interesting to see the Psychic Energy be the thing discarded. Could maybe have gotten rid of Choice Belt. Choice Belt, of course, lets you knock out the Rotom later in the game, potentially. But Regigigas also can accomplish that. And it will indeed be the Arceus as the choice. I like this.
Now you can even attach the Choice Belt if you want, but just having it in the deck for later is also very good.
And I think that's probably what Nathan will do. The Charizard deck does normally play a couple Lost Vacuum. Robert is just playing 1. He actually will choose to attach it now. I guess he knows it's pretty safe unless it is hit by a Lost Vacuum because this Arceus is not going down anytime soon.
And hey, if Choice Belt gets Lost Vacuum, that's not a Path to the Peak.
Exactly. And pretty
Speaking
good
of,
draw here.
yeah.
Look at this. Jet Energy in order to bring the Arceus to the active. Also could Escape Rope if he wants to. And even has Path to the Peak. And he has not used Starbirth.
Who needs to use Starbirth at this point?
Not Nathan at this point.
Escape Rope will force Robbie to bring up something like just a Charmander or, bring up the Rotom. It's risky, but it also does power up your Charizard attacks for the rest of the game. Nathan's taken 2 prize cards.
It does, but it doesn't get you the knockout on an Arceus this turn. You're only going to be dealing max 270 damage with the Charizard and Defiance Band, so you come up just short still. But Robert maybe valuing those Charmanders super heavily. We saw what happened in game 1. Nathan loved going after those Charmanders. That's maybe what his strategy is in this matchup. Robert, taking note of that, says, yeah, take this Rotom. I want to keep my Charmanders hanging around.
Path to the Peak does get played before that Trinity Nova, though. So Nathan taking the knockout, and no Rule Box Pokemon are allowed their abilities here. But Robbie still has that Mew to try to find something like a Lost Vacuum.
Yeah, and I think he does have Lost City in hand. So we will see the counter stadium come out on Robert's side. And there's a Rare Candy Charizard waiting as well. So pretty solid looking hand here. Maybe hoping on the Mew to find something like a Ultra Ball for a Pidgeot. We'll see how Robert goes about this turn.
2 prize cards taken off that Rotom V.
And now the draw for turn. Does find the Iono. Not too bad.
Iono is good here with Nathan not having B-Barrel in play. There is that Lost City to bump that path to the peak. Rare Candy, Charizard, Infernal Rain will charge up that Charizard and the Mew to retreat with now.
Yeah, and I like leaving this Charmander hanging around with the energy card on it on the bench. Being able to be an option to get rid of a stadium later on in the game. You know, there's a reason that this is the 70 HP Charmander that people are playing. It can be really strong to get rid of Path to Peak. So if you have nothing better to do, you can at least promote that and have that as an option. Smart sequencing here as well from Robbie, using the Charizard first, putting these energy cards into play, and then going for maybe the Mysterious Tail. We also might just see the Iono right off the bat as well.
You can go that, or do you just hunt down for the prizes? Maybe if you are able to find a Pidgeot EX.
Yeah, then you can get Defiance Band. Same thing we saw in the last game, right?
Because you do have the boss's orders in hand already, so not even needing the Pidgeot to really hunt down that Arceus V.
Yeah, with 2 prizes being taken, yeah, does not need the Defiance Vest at all. There's the Pidgeot and the Ultra Ball to get it, so that is the grab. Let's see, what are the 2 cards you want to discard here, though? The energy has to be one, and then it's just whichever supporter you're not playing this turn, I guess.
I like discarding the Iono because you can quick search for a supporter for next turn.
Sure.
It looks like Robbie is doing just that here. Ultra Ball will fetch that Pidgeot EX.
And then we could also see this even just grab a stadium card for next turn. That guarantees you that you'll be able to use quick search to get whatever you want. You don't have to commit to a supporter right now, right? Because you don't know exactly what your opponent's going to do. If you commit to, say, like an Arvin or an Iono, you're going to be a little limited next turn with what you can do if your opponent puts a path in play.
Trading Card Game Masters, that is time.
And I think that's what Robbie is opting for here. That Lost City found off that quick search. I guess one detriment is if an Iono is played, it's going to the bottom of the deck. You have less of a chance to draw it.
It would be annoying for sure, but you know this Charizard, once again, is not getting knocked out. So you don't have to have a path counter next turn. You already have an attacker set up that's not going down.
There is the retreat of the Mew. Boss's orders brings up that Arceus V, and it is going to get sent to the Lost Zone thanks to Burning Darkness.
Yep, and that Lost City in play does get it out of here, and 2 prizes now for Robert, tying the game up. Let's see what Nathan can find. No Bibarel in play just yet. He definitely wants to find it, and there's really not much going on in this hand.
Still has access to Starbirth, though, so nothing is too bad at this stage.
There will be another Arceus V put into play. It's interesting because if you put the Regigigas V in play, it's got 240 HP. It does not get knocked out. Or no, the Burning Darkness is doing 240 now. Yeah, there is the 2 prizes taken, not one like the last game. So Arceus V becomes a little bit better, I guess, in that instance. And looks like Skwovet. Are we going to see the Nest Stash before using Starbirth? See what you draw and then decide if you need to go for it?
I like it.
Also has the option to Boss's Orders here. Could target one of these Charmanders. We saw Nathan really liked doing that in the last game. I think in this spot, with no damage on the Charizard, you probably want to lay a little damage down on this first and then maybe thinking about going after some Charmanders.
Well, here we see the Starbirth. Nathan's going to eye down a Path to the Peak. Maybe that B-Barrel as well.
Yeah, we could see the Iono, like you mentioned. I mean, we know that Robert grabbed a card off Quick Search last turn. Robert sequenced things very smartly. You know, he only had 1 card in hand. It was that Boss's Orders, but he chose to use Quick Search first. So now Nathan doesn't know for sure if the Quick Search was for the boss or was for something else that Robert decided to hold on to.
It's all about mind games for this Pokemon TCG.
You don't want to give your opponent free information, that is for sure.
For free?
It does indeed look like it was the Bibarel. Path to the Peak is being played as well.
Now you can see the Nest Stash here. Get those cards to the bottom. They're all very good. Just Energies, Lost Vacuum, Boss's Orders. Not cards you want to discard off an Ultra Ball. to try to thin the hand down with that B-Barrel. The
one single card. What is it? Okay. Going to be that Nest Ball. Probably get another Bidoof, I would assume. Ooh, the Alakazam is interesting.
Definitely helps with math in certain matchups. I don't think here it's going to matter too much.
Yeah, so the Alakazam can just be nice because you have a lot of wasted damage with this Arceus deck. You're dealing 180 damage, which is more than enough to 2-hit KO things, like this Charizard, for example. So if you hit for 180 here, and your opponent bumps your Stadium, that path's out of play, you can use that Alakazam's ability to move those damage counters around. You know, we could even see something like this 60 HP Mew on the bench eventually being KO'd by some just extra damage movement.
180 Choice Belt does not get that extra boost against an EX like Charizard. And just one energy found off this Trinity Nova. That's going to be big.
Yeah, still a couple in the prize cards. So going to be relying on double turbos, maybe those jet energies to get the rest of those energy cards into play. And this is a pretty good hand from Robert off.
This is amazing.
What he had, you know, we saw that Lost City being grabbed last turn, able to bump right away, has that Pidgeot, and I think there's a Rare Candy and a Charizard already in this hand.
You get the boss's orders here, maybe take down that B-Barrel. I know it's not going to be easy for the prize trade, but
I think you just go after the Arceus here. Take the 2 prizes now, and especially because you have Rare Candy Charizard already, if your opponent takes a knockout on this Charizard, your second Charizard just knocks out the Arceus. I think this is Robert setting up for almost a checkmate board state.
well, here is that Rare Candy on that Charizard EX. Able to grab, I think, just the 1 energy left.
Yeah, you do kind of want to make sure you have an energy or 2 left in the deck to retreat if your opponent tries to stick your other Charmander active to buy a turn to get back into the game. That would be pretty bad. So I think this is really looking strong, though, for Robert, and I think Nathan's going to have a hard time coming back from this position. Also does have that Tool Jammer. It's going to be pretty big here. There is that Box of Disasters. It would go down. Let's see Nathan's face when Tool Jammer comes out.
And he's just scooping up. Didn't even reveal the Tool Jammer. Just saying, yeah, you got it.
Okay, there we go. Robert taking game number 2. Charizard getting a little bit more set up, and Nathan just didn't have much he could do after that board state was established.
Yeah, I guess even with the Box of Disasters, if it takes the knockout on that Charizard EX, or you just eventually take the knockout, then the fresh Charizard EX is going to come up, knock out the Arceus V-Star. There's no hope for Nathan in that sequence of events.
Yeah, I think for this matchup for Nathan, he's got to just hope that 2 Charizards do not come into play. If you can limit those 2 Charizards and, you know, maybe buy enough time with those Path to the Peaks, you're going to be fine. And that's what we saw in game number 1, and maybe that's why he was so aggressively going after those Charmanders in that first game.
Well, here was that great turn 2 from Robbie here, having access to that Charizard EX, that Stadium bump with that Lost City, and then fetches the Lost City with the extra quick search, not even needing it for the setup.
Yeah, wisely prepping for the next turn, and he was able to find a Rare Candy off the prizes. He was able to draw for turn into the Charizard, and that was just going to be too far ahead. Nathan had an okay setup, but yeah, things just worked out pretty solidly for Robert. And I almost wonder, as Nathan, if you want to take just the 1 prize KO to start the game. I think if Nathan can just replicate what happened in game number 1, he's pretty solid in this matchup.
Yeah, maybe opting for something like instead of the boss, or the escape rope bringing up the Rotom, I guess really changed the dynamic of that game for Robbie.
Something I would love to see from Nathan is to choose to go second. Make Robert go first. I don't think it's happening, though, as Nathan has already drawn for turn. Nothing too crazy in these prize cards for either player. A couple energy cards for Nathan.
For Sealstone, there is
just the 1 in the deck, so that actually does matter on Robert's end. But yeah, it does look like Nathan chose to go first. Yeah, I would have loved to have seen him go second. This Charizard deck is so much weaker when it goes first. You don't get to Arven. It makes it so much harder for you to get set up, and then you're so unlikely to get 2 stage 2s in play on the second turn of the game.
Nathan starting off with an Arceus V, finds that Zacian V, I guess with no energy in hand. This is where it's going to come in handy.
It's going to have to go for it. Does have a bunch of Nest Ball. You can see a couple Bibarel come down, or Bidoof, I should say, to become Bibarel later on. Ooh, and I actually like this grab as well. That Spiritomb is going to make it so that basic Pokemon in V in play. Well, I guess he can't put it in play, right?
Yeah, because of the Zacian.
If he wants to Zacian this turn, he cannot put the Spiritomb in play. It would be nice because it's super strong against this Charizard deck, You
especially with Robbie's hand.
Shut off Luminion, shut off the Rotoms, stuff like that. But yeah, can't go for it. Fettered Misfortune would turn off the Zacian V on Nathan's end as well.
Roar of the Sword is going to search the deck for a Psychic Energy, attach it to the active Arceus V, and it will end Nathan's turn. Robbie draws another Fire Energy, 3 in hand. That's not where you want them to be. Has that Luminion V, but other than that, I think this hand is not much. There's a Charmeleon, those 3 energy, Level Ball, Escape Rope.
This is the prime example of why this deck wants to go second. Being able to use Luminion can find Arven, and that's going to bail Robert out here big time. Now, the problem is going to be that Forest Sealstone is prized.
Yeah.
In this situation, if Forest Sealstone was in the deck, Robert could go Arven, Battle VIP Pass, Forest Sealstone, use the VIP Pass, get your board set up, Forest Sealstone for probably another VIP Pass. The problem here is, without that Forest Sealstone, what does Robert get off the VIP Pass? If you get 1 Pidgey, 1 Charmander, your 1 Charmander just gets KO'd. If you get 2 Charmanders, well, then you're not getting a Pidgeot in play on the second turn of the game.
Well, here we see Arven going to find that Battle VIP Pass, and then do you even take a tool here? Do you just leave him in? I guess,
yeah, it's probably worth thinning something out
Yeah.
of the deck. You know, just put the Defiance Band in your hand. You assume your opponent will take a prize next turn, so give yourself some options. Yeah, this hand is really tough here for Robert. Does have a Level Ball in the hand, actually, so that makes things a little easier. VIP Pass can get the couple of Charmanders. Level Ball can get the Pidgey. You still have some play next turn.
just over 8 minutes left in this round 4 match. Both of these players needing to really get set up first, and then we're going to start seeing some prize cards, but Nathan's not able to take those prizes as fast as you want to in this match.
Yeah, Nathan's deck definitely is a little bit slower. I mean, both of these decks, it feels like this matchup is going to be just like 2-hit KOs back and forth, and then eventually Robert can get a 1-hit KO at the end of the game, potentially.
Battle VIP Pass does find that Charmander. Pidgey Level Ball will find another Charmander here. Other than that, that's going to end Robbie's turn, and with a hand that's not very good here. Maybe you get the Mew. You have the Escape Rope.
Yeah, the problem is if you get the Mew, then you just have 1 Charmander, and that just gets boss KO'd, right? So
Well, no, the Mew's going to find a Battle VIP Pass.
It could. It's a little risky, of course. Yeah, starting the Radiant Serena is pretty tough. It's got 2 retreat, a little annoying, and we will just indeed see that Escape Rope being played. Are we going to see the Call for Family? Yeah, get another Pidgey out. This way you guarantee that you can have a Pidgey out next turn, or at least the option to potentially have one. No Rotom coming into play this game.
Just going to grab that Mew. You need to really dig for this hand, but it's going to get Iono'd back into the deck most likely.
Pretty great draw for Nathan. Finds the Ultra Ball. That can get the Arceus V-Star or Bibarel, either of those 2 options. I think you probably want to guarantee that you'll have the Arceus, so looks like the V-Star will be pulled to the front.
Now, with the way this list is built, Nathan has those 2 Jet energies to really help bring the Arceus back to the active spot. In this instance, where you only have 1 Psychic, going to have to rely on that 1 Escape Rope.
Yeah, luckily you can find it with the Starbirth, but you'd like to maybe get some other combo pieces. He's got some time, though, to... I mean, he can go for the Iono, see what he draws, and then go for the Starbirth. I think that's what I'd like to see him do, but maybe he's going to go for a different supporter line. I don't know what you get here besides Double Turbo and Escape Rope, though.
Ooh, that's going to be rough.
It's going to be Double Turbo Bibarel.
Is Escape Rope even in the deck?
Yeah, maybe it was prized, and we just missed it there in the prizes real fast. But does not grab that. Does not have the guaranteed attack just yet. Yeah.
Gonna have to just Trinity Charge for this turn, but Industrious Incisors will be able to find a path to the peak at least.
Yeah, the path is definitely a huge hit here. Try to slow Robert down as much as possible. Cross your fingers that there's no stadium bump in the hand. And Robert just really won't be able to do much without a stadium card. And yeah, Robert's hand, there's no supporter, no stadium, just a bunch of energy cards and a Pidgeot.
Oh, Escape Rope is prized along with 3 energies, so that's why we saw Nathan take this approach here.
Yep. Rope not being available, that's his 1 switch card, so he knew he was going to need to go for this Trinity Charge this turn.
I guess we're just retreat, Mysterious Tail, hope to find something to break out of this hand.
Yeah, Lost Vacuum's your only way to get rid of the path to the peak.
I guess Rare Candy, you can Rare Candy to Pidgeot?
Yeah, at least get it into play so that, next turn, if you find a stadium bump, you have that option. Get it into play right now while you can, while your opponent's not going to Iono it out of your hand.
And then you can attach an energy to the Charmeleon and then just pass the turn. But that's all Robbie really has. And the way this start has gone for both of these players, only a little over 4 minutes left. I don't know if we're going to be able to actually finish this game.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Do you see Rare Candy into the Pidgeot, evolve into the Charmeleon like you mentioned. See what Nathan can pull together. Another Ultra Ball can get the second Bibarel.
Gonna have to discard a double turbo along with a choice belt though, and with the energy in the prize cards, it's gonna get really low as you continue this game as well.
Yeah, with a few energy already in play, if Nathan can just find another Arceus V-Star, I think he'll be okay with this position for sure. That the energies are going to be more protected when your opponent is not taking knockouts on Arceus Vs.
First Industrious Incisors here. Finds some boss's orders?
Yeah, it does have that boss, and we could see Power Edge just take the knockout on Charmeleon. I think is exactly what we're going to see. Maybe at least look one more card with the Bibarel, but no, just the retreat, attach, okay, and then use this Industrious Incisors, and there's an Ultra Ball. Yeah, Nathan, I think, is really going out of his way to not Iono his opponent. He can tell his opponent's hand is not very strong.
And that's where playing in person differs dramatically from playing online. Getting to read your opponent's body language and seeing just how they play their cards.
Robert just promoting this Mew, finds a Charizard. Oh, if that Charmeleon hadn't gone down, he could have evolved into Charizard and attached. He'd have had a Charizard totally ready to go.
Countercatcher found, but that's not really going to help with that jet energy in hand.
Yeah, Countercatcher and Prey is not the place you want to be, and I think that's where Nathan unfortunately finds himself right now. Hope that this can buy him a turn, and we just see Nathan has the response right in his hand, that jet energy.
This has not been a game for Robbie here. This Charizard deck has not shown any really supporter. The only supporter played was an Arven that was searched with that Luminion V.
Choosing to bring up the Zacian instead. We see the draw for turn is a Lost Vacuum, and Jet Energy just shoots that Arceus right back to the active. If Nathan can find another boss's orders here, it is going to be hard for Robert to come back from that. Doesn't look like he found it just yet, though. Still has one more Industrious Incisors. Is not going to use it, though. Doesn't have another card he wants to play out of his hand to make it happen.
And I think with the speed that Nathan is playing, we might actually conclude this game 3.
Yeah, in this position as Nathan, you really need to try to not think too much about your plays.
Yeah.
Draw, attack, and just keep taking knockouts every single turn if you can. Otherwise, this could end in a tie, and Robert could sneak away with a 1 match point. If you come away with 1 match point here as Robert in this position, you count that as a win.
Well, it would be counted as a tie. But
Sure, as far as the tournament is concerned. But in Robert's mind and as a player, you would definitely count that as a win.
We're going to see a Blazing Destruction here. Discard that Path to the Peak, but it's the only Charmander.
I think Nathan is just fine with that.
Discard that Luminion V off of the Avery. Box of Disasters to the active. Radiant Alakazam to the bench. There's the knockout. No energy left, so just taking a quick shuffle of the deck. Nathan down to 3 prize cards left, 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, needs to draw these prize cards. We'll see how long Robert's turn takes here.
Oh, wow, the Lost Vacuum found.
A little too late.
A little too late, yeah. Quick
We'll
search.
See. Iono and Prey, I think, is the line here.
But Iono and Prey, when your opponent has 2 Industrious Incisors available to them.
And with time ticking down here, with Robert grabbing that Iono, I have to imagine time is going to end on this turn. So that'll make Robert turn 0. So Nathan will have turn 1 and turn 3 to try to find a way to take 3 prize cards. And unfortunately,
with the Avery.
With that Avery discarding the Luminion, that's going to be, I think, something Nathan can't do. Yeah, that Avery might end up actually costing Nathan here big time.
Couple Battle VIP Pass found for Robbie here. He can discard those with his Ultra Ball. But it just means this turn's going to take a little bit longer. And we're going to see that time being called.
Yeah, Ultra Ball can hang around in the hand, honestly, as well. So you can get Charizard next turn. Looks like he will choose to play it. Just get another Charmander, most likely. In time, it does look like has been called. Robert will be turn 0 here. So Robert cannot win. Nathan, if Robert doesn't bench a 2-prize Pokemon that is easily KO'd by Arceus, Nathan cannot win either.
The good old turn 9 Rotom V bench. Like
he just pulled it to the front of his deck there for a second, by the way. So he might be thinking about going for the instant charge, but no, does choose to think better of it. Okay, good.
Going to see another Rare Candy Pidgeot EX, but cannot use 2 Quick Search in 1 turn.
Yep.
That is
important little caveat there to this Pokemon.
And then just the pass. So turn 1 for Nathan here.
Yeah, and Nathan is probably kicking himself here for playing that Avery, because that Avery being played meant that, and they're even talking about it right now, that Avery meant that the Lumineon got to be discarded, and Nathan has no win condition at this point. He can attack. You know, even if he Boss's Orders takes a 1-prize KO on Serena or that Charmander, just there's nothing he can do next turn to take his last 2 prizes, and they recognize the situation, extend the hand. This match ends in a tie.
You got to do what you got to do when there's so much on the line in these tournaments. A ton of money, a ton of championship points, and every match point matters. We've seen it time and time again where there's like 8 to 9 people at the same record, and they just missed that bracket of new money, top 8, all that.
Yep, exactly. Every single match point matters, and small little mistakes like that in the moment might seem small. They might seem insignificant, but you realize a turn later, it can end up costing you.
Well, here is that game 1. Robbie brings up that Arceus V, has the Defiance Band to take the knockout after Nathan just taking 1 prize card off of, what, the Charmander, right? Here we have that Burning Darkness taking the KO.
Yeah, able to jump ahead in this one, but ended up falling behind at the end of the game. You know, was pretty far ahead, 2 prizes to 4, but Nathan found the great combo of cards with that last path to peak, plus the Iono, limiting Robert to just nothing, and we saw the strength of the strategy Nathan's trying to employ this weekend.
Regigigas V-Star taking a knockout for what seems like the first time in a long while, if at all.
Yeah, we had it on the stream once in the Lost Zone deck, and I think it put in a little work if I'm remembering right, but yeah, Regigigas being put to good use in this one.
Meanwhile, this second game, Nathan starts off with a 2-prize knockout on that Rotom V thanks to that Choice Belt off the escape rope. But that allows Robbie to just take the knockout cleanly off this Arceus V. It also allowed a knockout on something like a Regigigas V if Nathan decided to bench it. And it proved a little too much for Nathan here. Robbie able to get 2 Charizards charged up in play. Has this Boss's Orders take down another Arceus V, and the writing was on the wall. Nathan ended up just scooping the game 3.
Yeah, when there's 2 Charizard in play, in this situation, Robert only having 2 prize cards left after the knockout that was going to happen, Nathan just knew he had no way to win.
And then game 3, it was all Nathan all the way here. Path to the peak, double Arceus V-Stars powered up, and Robbie having just no way to bump that path for the first few turns of the game, meaning there's no Charizards to really hit the board.
Robert just really had nothing here at the end of this one, and if this game had played out, Nathan absolutely would have won, but with the tournament rules, some restrictions in place, best of 3, 50 minutes plus 3 turns, and 3 turns were not enough for Nathan to close it out.
Not at all, and it's all really thanks to that Avery discarding that Lumineon V. Could have seen a scenario where you Boss's Orders the Lumineon, and then Boss's Orders or Escape Rope something else, and you're able to take your last 3 prizes.
Yeah, exactly, and that, the Avery definitely is what the detriment was there for Nathan. He had a line to potentially win. It wasn't guaranteed by any means. It's not like he threw away a guaranteed win, but he didn't give himself at least that chance, which is what you want to do.
Well, that does it for our round 4. Let's go ahead and take a look at some tweets on your social media and everyone talking about this event and just Pokemon in general.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite posts leading up to the weekend. Christian Fontenot, of course, coming over after winning that Stuttgart Regionals last weekend. Said for the first time in 8 years that he's played, he's about to net deck a regional winning 60 and bring it to a major. It's a little bit of a flex.
A little bit of a flex. A lot of Pokemon that he's played throughout these past few weeks. And honestly, starting out, what, 2-1, I think? We don't know how he did in round 4 just yet, but very good chance to just try to run it back. There's a ton of people here, though.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of putting out there as well, like, hey, just so you know, I'm playing the same deck.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny as well. Normally people try to be super secretive and, like, keep it on the down low, not let people know what they're playing. But Christian's like, yep, I won the tournament with this deck. You shouldn't be surprised I'm bringing it again.
Yeah, same 62, and nothing's really changed. We do see kind of week to week the meta kind of shift a little bit just due to online or just other tournaments that are happening. And with the format so wide open, I guess it kind of lends to where, yeah, one tournament you can win, one tournament you can't. Happy to come to my second regional beautiful event and place. We are 2-1 playing Miraidon. Let's wait for that great day 2 hashtag play Pokemon.
Yeah, good luck, Miguel. Hope you're enjoying San Antonio, this regional championships here, and hopefully you keep on doing well. I spy a little Tablemon signature, I think, there on that playmat, by the way.
Yeah, it's hard to miss. You should have seen it. Someone came over with their Bear Walker skateboard, had a little Dark Fury sign it. Just big letters, LDF.
No question about who left that signature on the playmat. So good luck to you, Miguel. Hope you do well throughout the event. We've got Ryan here, excited to play in his first regionals. Well, I hope you enjoy it, Ryan. I hope that you're enjoying the tournament, the extra swag that you get, the playmat there. Players, of course, getting that Roaring Moon playmat this weekend. Pretty sweet. And hopefully the event goes well for you.
Taking a look at all those medals there, too, for our winners, finalists, and top 4. Going to be a great weekend. Can't wait.
Yep, of course, be sure to continue to interact with us over on social media. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon so we can find your posts. We can interact with you, get you up on the broadcast here, and just share with us, you know, even if you're not here participating in the event, if you're watching along at home, if you're playing in a League Cup, League Challenge, so many events happening all over the place. Hope you're enjoying Pokemon this weekend.
You can also participate in all of this with drawing some cool art. The Pokemon Company International and Creatures Inc. have announced the Pokemon Trading Card Game Illustration Contest 2024 is back for another year and are inviting participants to submit their best creative work capturing the theme of this year's contest, Magical Pokemon Moments. This contest is simple. Choose one of 10 Pokemon like Charizard, Pikachu, or Koraidon and draw an illustration that captures the Pokemon enjoying a moment in its day. Or draw an illustration that shows the Pokemon looking cool or dynamic to capture the Magical Pokemon Moments theme. The contest is open to applicants 18 and over in the US and Japan, in addition to UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand regions for the first time. Entry opens October 12th and runs until January 31st, 2024 at 5:59 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. For more information, including full contest deals, eligibility, and pricing, please visit the link for more. And yeah, I'm excited. I love the art contest.
Yeah.
It was amazing. And yeah, I feel like our match is ready. It's lunch break, so we have another round 4 match. Let's go ahead and take it down to the table. And this is going to be a great one for sure.
Oh,
Richard Como playing Hisuian Zoroark V-Star up against Nick Robinson, Miraidon EX. Richard, born and raised in Alaska.
Oh, yeah. Wow, yeah. How about that? Hisuian Zoroark V-Star being the choice here for this event. That's a deck we have not seen in quite some time. We saw a little bit of play from it in that Lost Origin format right before things exploded with Lugia V-Star in that Silver Tempest format. Zoroark was pretty solid. Over on the other end, Nick Robinson, the reigning U.S. national champion, back from 2016. There's not been a nationals since then, so he gets to hold on to that title forever. He is going to be playing Miraidon.
Yeah, I got top 32 at that Nationals. Unfortunate things in the last round, but taking a look at the prize cards. 3 Lightning Energy for Nick. Meanwhile, a 1/1 Hisuian Zoroark and that Radiant Greninja in the prize cards for Richard.
Yeah, also that one of Roxanne. That can be a great comeback card if you find yourself in a sticky spot, and it's also hiding up there at the top of the prize cards, so we're unlikely to see that happen for Richard in this one. Nick prizing 3 energy cards is pretty annoying. This deck is pretty reliant on those electric generators, and if you just have 3 energies in the prizes, your statistics, your odds, your chance of hitting those cards go way, way down.
Unless you're playing 16.
All right. Oh, yeah, okay, so this is that super turbo Miraidon deck. We see for Peony, excuse me, being played as the supporter in this one. Yeah, excited to see this one. High octane match for sure incoming.
Richard's going to start things off with that Hisuian Zorak V in the active spot, that glorious full art. Meanwhile, Nick is starting with that Raichu V in the active spot.
Do you see the trekking shoes being played initially? Not a card we've seen in quite a while, and I wonder what Nick is thinking here. Sitting down 3-0, and your opponent's playing Hisuian Zorak V-Star.
Hey, it can be good. It's one of my friend's pet decks, and honestly, trekking shoes, 3 of them to start things off. Gotta discard a double turbo energy, though. But
And I think the reason for that is that his hand is not very good here. There's no supporter for next turn, really nothing happening, and there is at least an energy card, so you could still just attach. Okay, yeah, and does have that Lumineon as well. I wonder if we see Richard go for the Lumineon right now. Sometimes Miraidon decks do play Path to the Peak. Is he ever scared of that?
yeah, that's the debate here. I think he's just passing the turn, and that's going to prove a little bit beneficial for Richard here because Nick is not on Path to the Peak at all.
Yeah, so this version of Miraidon a little different than what we're used to seeing. Nest Ball can grab any basic Pokemon, put it directly into play, and there's a Peony in hand, a supporter card that we don't see very frequently. It allows you to discard your hand and then search your deck for 2 item cards. Put them into your hand, trainer cards, and put them into your hand and go from there. So we'll probably see Nick go with that, use it to find maybe a Battle VIP Pass, an Electric Generator, try to get some energy cards into play. And that VIP Pass, of course, can find something like Squawkabilly to just help you draw through the deck.
Yeah, this is definitely a different Miraidon that we've seen do well recently, winning LAIC, getting second at Stuttgart. This is, we saw it in one of the earlier rounds for LAIC, and then I think Sejun Park popularized it online as well. This list is very fast. It plays those 2 Battle VIP Pass, such an awkward number. You kind of want it, but you don't want to prize it.
Yep.
And 2 Mew EX as well. That's going to be something that might come in handy with its genome hacking attack.
Yeah, and honestly, the bigger thing for the Mew EX is that it becomes your draw engine with its restart ability, being able to just get a few extra cards every single turn, especially if you're playing Peony as your supporter every single turn. And there is a chance, of course, Nick could win the game this turn. Let's not sell that short here.
He's going to have to find a way to retreat, and then something like Electric Generator to charge up that Miraidon to take the knockout. But starting off here with that Battle VIP Pass, we'll be able to fetch that Mew, and like you said, restart going to be a great draw power here, and that Squawkabilly.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious here, what does Nick do first? Does he go with that Electric Generator, or does he go with the restart first? Maybe give himself a chance to thin some cards out. You, of course, do run the risk of drawing into energy cards.
It's the old fleet-footed or Electric Generator first. I like Electric Generator first.
And I think in this spot as well, it makes sense because now it means you'll get to restart for 3 cards. And that is a bunch of energy hit. There's 2. Now Nick, off of the restart and off of the Squawkabilly, is only going to need a switch card or a Beach Court in order to move this Miraidon to the active and just instantly win the game.
1 switch, 2 escape rope, and 2 Beach Courts are the out here. Restart for 3.
There's a switch.
And there you have it. Miraidon doing Miraidon things.
Jeez.
Nick taking game 1 with a turn 1 knockout.
Now, Richard did have that Gengar in his discard pile. We could have seen him use that Gengar, use that ability, put it onto the bench so that that situation maybe didn't come up. I think the problem is that if that Zorak gets KO'd that turn, you probably just lose the game regardless.
Yeah.
So Richard's maybe saying, you know what? I'll just leave the Zorak in play. Hope I don't get KO'd. If I don't get KO'd, we'll play the game out. If I do, you know what? We've got time for game 2 and hopefully a game 3.
And the way Richard built his deck, it is very thin on the Pokemon line. You got that 4/4 Hisuian Zorak V-Star, but other than that, you only have 5 other basics.
Yeah, there's really not much going on besides that Zorak. It's all about Zorak. It's your only real attacker. There are Psychic Energies in here. You can attack with the Gengar, but it doesn't come up all that often. Was not expecting this to go that quickly.
Hey, it's pretty good, though. Miraidon is very fast, and especially this list playing the 16 Lightning and a double Turbo Energy. Those 4 Peony really help you flesh out all the cards you need. Nick is going thin on a lot of the lines here. Only 1 Raikou V, a 1/1 Flaffy, and is playing a Spiritomb, so that could help.
It looks like it is going to be a mulligan over on Nick's side. So an extra card potentially for Richard to work with. I'm going to be interested here if Richard chooses to go first or second here. You know, this super turbo version of Miraidon, it's pretty consistent at getting off the turn 1 attack. So if you go second as Richard, you know you're not going to get attacked on that first turn, and you give yourself an opportunity to try to get a 1-prize Pokemon active. Hope that Miraidon can't take it out. Of course, it's a double-edged sword here. Nick is playing Iron Hands. So if you put that 1-prize Pokemon active, Nick now has an opportunity to get that 2-prize knockout with an Iron Hands still.
Looking at the prize cards for Richard here, nothing too bad. Jirachi's not going to do much of anything. He's got a couple consistency cards with that Professor's Research and Trekking Shoes, but should be looking to play the game here. Does look like
a little discussion happening with the judge, just getting it sorted out.
Drawn, maybe?
Extra card drawn?
No.
I don't think so.
Nick was eyeing
his
down
hand
his
out.
hand, yeah.
Yeah, we'll get word on what's happening here. I didn't notice anything, but yeah, we'll just see what happens. I mean, we don't see every little thing that happens down at the table, and we'll get word on exactly what's going on here at the table and get you guys updated as soon as we can. Hopefully we'll get into this game.
All right, so yeah, it looks like there was a card that flipped over.
Oh.
Might have been...
As Nick was drawing his opening hand. Okay. Yeah, so that might be the issue. If an extra card is kind of flipped over here inadvertently, it can be a penalty. And if the judge is issuing a penalty, you know, the players have an opportunity to, you know, request that be reviewed by the head judge. I think that's what's happening here at the table. Definitely feels unfortunate. You're drawing your opening hand, a card flips over accidentally. It's not your fault, but you got to be as careful as possible in these situations. Try to draw cards one at a time, maybe, because if that extra card gets revealed, it can be a pretty steep penalty.
Now, with it being before the match started, there is a little bit different kind of rulings and stuff like that.
It depends on where the card was, right? If
Yeah.
it's like one of the 7 cards in the opening hand, it's really not that big of a deal. It's going to go into Nick's hand regardless. But let's say it was the 8th card. Well, that card was supposed to be in the prize cards.
yeah.
So now Nick has knowledge of a card that was meant to be in the prizes. You just shuffle the deck and it's randomized. I think that's like a decent solution, but...
And I think with the game not starting, that's what we've maybe seen in the past, where you just randomize the deck, get those prize cards back out, and go from there. And honestly, I don't even think it might be a penalty. It might be a warning, if that.
Yeah, I mean, I think just the blanket ruling at the moment is like, if an extra card is revealed inadvertently or not, it's a 2-prize penalty, right?
That's been during the game most of the time.
Yeah, well, but in this instance, I mean, I think it's pretty much just when a card gets revealed, and it's not supposed to. You know, that's like just what the blanket ruling is. And so players have an opportunity, of course, to request head judge review and appeal the ruling that was given, and I think that's probably what's happening here. We're just going to get approval and see what ends up happening. Judges, of course, have the opportunity to escalate or de-escalate penalties as they see fit. With it being on stream, it just kind of depends. We'll see what ends up happening.
Hey, at least that first game didn't take a while, so we have some time.
We do have the time. Yes, we do have the time. So judge back at the table, talking to the players, and we'll get word shortly. He'll get us updated, and we'll know exactly what ends up happening here. Yeah,
it does look like it was the top one. Yeah.
Yep. It's gonna reveal the top card.
So it looks like it will go in the prize cards.
Yeah.
We got the replay here. Nice.
So Nick was drawing his opening hand, and yep, that card falls off inadvertently. Definitely unfortunate. And I think what happened is that the card got revealed to both players, and the card is shuffled into the top 6, so it's randomized. You don't know where it is in the prizes, and it is still going to be in the prize cards. So we'll have to see if it is a penalty or not. As far as a warning, it will definitely be a penalty of some sort. The question is going to be, is it a warning or is it a double prize penalty?
Taking a quick look at the prize cards. Players are up and ready for this game 2. Richard starts that Radiant Greninja in the active spot. Trekking Shoes into a Capturing Aroma, flips tails, so that will allow him to grab a basic Pokemon from the deck.
Yeah, and that is, I think, what he needed. I don't think there was an out in this hand to Hisuian Zoroark V.
Capturing Aroma normally only played in Lugia V-Star decks, making an appearance here in Hisuian Zoroark V.
Yeah, I mean, in a deck like this, you just need to find Pokemon, whether it be the Gengars to put into the discard pile, whether it be the Zoroarks to get into play on turn 1. You just need more ways to find Pokemon, and Capturing Aroma is the best bet.
Gatejaw Bog going to be the Stadium card for Richard. It's a powerful Stadium for this Hisuian Zoroark V-Star deck where anytime a basic is put onto the bench, it takes 2 damage counters and combos really well with that V-Star attack, dealing 50 damage for each of your damaged Pokemon.
Another Tails there on the Capturing Aroma. Definitely nice to get another Pokemon into play here because it's more damage in play with the Gatejaw Bog, but also with just one Zoroark in play, you open things up for Nick to find something like just an Escape Rope on the first turn and take out just your lone Zoroark in play, and Richard would find himself in the exact same situation this game as well.
Well, hey, we know one's in the prize cards.
This is true, this is true.
Both players, actually.
See a couple energy cards for Richard. Nothing really super strong here. He's got a pretty interesting energy split. We're going to see that Radiant Greninja. There's basic psychic energies in this list, but also basic water energies, as we do see Melanie being the only supporter in hand right now for Richard. That could make things awkward.
Not having that water energy to use that Melanie is definitely going to be detrimental. And wow, there's an Escape Rope off the top for Nick here.
Yeah, this might be a quick one.
Yeah.
There's nothing happening. Nick could boss his orders, but I think he wants this Greninja to be active more than anything. It's attach plus fast charge. That's all Nick can do.
There's the grip of energy in the middle of the deck. That's what happens when you play 16.
They're going to find themselves. They're going to find one another at some point, some way.
Now, you're saying this is going to be fast, but Richard still does not have much of a play on this following turn here. And the draw of the Manaphy is not going to help that out.
Going to have to be the Radiant Greninja to hope to find something else here. 2 more cards, Cleansing Gloves, and a Damage Pump.
That is the one bad thing about Hisuian Zoroark V-Star as just a deck in general. There's so many moving pieces that you need to get all the damage you need on the bench. You play 4 Damage Pump, a card that does not really do much of anything to help your setup. You play these Gatejaw Bogs. You play Cleansing Gloves. It's really, we're seeing here, you're not really going to be doing too much.
We'll just see that Void return, that free attack on Hisuian Zoroark V, just deals 30 damage and switches to the bench. And Nick, with a pretty solid top deck, does find the Peony, but it's no longer turn 1. Squawkabilly is normally your best combo with the Peony play. And Nick just can't really do that.
There's Bravery Charm being attached to the Raichu V most likely.
I wonder if we could see Nick go for like double Nest Ball on this and just get a Miraidon and a Mew, and then you're hoping for those 3 cards to find you something.
Might be what he has to do here. There's only 1 Nest Ball in the deck, though.
Oh, wow, yeah. So Nest Ball plus Forest Sealstone. And
that's
Forest
a double Nest Ball.
Sealstone for another basic Pokemon. This is not ideal.
You got to do what you got to do, and at least with Miraidon and its tandem unit, it kind of skirts around that Gatejaw Bog damage a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
The Miraidon will get 20 here, which we got to make sure to
Oh, no, because it's from Nest Ball, right?
Oh, it's from Nest Ball, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
So no damage being placed onto it.
So really helping clear off this damage on the bench. Fetching down Mareep and Iron Hands, it looks like.
Yeah, the nice thing for Nick is he will be able to, for just 1 energy discarded from the Raichu, get the knockout on the Radiant Greninja, because Richard did put 1 damage counter on it with the damage pump. So now it's got 120 HP, and it is weak to lightning.
Definitely kind of a little hindsight, maybe, in giving that 1 damage counter to that Radiant Greninja. I guess Zapdos would also kind of solve that problem. But here is that Mew EX restart.
3 cards.
Did bench the Mew EX, so we should see 20 damage on that one.
Yeah, 20 damage should go onto the Mew. It looks like a Peony was drawn, which can be used next turn, but for now, it's just going to be an energy to attach, I think. There is a Collapsed Stadium in the hand as an option.
Collapsed Stadium not too good right now, but there we do see the 20 damage.
Yep. Got that sorted out.
Does still have the ability to attach for the turn.
Yeah, figuring out where the attachment should go. Trying to set up for an Iron Hands KO at some point in the game. Looks like what Nick's strategy will be.
especially taking this one prize knockout on this Radiant Greninja.
We do see collapsed. I think more than anything, Nick just wanting to limit Richard's options to get more Pokemon in play with damage counters on them. And as opposed to going aggressive for the KO, we're actually going to just see that fast charge once again. Search the deck for another Lightning Energy and load this Raichu up.
I don't know how good that is here because you know Richard is not drawing well. And wow, water energy off the top means you can concealed cards the water into the Melanie. And this hand has just opened up for Richard.
Yeah, this has opened up big time. We do see concealed cards. We'll draw 2 more. Melanie will draw 3. Ultra Ball being found. That can get the Zoroark V-Star. Things are coming together now for Richard.
I do like maybe Melanie beforehand.
Yeah, you want to draw more Pokemon here, I think, as opposed to going for the Ultra Ball. But, you know, I think there is at least a Manaphy in the hand. Oh, well, that got discarded. So, yeah, Richard is going to need to find some more Pokemon here if he wants to get the knockout on this Raichu. I guess he does need just one single more Pokemon. Or one more Pokemon with damage counters on it. But with Gapejaw Bog being here, that should be easy enough to accomplish. Richard, of course, also does need to find a way to switch this Greninja to the bench. Something else he's going to be looking for.
And honestly,
escape ropes are his option, or attaching to the active as well could work.
Yeah.
Because he's going to get the energy attachment to the bench through the Melanie here.
Melanie is a supporter we haven't really seen too much recently, but able to attach a water energy to one of your Pokemon V if you do draw 3 cards.
Still no way to retreat the active just yet. Trekking Shoes can look at the top 2.
Gengar's pretty good discard there.
Definitely something you love to get rid of. And there's another Ultra Ball so we can get one more Pokemon, but still no switch card. It might come down to that Phantom Star V-Star power. Using that on the Hisuian Zoroark V-Star, letting you discard your hand to draw 7 and hope that those 7 cards yield Richard a way to get this Greninja out of the active spot.
Ultra Ball is going to find another Hisuian Zoroark V. Discards that Roxanne, but there is a Palpad in hand for Richard, so can opt to go ahead and play that before using that Phantom Star V power.
Yeah, pretty smart sequencing if you're going to discard your hand with an ability like that. Discard the Roxanne first, and then put it back into the deck with your Palpad.
And there's that Palpad. Going to get the Roxanne Melanie back.
Yeah, it does choose to get the Melanie as well. Going to choose to not put back the Roxanne. Pretty interesting. I think he's recognizing he's going to jump ahead pretty quickly in this one. Also knows he's probably not going to get disrupted, so maybe doesn't think he needs to have more supporters in the deck. You know, Nick's deck does not play any disruption. No Ionos, no Judge, nothing like that.
Times have changed.
It's going to come down to this ability. V-Star power going to be utilized, flipping that marker. 7 cards. Can Richard find either Escape Rope or an Energy card? Let's see it.
Energy would probably be more beneficial. That we can take the knockout on the active, and wow, I don't see
What if
any
you
of
find
it.
neither? Now, Richard did have to discard a few energy at the start of this game.
2 double turbo.
In order to try to stay around with the concealed cards, so he's finding himself in a little bit of an awkward spot here thanks to that.
And just like that, we thought there was a little sign of life from Richard here, but these unfortunate draws have not really helped at all.
Yeah, it's definitely been a slower start. It was a slow start for Nick, but he's been able to stabilize.
Ooh.
Let's see where he goes from here. It does find Boss's Orders. With all these energy on the Raichu, do you cash in on the damage right now?
Listen, maybe. 2 double turbo already gone. You could be thinking...
he wouldn't be able to knock out the Zoroark V-Star is the issue. It's 250 HP left.
Yeah.
He's only dealing 240, so he would be able to knock out one of these Zoroark V, however, and at least just take 2 prizes. Oh, but that is a way right here with the Zapdos that you could actually get that extra 10 damage in order to take the knockout on the Zoroark V-Star on the bench. How about this extra math from the Zapdos coming up in a place that we would probably least expect it?
Lightning Symbol is a very good ability, especially for this deck. It really helps hit you numbers in such odd ways. Most of the time it was used for something like a Dragonite V, but here Boss's Orders brings up that Hisuian Zork V-Star, and this restart finds a Flaffy along with an energy as well.
Huge draw there. Only a 1/1 Flaffy line in this deck for Nick, and he's really reliant on that to get just extra energy cards into play. So the downside of this play from Nick is that he's going to have a lot less energy in play. Well, that would have been the downside at least. But it just so happens off of his restart, he drew into an energy card plus a Flaffy. So it makes this play feel so much better.
And there is the knockout on that Zork V-Star. Richard still has a lot of work to do here.
Draw for turn is the energy. One card away from what he needed to get a knockout last turn.
Why can't you draw 8 cards?
Not how it works. And we do see the attachment of this energy as well. And Luminion being put into play. This can find the Melanie so that Richard can get this powered up.
Get it powered up, get attacking, start taking some prize cards here, but staring down a pretty solid board from Nick, who has not really done too much this game. Has just fast charged a couple times, drawn some cards with restart, and just like that, able to really come out ahead.
I think the big thing for Richard here is going to be needing to find another Hisuian Zork V-Star. Because as things stand, if Richard does not find another V-Star, Nick can play Escape Rope next turn to get this Zork with 260 HP remaining out of the active spot. That's something he would not be able to likely KO this turn. And he can put something else onto the bench that he's much more likely, or bring something from the bench up to the active that he can take 2 prizes on. Be it one of the Zoroarks or a Luminion, he can easily take 2 prizes on those with Miraidon, or this Radiant Greninja, he can take 2 prizes on with that Iron Hands.
And Richard using both of those damage pump in hand to heal up the Hisuian Zork Vs just a little bit, just 1 more damage left on each of them. Wants to kind of dodge another Raichu type attack.
Nick pretty quickly promoting that Mew EX. Also has Beach Court in the hand. Going to use Tandem Unit first. Check the deck, see what else he wants to bring out. There's just 1 Raichu in the list. Already gone down. That's his only way to really deal with a Hisuian Zork V-Star.
There is a Super Rod.
Yeah, something we could see come up. But with Peony in hand, I think I would really love to see Nick go for the play I kind of outlined, right? Go with that Escape Rope off the Peony, draw some cards. You've got a couple Mew EX in play now, so you'll be having plenty of card draw. Also, you can see where these energy cards go from the generator.
5
see if
off
he
the
hits
top.
any, that is, at least.
There's enough energy in. Oh,
so you
right.
thought. So you thought. No energy cards found, and Peony will discard the hand with no cards remaining. Not too big of a detriment. And then now Nick is going to search the deck here. I think Escape Rope is probably one of the choices, or just a pair of Generator here.
I guess you need the energy to actually attack this turn. That's step number 1, so if you don't have it, then you're not doing anything.
Yeah, the issue here is that well, maybe Nick is going to try to attack with the Zapdos. I wonder if that's what we might see.
Oh, yeah.
He's thinking about it. Yeah, you want to, if you just attack with a Miraidon into this Zoroark, you're just asking to lose the game at that point. You're just going to lose the prize trade. Your opponent's going to take 2 prizes, and then you're going to be too far behind. But if you can force a 1-prize Pokemon as your attacker, you give yourself a chance still. And that's what Nick is hoping for here. Needs to hit off this generator.
At least 1. Oh, no.
It's not over yet. He can still use his 2 Mew in play, can draw into the energy to attach for turn. Of course, with the Flaffy, can get the extra energy, but he really, off these 3 generators, only getting 1 energy card. I mean, that's just a bad use of resources.
Restart for 3. No energy found here, but you can Ultra Ball the hand away and spin the wheel yet again.
It's what he's got to do. It's what he needs to do to keep pace in this one. Maybe, I wonder if he even had access to an Escape Rope. He discarded 1, I think, early on. There's only 2 in his list.
Restart here. 3 more cards. Is there an energy? Oh, there's 2.
Quite a few. Would have liked for that to be found off the generator, but, you know, you can't have everything. That's what Nick is going to have to go with. The Electric Ball from the Zapdos deals 110. Lightning Symbol only boosting Pokemon that are not Zapdos, and it also only works when it's on the bench. And then now the question is going to be, does Richard have a Boss's Orders? And we do get confirmation there. Nick has an Escape Rope in the prizes.
Double turbo energy to get an energy on that bench to Sui and Zorak V. And we're going to see another Luminion, 2 of them for Richard, and we'll be able to search for a boss's orders.
Yeah, does have that option. And it looks like he has a stadium in hand, and I think Richard was saying, oh, maybe I need to play my stadium first. But yeah, Luminion came down first.
Well, here's the boss's orders. What do you bring up?
I think probably the Miraidon, most likely. Just take that knockout. You're dealing 250 right now. You could knock out the Iron Hands, but Iron Hands, I guess they need the same amount of energy to knock out this Zorak, right? So it doesn't really matter. Iron Hands, of course, having that less used first attack, the arm thrust for 160 damage.
Is there any route to boss's orders, one of the Mew? Take a knockout, just limit the restart
Draw power. Yeah, I could see that. I wouldn't mind taking an energy card out of play. You know, Nick, we know, could super odd back the Raichu, something like that as well. I think also if Richard could attack with the new Zorak V-Star, that would be really good, but I don't know that he drew into it.
Discarded a escape rope off the trekking shoes, which would have allowed, but no V-Star.
No V-Star to utilize it. Draw for turn from Nick.
Another Peony.
I think this is a situation where you realize when your deck doesn't have a disruption card that it can be a little awkward, right? If Nick had something like Iono hanging around and he could Iono plus take a knockout, Richard's only going to have 2 cards to work with. And how likely is it off those 2 cards he's going to be able to find a V-Star and then, you know, all the pieces necessary from there to take the knockout. So Nick doesn't have that option. He's going to just grab another Iron Hands EX off of the tandem unit.
But honestly, is there even Electric Generator left in the deck?
I don't.
Played 3 in 1 turn.
Yeah, I don't think there is.
Well, here's that Peony.
Yeah, goes for the Peony. Now searching the deck for...
Oh, there is one left.
2 trainer cards and adding them to the hand. And Bravery Charm, something that could be pretty decent. Well, Richard does have the Gengar in the discard pile, which that's the way he could get that last Pokemon in play with the damage counters necessary to get the knockout. Otherwise, the Bravery Charm could allow something like your Miraidon to hang on to enough HP, you know, hang around a little bit longer. This wouldn't go down right away to a Zoroark.
This generator for sure has to hit, right?
Well, a lot of energy have been pulled out of the deck now at this point. We'll see.
All right.
There we go. 2 energies being found.
That will allow for an for an arm press from the Iron Hands with the Dynamotor, and with the Zapdos Lightning Symbol, it's 170, which is just enough to take the knockout.
Yeah, that math checks out. A lot of moving pieces here. The damage pump, Richard maybe thought would let him hang on, but does not quite work out. Nick is going to think about where to put these energies. Could just go with the Miraidon. It is going to be the Iron Hands, though.
And I think we're going to see just that after a couple restarts. Nick draws 3. Mew EX is so good in this version of the deck.
It really is. I mean, it is your draw engine. And with an Ultra Ball being found, he could even go for it once again. Looks like he wants to hang on to the hand, though. Does have Switch, which he may need next turn. And it is an exact knockout here. Arm press. Deals 160 with the lightning symbol. 170. Boom. Down goes the Zoark. And let's see if Richard has the Zoark V-Star and another Pokemon. There's the V-Star in hand. And I believe the Gengar is in the discard pile.
And even with the double turbo energy, should be enough to take the knockout here.
280 damage. Is able to take the knockout. And Richard ties this series up. We're going to a Game 3.
And it has been with Richard going first both of these games. It'll be interesting to see. But I feel like Richard's going to go first again in the Game 3.
Yeah, it's probably his best bet in the matchup. Go first and try to get a 1-prize Pokemon active. Make it as hard as possible for Nick to take a 2-prize knockout. I mean, that's what this matchup really feels like. It's just a 2-prize race. Whoever can take 2 prizes every single turn, the best is going to come out on top. So if Richard can put a 1-prize Pokemon active, cross your fingers Nick can't pull off the Iron Hands play. That's got to be his best shot.
Now, this was a slower start for both of these players.
It was.
Nick having that Raichu V fast charged a couple of times, but it was a draw of this Flaffy paired with the boss's orders, fetching that Zapdos with that lightning symbol, able to take the 1-hit knockout on this Zorak V-Star here.
Yeah, the Zapdos came up big a couple of times in this game. boosting that damage in
boosting the damage
ways.
twice, attacking.
Yeah, really showing why it's on the team.
But Richard had that second Luminion V with the boss's orders, able to take the knockout on the Iron Hands EX. Nick having to rely off the top yet again, but able to cobble together the last electric generator and Iron Hands taking the knockout, but Richard already had everything in hand. Only had the one Hisuian Zorak V-Star for the majority of the game.
With 23 minutes left in this one, I don't think we'll see 2 ties in our round 4 matches.
Oh, no. These decks are way too fast to do that.
No way that this game takes 23 minutes. We'll see a true conclusion here in this one. After we've seen both of these decks play out, you know, we know Richard is probably going to be going... Well, I guess we don't know for sure. Nick may want to go second, right, in this matchup. His deck really kind of needs to go second to use Peony.
And that's what I'm saying, right? Like, Richard's going to go first, again.
So, who, based on what we've seen so far, who do you give the edge to in the matchup?
I mean, with the way Nick's been hitting these electric generators, it has to be to Richard. Richard's also had a tough go at it today, has taken down Michael Pramwa in the previous round. Now up against Nick Robinson, the reigning U.S. national champion.
The forever U.S. national
champion. U.S. national champion.
Yeah, I think I'd give the slight edge to Miraidon. I mean, it just feels like the better, more consistent deck compared to the Zoark, but you can definitely see the line. You can see how Zoark can come out on top in this match. And especially, you know, Nick's deck, it only plays 4 draw, quote-unquote, supporters, right? Peony doesn't draw you cards, but it sees you new cards that help you draw more cards. So if Nick is unable to find a Peony really quickly, you can see how his strategy may start to falter.
And Richard winning that game where he had to rely on concealed cards a lot, definitely could change the game plan for Nick going into this game thinking, wow, 3 electric energy, electric generator, that one of Raikou V. Meanwhile, for Richard, nothing too bad there.
Yeah, 1 Gengar. You only really need 1, but now he needs to find it and get it into the discard pile. You see a Zorak down as well. And the start of the Luminion, not ideal either. And it does look like Nick actually did choose to go first.
And this is actually going to be pretty beneficial here for Nick. Having that Miraidon EX in hand already. Starts that Mew EX with that free retreat. Won't be able to use Peony, but you can still do plenty of other things.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense. You've still got a couple Battle VIP Pass, the 1 Nest Ball, and then 4 Ultra Ball. So you can still see a lot of cards on turn 1 going first. Ultra Ball can find you the Squawkabilly. It can find you Mew EXs, and it can also get cards out of your hand so that you can continue to use Restart on this turn.
Well, here's a second tandem unit found off of the first one. Going to fetch an Iron Hands EX here, and then leave that bench spot wide open for something like a Squawkabilly.
Yeah, Squawkabilly or another Mew. Either one could be solid. Kind of depends on what Nick is holding onto in the hand, what he may want to go for. Also does have the Luminion V in this list as well. And we are going to see the first generator of the game. 3 energy cards prized. Let's see what Nick can do.
No big deal.
Simple enough.
2 lightning energy found. Gonna most likely get attached to that Iron Hands EX. It's lines up very well to that Luminion V start.
Yeah, I kind of like an energy split, putting 1 onto the hands and 1 onto one of these Miraidons, so that way you can respond to maybe whatever Richard chooses to do, right? If Richard does leave a Zoark in the active spot, I mean, that's what Richard could go for, right? If Nick loaded all the energy onto Iron Hands, Richard could just try to get a Zoark active, and then Nick needs to find a way to get 3 energy cards onto a Miraidon. So Nick is fully committing to the Iron Hands. We'll see how it pays off.
Well, with the boss's orders in hand, it kind of signifies that you're just all about that Ampy very much on that Luminion V. Richard does have Gapejaw Bog and an Iono. Nothing else in this hand is going to actually help out Nick. That hand wasn't too good other than that boss's orders.
Richard, of course, needing to play it, though, to stick around, needs to find some basic Pokemon, and there is at least 1 Hisuian Zoark V.
And a Jirachi, so there's a play where you can retreat the active Luminion with the water energy, get that in the discard for a potential Melanie later on.
Sure.
Attack with that Hisuian Zoark V and bring up the Jirachi with Void Return.
If you bring up the Jirachi, you're just asking to get hit with the Iron Hands.
That's
though,
true,
right?
yeah,
so I don't even know what the correct move is going to be here for Richard. I almost wonder if you just Void Return and leave the Zoark in the active spot and cross your fingers that Nick does not find 3 energy cards. There's no energy in his discard pile. He can't Squawkabilly, So he's going to need to find a way to get 3 energy cards onto a Miraidon if he wants to take a knockout. But no, just choosing to pass. And now Nick needs nothing to get a 2-prize KO this turn. He at worst could just arm press the Luminion. And with this attachment, he can go for that Ampu very much for 3 prizes.
Beach Court to replace that Bog as well.
Not much going on in the hand here, though.
Yeah, I think with the way the hand shaped out, it would have been better to leave that Hisuian Zark V in the active spot here. But with the way things turned out, Nick will have a 3-prize turn. Amp you very much.
There we go. Takes the KO, 3 prizes. Now this could be bad for Nick because you know what supporter Richard plays in his deck?
Professor's Research?
And Roxanne. If he can Roxanne this turn, put Nick to just 3 cards, and take a knockout on this Iron Hands.
No, this is so rough, though. Ultra Ball, Luminion V was started. If there's one in the prize cards, you have no access to... you have the V-Star.
Yeah,
what am I doing?
Can go for this V-Star and at least try to find the Roxanne still. Now, it is just a one-of, and with the other Luminion being prized, it's actually going to be pretty unlikely that Richard can find Roxanne. But if he could get it, and this is what he's doing here with this play. He's at least giving himself a chance to do it. Going to leave Nick with just 3 cards, and if he could piece together a knockout with all of that, would be really strong. Now, the problem is Richard doesn't have very much in play. He needs a lot here. He needs an energy card. He needs a few Pokemon. He also needs a Gapejaw Bog. He needs so much.
First time we've seen a high five in a while. There's that double turbo energy Roxanne and the Gapejaw Bog.
Hold on. It could happen. We see an Ultra Ball. I think there's a basic Pokemon in this hand as well.
It is the Luminion V, though.
Okay. But, I mean, hey, at this point, you need the Pokemon in play.
Discards the Roxanne.
Yeah, a little surprised to see that. I think Richard might just think, hey, if I just take the knockout with a Zoroark, maybe that's good enough. And that is fair as well. Nick has no other energy cards in play, so Richard might just think, hey, that extra card I could get off of this Professor's Research gives me more of a chance to pull off the knockout. He does need to find the full bench of Pokemon here to pull this off.
Gengar is found off the Ultra Ball. And I think there's another Research in hand.
Yeah, has
Do we
the
see
Research.
the Luminion played? No.
Yeah, choosing not to play the Luminion, I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, you need basic Pokemon in play here. You need Pokemon in order to get enough damage in play with the Gapejaw Bog. Let's see if he can find 3 basics. There's an Ultra Ball, there's a Manaphy, and Greninja. Okay, I think he can do it.
No, you're good, Yeah, I think with everything, it's just enough, and that would have been really close.
Oh, there's actually not an energy card in the hand. Or, sorry, not an energy card. There's not a Ultra Ball in the hand.
Oh, it was a damage pump.
It was a damage pump, so he's going to be 1 Pokemon short.
Oh, no. 1
Pokemon short of getting this knockout. He can use the Gengar to bring back 1 more Pokemon. He can hit really hard. He can deal 230 damage, but with that Big Charm, it's going to allow this Iron Hands to hang on.
And I'm looking through the list. No Lost Vacuum to kind of hit for 230. Lost Vacuum, the Bravery Charm
That would have been
afterwards.
Good. And then now Nick, if he can find an Escape Rope, if he can find a Boss's Orders, he can just amp you very much, go down to just 1 prize card remaining, and he has forever to find that 1 last prize.
And I do believe there's a Peony in the hand for Nick.
So that would mean that the Rope is a pretty easy choice, a pretty decent option. Gengar will be brought back from the discard pile, put directly onto the bench.
And this is where just the way Richard has built this deck, there's not very many Pokemon that you can bench. There's, other than the Hisuian Zark V and Luminions, all the rest of the basic Pokemon are on the bench.
And yeah, he's going to hit pretty hard here, but it is not hard enough. Not enough for the KO. And Nick is absolutely in the driver's seat here. Can get an energy attachment. He's got Ultra Ball to go find Flaffy as well.
It's too good. Even having the Electric Generator.
Now, I do not see the Peony. I think that's a
Raihan, it's a
Raihan there in
Raihan.
the hand. So that's actually not something he's going to be able to use. Might be relying on the restart here. There's actually a chance that Richard could hang on through the turn, that this active does not go down. Now, Nick as well might be thinking about trying to pull off a Raichu play, which we do see being brought down right away. If he can maybe find a switch as opposed to the escape rope, he can just use the switch in order to get into the Raichu. He can attach return Dynamotor, and he can knock out Richard's only Hisuian Zoroark V-Star in play.
Well, here's that electric generator. Look at the top 5. No energy.
No energy again. Nick is not very good at hitting his electric generators.
Yeah, this is not how you win a regional championship, Nick.
Unfortunately, unable to hit there. He also did Ultra Ball away 2 energy cards. Now has a Lost Vacuum. That's his only way to thin cards out of his hand as well if he wants to go for, say, the restart to try to draw a little bit. Could Lost Vacuum away the Gape Jaw Bog. He's going to not do that, though. Just hit for 160. Okay. So this ends up, Richard, you know, we're kind of in the same spot almost.
Richard's still going to need a replacement Hisuian Zoroark V.
Yeah. He doesn't have much in this hand. Is there water energy in the discard pile?
Yes. It was on the Luminion V
That's
first
right.
turn.
So that he's going to have to use the Melanie in hand. That's his only way to draw cards here.
It's definitely rough.
He's got an escape rope. Can't really utilize that. He's just going to attack, not even going for the
Ooh,
Melanie.
Wow.
Takes the 2 prizes, but Nick could win the game this turn. If he can power up another Iron Hands, he could do it. And
there's
try to
Iron
get this
Hands, Raihan. There is a double turbo energy.
40, yeah, it would be exact. No, he can't use double turbo. It would have to be 4 lightning energy, and I don't think he's going to be able to do it. He is down 2 generators already. He doesn't have a way to... I guess he could Raihan for the generator. He just doesn't need to go all in on that play. I think he is very fine just taking the knockout on the active. If he does that, he's in just an excellent spot. So no reason to go that aggressive.
And I guess you could still...
Give yourself a
Peony
chance.
Double generator.
Okay, he's going to give himself a chance.
There's 9 lightning left.
Might as well do this. Worst case scenario, you just attack with the Miraidon. You've got that powered up already, but you give yourself the chance to win immediately. Amp you very much for 3 more prizes. Iron Hands EX could potentially win this game by just attacking 2 times.
Electric generator. Needs this to hit 4 times, basically, but no.
Not happening. Now, if he hits another generator, I think this actually is his last generator in the hand, so I don't think he can pull it off now. I guess if he gets a double hit on this generator and then draws into an energy off of restart and then Dynamotors to the Iron Hands, he could still do it. Let's see, is there a double hit? Oof. Just the 1. I think you probably just power up the Raichu or maybe even the other Miraidon here. At this point, your angle to win the game is just go Miraidon attack this turn and then attack with something else next turn.
Still has access to that restart ability with Mew.
Going to get at least another few cards drawn. And we know that the energy can be attached to the Miraidon thanks to Dynamotor, so has that locked up as an attack guaranteed.
The hand, not very good, though. Ultra Ball and a couple Pokemon that you don't need. But Nick has definitely taken control of this game. Richard not able to really attack next turn at all and opted not to play the Melanie, so...
Nick will choose to use the Ultra Ball here. He can't really get anything useful in this exact moment. He's going to choose to just ditch those 2 cards that he doesn't want to draw into, thinning them out of the deck. Squawkabilly and Spiritomb not useful at this point.
I would really love for Richard to go out with his own damage pump. Just take the knockout on the Manaphy.
Yeah, go out on your own terms. We will see Photon Blaster taking the KO. Nick down to just 1 single prize, but Richard not having a Zoroark in play last turn means that he's not going to be able to have a response KO. And if he had just used the Melanie, given himself a chance drawn to a Zoroark, he would have a chance to respond here.
No, damage pump.
Richard sees the writing on the wall, knows he can't win, extends the hand, and Nick Robinson gets the 2-1 victory here with that turbo Miraidon deck.
The wave into the crowd that we have building up. It is lunchtime, so basically all of the 1,970-something players are watching this feature match.
And Nick finds himself the win, moving to 4-0. with this build. What do you think of this build of Miraidon, the more turbo version compared to the kind of more traditional, maybe mid-range version of the deck we've seen? Like example, what Yuho was able to win LAIC with.
I don't like it, Chip.
You don't like it?
No, not at all. There's no Paths to the Peak. There's no disruption at all. No, it's very explosive. It's very fast, and as long as you get a Peony going second, you're gonna have a very good turn. And I think that's what they're just kind of relying on. Miraidon as a deck, if you can hit your generators every time, you're gonna win pretty much every game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw Nick was able to come away with that one, and he had very bad generator luck in this game. Generator was not his friend in this instance. Back to game number 1. Wasn't really much of a game. Can we even call it a game? You know, Richard just didn't have much going, and Nick was able to pop off. All he needed here off this restart was a single switch card, and sure enough, the card that originally came out in base set, still legal today, takes the KO. Nick moves to 1-0 in this match. Flaffy getting him the extra energy cards in play needed. Raichu able to clutch things up here in game number 2, but Richard found a way to fight back from this position, which is kind of surprising when you were looking at it.
Yeah, just a back and forth prize trade when both players are taking knockout after knockout. It's actually easier for Richard to kind of cobble together a couple attackers, especially because looking at this, it's a lot of resources to discard to take that big one-hit knockout. And Richard had everything to really cobble together, and it was all thanks to that Radiant Greninja staying in play. Concealed cards with Melanie allowed this boss's orders to happen to take that Iron Hands knockout, and from there,
Nick just had to cross his fingers on this knockout, take the KO, and hope Richard did not have the Hisuian Zoroark V-Star. He sure enough did, and took the perfect KO to move into a game 3 in this spot. Richard, once again in this one, didn't feel like he got the ideal board state going, but Nick had a pretty explosive start. Turn 2, amped you very much for 3 prize cards on the Minion V.
And this was just spelling disaster from that turn 1. There you have the Iron Hands. Richard opting not to use that Melanie to try to draw into another Hisuian Zoroark V.
And I think he very much has a chance in this game if he just does that.
Yeah.
Right? If he can take a 2-prize knockout, get another Zoroark down, he can very much still win. As it turns out, though, Nick was able to come away with the victory, moves to 4-0, as good as you could start at a regional championships.
Yeah, still a long way to go. You need 19 match points to make it in. 4-0 is 12. So needing to win at least 2 more, maybe get a tie, but these players are looking for that classic 9-0. Trying to make it into day 2 with as many match points as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the more match points you earn in day 1, the less you have to earn in day 2 to make it into top 8. So you got to get as many wins as possible. With 1,900 people here, I mean, we're thinking a little bit far ahead here, but 35 match points might not even be close to making it in. It might have to be mandatory 36, and that could be the bubble. That's a 12-3 record. That's crazy.
It's insane. Usually with these regional championships, you kind of see 10% of the field make it into day 2. So 10% of the field, that's 190 so players. That means you're playing for not 256 for a lot of those day 2 matches.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Gonna be close to a 200-person day 2 field, I think. We'll get the numbers as the day goes on, of course. We are just barely getting underway here, not even halfway through the tournament. Just 4 rounds down. We've got a lot more action still to come.
Well, speaking of action still to come, let's go ahead and take a break, but when we come back, we'll have round 5 for all y'all at home.
If I had one tip for a new trainer to the game, I would say it's to build relationships. And you rely on others for tips and advice to become a better trainer and improve on yourself to become better at the game.
I'd say the main thing that really comes into it is like 3 important things. Having people that are like solid that you can practice with. Also, you know, being very disciplined when you practice, trying to really just improve the most you can. And the final tip, honestly, is just have fun. I feel like when you're enjoying yourself, it's a lot easier to just grow from your experiences and you get a lot more out of playing.
Play your own game and don't be discouraged by the results. If you stick with it and stay consistent, you will improve and really enjoy the game.
Look at resources for Pokemon Go PvP, whether that's content creators that can help you learn the basics and the fundamentals of the game, like your move timing, like your typings, and just having fun with it, not being too hard on yourself. Practice as much as you can so you know your team well going into a tournament, and in the end, just trust your instincts and trust your gut in making those decisions.
It would be applying a growth mindset, especially during your practice. Look back, analyze your games, think about what you could have done better. There's a lot of variables in Pokemon, and there's like a lot of what-if scenarios, so you have to go back and analyze your games, otherwise you might make the same mistake again.
You should take everything one step at a time. Don't think about top 8, don't think about winning. Think about the game ahead of you, set your goals realistically, and focus on your game. Don't focus on anyone else's, don't focus on anything else. Just play your game and have some fun.
I got into Pokemon in 2011 when I was just starting in seniors. Honestly, I would just remember playing in a flower shop with my friends. My best friend at the time actually introduced me to Pokemon. And I remember we would go just grind games after school, play, and then actually the store owner ran the league and she told me about this guy that was coaching and stuff like that. So I was able to contact him and he basically taught me how to play.
Former world champion Andrew Estrada. Anyone can put a stop to the Lugia mayhem. It could be him.
Finals World Championships 2014.
I'll never forget when I actually won the World Championships in 2014. I was 15 at the time and his first year of Master. I was up against the #1 player in the world, Igor Costa. He was a legend in the game when he was still around.
What? If you told me 5 turns ago that Igor was losing this game, I would have never believed you.
Winning that was just nuts.
That means a red signal onto the Genesect. Yep, that's it. That's it. That's the game. Estrada is your new world champion.
That was probably one of the best days of my life. I've learned that you can never be really the best unless you want to keep getting better. There's always more, and I find that your practicing reflects on your tournament. If you're just grinding it out last minute, I find that your decks are not ready to go or you're mentally not ready to go, and you really have to have the second nature when you play, especially against good players.
You've seen how Estrada's been playing right now. He is on fire. He had a turn 1 attack with a Raikou V.
I really like the game. I really like the competitive atmosphere. It's a very social game. It forces people to sort of step out of their character in a way. So it kind of reflects a lot of light on so many different personalities being able to be merged in the room.
Asking if we can play face up.
Sableye.
What we have.
Mirage Gate.
Sableye, super fun.
Oh, wow. Punching his ticket to Honolulu.
To be honest, I'm actually retired because I just started my career. So I can't really dedicate as much time to Pokemon anymore. But it looks like we're going to Hawaii. I'm actually enjoying more to teach and coach. I really like to give back kind of what I've learned over the years, especially to kids in my area. I find that when people come to me, it's sort of a responsibility that I feel okay with undertaking. And then it makes me feel great because honestly, watching my students succeed makes me feel better than actually winning myself. Like, even though I feel great, just because I already have worlds, you know, I've been playing for a long time, right? And I just want to see the people I teach that look up to me succeed.
Four rounds down the drain, but still plenty more to go. San Antonio Regionals are just heating up, and the action is going to get even more intense. Welcome back to the stream. For those of you just joining, or those who have been watching, my name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Pablo Mesa. What more can we say? It's the best time of the year, the holiday season and Pokemon together. What better combo could you have?
Indeed, what a fantastic time to be here at the biggest regional tournament in history, and keep saying we're gonna
surely keep saying that throughout this whole season and in the coming years. So really exciting to be here. The energy in the room is outstanding. I don't know if you've been able to walk out there, Ethan, but players, like, there's a lot of fantastic games going on.
Oh, it's like a sea of players out there. Anytime I see an event, I think it can't get bigger. More and more tables show up, more and more players show up. It's packed in there, it's intense. Players want to win, but we have thousands of players who want to win. There can only be one champion. You're bound to get some crazy matchups. We've already seen out in the field some pretty intense matchups between great players. We have so much talent in this room. We're sort of in a place here. The reason I feel like it is so packed is you're right smack dab middle in the US, right? Right in the middle in Texas, which means if you can make the drive, if you can make the trip, this is the regional you want to go to. This is where you want to be to play Pokemon.
Indeed, and I personally had never been to San Antonio. I had been to Dallas, to Houston, but San Antonio is a new place for me. The Riverwalk is fantastic.
Me as well, yeah. Very much enjoying it out here. I feel like we play the spin the wheel game every time we have a regional.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, what part in Texas? Is it Dallas? Is it Arlington? Is it San Antonio? So excited to see more opportunities. And those who have watched or those who know or even just follow our streams know that we get to go all across not just North America, but the world playing in Pokemon tournaments. And for me personally, that's one of my favorite parts is going to see new areas, explore. It's like a 2-in-1, right? You travel and you do your travel like normal, but you're there for Pokemon to play Pokemon, and what more could you ask?
Indeed, it's the best combo ever. Yeah, traveling is one of the best things in life. Pokemon also one of the best things in life, and then you get to combine the two. It's really outstanding. I always try to make it a point to make sure I get to explore a little bit from the city that we get to go to, whether it's traveling, competing, commentating. Always make some time. Yeah, it's worth it to get to know the culture of different places, the food. Yeah, food here in San Antonio has been pretty stellar so far.
Great eats, great food, but we know why you're here. It's for the Pokemon. Let's see how the meta has broken down for this day one. I think a big surprise for people is sort of Charizard's rise to success. Now, it's a deck that's been out now for about a set before this, before Paradox Rift, but sort of held back by a few factors. Here, for the first time at an event, it feels like #1 most played deck, 18.2%, and Miraidon just behind it there at 17%. Gardevoir falling all the way down to the 4 sides. Lots of developments here in San Antonio.
For sure. I think it's been a while since we've seen like these high numbers since rotation, Scarlet and Violet. We haven't seen like a very big dominant deck, but Charizard and Miraidon seem to be stepping it up now. And Charizard, like, it has a tough matchup against Gardevoir, but I feel like Gardevoir is being kept in check by this huge Miraidon and Iron Hands EX showing up to the scene. So interesting to see this dynamic between these 3 decks.
And of course, more decks than just this. So there's really great meta diversity in terms of decks, but it feels like with this Paradox Rift expansion, some matchups have just become a lot more polarizing, right? I mean, look at Gardevoir versus Miraidon, for example. Before this, Gardevoir by many was considered favored. Of course, you have Path to deal with, but if you can get through that, Miraidon could take a lead. You could still pull it back, but now with Iron Hands, that matchup has flipped upside down on each other, especially if Gardevoir's not able to go first. Iron Hands just runs away, takes 4 prizes, and it's hard to come back at that point.
Really hard to keep up. And then you also have Mew VMAX, like, it's always there, right? It's been a while since it showed up in like in such a high placement in the meta share, and with Charizard being the #1 deck, it's also surprising. But with the disruption, with judges, with Path to Peak, definitely has a chance against everything as well.
Still plenty more Pokemon to play. We're at round 5 of Swiss, so let's take a look at some of the key matches so far that we have coming up in this. Bodie Robinson is a first-year Masters player, won NAIC and the Seniors Division. Off to a great start here at 4-0. Of course, 12 match points, 3 match points is what you receive for a win. So all these players undefeated so far. Azul Garcia Griego, a household name in the Pokemon TCG. What more can we say? Landon Kettler as well won the epic finals match in Portland last year using the Squovit.
Yeah, the Nest Stash, the legendary Nest Stash. And like seeing it once is so impressive. Seeing it twice is like, what are the chances? Yeah, but
yeah, it's insane. I mean, we were talking about it before. It might be the craziest, highest, most intense luck match ever seen with that little squirrel doing all it could to fetch out those cards from its nest to get Landon that victory in that regional.
And then, of course, we have our stream match, James Washer against Isaiah Ratner. We have a very interesting match here with a Pokédad, essentially, along with a very young player, very young Masters player, and a very interesting match for sure.
Big match, big dynamics. Now, we've been seeing this matchup for as long as Giratina has come out, and both these decks pretty much since their release. I mean, Giratina more, and I guess Mew had a period too where it wasn't necessarily tier 1 in the limelight, but these decks have been on and off the main stage since their release, and a lot has changed though about this matchup with some key cards and changing, but DTE Mew versus Giratina, few things to look out for, but really one card that stands in my mind right away. Both players are playing it, but it feels like Path to the Peak is a card that's going to have a lot more of an impact on Isaiah's side than on James's side.
Certainly, there's not a lot that James can really shut down, right? There's the Radiant Greninja, and that's pretty much it, but Isaiah shuts down James's whole engine. So it'll be interesting to see how James can play around this, adapt to this. He is playing a high count of Lost Vacuum and also a copy of Town Store, so 5 Path to the Peak counters. That's a pretty solid amount.
Lots indeed. Path is one of those cards that you can kind of just get rid of as if it were Battle VIP Path, sort of toss it away. It will be really interesting to see how this hand opens up. The early game dynamic, I feel like, is one that's super important in this matchup because of both decks' sort of aggression, but more importantly, Mew DTE Mew specifically, having the strongest turn 2, especially if it wins the flip going first.
Yeah, certainly. Going first is going to be pretty impactful for both players. They all reflipped. I don't know who is going first. I think we have a mulligan in favor of James as well, as we have both players setting up. And I don't know, like, how would you rate, like, who would you favor this matchup? Taking away the Path to the Peak dynamic, who do you think has, like, the advantage here between Mew and Giratina?
I would 100% give it to Mew VMAX. It's one of those decks that just, you kind of just pressure Giratina over and over again, and with the combination of Psychic Leap, hitting it with Cram, yeah, it's okay, but they can always just Power Tablet, get it out, bring a Mew VMAX up, and I mean, on paper, yes, a 2-prizer into a 3-prizer is not so good, but the aggression of Mew VMAX, especially against a deck that wants to fall behind, it doesn't want to fall behind specifically in this matchup, Giratina, that is.
Now, nothing too big prize. The 2 Pokegears can be a little detrimental to Isaiah's consistency overall in the deck, but perhaps the Cramorant. The Cramorant getting that hit into the Mew VMAX early on can help you set up for a Lost Impact KO, right? You do have Star Requiem to get a one-shot, eliminate a Mew VMAX, but taking that second KO is usually what Giratina struggles with.
Looks like our players are set up and ready. Of course, 5 more Swiss rounds to go today. Players really looking to not just get to those 19 match points, but more than that, because I don't even know if 35 points will be set. Maybe 36 is bubble potentially for how many players we have. So you need to win at least 11, 12 games out of your 16 rounds to be able to advance to the top cut tomorrow.
That's a lot of wins and very, very little margin for error for sure. But I mean, what do you expect, right? These are the big tournaments. If you're here to do well, you have to win out a lot more than losing. So 36 match points. These players are definitely in the running though, right?
Off to an XO record and off to a great start here. I hope Isaiah starting things off. Did top deck come fade? It's not a great feeling when that is, of course, your optimal starting Pokemon, but gets it down nevertheless. And I think there is a switch card, but not much else going on in this hand. And this is a scary position to be in. Big flower selecting 2 cards. Is there a battle pass, some way to get Pokemon into play? There is a Nest Ball, it looks like. I feel like that has to be an instant grab. You don't really know what version of Mew you're playing against, and if it is that fusion, Meloetta is really not a card you want to play down in this matchup, but if it means taking a 2-prize knockout turn 1, of course you're going to do it.
Yeah, certainly. Now, I feel like we're going to see a thorough check here by Isaiah on the prize cards, the energies, and the Pokemon being pulled to the front. He's going to find that Cramorant is not available, but as you mentioned, right now, his priority is finding a Colress, right? Or getting close to one. The 2 Pokegears being prized could be problematic, but all 4 Colress are available. So it's up to Isaiah. He will have 2 turns to really dig for that Colress.
Yeah, it's all going to be about Star Requiem, getting up to those 10 cards in the Lost Zone. It's the best attack you have in your deck, so you got to play to your out. Now, there are a few options here to think about in terms of this Nest Ball. Do you go for something like Radiant Greninja here and play along with that, assuming you have energy in hand, or is it really just getting down another Comfey, or even getting another Giratina into play?
Yeah, certainly. Double Giratina going to be very important. James will immediately try to target down those Giratinas. They are the only threat, right? The Sableye spread damage, not really impactful, and Cramorant not being available. So it's going to come down to all these Giratinas. But without Colress, the Giratinas don't even matter. So getting to 10, digging,
perhaps establishing the Greninja, and maybe Isaiah will end up delaying a little bit the path to a peak. I feel like path to a peak is at its best when it's combined with Roxanne. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. And another big thing, too, is we talk about path, right? Path, Roxanne. One thing I'm going to keep my eye on here for sure is we see another flower selecting coming, getting some more cards. Still, Battle VIP Pass is a great card you want to find on your first turn. As I was saying, though, for James, it's can you preserve that V-Star power for as long as possible? Because in this matchup, it essentially, if you can have it be, is your guaranteed get-out-of-jail-free card from Path to Peak.
Yeah, for sure. No way to stop it. There's no Lost Vacuum by Isaiah, right, to eliminate that V-Star. And that's always a goal with Mew. You know, that's always what you want to do. So James with a pretty strong hand, but also RNG dependent, I guess, a little bit, because there's 2 Cramomatics right there, which, if you flip heads, yeah, James could end up with a very powerful board. But a couple Tails flips, yeah, or there is an Ultra Ball as well. I feel like it's an important thing to do to balance between Ultra Balling away your Cramomatics to guarantee 1 Pokemon, or the 50-50 chance at 2 or 0. It's always a thing on players' minds to determine that.
So James is setting up. Does have the 1 copy of Alessa Sparkle in hand. Not something we see typically in this deck, but that makes me think, Pablo, you are running those 2 Fusion Strike Energy. You can accelerate that. Is there ever a world where usually this DT Mew deck doesn't attack going first or going second on the first turn, that you want to put these into play to maybe give yourself the opportunity to double turbo and play a power tablet and just start taking some prizes as quickly as possible?
I mean, definitely powerful strategy against low HP things like Comfey, right? Or even Ralt. So having that option is pretty cool to see. And yeah, as you mentioned, we must specify, this is not the usual Fusion Strike Mew, right? There's only a single copy of Alessa, 2 copies of Fusion Strike Energy as we see the head flip. Very nice.
And this will almost certainly grab Battle VIP Pass exactly what you want to play on the first turn of the game. And I mean, yeah, there are the 2 sides. Your opponent did just build up a pretty big hand using those flower selecting abilities, didn't play too much. So there is, of course, Judge in this deck, and I feel like that's also a good supporter card. But now really comes the choice. You did just get rid of one of those Lost Vacuum. It's a card you kind of want to keep around for as long as possible. And I don't really... keeping the Path to the Peak, but I don't really know if that's a card that I'd necessarily value keeping around in this matchup.
Agreed. I think that's a little bit of a tunnel vision, right? My deck wants to judge Path a lot and deny resources, but in the grand scheme of things, you're only denying Greninja, so I really would have loved to see that Path go away, play the Alessa Sparkle, maximize your Genesects, maximize your draw, and maybe sneak in a Psychic Leap KO on that Comfey.
Yeah, double turbo did come down, so it will require a power tablet. That's a really important resource in this matchup, right? You want to hit that magic 280 or 220 on the Giratina. You only have sort of a limited amount of really oomph on your attacks here. There isn't really anything like the... is there even anything like Choice Belt in this deck? I'm not sure I see any... Wow, no Choice Belt at all. Just playing the 2 copies of Box of Disasters. That is a card that is really, really exceptional against this Giratina matchup, and James will definitely be missing it here in this matchup.
Yeah, really respecting Charizard, but you have to give up on something, right? You can't play more than 60 cards, therefore, whatever you end up choosing to play, it comes at a cost. And in the case of James, he's trying to protect against Spiritomb, he's trying to protect against Charizard, and he's giving up a little bit of raw power against these V Pokemon, which, as we get new sets and more powerful Pokemon EX get released, I think it makes sense, right? Choice Belt was already like at a 1-off count in Mew. Now we're seeing it at 0, perhaps. Yeah, I think it's a normal evolution of the progress of the metagame as sets are coming out.
You've come a long way. It's evolved a lot. I remember when this deck played Latios originally to play things around.
Well, we're in a big VMAX format,
of
course.
Of course. So lots of evolution, but I think Mew will only go down until you cannot play it anymore for tournaments, and enjoying the limelight for the last few months that it has in the standard format. There is that important Forest Steel Stone. Does come down onto this Genesect, and did also find a Judge, so that's a great supporter, especially seeing Alessa get discarded right away, and will be the choice there for James. Isaiah holding on to the Colress's Experiment, so had the perfect supporter for next turn, also had the V-Star, so this will be a big turn for Isaiah. Can he get more Giratina down, but more importantly, can there be more cards in the Lost Zone to threaten potentially Lost Impact or even Star Requiem in the upcoming turns?
Indeed, and I feel like James had a spare Battle VIP Pass in his hand. As a Mew player, whenever you have a spare Battle VIP Pass on your first turn, you know you're off to the races, right? Which is pretty fantastic. And yeah, I'll have to see what Isaiah draws. I think his goal or his ideal would definitely be to bench 2 more Giratinas, right? Because you know James is going to start being aggressive next turn. He's really like, he needs to retreat, right? He has the 4 Seal Stone. He still has 1 Genesect left over. He's going to end the turn with a solid hand. And Isaiah's under a lot of pressure, even though it's only been 1 turn for James.
Great hand for next turn. UV Max, DTE, Power Tablet, and can finish it off with 2 more. Does find the Town Store, so, I mean, you've got pretty much everything you want next turn. Counter Stadium, double Power Tablet, and yeah, it looks like James going to pass. Did opt to set the board up with 3 Mew, 3 Genesect. Pablo, why is that so important against these Lost Zone decks?
So you always want to have the option to Psychic Leap, right? You want to be able to take off the 3-price Pokemon liability that you sometimes have, so your opponent can't take a knockout on them and be able to win the game by knocking out 2 VMAX Pokemon, right? So giving yourself that option. And, I mean, 3 Genesect is usually good enough, right? It's very rare when you really need to dig for all the time.
So no Colress here for Isaiah in this new hand. Does have Nest Ball. Giratina V queued up to the top of the deck. As we're talking about, so important to get these down, especially when you're playing against such an aggressive deck like Mew VMAX. And there's a few little sequencing things to think about. Raiding Greninja and energy cards in the hand, but can't stress it enough. It's all going to come down to, can Isaiah find Colress? Can Isaiah get these Giratina V-Star evolved? Because the less HP they have, the easier they're knocked out, and the more Power Tablets you can save down the line, the more feasible it comes to later on in the game take those knockouts onto those V-Stars.
Indeed, very key. And I feel like if Isaiah isn't able to find that specific Colress, he might be forced into an Abyss Seeking, which is essentially a Colress, right? One less card, but you get to see a Colress, but then that would really save James the trouble of finding Boss's Orders and could actually take a knockout on one of those Giratinas combined with a Judge again.
Concealed cards being used. Let's find that Jet Energy. That's going to be perfect either to allow another Comfey to Flower Select or something else to go down. We will see another Jet Energy hit the Lost Zone, so up to 3 cards right now for Isaiah. Slowly building up to those milestones. 7 cards in the Lost Zone for Mirage Gate and 10 cards in the Lost Zone for the Star Requiem. Did find the Colress's Experiment off of that Flower Selecting. Does find Giratina V-Star, Path to the Peak. Some great additions to this hand. Getting this evolved, it's got to be your priority right away. But this is sort of the cost of Colress every time. You see 5 good cards, 2 of them have to go away.
Yeah, I think it's always important to note how when you talk to Pokemon players, right, they're always like, oh, the Lost Zone can be a little difficult to play because you Lost Zone resources, right? Well, you're never going to play bad cards on purpose to Lost Zone them away, right? So that your Colress decision is easier. You're always, outside of the first turn, you're always going to see really good cards other than Battle VIP Pass. So these decisions are always very difficult sometimes, and building up to a Lost Zone is your priority, and you need to factor in the resources that you have lost along with the ones that you have available, and that's what usually will help you determine what to Lost Zone away.
And a smart play for there from Isaiah. I mean, Path is an important card, but actually chose to take the 3rd Comfey, and this shows his experience in this matchup, not valuing attacking at this point in the game with Cramorant and just saying, hey, I might not even attack, but if I can Flower Select in here, that's all I need.
Yeah, I need to build this Lost Zone, right? That's the priority. Getting to 10, dealing with your VMAX, and then hopefully Lost Impacting into another one and finishing off with either Greninja's attack, Sableye attack, you know.
Counter Catcher, so many different options. Boss's Orders does hit the Lost Zone. Is playing those the 1 copy of Counter Catcher, going for 2 Boss. I've sort of seen people be back and forth on how you want to play as a more consistent option versus the guaranteed Gust of the supporter, and then only being able to play that Counter Catcher when you're behind on prizes.
Indeed. What do you like playing, though? I personally really like the 2 Counter Catchers.
Exactly.
There's a combination of Counter Catcher plus Roxanne with Sableye spreading out the damage can be huge.
I mean, this deck is postered to fall behind. It's so hard to really expect yourself to get these quick lost impacts and keep the pace up. So for me, playing Colress and finding Gust or playing Roxanne and finding Gust is good, but Isaiah's been playing this deck for a while, understands the consistent power of Boss's Orders. Both have their strengths, both have their weaknesses, and see how this hand looks so far. Does have the Mew VMAX. Going to choose to evolve into the benched Mew VMAX. I think this is smart. I mean, you never know if your opponent's playing something like Choice Belt in their deck, so there's always a weird scenario where you can like threaten a weird sort of like back and forth, but it will also be the Hisuian Heavy Ball plate, so James will get a clear look at all those prize cards. As we mentioned earlier on in the game, nothing too relevant. The question now is, how do you play this hand out to maximize? So there is the power tablet in hand.
I think it was very well done by James that he failed the heavy ball. There was a MUV to be grabbed there. However, you don't have to grab it, and he's just trying to clean up his hand right now. His goal is to make sure that with the power tablet, he's able to get a knockout on the Giratina. But as we've mentioned, the lack of choice build could make it a little difficult to deal with the 280 HP of Giratina V-Star. I think that's James's biggest hurdle right now. If he spends the power tablets knocking out this first Giratina, that's 3 left over, and he needs all 3 to be able to take that down.
Another interesting choice there from James. Chose to attach the double turbo energy to a fresh Mew. Maybe you would like to see that on the Genesect. It kind of just gives you the guaranteed pivot, and that's one more piece that needs. Power tablet's already there. The VMAX and double turbo are there, but you still got to find boss. You've still got to find a way to move it, and hopefully do all of that without using your V-Star power, so you have that sort of fail-safe, that fallback later on. Does draw into boss off the Fusion Strike system. Ultra Ball as well to thin this hand out, and just be the Chromatic. So
yeah, James does play 3 switching cards and gets a head flip. Incredible. So we'll be able to conserve that V-Star that you've been mentioning, how important it is to make sure that you have that out against the path to a peak eventually.
And looking at James's list, is playing the 1 copy of Switch, 2 copies of Switch, and the 1 copy of Escape Rope. Now in this position, I think Escape Rope is like technically a little bit better to play if you're going to play boss, because if your opponent ever Star Requiems them, you can attack. But as we just saw with that heavy ball, it isn't the prize cards for James, so it doesn't have access to that. It will just be the Switch. The boss's orders onto the Giratina V. Now, of course, the Giratina V-Star is the bigger threat, but it is just so much better to go after the Giratina V because of that lower HP.
Indeed. Gives you more bang for your buck, if you will, right? Get more out of your resources, and you still have the 3 other power tablets to hopefully take down the Giratina V-Star. And right now, James not really missing anything for this turn, right? So every action that is taking place right now is in preparation for next turn. Deck thinning, getting rid of useless cards like that Battle VIP Pass, the Fusion Energy, which I think James is now banking on the fact that Isaiah is probably not playing Spirit Tome. If it was available, it certainly would have hit the field by now. So I like that discard.
But one card I really wish keeps getting discarded is that Path to the Peak. I mean, it seems kind of counterintuitive, but I mean, even keeping Battle Pass over it is fine because it at least gives you a Chromatic out to go ahead and discard. And
yeah, that's true.
I mean, besides that, though, some minor things here and there, some energies, some stadiums, but besides that, exactly what you want to see here for James. Turn 2, boss's orders, knock out Giratina V, taking an early lead, and the clock is immediately on Isaiah. There are 7 cards in the Lost Zone, so can get to Star Requiem, but you've got to find some backup pieces. You still got to find another Chorus, and I mean, this hand is not looking too great. You do have Mirage Gate, so if the Lost Zone is at 7, which it looks like it is, you could just go and play this, get these energies out, because you need to make sure your draws are as perfect and refined as possible to find Chorus. Whoa, big double Chorus off of the concealed cards. Exactly what you want to see here for Isaiah.
Now, I think he is holding a Jet Energy, so he could have been able to get to 10 by using all 3 Comp Phase and Mirage Gating to get to 10. So I think what's in Isaiah's mind is definitely finding another Giratina, right? Because he has a guaranteed KO on the MUV Max with the V-Star attack, but what happens after? Yeah, a field of Comp Phase and Greninjas is just not going to be good enough. So very important to make sure that not only he accomplishes the 1-hit KO, but he has a backup Giratina to fall into potentially.
Important Super Rod being played there too. There were no Grass Energy left in the deck, so able to get those 2 out, and usually something you don't see, but so important in this matchup, putting Giratina V back into the deck, trying to maximize as many outs. Isaiah is playing 3 copies of Death Ball, and that's it. And I think we've seen 1 get played and 1 get lost zone. So I think there's 1 more left in the deck. So you've either got to just find the Giratina V as is or find that 1 extra searching card. If you don't get Giratina V down, yeah, great. Start Requiem can take the knockout, but what is your follow-up attacker after that?
What is your follow-up attacker? And if we do get to that point, if James is able to use that Psychic Leap that we talked about in the beginning by having those extra Mews on the bench, then what do you do after, right? The Lost Impact attack is very inefficient in terms of resources. So big Colress here. We'll have to see if the Giratina is found, but the late game plan is looking a little difficult for Isaiah here.
There is a Counter Catcher and Jet Energy. Flower Selecting yet to be used, so technically 2 more ways to search through. Easy choice there also off the Colress 2 Battle VIP Pass.
Yep.
Straight to the Lost Zone. So this will bump Isaiah up to 10. So Star Requiem will be online. Isaiah can take the prize lead.
Ooh.
What was that card kept over the... I think it was the Giratina, if I see correctly. Yes, it was. The Giratina in the back of the hand, so can at least get that down. I feel like you always have to bench that here and just bank off the fact that you could put together some more prizes. However, this is sort of where it gets a little bit weird, right? I mean, you put the Giratina V down. That's an easy target for your opponent to boss and knock out. And then from there, you don't have a win con to win the following turn because you have no way to deal 310.
Indeed, and now over on James' side, we have seen his hand, and he's holding 2 power tablets already, and he can V-Star for the 3rd, so he could actually immediately take down that Giratina V-Star combined with an Iono without even needing to use any of the Genesects, which is really, really impressive here.
Yeah, I guess without Choice Belt being in the deck, it is probably just better to go after this Giratina V-Star. But, I mean, assuming Choice Belt is in the deck, then you could save those power tablets right for later, but not an option for James. This Giratina V-Star is the eminent threat up in the active spot. But here we go. 11 cards in the Lost Zone. We know what's coming, Pablo. Star Requiem. This attack is insane. You just knock out your opponent's active Pokemon, and that being a 3-price Pokemon, that's an excellent trade and an excellent advantage for Isaiah.
Right, further thinning the deck with that extra Mirage Gate, but we are definitely going to see this Star Requiem onto the VMAX. Now, James has the perfect response, and this tech thinning very important by Isaiah, but what will he be able to do with a 3-card hand afterwards? The key piece here will be the Psychic Energy. We just saw the Mirage Gate, but no Psychic Energy attached over here. That could be huge.
I think the last one might be in the hand, if not in the price cards. Yep, does still have access to it in the hand, so it's not an unavailable resource. And there it is. Star Requiem, UV Max going down. Isaiah answering back. 3 prize cards taken. And this is a big turn here for James. Can he find a way to knock out this Giratina V-Star? Maybe combine with a Disruption, and look at this hand.
He already has everything. He has the 2 power tablets, he has the Iono, and that's why I was talking about the Psychic, because this Psychic, if the Iono gets played, is going down to the bottom of the deck. And with 2 Mirage Gates played, 2 Nest Balls played, even shuffling the deck could be a problem for Isaiah to get that out of there.
And that last power tablet is in the deck, and you're going to draw so many cards here. I think there's a good chance you don't even have to use your V-Star to get this last power tablet, and like we keep saying, having that last sort of out that Isaiah has, that final trick up your sleeve, the Iono or the Roxanne plus Path, is all James might need to do to keep pace here in this matchup.
Now, James, I believe, just used Town Store, right, in order to make sure and double check that everything that he needs is available, which is a very, very smart move. Now, I'll have to see how he sequences this, but he does have the resources available to pull this off. The one thing that you keep mentioning is those Path to the Peaks clogging up the hand. Those are the ones that we would have loved to already see hit the discard a long time ago.
See where this Forest Seal Stone goes. I mean, might as well just play it down.
Yeah.
On UV, doesn't really make a difference, and that's going to sting for Isaiah. A big hand of resources, especially after you just put a Colress in the Lost Zone as well, all going to the bottom of the deck. That Psychic, like you said, the Mirage Gate as well.
The last Colress at the bottom,
Yeah.
so many good. Even the Pokegear that Isaiah just got from the prize cards are now at the bottom of the deck. That's not to say that at the top there aren't any good cards, but there's definitely no Colress, right? And there was a Roxanne prize as well.
Yeah.
So
I don't even think that got taken off the prizes.
no, yeah, that
still
remained
there.
prized.
So here we go. Finds the power tablet off the Iono. Forest Seal Stone, we don't need you at all. We've got everything we need here already. The only thing that's missing would be this last Pokemon to put into play. When we do know the Mew V is still prized, but that can get taken. 2 cards off Fusion System. Even has the Lost Vacuum in the hand, so whether you get Iono'd, you still got that in the deck. If not, you've got this here. And at this point, I'm not actually sure if you necessarily need to bench the Genesect, and this could be, okay, Genesect coming down here. How do you feel about that, Pablo?
That takes away the option to Psychic Leap reliably, right? You can still do it, but leaving yourself after a Psychic Leap with only 1 Mew in play, this one, could be a little problematic. So we'll have to see if that ends up affecting. Yeah, it's not going to come into play this turn, but James is going to go down to 2 prizes. Isaiah might or might not be able to respond with a Lost Impact, needs a lot. But if he does, James would love to Psychic Leap, but it would be a very, very risky Psychic Leap.
Giratina V-Star going down. That's all thanks to 3 power tablets. Perfect math. 280 damage from the Cross Fusion Strike, copying Techno Blast. It may be a Mew VMAX deck, but Genesect is helping out a ton. What do these 4 cards look like for Isaiah? Comfey coming up into the active spot. Does find the Mirage Gate.
Yep.
So that can get out the Psychic Energy, can even find Water Energy out of the deck. There is still one more remaining, so that will give a guaranteed pivot. There is still technically the way that you could keep the Water just to have the concealed cards option, but I guess Jet Energy will also fulfill that, so might as well just put these in play. And you've got 1 Chorus in your deck. It's kind of up to that to hit those pieces. I mean, the good thing that you have to think about here in Isaiah's position is Isaiah can't lose the game next turn.
True.
James is out of ways to amplify the damage, to take a knockout on this Giratina V-Star. Maybe he's thinking, just do I attack this active, and because my opponent put Genesect V into play, have a way to reliably get myself in this game, either by taking out the only attacker or taking 3 prizes within 2 turns.
Indeed. Now, I just realized that through Town Store, Isaiah always had a way to shuffle the deck. So I would have loved to see James just get rid of that with the Lost Vacuum that he was holding, especially since he still had the Forces Stone available. But Isaiah just trying to maximize the comp phase, trying to thin the deck as much as possible in order to find that Chorus.
And he
wow.
found it off of the first flower, selecting the last Chorus in deck.
Last Chorus.
These are big 5 cards, though. Still needs to find Giratina V-Star. There are 2 remaining in the deck. None in the Lost Zone. Only 1 played.
Not the V,
And
not
it's
the
not
V-Star.
Mirage Gate doesn't do anything right now. There's no energy to put back. Flower Selecting's already been used. Does find Switch Cart, so that can allow at least 1 more to dig. And Battle Pass is 100% of certainty. We see all 4 Battle Pass now, none of them being played. And Isaiah's going to go into the tank here. What do you keep? What is not necessarily a game-impacting card, but what it helps you give yourself a little bit more of a line? And it will be that Mirage Gate kept instead.
I think a big thing that Isaiah can do here is he knows there's 4 power tablets gone, right? So there's a tool card on the Mew VMAX, there's a tool card on the Mew V. He doesn't know whether there's a choice belt or not. And would you risk it, right? Because you do know they play Lost Vacuum, so you could easily remove that Box of Disaster, attach the choice belt, and they do have the Force Seal Stone to search for either card. So is that a risk you take if you don't find the Giratina V in order to attack this Mew VMAX? Oh, I mean, it would be a very risky play, but at the level that Isaiah plays, I would not be surprised if he took that calculated risk.
It's tough. I mean, yeah, the tool's on, but you could always Lost Vacuum the tool off and put it back on.
0 Lost Vacuums played so far.
It's hard because I feel like through lists I've seen and playing with this deck, like 80% of lists, 85 maybe play at least 1 copy of Choice Belt still.
I would say 95.
Yeah, even more than that. So it feels like at least you're not giving yourself the way to lose, but it's just going to be Giratina coming up. So we will just see the Giratina come up, path the peak be played down, and Isaiah's saying, listen, I'm going to hit this thing for 160 damage, and next turn, whether it's through Counter Catcher or another boss that I have, I'm going to try and just hit this as hard as possible.
Indeed, and Isaiah very smartly, very calculated risk. If you have it, you have it, right? But this is what I need to do in order to either force you to Psychic Leap away the Mew VMAX and leave yourself vulnerable with a single Mew V in play, or you don't, and you attack me with a different Mew VMAX, and then I'm holding the game-winning boss in my hand. There's
there it
the
is.
Shred.
Shred, 160 damage. Does James have a way to maybe disrupt the hand again? But it's hard. Isaiah's just sitting on 3 cards. They're the perfect 3 cards, but James has no way to know that at this point. Does top deck the switch, so that will reset this Mew. There is a Judge in hand. There is the guaranteed Stadium Bump, and there is the Pal Pad in hand. So that could bring back Iono if that is the choice. But, I mean, if Isaiah has 3 cards in hand, it's essentially just kind of trying to take a read on your opponent, right? Are you holding on to it? Why would you go for this play? I mean, look, if your opponent's going to attack you with this Giratina, they have to have some sort of a follow-up, right? Assuming that this energy was on the Comfey, if they had nothing, they probably would have retreated to maybe see some more cards. That's at least what I'm thinking as I'm sort of just envisioning what you would do in this spot. And it kind of comes down to a few factors. Number one is, what if that Genesect was a Mew on the bench? What if Psychic Leap was a potential? Because, I mean, 2 prizes is great for Isaiah, but it's not a game-winning strategy.
Indeed, and I mean, Psychic Leap is definitely available, right? But the issue is leaving yourself with 1 Mew. That's the big problem. So this Genesect is looking a little excessive, and the other Mew was priced, I believe. But James was taking 2 prizes, so keeping that bench space open could have been important. So think James's goal is definitely to disrupt as much as possible, and there we see another head slip. Incredible.
On fire. Every single head slip coming through. Now, what is the choice? It looks like it will be potentially the Iono. Now, there does need to be a 2-card combination, especially if this comes through, and I think this is what James is going to do at this point. He's going to say, look, I'm going to evolve this bench Mew V into a Mew V Max. I'm going to attack your active, and look, if you have it at this point.
Yeah, which is the same as Isaiah did, right? He was like, okay, you have it, you have it. Was that an escape rope played? No.
I think that was the discard off of, was it? Hold on, let's take a look and we'll see here. It was playing the escape rope. Now, I'm not sure I necessarily agree with this play because Isaiah can pretty confidently just send up this Radiant Greninja. It's a Pokemon that doesn't really have any impact. I mean, maybe Comfey. I feel like Comfey is probably your better choice.
I guess in the grand scheme of things, maybe it doesn't really matter. Like, you're going to take a prize card, right? So either you 2-hit KO the Giratina and you take 2 prizes in 2 turns, or you 2-hit or you take 2 prizes and you leave yourself on the boss, right? But I would have loved to see the Giratina in the active because now Isaiah will be able to dig for that boss or the counter catcher, which is available, with at least one Comfey, with at least this Comfey that has the energy.
Yeah, that's the big issue here. So maybe a little bit of an oversight from James. Isaiah going down to 3 cards. That boss put on the bottom. Does only have the 1 counter catcher available. Able to close this game out.
And no more Town Store either to shuffle the deck.
Wait, we didn't see the Lost Vacuum get played. So, okay, well, I guess now the choice is we're going to play the... Interesting choice there. I mean, you could have just seen the Lost Vacuum get played, drawing cards up, and by keeping your Forest Seal Stone, you give yourself an option, but what do you even grab? Do you grab the Lost Vacuum like you were before? Grabbing the Mew means there's no way to bump this path if there's no win condition the following turn, if there's no way to knock out this Giratina, which there's no more modifiers left. There's no way to hit 220 left in James's deck.
Indeed, and we've talked about how this path is, it's only affecting James, right? Like, if James gets rid of it and just doesn't play another path, that's fine, because Isaiah's losing the only resource right now. And even then, give yourself access to as many resources as possible. That's the ideal. So, rough situation now for James. Isaiah could find the counter catcher or not, but now James is not holding game in hand.
Comfey coming up into the active spot. Big card choice for Isaiah. Looking through the deck, this is a smart choice here from Isaiah. Knows how many cards were on the bottom, put to the bottom from Iono.
I believe there were 11 cards.
And this is a really interesting choice. Now, as we keep mentioning, counter catcher is still in the deck. There is a Roxanne in hand here for Isaiah. So the choice here, do you use this flower selecting before you play Roxanne? You give yourself an out to playing boss instead, or do you wait around? We are going to see the Giratina V-Star come down into play. It's not too relevant at this point. It does give you a little bit more HP, so maybe a little bit more of insurance if you want to bring it into the active to end your turn. But how Isaiah navigates through this is big. We already see 30 minutes off the clock here for Game 1. This has been a long back-and-forth game so far.
Isaiah counting his deck, I believe it's 11 cards, if I'm not mistaken. Might be 10 with the 4 in the hand. I'm pretty sure Isaiah is calculating how close he is to the counter catcher. Doesn't immediately slam it, so I'm guessing it wasn't found. Yeah.
Oh, what? He has it. Wait, is that?
No, it's Pokegear.
No, he has it.
Oh, he found it. Oh, there
it.
you go. He did find it.
Big find there off of the Comfey. Flower selecting counter catcher, taking the knockout. Isaiah playing to every out, finding the pieces needed, and a long Game 1 going to him, going up 1-0 here in Swiss Round 5.
What a back-and-forth game. That Mew V being prized. And that last turn sequencing definitely could have been just hitting into the Giratina, right? Get rid of the path, or maybe keep the path, if you will. Yeah, but play it after you've Iono, because you're going to find another one. You have more copies. You'll be able to find them, get rid of the path, and you're going to be good to go. You shut down the Greninja, right? Draw, which is what you want to do, but you leave the Giratina in the active, so no flower selecting for opponent, or they have to find resources to flower select.
Yeah, and not to sort of reflect on what can't be changed, but that counter catcher would have never been found if there was no flower selecting to be able to be used. So a lesson there for James for sure. We'll reflect on that going into the next game. We'll at least get to go first. That is a big advantage, but looking back on this, It was all about Isaiah Bradner and his Giratina V-Stars. Getting that first one into play, Star Record would take the knockout, but James had the excellent response. Able to play 3 Power Tablet, 2 already in the hand, finding the last off Iono. But Isaiah, despite being put under all that pressure, remained calm, took the risk to attack with that Giratina V in the shred, and it paid off excellently, taking those last 3 prizes, a perfect 3-3 to go up 1-0 here in round number 5.
I feel like Isaiah was always right on the edge, right? His Pokemon kept getting KO'd, James was applying so much pressure, and Isaiah, off of these low-card Ionos, both his and his opponents, it was just like, so close, and at the very end, the counter catcher was found. Isaiah was able to find a Colress off of Flower Select, then this counter catcher. Some pretty good draws for him in that game.
So 18 minutes left in this game, and that was a long game number 1, but I mean, both of these decks, they just have such long turns, right? With Fusion Strike system, you're always thinning it out, you're searching the deck, you're drawing cards, and you've got lots of tough decisions to make on the flower selecting. Is there a different approach given the time circumstance that you go for as James in this next game?
I mean, you really have to rush out, chase down those B Pokemon. I feel like I would love to see him be more aggressive with the discarding of the Pathway Peaks. There were definitely leftover cards clogging up his hand. But other than playing faster, I don't think there's anything you can really do, because he targeted the V Pokemon last game anyways as well, right? Except at the very end, and I feel like that at the very end might have been what cost him that very close game 1. Yeah, like it was back and forth. It was anyone's game at that point.
Truly down to the wire. That's the best part about the Pokemon TCG. You never know what's going to happen between these. James will at least be able to kick things off going first, I'm sure. Every Mew VMAX player wants to get things started and try and just build that hand up so far. Isaiah going second. Not sure there's really much difference you take in that in your game plan. Again, just all about getting those cards in the Lost Zone, but these opening hands are going to be important. Do we see Battle VIP passes? Do we see Pokemon? And looks like the hand is not so powerful here for James. I don't know if I saw any Battle VIP pass. We'll still be able to draw even more cards, but I mean, every mulligan that comes down is just more and more time off the clock. And I mean, to put it frankly, that's in favor of Isaiah, who's up 1-0 so far in the set.
Yeah, that is definitely something that's going up against James here. The multiple mulligans will benefit him in terms of getting that extra card, right? Maybe improve his setup, but the time being used up right now, we had 20 minutes to start off, and I think we're now down to 15 with all these mulligans.
Prizes not too bad there for James. Does have a Power Tablet in the prizes. It is towards the bottom, but it's one card you never want to see put away. Now there is the potential here to, again, put on that turn 2 pressure. We saw that Isaiah had sort of that extra turn. If you don't really Star Requiem maybe one turn earlier, it could be a big difference. As let's find a basic Pokemon. James will get an extra mulligan card to grab, and prizes not too bad. The Giratina V-Star is really the only thing that sort of sticks out to me, because this matchup specifically, you want to rush to get those out and evolved.
Yeah, certainly. Now we see James off to races. Solid Start has a not playable Chromatic, and the other 2 energies are also clogging up his hand a little bit, so will be able to draw 1 card if he plays down the tool card. I don't like playing it down on the Genesect though. I think it would be much better on the Mew to keep those Genesects open for the future for Sealstone.
This hand is completely unplayable. 3 energy, Chromatic passing things back.
You play 6 energy and you've already found 4 of them. That's insane.
No battle pass, not what you want to see. Is this is the sort of the most important part of playing these Lost Zone decks, is this first turn sequencing. We saw Isaiah had Nest Ball in hand, but chose not to play it in favor of trying to draw into more of those basic Pokemon. Will be the first flower selecting, does get rid of Psychic Energy. And wow, there's really not much going on, but actually did find Colress off of the flower selecting, it seems. So again, not playing Nest Ball, trying to just find as many basics as possible off these 5 cards from Colress's experiment.
Now we are seeing Isaiah take a look at those 5 cards.
Wow. These are not the cards you want to see. No Pokemon, in fact. Not getting rewarded at all for keeping that Nest Ball in the hand. And now you kind of have a decision. What do you want to grab off your only Pokemon search? You've used your flower selecting. You still have your attachment, but you get 1 Pokemon here. Which one is it going to be?
I mean, I don't think now is the time for a B-Seeking. And then Isaiah is going to be very thorough with his deck search. I feel like you have to go for Comfey. If you go into a B-Seeking, you're just making it easier for your opponent to beat you, right? You're accelerating their win condition. And with no backup Giratinas, there's no
point, really. So you'd rather just take it cool, one prize to your opponent, and then move on from there.
Greninja could be another option as well. There is sort of a niche situation with Greninja where if you do put it in the active spot for some reason, it does not get knocked out by a Psychic Leap for 70, but with the Jet Energy in hand, it seems like you might as well get more use out of the Jet Energy and put that into the active instead.
Yeah, certainly. Now, interesting that James's hand is not great, but because he does have both fusion energies, we could see a Psychic Leap KO in a Comfey next turn. That would be pretty funny to see.
And it's good to just not put the VMAX in play. You give yourself more options down the line, and less of those 3-prize Pokemon you put into play, the more you sort of want to force Isaiah into that not 3-3 strategy, because we saw how efficient it was to just over the course of 4 attacks, or 3 attacks even, just take 6 prizes, and that's what you want to see as a player. So it will be Comfey grabbed. Here we go. 2 cards off Flower Selecting. If no Giratina V come down, it's like resetting a turn because it's going to be even easier, as we saw, to take those knockouts onto the 220 HP. Jet Energy in, bringing this Comfey up. What are these 2 cards? I feel like if it's passed, you probably slam it down. We've seen Isaiah be extra thorough through all these decisions.
Yep.
It's a Psychic Energy. Wow.
Both players drawing a lot of energies.
So it will be the path down, but with how James's hand looks right now, at least has the fusion and a big top deck there. Finds the judge. This will reset the big hand size that Isaiah put together, leaving him with just 1 Pokemon in play because the perfect math from double fusion energy, Psychic Leap, 70 damage. Goodbye, Comfey.
Yeah, so I mean, you don't need a Mew VMAX, right? What you need is to take 1 prize card. How you do it, that doesn't matter. And with no threat of Giratina, no threat of even Cramorant, right? 4 cards in the Lost Zone could be problematic, but I mean, there's a chance Isaiah doesn't find another basic Pokemon out of this judge and just gets locked out of this game thanks to this judge. So we'll have to see what he draws. It's a low chance, but there is a chance that happens.
Yeah, and with Path being in play, a card like Radiant Greninja won't bail you out. I mean, I would even like James to just not play Path. You don't really need to dig with Genesect here. Just take the knockout. Nothing's really threatening you. And I mean, I wouldn't even play the Cram. I would probably just like hold this hand out. I mean, Rope is a potentially good card if your opponent just puts Giratina V into play. It essentially acts as a boss to gust it up. And you see James sort of tapping the cards on the table, thinking, what else do I need, right? This sort of is like your checklist you go with as a Pokemon player. Okay, do I have my energy attachment? Yes. Can I attack? Yes. Can I take prizes? Yes.
Yeah,
and
all good. No need to overplay cards. Exactly. Comfey gone. Isaiah just going to see his cards. Does find a Battle VIP pass, which is obviously not helpful. Does have a Sableye, though, but not much else.
I don't think Scratch is the winning play, Pablo. I'm no expert, but here we go. 2 cards off this, and it's a Giratina V. I mean, that has to be your grab. Isaiah's going to sort of play it up. I mean, it's a pretty obvious choice. You got to get rid of the water to keep the Giratina, but
yeah.
What else do you do this turn? Is this, you can't even Abyss Seek because you're just going to reset yourself back another turn, but I think there's no other option with how poor this hand is for Isaiah. Comfey going down is the same thing essentially as Abyss Seeking, and you at least get some more cards off of that. But here it is, put in the prime position, Abyss Seeking, putting cards in the Lost Zone, but at the cost of putting this 2-prize Pokemon in play with no great response attacker for the following turn.
Indeed, Isaiah taking this, once again, calculated risk. What he saw from James last turn was very weak. So he might be banking on, okay, maybe my Giratina actually survives, right? And James's hand is not super impressive, but is holding an Iono, has that Chromatic that he did not play. We could see a quick KO here, and with 10 minutes left on the clock, and wow, another big top deck, the Forest Seal Stone. Doesn't even need to play the Iono now.
Show me another heads here. Oh my, James says, I'm only going to get the card out. Been playing 4 computer searches an entire deck, just finding every card that's needed. I mean, at this point, you kind of, I think, just evolve into Mew VMAX. You even have Iono in hand, so you might as well, again, try and preserve this Forest Seal Stone, play Iono, and all you need to find here off of this is either the modifier, and actually, I mean, maybe it's just not as simple just to find the Lost Vacuum to just give yourself more of a potential to draw into this. I mean, I don't hate that either necessarily, but I'm not quite sure.
You have the guaranteed Mew VMAX. I feel like what I don't want to see James play is the Iono. You have to read that Isaiah's draw from Judge was not very powerful.
Yeah.
Right? So I would really love it if he didn't play that Iono. I would also understand if he did, right? Just to give himself the most amount of cards available to make sure that he finds the 2 pieces that he does need right now. He has 1 guaranteed with the Forest Seal Stone, but he still needs Mew VMAX and Power Tablet to get this KO.
I mean, in this position, is sort of how I'm seeing it is you kind of don't really even care what Isaiah does for the rest of the game, right? You take this knockout, Giratina V comes down, boss, take a knockout onto it, and then you're at one prize, right?
What a Pokemon drawn. Wow, incredible Fusion Strike system by Genesect. Just, I mean, I feel like we might not see that Iono because of how good this is, and are we going to see another?
Flip it again. I need to see it. Oh, what has this been, 5 so far?
Computer search.
Yeah, this is computer search over here. That card shouldn't even say flip and hit tails. Okay. We jinxed it. Caster curse. Commentator curse.
Sorry, James. We jinxed it.
And you see our players sort of laughing about it too. Like, come on.
First tails, yeah, we've seen. I would love, love to see this Lost Vacuum. Get rid of the Box of Disaster. Yeah, keep drawing, maximize your draw. Just don't play that Iono. That's like the #1 rule this turn.
This has been a great adjustment. James really not valuing those paths in this game, and you see it paying dividends. Having all these cards that you want so far in your hand. Here we go. 4 cards off of this. What do we see?
Oh, neither card found, though. Still, I think we're going to have to see the Iono.
Yeah, but this is kind of tough. This is kind of tough here. You got to play the Iono, and you've got no way to draw. So you've got to find either the UV Max or the Power Tablet. If you can find one of those two, then Forest Seal Stone, of course, there is the potential to find both of those. But I mean, listen, we've been seeing a lot of great draws here for James. If there's one more game that closes things out, we'll have to see it here. 5 cards. Do we see it?
We do. We do see an Ultra Ball to be able to fetch that Mew VMAX, and then could try to flip once again, but I feel like that would be a little overdoing it. I think you'd want to keep the Lost Vacuum in case another path comes down.
Okay, if James hit heads on the previous Chromatic, I think you kind of got to play to the, I'm going to flip 8 heads. And I got the best card in the format in my deck right now, so.
There's a Mew VMAX. James about to flip over his V-Star. Gonna go grab that Power Tablet and eliminate this Giratina from the board, leaving Isaiah very bare bones. 6 minutes on the clock with the plus returns. If Isaiah ends up benching another Giratina, I feel like it's possible for James to close out this game, even if it doesn't, depending on how quick James plays out the rest of his turns, because like Isaiah either plays to not lose at this point or tries to win by benching another Giratina and then somehow taking a knockout on a Mew VMAX. On 2 Mew VMAXs, rather.
So as we said, it's sort of like the worst case scenario. You give Isaiah a fresh new card, a hand of 6. There's no Colress in here yet, but of course does have lots of ways to dig through the deck. We see the Pokegear card that Isaiah's been playing in this Giratina deck for quite some time now, since he sort of has pivoted around throughout decks. Of course, played Palkia for the 2022 season, a variety of decks last year, and sort of found his home with this Giratina deck.
Yeah, has been sticking with it for this whole season, it seems so far. I don't think he has played as many events as he has in the past, but I feel like Giratina is his go-to deck. And other than Counter Catcher, the deck didn't change much from Paradox Rift.
Now, Isaiah has built up a pretty sizable Lost Zone, thanks to, as well, that Lost Vacuum putting the Path to Peak in play in the Lost Zone. So this will put Isaiah up to 10 cards. Did attach and retreat, so Sableye can at least start putting some pressure onto these Pokemon. It does find another Giratina V-Star into the Lost Zone. Just really thinking I'm going to have one last out to get there. Now, these are a big 7 cards, though, off this Pokegear. Do we see Colress as a way to dig through? And we do. Colress found off the 7 cards off Pokegear. Will allow Isaiah to dig a little further. Maybe for something like that Mirage Gate to get an attack going. Does also need to find a pivoting option because, as Comfey has retreated, to be able to use both of these flower selectings.
I think a pretty big tell that Isaiah is probably not going to focus too much on winning this game and rather trying to stop James from winning in time would be the second Giratina that just hit the Lost Zone. I think that's a pretty big tell that now Isaiah only has access to 1, right? How can you finish out a game with 1 Giratina V-Star? It's really difficult to take 6 prizes off of a single one. So we'll have to see how he plays out. He has Counter Catchers, right? He has Boss's Orders to try and make James whiff. That's his goal right now. Try to make James not attack him as much as possible.
So Comfey comes down. Colress will join as well. Lost Zone, plenty of cards. So again, I mean, let's look at the clock here. We're just under 4 minutes left in time. It's going to take James another 3 turns to win this out. I mean, you kind of, these players sort of have a general idea, right? Time is winding down, but if you're not aware of the clock, you kind of have to have this instinct of, I don't need to Fusion System and draw everything at this point. If my opponent's not going to put Pokemon in play and play to their optimal strategy, I'm just going to attack, take prizes, and that's going to be enough for me to win this game.
Now, does lost on another Colress and a Jet. Does keep the path to a peak. Does have that counter catcher. So I think that's going to be Isaiah's strategy, especially now that James in this game, as opposed to the previous game, has already lost 2 lost vacuums. So that could be pretty big. Doesn't know that James is holding one already, but that could be a way that Isaiah tries to make sure that he's able to stall out James and prevent him from attacking continually over and over.
So Mirage Gate getting played. Sableye powered up. 10 cards in the lost zone. More than enough. I believe more now with that Colress being played, but the 10 card limit has been hit. So we will be seeing a Lost Mine into play. Switch as well, but actually just going to continuously use Comfey to just flower selecting, take more actions, battle pass going to the Lost Zone. Do you even attack here if you're Isaiah? I mean, and what does putting damage on the board do? And yeah, it's just going to be a pass over. So, I mean, as James, what do you really even do at this point? We'll play Featherball, does still have access to abilities, and I mean, with 2 Mew VMAX in play, it becomes even easier to knock out these low HP Pokemon because now Max Miracle is an option, Techno Blast, or rather Cross Fusion copy Max Miracle is an option, but it's got to be just sort of put the gas on, and there will be a way to slow this hand down for both players. That does put Isaiah's hand back in, both players drawing 4 cards, but I mean, there's 2 minutes left. So as long as James can take a knockout this turn before 2 minutes
before the turn is over,
then
right?
he can win this game.
Yeah, indeed. Now, I love this power tablet being played because James knows he doesn't need that, right? He just needs to attack 3 times. There's 3 good enough targets. Didn't find a double turbo, though. That's the big card that he's missing. So getting rid of that, I would play the power tablet.
Oh, this is so tough. I mean, you kind of just got to play everything here. So, I mean, you got to just lost vacuum, get rid of
the judge.
Probably the
that's
judge.
That's a Chromomatic target,
true.
right? Yeah, so need to get rid of the judge.
Yeah.
All right, 3 more cards. There's a double turbo, 2 double turbos. So
perfect.
That's really good for James to potentially retreat. Now, I think Isaiah is building up to a Roxanne counter catcher path to a peak play. And we do the Max Miracle, and there's a knockout. So James will have enough turns to close this out. The question is, will he be able to after Isaiah disrupts his hand?
Isaiah drawing for turn. Most likely will be turn 0. But, I mean, just kind of playing through the actions, playing with how he can. But, I mean, Isaiah does not have a way to win this game, really. Not in a reasonable sense. I mean, you've got the Comfey in play. You can put more cards in the Lost Zone, but Sableye, it's not going to cut it for you, especially when you've only got 1 in play, especially when these VMAX Pokemon have 310 HP. We could get in there with the spinning attack, though, for some style points. Listen, okay, Pablo, you played this deck with Rayquaza before. Did you spinning attack when you top 8'd that regionals?
Not at that regionals, but the amount of times I've used spinning attack. And you know what? It's very common as of late because of Roaring Moon. I think Roaring Moon EX is like they self-KO against a Giratina V-Star. Bop goes the spinning attack from Comfey, and that's how you take knockouts with your single prizer sometimes. I think it's a pretty cool way to do so.
Isaiah just playing cards out. There is already the Roxanne and the counter catcher in hand, so it looks to me like a prime Genesect target to bring up. It does have boss's orders. I mean, you don't even need to grab anything here because we're just going to see those
Roxanne.
2 cards getting played. So counter catcher up the Genesect and Roxanne being played. And we did also see the Lost Vacuum get played as well. I think you've got how many Lost Vacuum are down? I haven't seen the Town Store get played down yet, so that is still a potential. And I believe there are still 1 or 2 Lost Vacuum left, but I mean, this is what it's going to come down to. Isaiah has pretty much said, listen, I'm going to make it as hard as possible for you to win the game. I'm not trying to win myself at this point, but I'm going to bring these Pokemon up. I'm going to try and disrupt you. Can you attack 2 turns in a row? And for me, this is the big turn here. If you can get this Genesect out of the active spot, you leave Isaiah with just 1 card potential to get in there, and that being boss's orders means your hand also can't get disrupted the same turn. You can keep those cards and give yourself a bigger out.
Indeed. Now, we have the flowers like the triple energy Comfey is so funny to look at. But
it's like if there's going to be like a Thornton or something. It's going to pop out, Giratina V, Star Requiem, you're done. Get out of here.
Now, if time weren't an issue, right? If we hadn't run out of time already, I feel like Isaiah would definitely have a chance at winning this game, right? If James gets stuck enough turns, right, you can Lost Mine eventually enough times to make sure that James, like that you take 6 prizes, right? You can make this comeback. How realistic that is before James draws another way to retreat, right? Whether it's a double turbo, a switch, an escape rope. Not super likely depending on James's size of the deck, but definitely a possibility.
So here we go. 3 cards here for James. And this is what it comes down to. Finds the double turbo energy. That will allow this Genesect to retreat. And all of a sudden, it's going to be on Isaiah again to trap a Pokemon up. UV Max comes up. That can copy the Max Miracle on the bench. So you've got now this active that can attack. You've got the benched UV Max that can attack. Path does stay in play, though. Doesn't really draw anything impactful. Now, what is there off of this card? There's no boss's orders. That only one copy of Counter Catcher could come back to bite Isaiah in this game. It's all going to come down to this. I don't think there's any way to put beneficial cards in the deck. I don't think there's Pokegear left, really. That could be a potential card you find off this, but here we go. Flower selecting 2 cards. What do we see? It's Escape Rope and a Giratina V. That's not what you necessarily want to see.
Well, no, definitely not. But Giratina V is another option that Isaiah has, right?
Yeah.
Because he can retreat into that Giratina and hope that James doesn't
There's
have
no power
either a
tablet,
boss
yeah.
or Escape Rope or Power Tablet. And I do believe all 4 Power Tablets have been exhausted already. So
have all 4 been gone?
I believe so, yeah.
Wow.
I'm not 100% sure. There were definitely 2 used up in that turn where we were digging for that double turbo. So it could be that. And the double Giratina actually plays around the
Escape Rope.
That's
true.
So boss's orders could be the only card that James can actually top deck or a Lost Vacuum. You see the
Here
pass.
we go. Show me the
turn,
magic.
Double turbo, I believe. So if it had been the boss, James might have won. But I don't think there's a way for James to take a knockout here.
No. So that was a big flower selecting. I mean, Rope is another card that you give it out to, but sort of playing those Giratina down early, I think we'll maybe get to see one more search in the deck, but doesn't matter at this point. 2 of these Giratina V standing in play the last turn of time. I mean, you can retreat into this 10 damage short with the cross fusion strike, and 10 damage short is 10 damage too little. James unable to close out this game. Isaiah Bradner winning this series 1-0, a long game 1. Not playing to the win game 2, but listen, it's how you got to play to win. That's how Isaiah played this series out, going to advance to 5-0, still undefeated here at San Antonio.
Indeed, 5-0 record for Isaiah. Very close games, both of them. I mean, towards the end, that is how you have to play, right? The time is part of the rules, and Isaiah definitely needed to make sure that James didn't attack enough times.
Look, I mean, we could have a conversation about BO1 versus BO3 and sort of, I mean, look, with the way the format has evolved, with EX Pokemon, with single prizers coming back into the format, it's hard to play 3, I mean, what on average, 17-minute games of Pokemon each. I mean, it's hard to be able to do that. And we see with this sort of back-and-forth matchup where each player is drawing tons of cards, setting things up, how back and forth it could be. It's a long game 1 there for Isaiah. Did get those 10 cards in the Lost Zone quickly. Giratina V-Star came in, lost Rec Boom to take this knockout, and I think for James, it was that one last crucial turn. Everything was sort of to the T with as best positioned as possible. Of course, those 3 power tablets played on this turn to take the knockout, but it was that escape rope to allow that Comfey to use flower selecting that allowed Isaiah to sort of dig through the deck just enough, find the counter catcher, and bring up this damaged view.
Indeed, that triple power tablet to knock out that Giratina V-Star was looking like James's best way to win, but it did feel like at the end, things crumbled for James. The lack of the MUV, and Isaiah was able to find that counter catcher off of that clutch flower selecting to close out that first game. And then we have those mulligans. All those mulligans, I feel like, could have, if we hadn't had so many mulligans, we might have had enough time to see the final of that game, those final turns.
I mean, if there's one more turn in that game, I mean, you attack the Giratina V, and then...
I mean, Isaiah could retreat, right, to the other one. So maybe 2 more turns, right? But, I mean, that's how much time? 2-3 minutes, perhaps? Definitely. Like, we definitely lost more time with the mulligans right there.
It's part of the game. It's part of how Pokemon TCG goes, sort of this downtime in between of getting set up and playing through. But that worked to Isaiah's advantage, winning this series 1-0, going to 5-0, and really just proving to people, I mean, this sort of Giratina V-Star deck in itself has been a debate amongst the community of, is this a strong archetype? isn't weak. I mean, look, we saw in that series, there's no denying the fact that Star Requiem is the most powerful attack in the game. I mean, there's a reason it's a once per game effect. Just knock out your opponent's active Pokemon. But the elements around slow starts and relying off of your path comeback mechanics do bring into some questions on whether this is a deck that could keep up with a lot of the forces, especially that have incredible end game potential like Gardevoir, or really fast early games decks like Miraidon.
Yeah, certainly. Giratina is one of those decks where like it has everything you could possibly want, right? Damage counter replacement, bench damage threat with Greninja, one-hit KOs with Star Requiem. Also with Lost Impact, it's a humongous amount of damage. You have a very powerful Cramorant early lead to potentially take a knockout on turn 1, but can you actually get to that point? That's always a question with Giratina V-Star. And we saw Isaiah did manage to get there on game 1, not quite on game 2.
Giratina V-Star, a deck we've seen at the forefront of the format, on and off, and somebody who's been piloting it for a while, Isaiah Bradner, 5-0 here at San Antonio. Let's hear from him and see what he has to say.
Thank you, casters. Jeremy Jolland here with our winner of round 5, Isaiah Bradner. First, how do you feel, 5-0?
I feel amazing. I mean, I'm 5-0. It's my first tournament in a few months, which, you know, doesn't sound like a lot, but I'm used to playing tournaments quite frequently. So it's so good to be back here. So good to be playing a deck, especially one, you know, a deck I love so much, and then so good to be winning. I mean, yeah, feeling great. Couldn't be feeling better. Hopefully I can continue the momentum and go on a run.
Now, so Giratina V-Star is a deck that you basically know. It's been around for a while. Is there any like kind of new inclusions that you've added to this weekend?
I mean, there's a counter catcher in my deck. That's the only card from Paradox Rift. It's pretty funny. I played this deck Worlds Day 1, made it through, and my list from here is almost the exact same as my list from that tournament, just because that list was so good. There's not really anything new in my deck because I don't think Giratina needs anything new. The thing about Giratina that makes it so good is itself. I mean, it's an amazing attacker, and so there's some adjustments in my list, of course, for the metagame, but nothing super new. It's just good old Giratina rocking it as well as I can.
Yeah, I mean, Roxanne Path is a great combo to stick by. And we saw it there, put in a ton of work in that game 2 ending where the whole game you kind of didn't have the setup you were hoping for and a ton of energy in your hand. You really were just banking on trying to survive.
Yeah. I mean, that was basically my strategy. I think I made a small misplay on turn 2. I Comfeed, and then I ended up instinctually like lost zoning Mew, but I should have kept it, and I should have retreated, or sorry, Manaphy, not Manaphy. And I should have kept it and retreated into the Manaphy. And that way, whenever he Psychic leapt, he would have killed the Manaphy, and he would have had double Comfy on board. And then maybe I could have stabilized a little bit. I mean, it wouldn't have been much better. Like, my hand off the Judge was terrible. Like you said, I was just trying to survive. But it ended up working out in the end. He had to burn a lot of tablets to draw through his deck, and he had to just use his Floor Seal Stone and double vacuum. So I got a little lucky that he didn't draw the boss or the tablet, and that turn they needed it. But need luck to win sometimes. I played to my outs, and luckily I got there.
Well, speaking of playing to outs, that game 1 was very back and forth. You were needing those last 3 prize cards to really be able to close it out, and you shredded the Mew VMAX. And you were debating for a while on that last turn whether to use the Pokegear or just flower selecting. You ended up with the flower selecting, finding the counter catcher for the knockout for the win. What were your other thoughts going through your head?
So the turn before, whenever I used Shred, I was super nervous because he could have had a choice belt in this deck. I was pretty sure he didn't because he failed like 3 town stores, and so if he had choice belt, he probably would have grabbed it off town store. And so I decided, you know, if I punch this with Cram, then I need to find VMAX next turn. If I Stable it, I need to find VMAX. But if I Shred, then I can just Shred again for the game, right? So I knew it was the least amount of resources. And on that very final turn, where I was debating to use selecting versus gear, I knew that my deck had a counter catcher, and I knew it had a jet and a switch in it. And if I played out all my cards, then my deck would have had 11 cards. And so I would Roxanne, draw 6 of them, I would selecting C2, and then if my bottom 3 were jet, counter catcher, switch, then I would lose. And so I was trying to remember if I had a 4th switching card in my deck, because if I had one more switch, then there was no way that I could lose if I played Roxanne, but I couldn't remember, and so I ended up using the selecting first, which I thought had pretty good odds, because if I had any switching card off that, then I won by using gear for boss, and ended up getting me counter catcher. So I think I was 100% to win either way because of the way my deck shook out. But yeah, that's what I was debating on that final turn. I was just trying to count up every single card and make sure I could get there.
Yeah, well, when you have the brain power to do it, might as well. So sitting at 5-0, looking for at least 2 more wins really to kind of lock up. But of course the 9-0.
Yeah, we're going
4
wins. Come on, James. Come on now.
Now, Giratina has been one of those decks that has always seemed to be on top of the format, but never really could finish the big win, at least the Lost Zone Giratina version. How do you feel your matchups are in this tournament? There's 1,970-something people, so...
I mean, I think my matchups are great. I played the deck because I thought that I had good matchups into pretty much the entire field, and that's playing out so far. I mean, obviously, I'm 5-0. I like Charizard, I like Gardevoir, I like Miraidon. Mew's not great. That's like the I don't love Mew. I also do not love Rapid Strike. Those are the 2 that I'm a little bit iffy on, but everything else is pretty solid. I mean, I think that one reason Giratina hasn't done well is because people haven't been playing the right Giratina list. I think that a lot of the best players just don't like Giratina for some reason. There's a lot of Giratina hate out there. But I think I've got the right list. I think I play the deck better than anyone, and hopefully I can continue showing that.
All right. Well, any other shout-outs or anything for
your
friends here?
I want to give a shout-out to everyone watching me, my family. Shout-out to my mom. It's her birthday tomorrow, so I'm trying to win
birthday.
my mom. I want to shout-out my boys on Pain Train that were watching me cheer me on, and then all my friends who are cheering me on from home.
All right. Well, that does it for our round 5 winner, Isaiah Bradner. Congratulations yet again.
Thank you, Jeremy.
We're going to head back to the casters, so don't go anywhere.
Some confidence there from Isaiah.
Yeah.
I'm the best piloter of Giratina V-Star in the deck, and couldn't really find a lot of flaws in his play. So, look, from what I've seen, I think he's got the confidence. Obviously he has the ability based off of his accomplishments, and could take this deck to the finish. It yet really hasn't had. We've seen it top 8 sub-regionals over in Europe. We've seen it, of course, have top 4 at LAIC as well, but no win yet. It's been a while, so see if this is the tournament that it can take down.
And I mean, I feel like, of course, every player has different aspirations, different goals, but I think someone like Isaiah, who has already made it to the top plenty of times, if you pick a deck for an event, your goal is to win, right? Maybe towards the close of a quarter or something along those lines, the stipends and travel awards are coming up. Okay, maybe you choose a deck that you feel confident in that will get you some championship points to lock your invite, lock your travel award. But so early in the season, with how little he has played so far, from what I can tell, in terms of amount of tournaments, I think you pick a deck. I would say he has belief in Giratina. He definitely thinks he can go all the way.
So far, so good. I mean, you saw sort of some of those discussion about how the matchups go. I mean, me personally, I think the Gardevoir versus Giratina matchup is maybe not as close. I mean, as a devout Gardevoir player myself, I think there are some cards. Giratina was one of those decks that people really wondered if it would stick around when Jirachi was released because blocking Sableye, one of your best one-prize Pokemon. I mean, yes, Giratina V-Star is excellent against all the other V-Star Pokemon and V-Max Pokemon, but into the one-prizers, it's, for lack of better words, it's overkill.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, not every Gardevoir deck is playing Jirachi. I feel like it's definitely on the uprising, but yeah, the text and like even if you play it, you could prize it, right? And that makes you weak to Sableye. You could have Manaphy as well, and it could be prized against your Greninja, so that could also be very determining in the matchup as well.
Lots of factors. As we said, lots of different players at this event. Let's take a look at some of the more players to watch for throughout this event. We sort of mentioned it a little bit earlier on in this stream. We'll have to check in and see how they were doing. I saw Aiden Koos was at 2-0, 3-0 earlier on in the event. Charlie as well was doing pretty solid. And look, that would be quite the accomplishment for Christian if he came over from Europe after winning a regional to bring it back. We've already talked about him being on the same 60 cards that he played. What do you think? Could we see a run back-to-back? And not only that, but you take a plane over, you're going to a different region to take that win down.
I mean, we've definitely seen back-to-back regional winners from the same region, right? Andrew Hedrick did that last season with Lugia V-Star, and we've had back-to-back IC winners with Tord Reckless as well, winning back-to-back events. A lot of time in between each of them, but we've never seen a back-to-back different region winner, and Christian could definitely be the one to do that.
Well, these players aren't out of it yet. It looks like Aiden and Charlie, all three of these players have a few losses already. I think Charlie's at X and 2 right now. Christian has got a tie and some losses as well. And Aiden, who's just a little bit of a drive away, kind of struggling so far. So these players, and listen, these are some top player names. I mean, Aiden's won a regional, Christian's won a regional, Charlie has gotten second and top 8 in a regional before, but this is the thing about this tournament is there's so many good players. Even this early on, you kind of get these matchups, whether you're a strong player from the local scene, whether you have top-cut internationals or regional events. And this is sort of just the nature of 2,000-player events. You kind of just cross your fingers. You're like, all right, listen, day 2, I know it's going to be tough. But day 1, come on, please don't give me some of these players. But that's sort of how the pairing system works. Sometimes it's brutal. It's not your day. And other days, it's a little bit easier than others.
Yeah, and I mean, out of a field of almost 2,000, I'm sure we could name 100 players in this graphic, right? We can only have 3 of them, but we definitely have 100, and I'm sure there's a lot of hidden gems. Yeah, people who are about to make their big run, whether it's at this tournament, this season, right? I feel like every season we always have someone new, someone breaking through the ranks and making a name for themselves, and who knows, we could have a brand new winner for this biggest regional in history.
I mean, you talk about hidden gems. I haven't been on the mic since Worlds. I mean, Vance Kelly, right? Think about that. A player that nobody saw as a world champ. I could have asked anybody in that venue, and maybe 5 or 10 people could have said, yeah, my boy Vance, he's got it. He's going to take this win down. But he's not a player lots of players were expecting. And this is what we've seen. New stars. You don't have to have all these big names. If you put in the practice, you put in the time, you can become a world champion. I feel like it's like that Cinderella story that we saw last year of anybody can become a world champion. Anybody can cook up these strategies become a winner. I mean, it was with Mew VMAX, right? I mean, Mew VMAX is a deck that now will cement itself, I think, as one of the most powerful archetypes from start to finish.
In history.
Yeah. I mean,
certainly
look, I mean, you've seen some success with the deck too. I mean, you can speak more than I am, like, of how Mew has been so dominant through its time.
Yeah, I mean, when tournaments restarted after the COVID break period, I played Mew VMAX at this first tournament in Salt Lake City, and it was the deck to beat back then. And the deck has evolved so much, it's still one of the decks to beat, right? And they've released counters that quite literally read, okay, this is against Mew VMAX, right? We have Drapion V, we have Spiritomb, and the deck is still here, still doing well, and still racking up wins. The World Championship win. Mew might be, like, I would say it might be on par with Zoroark GX as one of the best cards ever printed.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not as versatile, of course, right? Like, it can be paired with everything. It's a very, like, boxed-in archetype. Yeah. These are the Fusion Strike cards. These are the Synergetic cards. That's it. However, those cards are so powerful. So powerful.
I'm going to think of a deck that's better than both of those, and when I fail, I'll report back to you. But for now, we're going to throw it to a quick break. We'll be back with more Pokemon trading card game action right after this.
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011. If I had a starter Pokemon, it would be Umbreon. My catchphrase is usually, I'm just vibing. I look up to Justin Bakari as a competitive TCG player and a very good friend. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, and if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is the concession hot dogs. I don't know why, but they hit different. My favorite type of music is typically EDM that has like a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
Hey Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look back at some of the most important and exciting matches in the history of the Pokemon Championship series. This time, I'd like to focus on a deck that nobody could have predicted would be a world champion before it won in 2016. Shintaro Ito's Mega Ordinary EX deck. The deck was especially notable as nobody saw it coming. The deck saw no success before the 2016 World Championships and was never played to any competitive success again. In fact, the only other notable finish the deck ever achieved was when Shin Akiyama piloted the deck to a 22nd place finish at the same 2016 World Championships.
Now, Mega Ordinary X was a card that almost the entire player base had overlooked. Although its key attack Magical Symphony could deal a ton of damage to both active and bench Pokemon, you had to have the Spirit Link tool card attached when you evolved into Mega Ordinary X, or else your turn would end without giving you a chance to attack. Despite that hurdle, this deck matched up so spectacularly well against so many of the top decks at the time. The 110 base damage from Magical Symphony was the perfect number to get a one-hit knockout on Shaymin EX, a 2-prize Pokemon played in almost every deck in 2016. There was also a prevalence of decks playing low HP Pokemon, or evolving decks like Bronzong or Vileplume decks, all of which featured in the top 8 of the Masters Division in San Francisco. Mega Ordinary X also had a phenomenal matchup against Greninja, as we would learn when we watched Shintaro Ito take on Cody Walensky in the World Championships Finals. As Game 1 started, we saw that Shintaro had prized 2 of his free copies of Mega Ordinary X, and the crowd was worried whether we'd even get to see Mega Ordino. Shintaro had no such worries. A turn 1 Hooper EX to search free Pokemon EX led to a turn 2 Mega Ordino fully charged and attacking with Magical Symphony.
So here we do see Mega Audino EX come into play. Cody's going to be under a ton of pressure immediately.
After a double KO on turn 3, Cody had seen enough and conceded, putting Shintaro a single game away from becoming a world champion.
Shintaro takes game number 1 in immediate fashion. Mega Audino EX absolutely dominates that first game.
Game 2 went almost exactly the same. Shintaro was forced to attach or discard all of his Spirit Links on turn 1, giving Cody a single turn to try to find Startling Megapone and force Mega Ordino to end the turn when evolving. But this was not to be, and we again saw return to Magical Symphony taking a KO. Turn 3 saw Lysander play to take another double KO, and once again, after just 3 turns, Shintaro had taken the game, giving him the World Championships final victory in 6 turns.
It's over! This is it! Mega Audino EX!
Shintaro Ito came into Worlds 2016 after back-to-back Japanese National Championship top 8 finishes, but left as a household name, something he would only further solidify with a second place World Championships finish 3 years later. For now, Mega Ordinary EX remains the most surprising deck to ever win a Pokemon TCG World Championship. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favourite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag PlayPokemon.
Big boots and big action. That's what we've got going down here in San Antonio.
Look at that
Tipping
hat.
your hat. Listen, all I'm saying is I'd rock one of those if I had more time here in San Antonio. But these players are rocking all their different strategies to try and solidify themselves a place in Pokemon TCG history by becoming a regional champion. For those just joining us or who have been tuning into the broadcast, welcome back. Plenty more TCG action. We've got 4 rounds left of Swiss, 6, 7, 8, and 9. As things heat up here. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Pablo Mesa. We had an intense back and forth 2 games between Isaiah Bradner before and James. Here we are. Action's got to keep moving. And what a great match between 2 experienced players piloting what I would consider the best deck in the format.
You're considering now Giratina V-Star?
No. For this match here.
Oh, for this opening match. Oh, okay,
no,
okay.
I could not. I can't be a traitor like that.
I was like, what did I miss in
the
this
plot
break?
twist. I said I would think during the break, man. I came to a revelation.
You were so impressed by the match that, yeah, so we have the potential, best deck in the format. I feel like there's no best deck in the format. There's some really powerful decks, and on paper, Gardevoir, right, is what seems like it's so powerful, just like Giratina, it has it all, right? A self-sustaining draw engine, 1 KOs, infinite energy attachments, but the question is, can you do that? Can you get to a point in time before your opponent is too far ahead?
Well, if there's one thing that can beat Gardevoir, it's itself. We got a Gardevoir mirror match here, round number 6. Our players are ready, so let's throw it down to the table and get into this action. It's 2 household names if you've been watching the stream throughout. Caleb Rogerson, an international seniors division champion, stellar first year in the Masters division last year, and keeping things up so far with this Gardevoir deck. Has found lots of comfort. I know he's been playing this on and off throughout the season. And Jeremy played this deck to LAIC just a few weeks back, had some success at that event as well. It's going to be a good old Gardevoir mirror match, one that I can say I've put too much time in. So for those at home, if you're looking to study this matchup up and play against this, you're in for a treat because these are two players that know this matchup in and out.
Now, what would you say, Ethan, are like the important cards in this matchup? Yeah, looking at both players' lists, what would you say are the big things about the matchup in general? Yeah, which attackers would you focus on? How would you try to develop this matchup?
So personally, I think the biggest thing is, do you have Kirlias in your prizes? And for Jeremy, having the refinement Kirlia is not what you want to see. Mirage Step is so important. This is a battle not about big damage, but about resources. How can you develop your board so that when players go down to low prizes, you sustain the Ionos and you can find Gust plus big KO on Gardevoir EX and win the prize trade over?
Now, there's been a lot of debate in Gardevoir whether to play Battle VIP Pass or not. Are you a Battle VIP passer or are you a Battle VIP not passer?
I feel like when you say passer, you mean like you're passing up on playing it. All right, I'll answer it straightforward. I play Battle Pass in the deck because there are some matchups where you need to pop off. If you want any chance to beat Miraidon, you need to have a crazy turn 1 and a crazy turn 2. But for Caleb here, I think Caleb is actually playing a pretty interesting version of this list. I need to just go ahead and double check it to make sure. Caleb played this deck with 4 Fog Crystal at LAIC, something that not a lot of people are playing it with, and this time has sort of changed things up a little bit. It's just playing the 2 Fog Crystal for Battle VIP Pass. Jeremy's side, I know, was also not a Battle VIP Pass player come LAIC, so we'll have to see these lists, but Caleb taking the time, important first deck search. It seems sort of simplistic, but as Gardevoir going first in the mirror match, all you need down is just Ralts, energy attachment, and you're good. And we see Caleb already having the Mirage Step in hand is actually just going to go ahead and attach here. Actually, it's a level ball too, so this is exactly what you want to see here at turn 1.
Yeah, the ideal start, and then you go through your deck, you see that no Kirlias are prized, you know you're in for a good time, right? I think the one thing that Caleb would love to have, not necessarily this turn, not necessarily this turn, but the turn after, would be the Jirachi, right? To protect from the Cresselia that we are seeing right here, in case Jeremy is able to be more aggressive with a turn 2 Rare Candy Gardevoir EX, but if there's a Jirachi on the bench, that's not going to be a big problem. So Caleb off to a fantastic start, and it's going to be up to Jeremy to do something about this, and he did prize 2 Battle VIP passes, so the chance of him having a Battle VIP pass in his starting hand are way lower than they would normally be.
Oh, this hand is terrible. There's nothing in here. Just an energy, and that's
even a roll.
I mean, you have Zacian, but I don't even think you... That's just it. That's the pass, and I mean, as Caleb, I wouldn't even do anything. I would just step.
Yeah.
You have so much tempo. How do you even lose from this point?
Absolutely, yeah. No, not even worth it to go for the knockout to win this turn, because you know your opponent doesn't even have a Ralts down. You have 4 Kirlias and a Ralts down. You would have to get, like, I don't know how you could lose that game.
And it wasn't even a Zacian in hand for Jeremy. There is nothing. It's rare candy, energy. Top deck's the Ralts. But at this point, there are like 6 different ways this thing can get knocked out. Screamtail, Cresselia, Boss. We are just going to see nothing happen. But we already see Ultra Ball and Gardevoir EX in hand. So
no, Screamtail was prized for Caleb, all right? So maybe picking off that Ralts could be a little difficult. Does require 4 energies in the discard pile. We are only seeing 1 energy. So even attacking with Gardevoir EX is not guaranteed at all. But Caleb will see a lot of cards this turn.
Let's decide to just keep the energy in hand, not putting it down onto anything. Caleb does know that Screamtail is unavailable, so just deciding I want to refine away these energy cards. So with the Cresselia, you do need to have technically 3 energies, since you can evolve this active into the EX and then embrace onto it and then retreat those energies off. So will be just the last refinement, and finds Research, and that's honestly just a better card to play because, yeah, I mean, you lose some resources, but you're not giving Jeremy a good hand. You know there's probably nothing going on there.
Yeah, Caleb very purposely probably not playing the Artisan down, not playing the Ionos, right? Gets that Research, and that way you know you're not helping your opponent. I feel like if it came to it, Caleb might have ended up using the Iono just because, like, if you're not attacking this turn, that advantage that you're building is slowly whittling away. All of a sudden, Jeremy's able to Mirage Step and then equals your setup. So Caleb really needs to take advantage of this, and I mean, luckily he found the research, right? So he doesn't need to play the Iono to improve Jeremy's hand.
It's kind of tough. There's only one Psychic Energy in the discard pile, and attaching won't get you there. So you'll need to find some other way to get more energy. And I mean, yeah, you discard this hand, but it looks like this Ralts might not go down. But even just taking the knockout on Cresselia, going up to 2 prizes, it's not terrible. I think really the debate here is what do you want to do with this last bench slot? Or do you even want to put anything down? One thing that I like to do in this matchup is play with 4 bench Pokemon.
Yep.
That way you play around Avery and it's not going to hurt you as much.
You play around Avery, you play around Collapse Stadium, and you give yourself the versatility, right? Okay, I have the opening for Cresselia, that's the one I go for. I have the opening for Screamtail, that's the one I go for.
Yeah. Plenty of choices. An excellent start for Caleb. You see how important Mirage Step is. It just guarantees you're going to have a super strong turn 3. Does find the Shining Arcana. Now the choice here is how do you want to evolve and play this down? And yeah, Caleb is just content to say, look, I'm going to play defensive. I'm going to put this Manaphy in play. It's going to take away your Screamtail option. And yeah, I'm just going to take the prize lead against you. Sure, you could maybe Mirage Step next turn, but I don't even know if you have that potentially in hand.
I really like the Manaphy because on paper, yeah, the KO on the Cresselia is very realistic. Therefore, you only need to protect from Screamtail, not Cresselia. Cresselia is going to be much difficult, but no energy for Caleb.
Big Arcana finds the energy. Wow.
So close.
I mean, you have to think, like, you're going to see 9 cards there, right? Surely you find an energy, but
you only found one, right? You
that's all you
would
need,
expect to find more than one, but good enough.
And there's no Mirage Step in this hand, so you have to evolve into Refinement, but that means your opponent's going to take 3 prizes before you can do anything, most likely. Oh, and this is, oh, come on.
Artisan found, but can Jeremy even retreat? He can, right? So what do you even retreat into? Jeremy decides to scoop. I think that's a smart scoop, right? Like, you basically have almost a full time to just play out the next 2 games.
Even at that, I have a memory. So I played this like at NAIC in 2023. I played this mirror match, and it was a 40-minute game 1. I mean, we see there's 5 minutes off the clock, but look, this is one of the matches that when I was playing in Japan, this is a match that you go to 25 minutes in time.
Yeah,
this is a 25-minute match in time, and you're never. Look, I've won some crazy comeback games with Gardevoir. It's so unlikely in best of 3. You just scoop your cards up, you play out game number 2. Smart choice there from Jeremy. I've got to respect it.
Now, 5 minutes off the clock, 5 turns total played. However, Jeremy's turns were very short. So in a regular game where both players are setting up, both players are preparing for what their opponent can do and getting ready their strategy, then definitely, yeah, 1.5, 2-minute turns for each player. All of a sudden, yeah, game 1's taking those 40 minutes that you mentioned.
Tough situation. Got to be aware for you. Got to be prepared to see what's coming up next. So Jeremy will be able to go first. I think we sort of discussed it, but it kind of all just revolves around Mirage Step, right?
Yep.
Getting that advantage up. But I mean, on paper, you'd think, okay, well, if both players are going to Mirage Step, if both players are going to put Curlias in play, surely the first person takes the first knockout is favored. Pablo, there are times that's true, but how can it sort of not be the case if you're going behind in this matchup?
I mean, it's difficult to say. There's, I mean, both decks have basically the same options, right? So you know what you can do and you know exactly what your opponent can do. We don't know if they're playing the same 60 cards, but you just need to make sure you're one step ahead and you're putting yourself in your opponent's shoes, basically.
Keep emphasizing it a lot. The prize cards, big here for both players. We'll be curious to see what players both have options for. It will be just the start of the Mew here. I do see a few of those Gardevoirs in the prizes, as well as that Super Rod at the top, and Caleb not having access to the Jirachi.
Yeah, so both players could have very impactful prizes here, and now we see a very different start for Jeremy, but is holding 2 Kirlias, I think, so that could be very problematic for the Mirage Step.
And Mew is a great starter, but it's only a good starter if you're able to find 2 Psychic Energy back-to-back, because you need the 1 to pivot and you need the 1 to attack. Now, there is 1 in the hand, but like you said, 2 Kirlia, and I'm not sure there's much else going on. Really looking to find something like the Battle VIP Pass, and we see through this deck search both players choosing to run that in their Gardevoir EX decks.
Indeed, Jeremy will really, really need an Iono here to be able to get a full setup. Does have that energy. I couldn't quite tell what else was in the hand other than the Kirlias, but being very thorough as well, making sure he takes note of the prices, right? Whether you have a good or bad hand, having that extra piece of information on your price cards can help you make decisions later down the line.
So first thorough deck search, we'll see that one of each of those Gardevoirs are unavailable, the Gardevoir EX and Shining Arcana. But the choice should be pretty obvious. Ralts will come down. And, I mean, look, technically all you need is one Ralts down when you're going to Mirage Step, but when it comes to the rest of this hand, oh my, has to play the Zacian down. Pablo, I don't know if this ability of Roar of the Sword is worth it. Even if you can get the Mirage Step up, you've got to question, what do I do from here with this 2-prize liability in play?
That, and also I did see Jeremy's holding up Professor's Research in his hand, but one Super Rod is prized. So if those Kirlias hit the discard pile, finding that one-off Super Rod, even if he had both available, it would still be pretty difficult. So Jeremy against the ropes right here, against his opponent's Battle VIP pass start.
Good start. I actually don't know if Caleb is holding on to much else that's super strong here. Yeah, just a lot of Gardevoirs and Arcana. I mean, yeah, you have Rare Candy in your hand, but I can at minimum
no
get
energies,
down. Yeah,
right?
Look, I think with this hand, if you had energy, maybe it's correct to see your opponent start and say, you know what, I can forego the Mirage Step. I can put myself into Mew and then maybe let myself get a little bit better of a setup since I have Rare Candy Gardevoir. But I mean, how do you navigate this turnaround?
So is this why, Ethan? Is this why Gardevoir just doesn't seem to quite get past those big wins? Like, I mean, it has a region win, of course, yeah, in Brisbane, but that's like a single win when it's been deemed the best deck in the format over and over. Yeah, we've seen 4 starting hands. 3 of them sucked. Like, how is this the best deck in the format? Or is it the best deck in the format?
I'm invoking my right to not speak against Gardevoir at this time. So, look, these players are 5-0 for a reason, Pablo. So
oh, absolutely.
We'll see them play it out.
The deck is fantastic. It's just the amount of bad starts that you end up getting with the deck. Like, it even gets to a frustrating point.
It does. It's part of variance, right, in Pokemon, and every deck has that, but it is true. We've seen 4 starting hands, and 50% of them have not been up to par. Now, Caleb will still have options to do this turn, and, I mean, your start is pretty bad, but, I mean, your opponent put a gift on their bench for you, essentially, in that Zacian V, and, I mean, it can't attack this turn. It'll be able to attack next turn. But how do you want to play this hand out for Jeremy? I think pretty much just guaranteed foregoing the Mirage Step, and I think you probably just play this Manaphy down and sort of let it rip. We will see it now currently hit the discard pile, and that's going to hurt even more because Jeremy has one of those Super Rod in the top 2 of his prize cards.
Yeah, but does find that Super Rod right here, though. Interesting. Now, did lose the Screamtail as well, but can get it back. So you have to imagine, though, I mean, Caleb must be playing a high count of Iota. So if you don't play the Super Rod right now, it could be a little difficult finding it again. But I don't think you even want to play it right now.
No, did find Fog Crystal, though, off of this refinement. Does still have access to Mysterious Tail as well, so just wanted to maximize the ability to just find as many searching cards as possible. It will actually just be the Psychic Energy, so not sure. I think you're always going to want another Ralts down into play, right, with how this is going, but maybe just prioritizing getting that attachment down. The nice thing about attaching is you can Roar of the Sword and guarantee that at least Zacian can attack next turn, but, I mean, Zacian's just not a great attacker when you're trying to trade back and forth 1-1. And yeah, there's no Ralts here off this Mysterious Tail. No way to search it out. Battle Pass is long gone over its expiration date. That concert was days ago. You can't go any more to that.
And was there a Rare Candy found as well, I believe?
There was, but I mean, look, there's Ultra Ball in the hand, but you really want to use that next turn to find yourself a Gardevoir EX. And I don't even know if there's great pieces to this card. I mean, the Psychic, of course, that can hit the discard pile, but what do you get rid of? The Iono, the Jirachi that you want as a defensive option? It's just not great options, and is now going to have to not only play that Ultra Ball, but not going to be able to use anything beneficial off the Mysterious Tail, opting to get the Battle VIP Pass to have that as a discarding option. And we're just going to actually see the energy kept, valuing, I guess, Roar of the Sword in combination. Pablo, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, you already committed the Zacian to the field. If the Zacian takes 2 prizes, it's worth it, right? Sure. Like, it paid itself off, if you will. So might as well be aggressive with that. You really don't have many other options. And your opponent did have an underwhelming turn 2, or turn 1, rather. So, I mean, there's no guarantee that that will be the case again, but it's a calculated risk. And I think Caleb has all 4 Gardevoirs in his hand now. So it has 3 of the 4.
So we did see a Shining Arcana into a Psychic Energy. I think what I would like to see here is you just put that on the Scream Tail, and then you just sort of, you can just like poke this Mew, and it's sort of back and forth, but by putting the energy into play at minimum, it means you have the guaranteed pivot for next turn. I guess like that won't be the play instead, though. So
yeah, I mean, you can keep it, right?
I mean, it's not a
the
bad
only
card,
energy
yeah.
you have, so
sure.
you can just attach it afterwards. The 30 damage poke on the Mew is pretty good, but then it also, I mean, well, there's no space for Cresselia yet, so I guess it's fine, but it could come into play later, right? And you know, the one thing you know is that your opponent's going to be aggressive, so maybe valuing just getting that energy into discard pile and letting go of that Scream Tail.
Yeah, I'm more thinking about it here. I think keeping the energy is fine because what it does is it gives you an out that if you draw into Radiant Greninja, you give yourself the ability to conceal cards that away and draw some more. So actually just going to be the discarding there, finding another Psychic Energy for the troubles, and wow, this is now a big door opened for Jeremy. With the Shining Arcana evolved, it means there's only one Pokemon next turn that can evolve into Gardevoir EX, and while the bench is full, Boss's Orders is still a card that can take this knockout, eliminate Kirlia out of play, and then what attacker do you have next turn? I mean, reversal is an option, but if Zacian's attacking, it's not enough to take the knockout.
It's not even enough. So yeah, that Zacian and seems like it will end up paying off for Jeremy. I mean, sure, you would love to have Cresselia or Screamtail right now to eliminate the Kirlia on the bench, but this is as good as it gets for Jeremy after that awful starting hand.
And Jeremy has the Boss's Orders in hand already. What I think is just the one copy in deck, has it, can bring up this Kirlia, and I mean, sure, you could have the potential to take an attack, but with as limited draw that's available for Caleb, I mean, Jeremy knows the hand is poor. There was no supporter played last turn, no real explosive setup. You're about to swing the pace right back into play when 2 turns ago we were saying this is terrible for Jeremy setting up to put this Zacian into play. It's paying its dividends. It's going to be able to attack. Maybe withstand.
Another Mysterious Tail for a Battle VIP pass. That is a little unlucky. Now, the good thing for Jeremy is that he doesn't have access to Gardevoir EX, but he doesn't need it, thanks to Zacian's ability. So, Boss onto the Kirlia. I mean, honestly, with the time left, with how both players know this matchup and how lengthy it is, we might honestly see Caleb concede, and then we get a full Game 3, hopefully to both players' best potential ability. Debating. There it is.
Yeah, so Boss's Orders up. It is interesting to note when you're playing these aggressive options, it could come back to bite you later in the game if Caleb, for some reason, is able to rally back. But this will be a big turn. It looks like did find the Iono off the top of the deck, so that would have been a card you really wanted to find last turn to get some more Ralts into play. So it is going to be the Shining Arcana first. And yeah, just like you said, Caleb saying, I'm not winning this game. Let's go into a game number 3. We've got 30 minutes. It's like we're playing best of 1.
Yeah, and it's like you have you got the Iono, right? You play it, and I feel like this is something that many players would do, right? Yes, I got an Iono, and then you get to continue playing. That doesn't mean you're going to win. That just means it takes more time for your opponent to win. So knowing when to scoop up your cards, knowing when to be like, okay, you know what? I'm going to have an advantage now. I get to choose to go first. As long as my hand is playable and it doesn't do Gardevoir things, I'm good to go.
That I take offense to that.
I'm going to keep throwing shade to Gardevoir after seeing 3 really sucky hands.
It's not what it looks like. It's not what it looks like.
I love Gardevoir. I've played Gardevoir so much. And historically, like the different Gardevoir cards, I love them. All right? But it's just these starts, man.
It's not doing the deck justice.
We just saw the replay. The replay was the scoop, right? That was the highlight of game 2. The quick scoop.
Guys, what happened that match? Just pick this cards. We're going to game 3. All right.
Now.
I just want to see a game, Paulo. We've talked about so much of the intricacies of using these attackers back and forth, setting the board up. Let's just see it.
Yeah.
Let's just see a good game. Come on.
I want to go back to that Boss's Orders. Yeah, something very important that you mentioned is, yes, Jeremy got an advantage by doing that. However, that's one less resource he has for later down the line, right? So obviously it didn't matter here, but that is something that sometimes you can lose a game by being overly aggressive, right? With your resources and not spending them exactly where you need it to be, just because it was so tempting to do that, and then you open up a door for your opponent.
All right, we keep mentioning it. The prize cards are big. No Curlias, no Gardevoirs, not... okay.
Double Ralts.
And Rod again.
You can play around. If he pulls off the Mirage Step, double Ralts priced is fine. It's not great, right? In the lead up and as players start taking KOs, yeah, the Super Rod is available early, so that's good. But it can't hurt if you don't have a stellar setup, which it's pretty good for Jeremy, and it's only gonna get better with a mulligan from Caleb.
Now, there is a weird downside to taking mulligans that while you are getting more cards, you could draw into those refinement Curlias. So. Okay, listen, the more we're like kind of adding the list of more and more things that can go wrong with Gardevoir as we get through, but...
It's still a fantastic deck, don't get me wrong. I love Gardevoir, I love the Pokemon, I love the card. Like, I would even say I get emotionally attached with the cards that I do well with. And so Gardevoir GX, yeah, one of my favorite cards ever.
Top 8 in
one
worlds
of my
with it, yeah.
favorite Pokemon ever. So I love Gardevoir. It's just this version of Gardevoir is just like, oh my gosh. It reminds me of Greninja. Yeah. And I love Greninja as well.
All right, maybe we don't agree on Greninja necessarily. But all right, let's take a look at the prize cards here. And we do see the Screamtail in the prizes again, but a Super Rod to each other. So pretty even prize cards in terms of severity. So I think we're going to have a good game here as Caleb starts things out with a Battle VIP Pass. A Mew start, a Ditto for both players. Staring each other back and forth. So Caleb's going to check the deck through, see that all those Curlios are there, see that at least a majority of the Ralts are there, and as long as there's some energy cards, as long as there's some level balls, we'll be seeing some setups from Caleb and hopefully Jeremy and having a good game number 3.
Now, how important would you say Mew is to Gardevoir? Because if he was the absolute best starter in the world, I feel like we would see a higher count than 1. So how would you rate Mew in terms of importance in this deck?
If I'm going to put it on a 5-star scale, I think I'm going to give it 3 stars, 3.5 stars. It's great. Mysterious Tail finds so many of your searching cards, but it's not integral to the deck. We've seen some lists start cutting Mew, playing other cards for it. What it's here to do is to increase your consistency early on, right? We're here talking about having poor starts, right? That's why Mew is in the deck, and playing it at 1 count is okay because almost every card in your deck searches it out. Fog Crystal, Level Ball, Battle Pass, and every Pokemon in your deck, besides Zacian, has 1 retreat, so you can easily pivot into it. So we'll see what these 6 cards look like off of the Mysterious Tail. And there is a Level Ball, so, I mean, this gives Caleb 2 different options here with his hand. Do you want to go for the 4 Ralts set up, get those all down, or do you want to give yourself an option to find Mirage Step next turn? I think seeing if Caleb has an energy attachment here will make me sort of realize what route he wants to go. And the fact that he's shuffling the deck means that he also values Mirage Step in this situation.
Yeah, he's holding 1 energy. He doesn't have the follow-up energy, but he is holding, I believe, 2 Professor's Research, if my eyes are not failing me. Now, he did have 1 Ralts prize, so we do have to keep that in mind. And wow, there's actually a Curlia in Caleb's hand as well, so the Mirage Step is not going to be as perfect as he would like it to be.
At least getting all of them into play. It's not the end of the world. It's still fine, but it is something to note, especially when you do have some of those Ralts prized. There are more resources that you're going to have unavailable. Jeremy starting things off with a Level Ball. Had to see some of the rest of the hand. I think there's Iono, some other pieces available. It does, of course, still have access to Mysterious Tail, but I think one thing that, as I've sort of watched people play, as I've analyzed a lot of games, Mysterious Tail is a great ability. It finds you these trainers, but the one thing that's so important about it is when in your turn you use it to maximize its effectiveness.
Indeed, the timing of any card really, right? Like sometimes you want to thin before you Mysterious Tail. Sometimes you want to Mysterious Tail first before you start drawing cards with Refinement. All of that, all of those intricacies are definitely something that both of these 5-0 players are probably very good at.
So nothing too sour in terms of prizes, again, for both these players. Ralts will be the choice. And I think for Jeremy, it's going to be how do you want to navigate this turn? Your opponent didn't really do much, but again, all they really need to do is Mirage Step on the following turn. They need the Level Ball, which they already have in hand,
which you know they already
and an
have,
energy. So is there a route where you do sort of play this Iono aggressively to try to disrupt your hand out, or do you sort of prioritize what you're doing a little bit more in this situation? That's the big question here for Jeremy.
I think knowing you go second, knowing your opponent is so close to a Mirage Step, I think you have to plan from playing behind the whole time, right? And being behind as Gardevoir is not necessarily a bad thing. It means you have Counter Catcher, it means you have Reversal Energy activated, it means you can be the one to go after the Gardevoir EX first. But yeah, this concealed cards and also locking up the bench, right? If you Mirage Step plus Recurlias, no more room for Ralts either.
And that's the riskiest part, is if you put the energy, or rather if you put only one Ralts into play, you play something like Iono and you draw into your Curlias, you have no way to at least put them into play down. And it is just going to be the Iono. And with no value off that concealed cards, it really makes me wonder that you already have the Iono, you have 4 Battle Pass in your deck plus Mew. Do you really need to see the concealed cards that turn? We'll see if it comes back to bite Jeremy. These are a big 6 cards. And look at that, an excellent 6 cards there for Caleb. Mirage Step, ding, 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 it's online next turn.
And had one Curly in hand, which is now at the bottom of the deck. So Caleb in a fantastic position after that Iono. Now we're going to see the Mysterious Tail.
Oh, this is huge. This needs to find something like Battle VIP Pass or Search. It finds the Fog Crystal, which is good enough to start out, but with how this hand is looking for Jeremy, there needs to be a few more pieces. I think the energy is what's missing here to get things going next turn with a Mirage Step. And at that, with this Ralts coming down into play, if it is the choice, you now are not going to get full effectiveness off of this Mirage Step. You'll need to manually evolve one of these Ralts into Curlia as well.
Indeed. But you can't risk it, right? You can't risk your opponent going Rare Candy, Gardevoir EX, Screamtail, bopping up your only Ralt. So, yeah, that Greninja with diminishing returns, right? As you mentioned. And with 2 Ralts prize, you really need to make the most out of your starting hand as much as possible.
And a smart choice there for Caleb. Knows some of the cards on the bottom of the deck, so instead of playing Level Ball first to shuffle it out, we'll look at these first 6 cards and see the options. Rare Candy is a great card to find right there because it allows you to, next turn, Candy into the Shining Arcana. You can even do it this turn if you want to, too. However, it is sort of one of those things where... So what I would actually like to see here is you Candy into the Arcana and you don't use the ability. You don't want to risk drawing into those Curlias, but you know that something like Iono next turn could disrupt your setup and not let you do that.
All right, I'm going to play devil's advocate there and say you should Shining Arcana. Why? Like, because how, well, okay, so like the chances, yeah, just speaking probability-wise.
Sure.
Right? Like you have 3 Curlias that you don't want to find in your, what, 35-ish card deck. The chance of you finding one are much lower than you not finding one, right? So it depends on how strong the rest of your hand is. If you have a pretty weak hand, I feel I would risk it. Have 1 less Curlia in exchange for getting closer to a follow-up Iono afterwards. But, I mean, with triple Curlia, I guess you don't need to take that. Yeah, okay, you're all right. As I verbalized it, I guess the risk is not worth it.
And it actually was better to not play the Rare Candy because now you saved that there. So Caleb made the better play between both of us and chose to not do that at all. So maybe there's a reason he's here at 5-0 with us and we're back at the desk commentating through. But these are big cards for Jeremy. Really would have liked to find Fog Crystal there. You find the Fog Crystal, you can then at least get yourself the attachment to this bench Ralts. You then play Level Ball, and we'll have to see how he makes his adjustment here. Are we just going to see this evolve straight into the Curlia? Jeremy foregoing the Mirage Step, which, okay. Now, if you're going first and you can forego this, it's not terrible if you can push your aggression with the turn 2 knockout and then your opponent steps and you can take 2 prizes before them. However, you're pretty much saying that there's a high chance you're not going to take a prize this turn. So not only are you going to be down resource-wise by wasting all these Ralts in play, it's going to be more things you need to get back with Rod, but your opponent's also going to have the prize lead against you as well.
Now, you cannot forgo Mirage Step when you prize to Ralts. Like, you're not winning a Gardevoir mirror with 2 Gardevoir lines versus their 4. It's almost impossible. So, now...
Is there...
I don't think Mirage Step is there. It's in there.
There is the energy attachment, and there is an Iono, but I think it's just going to come down to that. All the abilities have been used.
Yeah.
We're just going to play Iono, spin the wheel, and we are in hot water.
No, but Avery was played.
Oh, that's true. He played Avery.
Yeah.
That's
so
it.
Big whiff there by Jeremy. Really unfortunate prizes. That Mew really not pulling through for Jeremy, and now we're going to see Caleb just do whatever he wants. Yeah, 6 extra cards, potentially more with Shining Arcana each turn. That's really, really bad for Jeremy.
And I mean, Screamtail's in the prizes, but there's going to definitely be enough energy, especially if this active Curlia evolves into Gardevoir EX. As long as there's 3 energy, which I think we're almost at that point right now, there can be a knockout onto this Curlia. Or, yeah, onto this Kirlia.
Video game
And now there's no Cresselia in hand yet. There's one Ultra Ball.
That's true.
Which means Caleb either could search for Gardevoir EX or Cresselia. Cannot hit both. Does find an Iono, so that could give him the extra search. I feel like you commit to the Gardevoir EX here. You cannot commit to the Cresselia hoping to draw the Gardevoir. You have so many more outs to Cresselia with the Artisan, with the Fog Crystals.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what level ball grabs here. I think I would have just liked to see it be fodder for the Ultra Ball. It seemed like there were a lot of pieces in hand that you don't necessarily want to discard. At minimum, you could at least grab this Ralts and put it onto the bottom of your deck so you don't draw into it off Iono. But, I mean, yeah, this hand's kind of tough. You just discarded the rare candy. You don't want to really get rid of another one of those.
Yeah.
Boss is a great resource. Iono is so important.
I would say Greninja
Yeah.
is definitely one of the
So
spirit
I was
cards,
thinking
right?
with this, you could
Maybe
Ultra Ball away the Greninja and the level ball, but it will be a harder choice now
true.
for Caleb.
I mean, I feel like you're limited on bench space, right? So either Greninja, either Manaphy or Jirachi would be one of the choices, whichever you fear the most. I feel like I would rather my opponent commit to a Cresselia and spread their energies and maybe run out of an attack than protect from Screamtail, which is like very all-in-ish in all the resources on that Pokemon. So if I had to choose, I would get rid of the Jirachi and just protect against the Screamtail.
So we're actually going to see this active evolve into Shining Arcana.
There's the Gardevoir
And
EX.
that's a huge 2 cards. Finds the Gardevoir and Ultra Ball already in the hand. Means that as long as there's 2 energy in the discard pile, this Gardevoir EX can power up some more Pokemon. And no, we're actually just going to see this evolve. Are we going to see Boss's Orders get played? It looks like it does have that as an option, but no, instead just going to attack after the Mew, maybe understanding that my opponent's best setup is to disrupt, but I'm not necessarily sure that I agree with that 100%.
Is there maybe no Cresselia?
Oh, is there? Oh, maybe
in
there's
the
no
list?
Cresselia in the list. Oh, I think that's what it is.
Because the
Yeah.
Screamtail is priced.
I think I remember
right?
there was no Cresselia.
There is no Cresselia.
Okay,
yes,
that
yes.
makes sense then.
Yeah.
So we were coming up with an
Yeah,
option
a little
that didn't,
eager,
didn't
a little
exist.
eager.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think that if I saw right, Caleb did have Boss in the hand before. It is one of those opportunities where you got to kind of be careful in this mirror match of how much you push when you don't necessarily need to. Because
Exactly.
you, with only playing 1 boss in the deck and nothing
And
like
no
Palpad,
Palpad, yep.
you would lose your 1 gusting account. So I think Caleb is going to say, look, listen, my board is better than yours. You already burnt an Avery last turn. I think that if I just take the prize lead, I can continuously power my board up. No matter what you throw at me, whether it's Arcana, whether it's some reversal KOs, I'm going to have the stability in terms of draw. I'm going to disrupt you every turn, and you're not going to be able to come back.
That is, I think, the perfect reasoning. And yeah, just because you can play a card doesn't mean you have to, right? This over-eagerness that we've mentioned before. Obviously, Jeremy's board is really not great. I feel like if you go after the Ralts, then you guarantee no Mirage Step, and your opponent has 1 Kirlia, and that's going to be really hard for them to make a comeback. But then you can never go boss KO their Gardevoir EX, right? Because you are ahead, and therefore your counter catchers are now as useful as Battle VIP Pass for the rest of the game. So very, very good decision there for Caleb. And then maybe Jeremy gets back into the match is back and forth, and then you're down to 2 prizes, and you go boss KO the Gardevoir EX to finish things off.
This hand is tough. There's just energy, Pokemon, not really anything going on at all. I mean, you can evolve this into the Curly, but we keep saying it. 2 Ralts being prized. It feels like the only way to set your board up to even have a chance at how strong Caleb's is to Mirage Step. But you do that, you're now down 2 prizes. So really, if you're Jeremy, you're slowly running out of options. The clock is ticking here.
Yeah, Caleb's board almost feels like cheating, right? There's 1 Gardevoir, 2 Gardevoir, 3, there's a Kirlia, and then there's this even Ralts. That's the power of Mirage Step. And yeah, that's 5 Gardevoir potential lines versus 2. That's not a fair battle.
It's not fair.
No.
Look, that's how it goes back and forth.
That's 4 out of 6 bad initial hands. Right. Caleb's starting hands have been a good 2 out of 3 times. Jeremy's starting hands have been bad all 3 games. He managed to recover in the second game, but
listen, when I play my Gardevoir deck that I built,
Gardevoir. So your Gardevoir is special, Ethan. Okay.
Well, these players are piloting their lists, and it's down to this. Game 3 between both players. Can they put together the pieces needed? And it looks like we're going to just see the reversal energy on the active.
signaling towards Shining Arcana evolving and taking a knockout, but...
That Kirlia did just evolve, though. That was the Ralts that was in play, so...
Oh, that's true.
I mean, Jeremy does have a play where he can use Cresselia now, right? There's the Gardevoir EX hitting the field. There's Cresselia, can retreat. The attachments could be conserved, right? That reversal energy, we could just see Gardevoir attach to the Kirlia, and then we see the retreat. But still, it's 5 Gardevoirs versus 2. 5 potential Gardevoirs versus 2. That's never a good fight.
The Collapse Stadium did force Caleb to get rid of Manaphy, so can take a knockout with the Scream Tail and get rid of a few less resources. But regardless, one of these Pokemon, most likely that Kirlia, will be going down. The draw party isn't over yet. Kirlia can use the refinement, evolve into more. But, I mean, you could take this knockout with the Scream Tail, but I guess the fact that Caleb has the Scream Tail in the top prizes means that, really, this Kirlia could be safe on the bench when in a lot of other instances you have one more of those Pokemon like Cresselia. This is a completely different game.
Indeed, and I think one of the very cool things to highlight here is how Jeremy, despite the bad start, despite the bad pricings, is making the best out of the situation, right? It is game 3. That's like if you lose this one, you're completely out. But, I mean, of the round, of course. But he's making the best possible from this really bad start, and we're tied in prizes.
Now, it will be the Cresselia being used. How do you feel about that versus the Scream Tail this turn?
I definitely would have preferred the Scream Tail, as we talked before, right? Scream Tail is less all-inish. Now there's a pretty much useless energy on the Scream Tail, right? Because Scream Tail works thanks to damage counters on it. And Jeremy would have only needed to commit 2 energies to a Scream Tail to achieve the same thing instead of spreading those energies out.
So it looks like both players might go for a different strategy this game. Jeremy, with the ability to target down these bench Pokemon, like the Kirlias, like the Gardevoirs, that are the main backbone of the Straw Engine, while Caleb having that Scream Tail on the prize cards, even though there's no Manaphy down, unable to capitalize off that Pokemon not being in play. We'll see how this dynamic shifts as both players are going after different attackers.
Now, I guess another important thing to highlight is that maybe using a Cresselia first is pretty good, since the Manaphy did just hit the discard pile, right? So then you know your Cresselia goes down, and then you have the follow-up Scream Tail. Whereas if Jeremy had done it the other way around, maybe the Scream Tail gets used, and then the Jirachi hits the field, and then Jeremy's not able to use Cresselia. So, I mean, there's always Super Rod for recovery, right? But it needs to be found.
True indeed. Now, we will see both of these into Shining Arcana Gardevoirs, and drawing these cards, not getting rid of anything in terms of discarding. Caleb has yet to find something like the Super Rod. We have seen lots of those Pokemon hit the discard pile. The Radiant Greninja is still there, so that could be put onto the bench to draw a few more cards in this situation. Collapse Stadium will make that the final bench Pokemon, but does also have the replacement stadium, so Caleb's got plenty of options when it comes to how to play this turn out. But really, with both players still having Super on the prizes, the recovery gets a little bit tricky. It gets a little bit complicated.
Now, Caleb does find the boss again, so now has that option to potentially clear out the Kirlia, clear out the Gardevoir EX. I don't know if there's enough energies to do it. Well, there isn't even any bench space to do it with Sachin, so just goes for a straightforward KO, and that is it.
I keep thinking about the Cresselia before the Scream Tail. I actually think this is okay because now that both of these have evolved, Cresselia can't knock out these Gardevoirs, but Scream Tail has more than enough packing power with that Roaring Scream to deal 160 or even 140 damage, or 120 damage to this active Gardevoir. As both players are sort of in a similar board after this. They'll both have a Radiant Greninja, and they'll both have one of these support Pokemon to draw. From here on out, it comes down to can they find that Super Rod to bring these Pokemon back in, to keep developing their board, to be strong enough against Iono later on.
Indeed, Super Rod seems to be the key card in this particular game, right? I feel like there's many other games where Super Rod isn't as impactful, but right now, because of the pricing, because of the game, the way the game has developed, Super Rod is going to be key, and as we see that, we hit the Super Rod for Jeremy.
So
Choice now, what Pokemon do you want to put back into the deck?
He already put
Oh, he
back
did.
Cresselia and then something else. I could not see what else he put back.
Oh, yeah, there's no ability to put Ralts back into the deck because they're still
They're
prized.
still hiding in the prizes, yeah.
And I think the last Rod, or maybe the Rod was taken there for Jeremy off of the last prize card, so.
It might have been the rod, yeah.
So still has access to the refinement. I think the choice now is how do you want to sort of play through this? How do you want to navigate your board so that you can have a big enough setup? Now, this is a little bit risky here to go for this play, evolving into Shining Arcana, but it's all about giving yourself options, right? That's what this Gardevoir deck is so great about. Options, attacking options, setup options. Why is this risky here to evolve into the Shining Arcana instead of maybe keeping that as a Kirlia?
Because if Caleb was able to respond by knocking out the Gardevoir EX, then there's no more possibility to power anything else up, right? Now, we could see Jeremy like potentially take a knockout on his opponent's Gardevoir EX through the use of Counter Catcher and Reversal Energy as he is behind, right? And then what you can do is, well, and then you're fine, right? If they knock out the Gardevoir EX, that's okay because you already have your attacker ready to go for the next turn. If the Gardevoir gets taken down, then your Gardevoir EX survived and you're fine, right? For at least one more turn. As we see the Counter Catcher onto the Greninja, so it seems like Screamtail will be the play. Combined with an Iono, pretty powerful play.
Yeah, of course, Psychic Embrace only working on those Psychic-type Pokemon. So Greninja will need to find a manual energy, which Caleb does find off of these 4 cards. Yeah, but this is a little bit of a risky spot now. I mean, you're kind of taking the risk here if you're Jeremy. You haven't seen Screamtail at the board. Is Manaphy a card that you want to have down? I feel like this last bench slot, it's kind of like his own Collapse Stadium is sort of coming back to bite him a little bit because I think he would very much appreciate having that in play as a protective option in this situation.
Certainly, I'm sure he would love to, but I think Jeremy's been so far behind for the most part. He's priced horribly, so he has to take risks, right? This is how he's trying to get back into the game, by taking risks. He has to bank on the fact that there's no Screamtail coming from his opponent to snipe his Gardevoir or snipe his Cresselia or whatever Caleb chose. And yeah, I mean, knocking out your opponent's Gardevoir here, I feel like I would have loved this play a little bit later, right?
Yeah.
When the energy count is lower, when your opponent has exhausted one Super Rod, it's still pretty good. That Iono is pretty strong, and you're limiting your opponent to just 2 extra cards off of Gardevoir guaranteed. If they have the energy, they have to use it to retreat, so maybe they don't use Gardevoir, but...
So this is an interesting choice. I feel like I would have just taken the knockout on the Gardevoir that has all the energy, but is instead going to go after the clean one. I mean, it's one of these weird situations where even something like a teleportation burst can now take the knockout onto this active, and you could even throw this Greninja up, which you would be okay having knocked out the following turn.
Indeed. So this Gardevoir mirror match, I'm sure you would agree, is all about like keeping your Gardevoirs alive as long as possible, giving your flexibility to attack with different things, whilst taking down your opponent's Gardevoirs. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, and it all revolves around this card right here, the Super Rod getting played. This can recover at least one of the refinements. Is even thinking about using the slot to bring Zacian back, valuing that as the final attacker. Now, usually Reversal Gardevoir is good enough, but Caleb understands, listen, I'm probably going to have the prize lead the rest of this game. Zacian needs to be my finisher to take that final knockout onto Gardevoir EX.
Indeed. We talked about how important that was in the beginning of the game, not playing that boss's orders, right? And this is where it will come into play. That I'm sure Caleb is eyeing up to close out this game. Gonna knock out this Screamtail. I can basically look at it and it goes down. But how do I take my last 2 prizes? I need to go boss KO with Gardevoir. And maybe Jeremy thinking about that, and that's why he's not freeing up those energies from the Gardevoir, right? Zacian does need 9 energies to 1-KO a clean Gardevoir EX, and that's why keeping the energy spread out and in play means your Gardevoir EX is potentially safe.
Yeah, it's sort of a back and forth this position. We will go ahead and see the Shining Arcana before the Iono, and does find boss's orders. Now let's see how many energy are available in this card pile. It looks like there are 5 in there. So with the Radiant Greninja, if you were able to attach to the Shining Arcana and then embrace 5 times onto it, you would get there, but you need to commit your attachment to this Greninja to pivot out of the active.
Yeah, that energy definitely has to go into the active. There's no other possible play here. You cannot afford a turn where you don't attack.
And this is really the choice. That was going to be a rough Ultra Ball. Caleb
Yeah.
was really considering playing that to get Curlia out into this position. But wow, great 4 cards there. Finds level ball. That can get the Curlia in play. And if Caleb wants to, could even put Artisan into play, but actually didn't recover any of those rolls.
Yeah.
So it really doesn't even need to come down to this position.
Yeah, could get Jirachi with the Artisan. And that's what he's eyeing up to protect against that Cresselia. And I think it makes sense, right? You knock out the Screamtail, your opponent has 1 threat, which is a Cresselia, and that's exactly what you protect against.
So looking through the rest of the deck, what options are still available? We know that the second Super Rod is in Caleb's bottom prizes, so I think that will be the prize that's taken this turn.
Very likely.
And now could draw some more cards with Curlia, and more important, have that as a potential draw option the following turn as well.
An extra refinement, so things are looking pretty good for Caleb. Now, one thing I'm a little bit worried about is the time, right? This game has been very back and forth. Both players have only taken 2 prize cards. There's 5 minutes left on the clock, but these turns are lengthy and not out of any wrongdoing. It's just there's a lot of actions to be made with every single Gardevoir card, basically.
So this Gardevoir does come up into the active. Just like you said, looking at the Screamtail will take a knockout onto it. Rainwave, more than enough. As Caleb actually, not the Super Rod being taken. So
not the Super Rod,
just
not
right
the Screamtail.
there. Not
yeah.
the Screamtail or Super Rod. So some pretty detrimental prizes up here for Caleb. Now, Jeremy's thinking about what Pokemon to bring up. I think if you're going to use the Cresselia, you should probably just bring this Gardevoir EX into the active spot. You really don't want to have energy onto it. You want to have it freed up, and it gives you the 320 damage to put on while resetting those energies.
Yeah,
we'll just be the
wholeheartedly
Cresselia
agree.
going up right now.
Now, I mean, is there a world where Jeremy forgets about the Jirachi and tries to attack with Cresselia? I have to admit, like when Jirachi just came out, I was like, yeah, it stopped Sableye, and then I just forgot it stopped Cresselia. So, I mean, it can happen, yeah, and so much at stake. I know we're at the highest level here, but mistakes do happen, and these sort of things can happen to anyone. Pros, new players, literally anyone.
I think Cresselia, even just as a pivoter, is fine. You
Yeah.
can always just put 20 damage on it, and it's never really going to cost you as a liability. So
true.
That could be the option. Let's take a look at his hand for Jeremy. Has the counter catcher in hand, and with 6 energy in the discard pile, this could target down Gardevoir EX. Is now the time, Pablo, to go after this?
I mean, will there ever be a better time, right? You're about to Iono your opponent down to 3 cards. You take down their Gardevoir EX. The Gardevoir is already powered up, so they will be able to get a return KO, but what happens afterwards? And that's exactly what we're going to see, Ethan. The Gardevoir EX, perfect knockout for Jeremy combined with the Iono. Back-to-back counter catchers, pretty good.
Pretty good indeed. Now, you do, however, leave both of these drawing Pokemon in play. So while you do force your opponent to find another Gardevoir EX, you are allowing them to draw a few more cards. Now, only one available option, and this is where things get sketchy, right? Because on paper, Jeremy's going to take the prize lead and go back, but Caleb can next turn take out this only draw option here in that Shining Arcana Gardevoir, while also not putting another Gardevoir EX into play, not losing him the game. And this is sort of where we get into this back and forth seesaw swing between momentum, advantage in one court, advantage in the other court, as we near the end game of this game number 3.
And now, speaking of extra draw power, the Greninja is available, but it's conditional, right? It has to have an energy from hand discarded. It's not like Gardevoir, it's not like Curlia, where you just get extra cards no matter what. So, pretty big turn here for Jeremy. Gonna go down to 2 prizes, but as you mentioned, Caleb has the possibility to just make sure that Jeremy has no chance at winning the turn afterwards. However, if he chooses to do that, and then Jeremy goes boss KO the Curlia, that could be a pretty big risk for Caleb.
Now, Artisan can get the Ralts. I believe that was actually the prize card taken on the bottom. And also will put the Iono that was originally in Caleb's hand, shuffle that around. There's lots of really good outs. There's still energy cards. That can be a draw. You still have, of course, the knockout is already given in play.
Yep.
However, the scary factor comes into play that what happens if this Curlia gets knocked out, right? Because next turn, Jeremy will 100% be able to take a prize. That's pretty much a given at this point. However, to take that last prize card, how are you going to navigate that before Caleb can potentially take 2? That Gardevoir EX is most likely not going anywhere.
I think if Jeremy, was able to go boss KO and keep these energies on the Gardevoir, then maybe Caleb might not have enough to push for the Sasha KO on the Gardevoir EX. And yeah, if we
That's
see another
huge.
attachment onto the active,
that's all you need.
What I just mentioned
That's
could be, because like there's 10 basic energies played, right? You retreat with 2, and that means there's 2 left, and you have 8. You're 10 off.
This is actually the perfect 2 cards here for Caleb. Hasn't even used Refinement yet, so can build this hand up even more. The only true draw on Jeremy's side will get discarded after being knocked out at this turn. What are the cards in hand here for Caleb? Oh, wow.
It was Countercatcher, Ultra Ball, and Sasha. So harsh discard here with a Refinement.
I think, honestly, there's kind of a world where you maybe don't even use Refinement, right? I mean, I think, honestly, the Ultra Ball is probably, like, okay to go here at this point because of how thin your deck should be out at this point. But, yeah just deciding to value all the pieces. The prize card taken, it will be that Super Rod. And actions on Jeremy here. Both players are at 2 prizes, but with your attackers not being great, I mean, look, the only thing that can attack besides the Gardevoir EX is this Cresselia, but because of the Jirachi's stellar availability, you can only attack this active, and there's not enough Psychic Pokemon for Moonglow Reverse to take the knockout.
And it's 10 damage off from knocking out the Gardevoir as well. So
true, with Lunar Blast.
Yeah. Now, Jeremy did top deck a Psychic, so he will be able to use that to draw with the Radiant Greninja, or he could use that to have less damage on the Gardevoir. But if he doesn't knock out something else on the bench and frees up those energies, it's going to be rough.
Ooh, not what you want to see there. Did find the Super Rod and Level Ball, but, I mean, what do you even do at this point? Attacking this...
Screamtail.
Oh, Screamtail, right?
You could Screamtail, right?
The
You
knockout
Screamtail
on
the
that.
Kirlia, and then you force your opponent to have Rare Candy Gardevoir to do any significant damage, along with the Sasha, along with the Ghosting effect. That's a big ask.
That's true, actually. That
is a really big ask. And we are also in time. I did not. This game has been so back and forth.
Yeah.
We are on time. So I believe Jeremy would be turn 0, right?
Sure.
Pretty sure. So both players have 2 extra turns, including this one, to be able to pull this off. That might have been the perfect 2 cards.
That might have actually been
Jeremy.
the perfect 2.
Absolute perfect 2 cards. It's on Caleb to find the last Rare Candy in his deck. What a game. We finally got a good game,
And
right?
it's not even over, right? It's going to be on Caleb for this last turn to respond. What looked to be 2 cards that didn't give the win right away can set up for the potential to win this over 2 turns. Jeremy, seeing the options, seeing the potential, will get this Screamtail back, can search it out with the Level Ball. And now, all of a sudden, Caleb is the one in the back position. The final turn for both of these players. We're in time, but we're going to get a conclusion to this final game. That I'm sure of.
We definitely are. What a game. I mean, big props to Jeremy. 2 rolls being prized, an absolutely horrible start, and yet here he is with a little bit of luck, right? Like drawing that exact combination does require a little bit of luck, but he played to his outs, and he's about to be very close to finishing this game. The energy is being stuck on the Gardevoir, no access to Gardevoir EX or no easy access, and even if you do, that 4th energy event, that 4th energy that got attached might prevent Caleb from taking a knockout on Jeremy's Gardevoir EX with Sasha.
Yeah, but you can just embrace 5 times under the active, and you're doing enough to damage to knock out the Gardevoir EX.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Never mind. All right, so
it's still going to come down to it.
It's on the Rare Candy. It's on the Rare Candy to be found. That is very correct.
And needs the Gusting card as well. So Rare Candy Gardevoir Gusting card. That's what it's going to come down to.
The Countercatcher is already there, though. That's why just the Rare Candy is the big missing piece. He's going to have his top deck. He's going to have the 2 cards from Shining Arcana.
And even a supporter card, right?
Potentially a supporter card, yeah. So, but it's like that's what it comes down to. The 2 cards from the Shining Arcana need to be as big as the Super Rod plus Level Ball that Jeremy found.
And here we go. Jeremy, roaring scream, taking the knockout onto Kirlia, and it all comes down to this. Does find the reversal energy off the top. That's an extra 2 cards there with concealed cards.
2 cards, yeah. So big draw for Caleb. Now there's going to be at least 4 cards total drawn extra for Caleb to find Rare Candy. That's the big card Caleb needs.
I think what Caleb is just trying to figure out is what can I afford to Ultra Ball. I don't think you need the Super Rod at this point.
Agreed.
I don't think it brings anything out, especially if you're going to Ultra Ball for the Gardevoir EX. You can just pitch those 2 away, find those options. But no, it's just going to be the Refinement first.
Gardevoir and Iono. The Iono is great to see more cards, but you need a combination of cards.
Yeah.
And you have one, you don't want to send that to the bottom. So now he can afford the Ultra Ball, but it's going to come down. 2 cards from Shiny Arcana. Can the rare candy be found, Ethan?
I think maybe Caleb is just doubting whether or not this Gardevoir EX is in deck. Maybe he didn't check it, because I feel like if you know that the Gardevoir EX is still there, you just go and you get rid of the Super Rod, right? You're going to want to find that piece. It might as well just get thinned out. So here we go. Ultra Ball being played. Gardevoir EX is there. There's two rare candy.
They were both at the bottom, though, so good shuffle. Would have been better, right, to do it beforehand. Oh, my gosh. This is nerve-wracking.
Wow, wow, wow. So there's about a 1 in 5 chance here with 10 cards or so in deck that you find this rare candy, right? Or no, it's more than that, right? Since you have 2 copies of it. So.
Yeah, and
all
there's
right,
like, I think
here we
there's
go.
like 8 cards, and I can see. I think
I
that
don't
was a
think so.
reversal. Nope.
No.
Reversal and Ultra Ball. There's no way for Caleb to stop Jeremy from taking a prize card with Gardevoir EX.
But Caleb is
there
turn
is.
1 here. So Caleb can play the counter catcher onto Greninja, try and buy himself a turn and play this Iono. I think that's the best effect that he has here. Can also play the Super Rod, it looks like, to get back Curlia to not have to find Gardevoir EX next turn. That could be the best potential option.
That is true. And I guess Sashan is a Pokemon that can survive a hit from Gardevoir EX. It did just hit the discard pile. So I don't know if it's coming back right now.
Wow,
but
this is so intense, Pablo.
There's a Sashan.
I mean, yeah, the Zacian can come back.
This is not how I thought this game was going to go. After, like, we were talking about how big of an advantage Caleb had, and Jeremy pulled all the strings he could. And I think the Screamtail being prized, that was the key resource that Caleb was really missing to really push through his advantage. Jeremy had both resources of Cresselia and Screamtail.
I think the choice here for Caleb is, what do you value more? Do you value the Curlia more here, or do you value... Because in my mind, with this Ultra Ball, you can get rid of the reversal energy, and you can get rid of the Gardevoir EX, put a Gardevoir EX back, and grab Curlia. That way you have more draw at this point, but instead, we'll now have to bank off of finding rare candy Gardevoir again.
I don't understand why he's putting back the Manaphy, though. Is he not planning on taking a knockout this turn?
I think the option may again be to counter catcher up this Greninja, play the Iono, force the Zacian into the active spot, and then say, all right, well, it's on you essentially to find the pivoting option and a way to get it out. So that is going to be what it is.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair.
We'll see if the counter catcher gets played. I feel like you have to play the counter catcher on the Greninja.
Yeah.
Or Manaphy too. I feel like probably either or at this point. It doesn't make a difference. And there's the Iono. I don't think was the Manaphy found? No, but there's Boss.
Gardevoir.
So I think it's just going to be a pass. There's no reason to do anything else. There's one card. Oh, is he knocking it out? No, he's passing.
No. Yeah, he's passing.
Turn
2.
Oh, there's nothing in hand. It's Rare Candy Ultra Ball. It's
reversal.
It's a reversal. That can retreat into the Gardevoir. No way.
What?
The perfect cards. Jeremy in a nail-biter game in time.
Why did
Pulling out
Caleb
the win.
retreat?
He could have. It wouldn't have mattered. He just retreats into Screamtail and he knocks out the Ralts. It wouldn't have mattered there.
That's true. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, wow. What a match. Jeremy finding the way somehow. That was incredible.
I think that was the top deck too for turn. Had the candy and top decked the way to get Greninja out of the active, retreat to the Gardevoir EX, and take the final prize. That was a crazy set, Paulo. I have no words for that.
That was a crazy game 3. The first 2 games, we could have gone without seeing them.
They're not games, no.
Game 3, what just happened? That was, I mean, that definitely, it was very back and forth. Gardevoir, is it the best deck or not? I don't know, but that was quite the match. That's not the level of hype and interesting things you expect in a mirror match. Usually you see a mirror match and you're like, oh gosh, this is going to drag itself. That was exciting Pokemon.
And like you said, I think the key thing there was that Screamtail being prized. If that Screamtail isn't prized, it's a completely different game. Jeremy only has 2 Curlia in play. That option gets eliminated. There's no draw power off the Iono, but Jeremy with some clutch draws late off the Iono. The first Iono played before finds Super Rod, level ball off the 2 cards from concealed cards, and then Iono to 1 top decks the reversal to get out of the active with his Greninja, retreat the final turn. An insane game back and forth, but this is all it came down to. Screamtail and Cresselia, the combination. When you're not having your bench disrupt every turn, you can play these back over and over again, take these knockouts, and this was the turn that Caleb really was looking to get something going the following turn after. Wow, what a game, what a set.
Now, Screamtail, like, Iron Hands is pulling through for the future Pokemon, but Screamtail definitely carrying the weight for the ancient Pokemon. Yeah, we all had our hopes on Roaring Moon, but it was actually Screamtail where it was at. Screamtail was the MVP for Jeremy, and it was the sorely missed card for Caleb throughout the whole game.
Was it the top deck?
Oh. Yeah, it was. It was the top deck. The reversal
crazy.
energy top deck. Like, even Jeremy feels like he wasn't sure, like,
do I have it?
Is it actually, like, really? Wow. What a turn of events. And now, look at that boss's orders, yeah? Caleb kept that boss's orders in the beginning. He had the option to take down that Kirlia. We were talking about how important it is to not just play a card when you can. And of course, hindsight is 20/20, right? Like, you don't know how the whole game is going to play out. Only, like, like, I'm not a psychic Pokemon, right? I'm not Alakazam. I'm not going to look at the future. But that boss's orders was there, available the whole game. It was able to be played on that second turn or third turn. At some other point, right, he had the boss's orders. It was never played, and you have to wonder, could it have been played earlier, and would it have made a big difference? Caleb had no way of knowing their 2 rolls were priced, but perhaps.
We'll never know.
We'll never know. Yeah.
We'll never know. Well, I have some personal things to think about Gardevoir as I reflect on the last 50 minutes of Pokemon TCG action that we watched, and I'm sure you viewers at home will do the same if there's any devout Gardevoir fans out there. But that just kind of shows the dynamic that we were talking about is, yes, of course, attacking with Screamtail and Cresselia are important, but it sort of felt more important at the same time that sort of the aggression wasn't pushed when it was, right? You imagine that same situation, like, yes, Caleb was doing the same strategy, or a different strategy as his opponent was, right? His opponent was going after the Kirlias and the Arcanas every turn that was possible, but it really would have wondered that if your opponent only has those 2 Ralts down, you would have seen it snowball a whole lot harder, to the fact that there could have even been missed turns of attacks there for Jeremy if he doesn't have those Kirlias to evolve into Gardevoir EX.
All right, well, let's hear from Jeremy let's have our interview.
Thanks a bunch, guys. Yes, that's right. I'm here with our winner from the last round, starting 6-0 here in San Antonio, Jeremy Gamilla. Congratulations, man. How's it feeling?
Thanks so much, Chip. Man, it feels really good. I feel like I've had a little bit of stream jitters. I've been losing some games or having some really bad draws or prizing, so it just feels good to kind of get there on stream. Like, I always want to win as much as I can, but it feels better on stream for sure.
Well, and it didn't look like that was going to be the case in the first 2 games for either way, right? Like, things went bad one way for you, one way for Caleb. I mean, what were you thinking going into that game 3 after that kind of bad first and second games, for lack of a better word?
Yeah, game 3, I was pretty much just keeping a smile on my face, as you can like see on the stream. I was pretty much excited to be there, and we both kind of laughed it off. I was like, cool, we get to both play the game now, hopefully in this game 3, which we both kind of did. I'd say like a little less so on my part with prizing the 2 Ralts and then not getting an opportunity to Mirage Step. I was like, I'm really gonna have to like work and sweat for these prizes and the trades, because I have to protect my Kirlia, my only draw, once I evolve into the Gardevoir. I knew it would be a stretch to pull off, but the preemptive bench on the Roaring Scream and the Cresselia, I felt that I had what it takes to get there. It would just like take a little bit more effort and a lot more planning. So a lot more stressful than I wanted it to be, but I mean, sometimes that's what it takes.
Oh, yeah, I was feeling stressed just sitting back here watching the game because, I mean, as we were getting down to the wire in Game 3, I didn't know who was going to win. I could see how it would go either way, and I have to imagine at the table, you weren't confident that you were going to win until it got to the very end.
Yeah, no. Up until like I top decked the energy, I was like, oh, I guess he's just going to retreat into the Zacian and we're going to tie. And then he just passed, and I was like, oh, I guess I could top deck an energy, right? Even though I have like 2 left in deck, and very much so, luck was a little bit on my side. I was able to top deck it. Caleb's a really good opponent, so he pretty much challenged me the entire match. So I knew that I had to bring my A game going into the stream. So just keeping that, knowing in the back of my head that I had to play my best, kind of just brought out the best in me. So I was able to get it done.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you talk about playing against Caleb, but you're playing this mirror match. It seems like your lists are extremely similar. You guys have the same attackers, the Screamtail, the Cresselia. You've got the same techs, the Jirachi and the Manaphy. And of course, you want to fill your bench with your Greninja. You want to get your Curlias, your Gardevoirs, all that stuff out. How do you balance that as a player, deciding what to make your board look like, right? When you've got so many options, and then also in this specific mirror match, your opponent has the exact same breadth of options.
Right. I think a part of it is kind of just like just getting like a lot of reps. So when you get in certain situations, you kind of know what you have to do. I think game 3, not that by any means it was easy, but it made my benching decision easy because I prized the 2 rolls, didn't pull them till the end. So I was like, well, I guess Screamtail and Cresselia is it. But I mean, obviously, most of the time, like, you want to get that Mirage Step out, get the 3 Curlia, preferably a Ralt so you could save with a rare candy. And then usually, like, that 6, there's, like, a flex spot depending on what your opponent's board looks like, right? Like, if you don't see a Manaphy, Screamtail's probably better. If you see a Manaphy, maybe Cresselia is the way to go. Stuff like that. So just, like, playing the mirror enough times, you kind of just get the hang of it. And then a lot of the time, it's just, like, decision-making, and you don't really know until you get there, right? Like,
yeah, of course, yeah. And like you said as well, in that game, prizing 2 Ralts, the game kind of had to play itself out for you, right? As far as what Pokemon you were able to put into play. And you were really able to lean on the Screamtail specifically in that game. You had the threat of the Cresselia. Caleb got the Jirachi down, obviously. So there's just, it feels like so much back and forth. I feel like the big turn in that game was absolutely the turn where you were able to bring up and KO the Gardevoir to try to get yourself back into the prize trade. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. I don't know if you noticed the turn before, I was thinking about doing it, but he just had a lot of draw power, and then he was getting the extra card off of the Iono. So I was like, this is so risky because if he just like retreat, boss, knocks out me with the Zacian, I just lose and I have no response. So it was like a calculated risk, but I was like, hey man, let's roll the dice a little bit. That's why I tanked that turn before, but I knew that was the turn to do it to Iono, and I was sitting on the reversal for so long. I was like, I can't wait to cash this in. So it felt really good cashing it in, and then of course coming out with a W always feels good.
Yeah, of course. So as we go into these last few rounds of Swiss, obviously, just 1 match point away from getting into day 2. 3 rounds left. Is there anything you're hoping to avoid? Anything that you're feeling really confident against?
Decks I want to avoid is definitely the Don. I told my whole group, so I was on Miraidon and Guardy going to this event, and I just played so much Guardy that I didn't really test it all week. I was just preparing with Miraidon. And I told him, I was like, look, I feel like I had some really bad draws in prizing and LAIC and matchups, so maybe the Poke Gods owe me a little bit of something, and I'm going to dodge Don in day 1, and haven't hit one yet, so hopefully we can keep it that way.
All right, well, we'll keep our eye on those pairings and see how things shape up for you, Jeremy. Congratulations on the start, and hopefully we'll get to see more from you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to throw it back to the casters, and we're going to get ready for Swiss Round 7.
All right.
Woo.
Well, it's great to hear from him so far. As you said, Iron Hands is nowhere to be found. That's a happy Gardevoir player in my mind.
For sure, Iron Hands, one of the biggest threats for Gardevoir, so it really feels nice when you manage to dodge it this whole tournament so far.
And Pokemon TV as well is doing lots of content throughout the week on the Pokemon channel, so you guys know where to watch. The Pokemon Holidays is a holidays that I want to be a part of, so make sure you tune in Tuesday at 2 p.m. for that, as well as some more Pokemon Series Season 2 Adventures in Orange Islands, all times in Pacific. December 18th to the 24th, get yourself in the holiday spirit. Check out some old content. That's always sort of like a at-home, nice and calm. You kind of like, if you're ever just chilling out in the living room, you can put that on the TV, right? Stream it up. You kind of get yourself in the right mood. That's just me, at least.
The Orange Islands, I feel like that aired before you were born, Ethan. Season 2 happened a long time ago. And
I can't catch a break.
No, I mean, you should catch the Adventures in the Orange Islands.
You know what? I think I will, Pablo. I think I will. Now, you at home and all over the place, including here at San Antonio, have been sharing the action on Twitter, on different social media platforms. Jackson, who looks like is here in San Antonio, is so excited to be back at another regional. This time, might even have to compete against my wife. So happy we can share Pokemon TCG together. Let's get it. Now, that is always one of the things. When me and my brother used to play, we would always, especially at like local events like League Cups, that's like the one person you want to avoid. So,
yeah, of course.
I mean, somebody's got to lose, right? So that's always the worst feeling.
Indeed, like you don't want to face the person you know until the finals, right? But I mean, I feel like it also must be very special, right? You go up against your wife in the biggest regional in history. Like, A, what are the chances? And B, that must be a really fun time.
A fun time indeed, of course. More tweets to share This is the setup for sure. The PC, the coffee, some hot cocoa while working on art, watching San Antonio. Wish I could be there to play Pokemon with the rest of y'all. And that's another great setup too. In the winter season, get a blanket on, chill out at your desk, and watch some Pokemon TCG action. And of course, you can always catch the streams too on Twitch and YouTube. So if you ever miss any of the action, I know when I was over in Japan, I would always catch the streams late because it would be like
Yeah,
4 in
of
the
course.
morning for the stream. So at least make sure you guys go watch it back if you're not already watching live.
Indeed, and you're with us in spirit, Jackson. Yeah, we're all we're all enjoying the stream, and thank you so much for tuning in. Now we have Stephen. San Antonio, goals for San Antonio, have fun. Isn't that what Pokemon is all about?
That's what playing a Comfey deck is all about, is accepting that as long as you have fun, things can go your way. But absolutely, that's what it's about. I can proudly say that for a sanctioned event, I've never played a deck that has Comfey in it. I know you have.
I both recommend it and do not recommend it. It's like, it's very rewarding, but it's also very frustrating sometimes. It was really nice to do before rotation with the scoop up nets.
Ooh.
After rotation, I've tried to get away from Comfey. It's really difficult, but I've tried to okay, I need to focus on other things. But I mean, clearly it still has quite a lot of success.
Keeps calling you back in, right?
Yeah.
You can't run away from it.
It draws you back in.
Well, of course, we've still got 3 more rounds of Swiss to go. Plenty more Pokemon TCG action. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more Pokemon trading card game. Don't go anywhere.
Well, this is actually my first regional, so I didn't actually prepare that much. But I thought, I watched some YouTube videos, went on Reddit, read about other people's experiences, and I have a whole cheering squad here, so, I think I go and meet with them after my games to get a little bit more energy, but yeah, that's basically it.
Obviously have a good sleep, like an 8-hour sleep, and then have a good breakfast too next day. And then I think you should be good for a long day of Pokemon.
If it's this tournament, I don't sleep. I toss and turn on a bed all night and just keep thinking, is my team ready to go? Have I done everything possible to be ready? And I just come in here and play free and play to what I think I can do. And as long as I do that, I have no regrets and I can go home at the end of the day happy.
Yeah, I think it's really important to make sure that you've got energy to compete throughout the day. That means eating a healthy breakfast. That means getting close to 8 hours of sleep and just being in a good headspace for the tournament. Don't be afraid to give yourself breaks between rounds to do things like listen to music or enjoy fresh air outside the venue. I think it's really just about making sure that your body and mind are ready for a long day of tough competition.
I, first of all, make sure that I get a full night's of rest if I can. Although I know sometimes we end up staying up late to test and make sure our decks are fine. Trying to eat some breakfast ahead of time and really mentally reset, make sure you're ready for a long day and taking one game at a time.
Down
Happy Ye Holidays here in San Antonio, Texas, home of the Pokemon Regional Championships, the last one of 2023 as we move into 2024 of this 2024 season. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Chip Ritchie, and we have seen some great Pokemon games today and plenty more to go.
Yeah, if that last round is any indication of what we have remaining through the rest of the day, I am so excited. Man, what a close 3-game set. That third and final game really did come down to it, and either one of those two players could have won. I love watching two really good Gardevoir players go at it in the mirror.
Oh yeah, really anything could have happened for Caleb during that last turn. Really playing to his outs, trying to get the perfect cards needed, and just unfortunately those rare candies still stuck at the bottom every time.
Well, as we get into Swiss round 7, let's take a look at our standings heading into this round, see which players are continuing to do well and succeed in this tournament. A lot of familiar names here as we're getting through things. Grant Hayes, Joe Turrentine, Jeremy, of course, we just saw in the last round. Cal Connor out there rocking the Snorlax, I believe, this weekend, which is pretty crazy. And then tons of other notable names here as well.
Yeah, Isaiah Bradner we had on stream, already 6-0 now. Azul Garcia Griego, fan favorite of yours, 6-0 to start things off. And Dan Hugar as well. Tons of names. Riley Holbrook down there in the little bottom, 501. Got a lot of great players here.
Lots of great players. That's going to happen when you have nearly 2,000 competitors at this event. Of course, with so many games happening out there, we do sadly only get to pick one match. It's going to be an exciting one. We've got two kind of newer players to our stream. Neither of these players have ever competed on the live stream before. So we'll see if they can shake off some of those nerves and bring us a great game. It's going to be Brandon Bond up against Gregory Plater.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty fast one for sure. Both of the players playing some pretty exciting decks. And, of course, Cal Connor up against Joe. That is going to be a Snorlax up against what I believe Charizard, yeah.
Yeah, pretty good for Snorlax. I don't know if Joe is rocking any techs or not, but if there's no tech, I mean, if anything we learned from the Gdansk Regional Championships in Poland, it's that Charizard without techs has a pretty rough time into the Snorlax deck.
Yeah, well, we don't have to worry about Snorlax. Let's go ahead and take it down to the stage where we have our next round for y'all at home. Brandon Bond up against Gregory Plater. Roaring Moon EX up against Miraidon EX.
Yeah, this has the potential to be a quick one.
Yeah.
But, it could definitely be a 3-game set. Just a lot of 2-prize Pokemon swinging back and forth at each other. I'm excited to see how it'll play out for both of our competitors.
Good old classic Pokemon. I wouldn't like it anything else, you know? Now, Roaring Moon has been one of those underwhelming EX cards to come out of that Paradox Rift set. Not really proving what it can do.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting because when the format first wrote, when we first got to this format, the new set comes out, Roaring Moon was everywhere. It was like the only deck you saw if you were playing on TCG Live. It was the only deck you saw if you were playing in online tournaments. And then it fell off really hard. Didn't do super well at LAIC. A few people brought it. It was decently popular, but it just didn't really perform. And it started to fall off pretty steadily through our next few regional championships, but more recently, players have started to bring it back with Lost Box decks. We've seen it as an inclusion with the Lost Zone engine, but Brandon kind of just playing the regular build that you would have seen kind of early on in this format for Roaring Moon EX. There is a couple water energy in here as well to try to attack with that Radiant Greninja, the energy switches, lots of things happening. And over on Gregory's side, it is going to be the Turbo Miraidon deck.
Yep, you saw those two Peony in the prize cards. This is going to be much similar to the list we saw earlier on in the stream today. And with 16 basic lightning energies, those electric generators hopefully are going to prove a little fruitful.
And this is going to be a win-and-in match. Both of these players have 5-0-1. One single win does guarantee them a spot in day 2 of our tournament. Now, I wonder if either of these players knew what the matchup was going into this, because when it is such a turbo matchup like this, you get such an advantage when you become the player who takes the first prize. And a big part of that is going second in these decks. Both of these decks are really consistent at finding the pieces to attack on turn 1 when you go second and can play a supporter.
Gregory is starting things off for us here with an Iron Hands EX in the active spot. Has an Ultra Ball, but discards Lost Vacuum and a Super Rod to be able to find that Miraidon EX with its powerful Tandem Unit ability.
It did start that Iron Hands as well, which is pretty annoying. There's a Beach Court in the hand, but Iron Hands EX has 4 retreat. Pretty annoying to get out of the active spot. He's definitely going to need to play an Escape Rope or a Switch Cart or Switch to get out of this.
Now here is that Miraidon EX tandem unit will allow 2 Lightning Pokemon from the deck to the bench. And I believe Gregory has 4 Seal Stone in hand to go along with a Luminion V. So that's something that we have seen in these Peony lists a little bit more, is that Luminion V.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You're only playing really 4 consistency supporters, the Peony. You do have a few bosses orders as well. Luminion just gives you extra reach to find that 4 of supporter card that you play.
Now, the Mareep and Raikou found off the tandem unit. Raikou can now use this 4 Seal Stone, so you don't need to bench that Luminion V just yet, and we will see that Star Alchemy be able to search for any card in the deck. Battle VIP Pass is going to be the grab that will allow Squawkabilly, that will allow Mew EX to really get things going.
Yeah, I think this has to signify that we're going for Squawkabilly. Squawk and Seize, discard that hand, draw 6 new cards, get an energy card into the discard pile, and then also hopefully find an attachment off the 6 drawn. Mew EX is going to accompany that. We saw from Nick Robinson earlier how vital the Mew EX is for this deck. After turn 1, when you don't have access to Squawkabilly anymore, that is really your draw engine, is just the 3 cards you could potentially get from restart every single turn.
Shades of a Ringaroo here, trying to help out this very fast Miraidon deck. Gregory has the Lightning to attach to the Raikou V on the bench.
Yeah, there could be an argument to just discard the Lightning for the Squawk and Seize so that you get the energy into the discard pile, but it would feel really bad if you Squawk and Seized and then did not draw an energy card. So I think plays it a little safe, gets the attachment, and luckily does find an Ultra Ball so he can still get an energy in the discard pile for next turn for Dynamotor.
Sane's actually very good. Ultra Ball going to start things off with an Electric Generator, though. Looking at the top 5.
His 1 energy, and only just 1 energy. I don't know that we've seen too many double generator hits today.
Yeah, I guess they need to learn from JW.
If you want to win a regional championships with Miraidon, you got to get some double hits in there somewhere.
Now, Gregory can play the Ultra Ball this turn, but I also like saving it. Just you get more information. You don't really expect a lot of disruption from your opponent's deck, although depending on if Gregory knows what Brandon's playing, it could be very different. But most of the time with Radiant Greninja, you're not going to see anything until like a Roxanne.
Yeah, you don't really know what your opponent could be playing when they flip over a Radiant Greninja. It could be a Lost Box deck. I have to imagine that of the things you think it could be, Roaring Moon is probably pretty low on the list at this point in the format. It just really has not been nearly as popular as it once was.
Well, the jury's out now. Dark Energy discarded 4 concealed cards.
It could still be Lost Box.
It could still be, yeah. All right, what about now? Still?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, still. But it will be that town store utilized, allowing Brandon to search for any single tool card. He does play a few different options here. Usually it's going to be used to just get the 4 Seal Stone. He does have the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Looks like a Bravery Charm in this list as well, which is pretty interesting, you know, that you would choose to play the Bravery Charm when you have access to just using another Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. But Brandon does have some alternate options here as far as attackers go. It could be nice on the Galarian Moltres V. You know, in certain matchups, maybe you want to give your Squawkabilly EX a little bit more of a chance to withstand a hit.
Speaking of Galarian Moltres V, that is the Pokemon in hand for Brandon, able to use that for Seal Stone.
Flip of the V-Star marker. Now any card can be added to the hand. Might be a Battle VIP pass to just continue to get set up. Looks like Brandon is going to agree with that call.
A lot of energy in the hand for Brandon. I believe both the Waters and another Dark to go along with it.
Which is honestly pretty good. You want your energy cards in the discard pile with this deck. You want to be able to use your Professor Sada's Vitality. You want to be able to use the Dark Patch. You want to be able to use that Galarian Moltres V ability to get an extra energy card into play. Now, something else for Brandon that is a little annoying. You know, I was talking about wanting to go second in this matchup whenever, you know, you're playing this turbo type deck, you know, against another turbo type deck. Brandon will not be able to get a knockout on the Iron Hands EX unless he uses that Frenzied Gouging from the Roaring Moon. He's going to have to put himself to just 30 HP remaining, thanks to that 230 hit points that the Iron Hands up there has.
Yeah, bigger cheat cost, big HP.
Yeah,
it's
a big guy.
Hands, yeah. Ancient Booster Energy Capsule is the tool attached to that Roaring Moon EX, along with that Dark Energy, and Squawk and Seize discards those 2 water along with that Professor Sada's Vitality.
Yeah, pretty interesting to see the Sada go down. It sounds like, looks like Brandon wants to try to get as much value from a Sada as possible and get 2 energy cards into play. Could say this is maybe a little greedy. We'll see how it pays off.
There's no Greedent in this deck at all. Earthen Vessel, discard a Dark Energy, search your deck for 2 basic energies. Going to go ahead and grab those 2 Darks. You still have access to that ability from Galarian Moltres V to be able to bring back a Dark Energy as well.
Yeah, that Dire Flame Wings, grabbing 1 energy card from the discard pile, attaching it to the Moltres. It becomes an additional way for you to get off the turn 1 attack when you can combo this with Energy Switch.
Is that 2 attachments for the turn?
Yeah, I
okay.
believe already did attach.
This deck would be really good.
Dire Flame Wings brings 1 more energy. I don't know if Brandon has a supporter. Yeah, will just pass.
And I guess just the benefit of trying to keep the Dark Energy in the discard from that first Squawk and Seize so you can Dire Flame Wings instead of using that Sada beforehand. But really unfortunate turn 1 for Brandon there. And Gregory's going to be able to get a second energy on that Raikou V and hopefully start attacking.
And it's interesting here as well because now you would think Gregory has a chance to jump pretty far ahead, but it's kind of hard and awkward for him to find a KO here on something that's not the Radiant Greninja for just 1 prize with the Raikou.
An embarrassment of riches of these energies off the electric generator. The thing is, though, I don't think there's a way to get out of the active spot in Gregory's hand. You can thin down a little bit with this Ultra Ball. You have a boss's orders. Might have to rely off of that restart from you yet again to find an attack this turn.
Yeah, restart from you and just hope to find a switch or escape rope, something along those lines. Also could hold off on using the boss as well so that you give yourself the chance to find Peony as an out off the 1 card. An interesting choice. We'll see what Gregory decides to do.
Yeah, it's either you get that 1 extra card or you save it for that Peony.
And I like this, giving yourself options, give your chance to draw the Peony, even though there are 2 prized.
And I don't think anything was found off of those top 2 cards.
Is it going to be a pass once again? 2 such high octane decks. Both of these players 5-0-1, and they're just kind of stalling out here.
Now it's Brandon's turn yet again. There was a gold trainer found off the top. Can't really tell which one it was.
I believe it was an Ultra Ball, so that means Lumineon V could be an out to find the Professor Sada's Vitality. Ancient Booster Energy Capsule may be off of this town store.
Some fun facts about our players here. Gregory's played in 4 different states in the past 2 years. For people who normally go to regionals, that maybe seems a little low. And Brandon wants to shout out.
I think I've been in 4 different states in the last month.
Brandon wants to shout out his wife for letting him compete.
Shout outs to Brandon's wife. We do see the draw on the Greninja now. Ooh, and
energy switch.
Does have the energy switch. I don't think there's a Sada still, though. I think Ultra Ball for Lumineon might have to be the play.
I mean, that's a Sada.
It works. It works. But still only 1 Roaring Moon in play. So you look at that first turn where Brandon just discarded the Sada because he wanted to get, the full acceleration, more energy cards in play, more Pokemon in play. And look at this situation, you realize, oh, have to get just 1 energy in play anyways.
Hopefully it's going to be enough. You're going to have that energy attached to that Roaring Moon. You can still attach for the turn. Energy switch to the active if you don't have something like an escape rope.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see Brandon, I think, take the first KO here, go up those 2 prizes. The question is going to be, how can he continue to respond? I mean, if Gregory can find the KO. Gregory's going to have to use something like a Raichu to get the knockout, thanks to that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule that's here on the Roaring Moon. It boosts the hit points all the way up to 290, which is pretty annoying to KO.
3 cards. Another Earthen Vessel, another Professor Sada's Vitality. Didn't see another card, though.
Looks like Dire Flame Wings will bring 1 energy card back. Yeah, there is an energy in hand. There's energy switch, so that attack can happen this turn. There is also that Morpeko in hand. A little bit of an interesting 1 prize option. Could try to work in at some point.
With no way to really pivot here, like escape rope would have been amazing. Be able to push something else up from Gregory's side of things, take the knockout without damaging yourself.
Right. Yeah, this is going to be a knockout for Brandon, but you're going to go down to just 30 HP. Well, I guess 90 HP remaining with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. So it'll be pretty easy for Gregory to find the response. And then Brandon is going to be the one looking for the response on the following turn.
Yeah, and something like that Galarian Moltres V isn't going to be too good of a response. Only deals 190 damage, so it could take out something like that Mew or Squawkabilly. But other than that, not really doing too much. And look at those two Roaring Moon just hanging out in the prize cards.
Yes, thinking it would be nice to have access to those, and they're going to be hanging in the prizes even still. Brandon probably going to be looking for a boss's orders on the next turn. Now, Gregory promotes that. Raikou pretty much instantly wants to get access to that fleet-footed, I imagine. Kind of becomes your draw engine in this deck in addition to the restart ability.
Yeah, one card is not very much, but when you're not drawing any cards, it's the world.
Okay, Gregory here is thinking about getting the Iron Hands. Maybe going to go for that amp you very much for 3 prize cards. Is that what we're going to see?
It can happen. There's an electric generator in the hand. If there's a combination of Flaffy to go along with 2 off the generator, you can make it work.
Yeah, I think that Brandon's map here is pretty straightforward. You know, take the 2 here, and then just kind of hope your opponent has a hard time setting up another Pokemon, which I think is reasonable to expect based on the board state right now and kind of what your opponent has done thus far.
Just hit the 1 off the electric generator, though, so Gregory's not going to be playing around with any Iron Hands this turn, but still has the knockout on the active. And Iron Hands can take a pretty easy knockout on something like Lumineon V or that Squawkabilly if you want, or even the Morpeko.
We see the energy coming down to the Mew EX. I kind of like this as well. Give yourself the option to go for that genome hacking, potentially pull off a Roaring Moon attack to get a 1-hit KO when maybe you shouldn't otherwise be able to make that happen.
Town Store here is going to search out this Bravery Charm. Most likely, nope, Forest Seal Stone, thin the deck out a little bit.
Yeah, just get that piece out. You've already used your V-Star power, so that Forest Seal Stone is not super strong in the deck at the moment. Probably would have liked to see that be grabbed off the Town Store before using the electric generator. Just thin that 1 extra card out. Give yourself a little bit better of a chance to hit on the generator.
We're going to see restart for 1. Lightning found.
Fleet-footed for 1 as well.
Rhydon found.
Not super helpful right now.
Well, there is the knockout Lightning Rondo. Gregory gets 2 prize cards to tie things up here.
Yeah, 2 Peony and 1 Flaffy in the prizes for Gregory is definitely pretty awkward.
Oh, yeah, the 1 Flaffy.
Yeah, exactly,
no
just a 1 of. So now Brandon, is he able to set up an attacker here? He either needs to find a Roaring Moon, get it fully powered up with Dark Patch, Professor Sada's Vitality, and the like, or find an Energy and a Boss's Orders to target down one of the lower HP Pokemon on Gregory's side of the board.
Start things off with the Town Store. Concealed cards, finds a Dark Patch and a Roaring Moon.
Okay,
there's a
the
couple
Roaring
Dark
Moon.
Patch in hand, too.
And I actually do think the Boss's Orders is currently in the hand. So this is pretty nice for Brandon. What he can do is attack with that Galarian Moltres V this turn by bossing, KOing something like the Mew EX, and then at the same time power up your Roaring Moon EX on the bench. But instead, it seems like Brandon is going to go the route of Professor Sada's Vitality right now, maybe try to close out the game with a boss later on.
Draw 3. That's the 3rd Dark Patch hitting the hand for Brandon here.
Plenty of Dark Patch. Really only need to get 2 extra energy in play in this way right now this turn. But hey, might as well have the next one for a future turn.
Doesn't have the Ancient Booster Capsule just yet, but has a Big Charm available. Or not a Big Charm. What format am I in?
Bravery Charm. All these charms just kind of run together, and they do very similar things, right? Just a little extra HP.
Oh, it does have the booster.
And does indeed have that booster. Going to be huge here. Now, Gregory not taking the Flaffy off the prizes actually means he will not have the ability to fully power up this Mew in 1 single turn. That would be his best way, probably, to respond to this Roaring Moon.
Well, there it is. After the big knockout, Brandon able to recover with a fully powered Roaring Moon EX. And at this time, just getting the knockout with Calamity Storm, not having to damage yourself with that Frenzy Gouging.
Yeah, and I got to think Brandon's feeling pretty good about this here. Has Boss's Orders in hand, and Gregory does not play any Disruption. This Turbo Miraidon list normally does not, so All Brandon has to do on the next turn is promote this Galarian Moltres V, use its ability, and then use a boss's orders to take the game and move on to the next game. And Gregory sees the writing on the wall, says, we don't need to play this out. Let's go on to game number 2.
Yeah, the writing on the wall says, I'm going to go second.
And that, I wonder if that is going to be the choice here for our players. Are they going to opt to go second whenever they have the option to in this matchup? Brandon getting the first game win. Got to be feeling pretty solid, especially since you whiffed that turn 1 attack. He's probably feeling a little nervous in that spot, but Gregory just didn't have the pieces to find a knockout on that next turn.
Yeah, really awkward starting the Iron Hands EX, having that 4 retreat cost, not having access to escape rope or switch card. Basically, the whole game up until this knockout here, Hands not doing too much. Gregory, of course, having the return KO already lined up with all those energy in play, but when both of your decks are just KO after KO, turn after turn, you just attack 3 times and you basically win the game.
Yeah, and Gregory just concedes, scoops the cards up, and sets up here for this next one. I do have to feel like this matchup is a little in favor of the Roaring Moon deck. It's pretty tough for the Turbo Miraidon to get over the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. You pretty much have to attack with a Mew EX or something like the Raichu V, which are a lot more energy intensive than some of your other attackers. It's a little harder to power up the Mew. You need to do it over the course of 2 turns since you only play 1 Flaffy. Can't Electric Generator to it, obviously. So yeah, I have to give the slight edge here to the Roaring Moon. We'll see how it shapes up here in this next game.
There's access to 1 Lost Vacuum on Gregory's side of things, so in combination with, it's a lot, but the Zapdos powering up the Miraidon EX deals 230, and then you remove the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule.
Yeah, that's absolutely what he has to go for, right? You know, try to find that combo of cards, and it's really not that hard to find, right?
Yeah.
You play 4 Peony, that's your ability to find the Lost Vacuum pretty easily.
That's
Look
a
at
lot of
these
Pokemon.
Oh, man.
And the Heavy Ball.
Raichu and Zapdos as well.
Those are 2 big cards in this matchup.
We were just talking about
why
they were big cards in this matchup, and they're just not things that Gregory has access to. Wisely is choosing to go second here. I do like to see that, but is going to get some sad news when he sees that Zapdos is prized. And that is really the big card here, because at a minimum, if your opponent doesn't get the tool card, the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, you can take a knockout on the Roaring Moon that has 230 HP, but only if you have a Zapdos to boost the damage of your Miraidon EX.
Ultra Ball going to start things off for Brandon here. Discards Luminion V along with a Dark Energy.
Now,
finds that Squawkabilly.
On Brandon's side of the field here, when you're going first, what you want to try to do is get a 1 prize Pokemon into your active spot. It is possible your opponent could get off the turn 1 Iron Hands, but it's a lot harder to get off turn 1 Iron Hands than it is to get off turn 1 Miraidon. You know, it's 1 less energy card, and then of course you do need the Zapdos. So I think for Brandon, that's really what you want to try to do, is get a single prize Pokemon into the active spot if you can, or get an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule on this active. But he has chosen to put the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule onto the bench. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, along with the Dark Patch charging up that bench Roaring Moon. Here we see the Squawk and Seize. Discards Energy Switch. Going to get 6 brand new cards here.
And I do see that switch cart, and I think there is an Ultra Ball in the hand. This could definitely grab Radiant Greninja to try to draw some more cards. I think there are a couple energies here.
And I think I see a supporter down in the back of the hand, maybe?
Yeah, I think I do see one as
Boss's
well,
orders.
but it is a boss, yeah, not a Professor Sada's Vitality. I mean, both of these players are really relying on 1 single supporter card for each of their decks. For Gregory, it's the Peony, and for Brandon, it is that Professor Sada's Vitality. It feels like we're playing a Welder format all over again.
I missed that format.
Really?
No. Radiant Greninja found off this second Ultra Ball here. And Brandon does have at least a couple more energy cards in hand.
Yeah, concealed cards can draw a couple more. And I do think, like I said, that switch cart is here. So I really want to see Brandon use switch cart into that Greninja.
Oh, well,
does find that second Ancient Booster. And
Yep.
that could make him feel a little more confident about leaving this Pokemon active. You know, if your opponent would have to find Lost Vacuum specifically this turn to pull that off.
There was the option of Brandon saving one of the energies that were discarded just to attach for the turn.
True, yeah. Has not done that yet, so did not, was not able to cash in on an attachment for turn. And I think Gregory fist bumping there a little bit because that Battle VIP pass was the top deck.
Definitely going to help this hand out a lot. There was a couple Forest Heal Stones, though, so along with the Tandem unit can pretty much have access to the entire deck. And Battle VIP Pass will find Squawkabilly EX and Mew EX, a really good combo for this Peony version of this deck.
And the Tandem unit will bring a couple more Pokemon in play. You definitely want to establish that Mareep pretty quickly so you can find the Flaffy as early as possible. With just a 1-1 line, you really want to try to get it into play as early as possible. But with so many Pokemon prize, Gregory only gets one other Miraidon into play. I think he prized literally all of his other Lightning Pokemon, it feels like.
There might be a Mareep in hand, but yeah.
Yeah. And he does play 2 Iron Hands EX. He's got just 2 different artworks, so they're separated here on our deck list backstage, but one of them was prized. One of them's in hand, one of them, and the Mareep as well in the hand, like you mentioned.
And honestly, there's, other than Luminion, no Pokemon V to use these 4 Seal Stones in hand.
Yeah, that is pretty awkward.
We're going to have to Ultra Ball, discard a Forest Seal Stone, and that Iron Hands, find Luminion. Luminion can go ahead and find a supporter, and then you can attach that Forest Seal Stone to, but this is just not the route you want to have to take.
Yeah, I actually wonder here, Gregory might go for a boss this turn and try to initiate things, taking out the Squawkabilly. You know, you have a lot of card draw through the Mew and the Squawkabilly on your own side, but instead is going to go with Peony.
Opts to attach the Forest Seal Stone and the energy to the Miraidon on the bench. Here is the Peony, able to discard the non-existent hand, search your deck for 2 trainer cards. And we're going to grab Electric Generator maybe?
Yeah, just going to try to load those energies into play, try to get off the quick attack if you can, hit for 220. Now, it would be nice if you could hit this Roaring Moon for 230, right?
Oh,
if you
it
had
would
the
be
Zapdos.
nice, yeah, of course.
The Ancient Booster Capsule would allow it to hang on, but you can at least hit it that hard so that later on in the game you can go for a Lost Vacuum and get a cheeky, like, KO during your turn.
Didn't I say that like 5 minutes ago?
I don't know. I didn't hear it.
Taking all the credit. I see.
Squawkabilly.
Ooh, Electric Generator.
Electric
No
Generator,
lightning energy off that first one here.
We have not seen Electric Generator do our Miraidon players justice on our stream so far today.
It's not Miraidon's tournament, I guess.
Well, we'll see if this second generator can make things work a little better
for Gregory. If you see more than 2, can you attach all of them?
No.
No, okay.
Unfortunately. Let's see, well, what if you see 0 again? Oh, wow. Gregory
What is this?
Dropping the head. I mean, he knows that this is not a good situation. You know, you need to hit those energies.
In before the Squawk and Seas for 6 energies.
Yeah. We're going to use that restart first. Definitely going to hit at least 1 energy here. That's just how these things go.
Well, there's at least 1. Yeah, you were right.
Did hit that Beach Court. Pretty nice. Has that option. And Squawk and Seas can discard that card. 6 more cards added to the hand. Is he going to find another generator?
You're going to need to if you even want an attack this turn. There is 1 in hand.
Okay, there is 1. Can preemptively play this Ultra Ball, thin 1 more card out of the deck.
Nope.
Gonna instead just go straight for the generator.
What is going on here? What is going on
energy.
here?
3 generators played on this first turn, and 3 complete whiffs. Gregory plays 16 lightning energy. What is happening?
All right, do we force Seal Stone for the 4th Electric Generator?
Oh my goodness.
You're bound to hit it, right? Come on.
The thing is if you do that, it's not even that good. You're only doing 220 damage.
Yeah. This has been not the start that Gregory has wanted to see after being down that first game. We're going to retreat to Luminion, but you haven't used that Forest Seal Stone.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to retreat to a 2-prize Pokemon to just let it take a hit, it's got to just be the Squawkabilly, you know, to let it go down. But I kind of like the decision to just leave this Miraidon active. It's got the Bravery Charm attached, so it could be kind of awkward for Brandon to get the KO on.
Trekking Shoes discards the top card into a Professor Sada's Vitality here. That is going to open up Brandon's hand immensely, getting those energy on each of the Roaring Moon and drawing 3 cards.
Yeah, pretty strong find there on the Trekking Shoes. Does hit a switch cart, and I believe there is an Earthen Vessel in hand. So Brandon has all the pieces he needs to pull off an attack this turn.
won't be able to take the knockout without a frenzied gouging, thanks to that bravery charm there.
You can see a couple energy cards added. Of course, concealed card still has not been used. Even if Brandon did not find the switch cart, actually what's pretty nice for him here is the fact that the beach court is in play. It would allow him to retreat this Roaring Moon for just 1 energy, which he has already on the active through that Professor Sada.
2 Dark Found off this Earthen Vessel. You're going to have the attachment for the bench after concealed cards.
2 more cards being added to the hand. Looks like a Dark Patch. Another Earthen Vessel as well. Can thin even more cards out of the deck.
I like that.
Yeah, you got to be a little mindful of how many energies you're discarding, because you do need to keep a couple around. You want to still attach for turn from your hand, and you also still want to have some energies around to be able to concealed cards. So you don't want to go too aggressive with discarding too many of them, but they also, of course, interact with you very nicely when they're in the discard pile, thanks to your Dark Patch, your Sadas, and, of course, that Galarian Moltres V.
Now, with the 2 energy in hand, Brandon still has the attachment for turn. And then Switch Cart can go ahead and bring out that fully powered up Roaring Moon EX. And then you can Dark Patch to the one that's in the active right now. That way you just threaten another one on the following turn. Or you could do it the opposite way, too.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Accomplishing the same thing. Yep. It still works out.
It's not as cool.
Yeah, you could maybe save the switch carts, actually. There could be an argument to do that so that you can heal off some of the damage that your opponent could do if they do get the Zapdos out this coming turn. But, of course, we know Gregory has prized the Zapdos, and Brandon might be assuming that at this point.
And here we have the Calamity Storm.
Frenzied Gouging, actually.
Oh, Frenzied Gouging.
Yeah,
oh.
with that Bravery Charm being attached. Had to go for it.
I guess there is no Lost Vacuum in the list for Brandon here today.
But is jumping ahead in the prize trade. Even though there is not a lot of hit points remaining on this Roaring Moon, he has taken the first 2 prizes. And now Gregory is left with trying to respond. It's pretty easy to do so. There's so much damage on this Roaring Moon, you'll be able to take it out, but it becomes a situation where all Brandon has to do is just power up 2 more attackers. And if they can be 2 more Roaring Moons, you know, one's only 1 energy away, and if he can find the 4th and final one, I do believe one hit the discard pile, he should be able to set up a checkmate scenario.
Ultra Ball here going to discard Escape Rope, Lightning Energy. Most likely going to find that Flaffy so you can actually attack this turn. It wasn't pretty interesting to see the Lightning discarded because you still need the attachment for turn to really attack. But with all the Lightning still in the deck, maybe you're just going to draw into one.
Pretty decent odds to draw one on the restart. Of course, we know that there is also the Forest Sealstone, which can guarantee 1 specific card as well. I think Gregory just wanted to play the hand out as much as possible to try to draw some good cards off the restart. Needs a little bit of help.
Super Odd is going to shuffle back in a Lightning Energy and a Miraidon EX. And this is not the kind of game you want as a Miraidon EX player. That's the namesake of the deck, but usually you kind of wait to attack with it for a lot of matchups.
Yeah, it depends on the situation. And I think if Gregory was getting a KO, obviously Miraidon feels pretty strong, which he will be getting the KO, but it's not going to be the, you know, he's going to be catching back up in the prize trade. He's not the one who's taking the initiative. Did find the energy off that restart, and also I believe a peony and maybe even a Boss's Orders, so does have some options.
But you still are just not getting a knockout on that benched Roaring Moon EX. So
on the next
Boss's
turn,
Orders isn't really going to do too much other than just taking down that Squawkabilly.
And with 3 electric generators having already been played and hitting the discard pile, you know, what would you even grab off the peony? The 4th one and just hope? Or do you have to save the 4th one for a future turn and hope to take something better off your prizes that you want to accelerate to?
Is there a route where you Boss's Orders the Roaring Moon anyway?
And just hit it.
Yeah.
And so that way Brandon has to knock himself out if he wants to attack. Yeah, that could be interesting. It does get punished by a Boss's Orders play from Brandon, right? Then you could just take out the Luminion, and then you have your 2 Roaring Moon set up to just close out the game. As it stands, Gregory will bring up that Squawkabilly, take the KO, ties this game up. Brandon here really looking for a boss, and he already has one in hand.
You'll love to see it. And with this Boss's Orders play from Gregory last turn, it still leaves the 2 Roaring Moon in play.
And I think this is going to be pretty tough for Gregory to come back from. If Brandon just attaches for turn to this Roaring Moon on the bench, gets it fully powered up, and then uses boss's orders to take a 2-prize KO onto something on the bench. He's got just 2 prizes remaining, and then he's got 2 fully powered up Roaring Moon EX. So no matter what Gregory does on the next turn, pretty much, Brandon just has to use Frenzy Gouging on either of them on a 2-prize Pokemon to win the game.
Earthen Vessel going to go and grab just one last Dark Energy from the deck. Concealed cards that away.
Drawing 2 more. There's a Dark Patch. Battle VIP Pass, obviously not useful. Now, something that Gregory could do, I guess
Retreat,
in
Frenzy
theory,
Gouging.
it would be Raichu boss KO the Roaring Moon on the bench that has no damage on it. And then if you do that and your opponent has to... Oh, you would have to get another Bravery Charm on the Raichu, I guess. And then your
Yeah.
opponent would have to Frenzy Gouging, and then we could see a sudden death type situation, a tiebreaker game. But
Well,
it's
here
a
we
lot
see-
for Brandon to try to find, Gregory to try to find, and I don't think he is going to have the pieces with so many generators having been played.
Yeah, here we see the Calamity Storm after the boss's orders on that Mew EX. Take the knockout, discard that Stadium. And Gregory has the Zapdos.
Honestly, he could attack with the Zapdos. That's another option. Take the knockout as a 1-prize Pokemon.
But how? You got 1 generator left.
That's how. It's got to be that 1 generator. And then no Mew in play as well. There's not going to be a way to refill this hand after the Peony.
Oh my gosh, there's so much
So
lightning
many
energy in the deck.
energy. Oh my gosh, it's almost comical.
Almost, it is.
Not if you're Gregory.
That is true.
Generator is one of the options. Maybe just another Peony for next turn, I guess. And then you need a double hit. You have to have a double hit to stay in this game and attack with the Zapdos.
Get the Lost Vacuum.
Yeah, for the next turn, potentially. Does still have that V-Star power, let's not forget. So if he can survive the turn here and Brandon doesn't have another boss, there's a chance.
All right, 5 energy.
Needs to hit an double energy here.
Okay.
Does find the double energy. Finds 3, actually can only get the 2, and will be able to attack with the Zapdos now.
Or we're attacking with Flaffy.
Flaffy does not do enough damage.
It does not.
Yeah, with that, I mean, he does have the Lost Vacuum in hand, but no card to discard.
Yeah, no Mew to recharge your hand.
He would have to use Forest Sealstone for a card to Lost Vacuum away. And
You know, there is a Battle VIP Pass left in the deck.
that is a pretty easy discard candidate. Yeah, I think if Gregory's going to win this game, though, he needs the Forest Sealstone on the next turn, probably. His path to victory is pretty sketchy, but, you know, we'll see if he can make it happen.
Looking through the discard, is there even a Lightning Energy?
Is there not? Are they just all in the deck? There's not a Lightning Energy in the discard pile?
He's super rotted 1 back.
Wow. Yeah, there is. If there's not a Lightning Energy in the discard pile and he has to Forest Sealstone for the basic energy, oh my goodness. That's exactly what's happening. Yep.
I have done this play quite a few times. Star
Yeah.
Alchemy for basic energy. Sometimes you just have to do it.
I mean, and that's the beauty of the card. It gets you whatever you need when you need it. Even if that thing you need is as simple as a basic energy, if it's what keeps you in the game, that's what you have to go for.
Well, there you have it. 3 energy on Zapdos, Electric Ball. We're going to see it used yet again as an attacker.
Yeah, Zapdos comes up more often than you would think as an attacker. It's pretty solid, just 110. Able to clean up some knockouts. It takes out a lot of opposing 1-prize Pokemon, and it's also got 120 hit points, which is pretty nice.
Dynamotor back the energy to them right on. And there is the Electric Ball for knockout.
All Brandon needs to win the game is a boss's orders here. He has already played 1. And he does have Ultra Ball in hand. Is there Luminion still in the deck? That is the question. He needs Luminion and boss's orders.
I think the Luminion might have been discarded turn 1.
Does have Trekking Shoes as well, so could utilize that to try to dig. Ultra Ball. Let's see if he has it.
Nope.
There is no Luminion in the deck.
Galarian Moltres V is going to be the card of choice. I guess this opens up a little more of outs in the deck for Seal Stones now also an out.
Yeah, there's plenty of things you could draw. to pull this piece off. I'm not sure if I even noticed the boss in the deck, though.
That would be a little bit worrisome.
We'll have to see. I was trying to look, didn't quite see it. Concealed cards draws 2. He can see a decent amount of cards here. There's a Sada. There is another Earthen Vessel. I don't think there's any energy cards left. Trekking Shoes looks at the top.
Dark Patch.
And this one is a Bravery Charm.
The Sand's not going to do it just yet, and Zapdos able to buy Gregory another turn here.
Okay. And now Gregory, being the one with 2 prize cards remaining, can he find the pieces to close the game out?
And honestly, okay, I was about to say, if there's no Stadium in play, does Calamity Storm deal 120 base or 100 base?
It does 100 base.
Yeah, so without the Stadium, not able to take a knockout on the Zapdos, but Brandon did find it and just chose not to attack.
I think it's actually smart here to not attack. You know your opponent has... Oh, I think he's got it. I think Gregory has it. He has Boss's Orders in hand.
Everything.
And he has the Lost Vacuum. He found the pieces to get this KO. What an improbable comeback. We're going to game 3 here.
Insane. What is going on?
I am not exactly sure what ended up happening there at the end of that one. Brandon
that's
choosing
why I
not
like
to
taking the knockout.
Yeah, maybe he should take the knockout there. He had the Stadium card in hand. He definitely could have done it. Get rid of the Zapdos so that that is no longer in play. Your opponent, even if they play the Lost Vacuum, which you know they have in hand, cannot one-hit KO the Roaring Moon.
I think that's probably a big mistake here from Brandon, but really, you kind of have to think, all right, Gregory had 1 card in hand already, got those 2 from the prize cards. Doesn't have it, right? He doesn't have it. Here we see that early Frenzied Gouging, taking the knockout on that Miraidon EX with that Bravery Charm. And if you remember right, the prizes were not great for Gregory this game, having 4 Pokemon in the prize cards. That Zapdos along with the Raichu V.
I mean, got to give massive props, honestly, to Gregory for sticking it out in that game. I mean, trying to find the path back into that one after such an unfortunate early game.
Played
whipping
4
those
generators, got 1 lightning.
Yeah, absolutely wild. Stuck it out, though, saw the line, saw his slim opportunity to come back and win the game, and yeah, he was able to do just that.
And this was the big pivotal moment of the game. Peony finds the cards needed to get that Zapdos out in the active spot, and Brandon not taking the knockout led to Gregory having the combination of Boss's Orders and Lost Vacuum to seal things up. And we have a game 3, a little over 10 minutes left. And hopefully we see both of these players have a really good start. Maybe we get some fireworks going on.
Yeah, things are looking pretty good here for Gregory already. Has the Ultra Ball. There's also the Squawk ability. This Ultra Ball, of course, can get that Miraidon. You can fill your bench with a bunch of other Pokemon. And I think the thing here for Gregory is going to be to try to get a 1-prize Pokemon active. We talked about that for Brandon on the last turn. If Gregory can get a 1-prize Pokemon active, Brandon does not have something like Iron Hands as a way to get the turn 1 knockout for 2 prize cards. Brandon would then, in turn, be forced to try to attack with something like possibly the Morpeko as a 1-prizer on his side.
Not a really good attacker. Only does 70.
Yeah, it can knock out Mareep if that's what Gregory pushes into the active spot, and it probably has to be the Mareep that you push. The Zapdos is too important. Maybe you could push the Zapdos and then try to find the Super Rod later on to put it back. That might be the better play. We'll see what Gregory decides.
Tandem Unit is going to find a Mareep and another Miraidon here. Still has access to Tandem Unit again, but I think he's going to hold off for now. Maybe hoping for a Mew V or a Mew EX on that bench space.
You definitely want to try to keep that bench space open for the Mew if you can. It's your free retreat pivot option for later in the game, and it also, like we've mentioned many times, is a great draw option.
Energy on that Miraidon Beach Court to follow up. And there is that Squawk and Seize. Discard your hand, draw 6. Only use it on your first turn, but it's so powerful in these decks.
Does find a Battle VIP pass. This can get the Mew EX. I think there is a generator in this hand as well. And he's going to really be hoping to get some solid hits here. Did not leave room on the bench for the Iron Hands. That is the thing I'm noticing here about this setup.
Well, here is Electric Generator. Better luck?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Much better luck. Hitting 2 energy right away. No bench space for the Zapdos, though.
Are you the type of person where if you see the first 2 cards as energy, do you continue with the 5? Or you just play them down?
I mean, it depends on if I know what my prize cards are.
Oh, yeah.
If I'm
Ultra
looking for
Ball
more,
and Battle VIP Pass already used.
Yeah, you know what? Give your opponent a little bit of a sweat, right?
Spreads out the energy a little bit. Raichu and that Miraidon. You have that free retreat to the Mareep, like you were saying.
Perfect.
And a pretty good turn 1 here from Gregory.
Yeah, overall extremely solid. Just a pass now onto Brandon's side. The question is going to be, can he attack with more Pekko? That's what he would like to make happen. And I see this Ultra Ball, but I don't see very many energy cards.
Yeah, just a Water and 2 Dark Patch. I'm going to have to discard a Dark Patch and an Energy Switch here. And maybe forced to grab that Radiant Greninja?
Yeah, maybe Squawkabilly.
Squawkabilly, yeah.
Yeah, that's probably going to have to be the call. And losing 2 Dark Patch makes it very unlikely to attack with the more Pekko here. You need to play at least one of them in order to attack with that guy. And more Pekko is honestly super solid as an option because it would knock out this Mareep, but then also conserve your energy. It would put them onto a benched Pokemon.
Brandon is going to opt for that Radiant Greninja here. Discard a Water for concealed cards, and then hope to find something in these top 2.
Yeah, it does have that Professor Sada in hand, so I think that might be why we're seeing this line. You can discard the energy card and then, at minimum, go for the Sada. It's not nearly as many cards as Squawkabilly is.
Does find an Ultra Ball, though.
A couple of them.
Ultra Ball, you can go ahead and grab the Squawkabilly now and get best of both worlds. Although we did run into this position in Game 1 where Brandon had the Professor Sada in hand, decided to Squawk and Seize beforehand.
Yeah, see, this is kind of confusing to me because, I mean, the way it's working out, and maybe Brandon was just hoping to find different cards off the Radiant Greninja. I mean, the way it's working out is he's just having to Squawk and Seize away the hand anyway.
Yeah.
So you would rather Squawk and Seize initially and then have Radiant Greninja to potentially work with on the other side of the draw 6. But okay, I mean, if he's going to go with the Sada, this line makes sense if he's trying to sequence it in this way.
Switch cart, Ancient Booster, and an Iono.
Okay. And he can do kind of the same thing Gregory's trying to do, push the 1 prizer, not let a 2 prize Pokemon be in harm's way.
Squawk and Seize here. 6 brand new cards. We see the Earthen Vessel that can go grab more energy.
You can discard another energy card,
Ooh,
another
not much
Earthen
else,
Vessel as
though.
well.
Yeah, this turn is not going to end in an attack here. No other Dark Patch in hand to really power up this Roaring Moon EX. Even though there's a ton of energy in the discard, no way to get Galarian Moltres V and Energy Switch. So really just playing every card you can to thin out and prepare for next turn, but Gregory's going to have one great next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing about this position, though, is that since Gregory does not have bench space for Iron Hands, at best he's getting a 1 prize KO here, unless he can find a Boss's Orders play. So that'll be the question. Of course, with 2 multi-prize Pokemon on the bench as well, Escape Rope does also become an option.
Escape Rope's a lot easier to find with Peony as well, and Peony found off the top of the deck.
It's pretty strong sitting there in the hand.
Honestly, this is going to be a really strong turn from Gregory. Has the energy to go and attach. You have Ultra Ball to get the Flaffy. Going to be important to retreat with the Mareep and Beach Court before you evolve into that Flaffy.
Yeah, it depends on if you're going for the Escape Rope, right? Because if you use Escape Rope, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, you're absolutely right. If you don't plan on using Escape Rope this turn, you definitely need to retreat the Mareep first. He has the energy in hand and the Peony. He's actually going to choose to just play the Peony.
Yeah, you got Dynamotor now.
Yeah, of course. Totally makes sense. And sure enough, Escape Rope and the Electric Generator.
Oh,
and
this could be big.
It's a tough call here for Brandon as to what to promote. It's probably just got to be the Squawkabilly.
It has to be.
Squawkabilly is much easier for Gregory to KO, but if you send up this Roaring Moon and Gregory is able to just Raichu KO it, is that another whiff?
Yeah, it's another whiff, but is it wrong for me to want the Escape Rope before the Electric Generator
Not
to
at all.
see what Brandon promotes.
And this is exactly why, because now Brandon might feel safe to promote the Roaring Moon EX.
Yeah.
Because now you know your opponent's going to be drawing 3 cards, but thinks it's just going to be a little too risky, so he does end up still sticking with the Squawkabilly.
2 energy and a Raikou V found off this restart, so not really anything there, but we'll have access to the energy for turn and Dynamotor. That's 5 in play. You're going to have the knockout with this Miraidon EX and the potential knockout with a Raichu the next turn.
All right, Gregory is the one who strikes first in this game. We'll see how it fares for him as we continue to move forward. Just under 4 minutes remaining now in this game. Will we see the conclusion of this game 3? We thought this was going to be a quick match, Jeremy.
We did.
And now it's looking like it's going to end up being really close down to the wire.
3rd energy on the active. That hand is not doing anything for Brandon and is going to have to Calamity Storm, take the knockout here. No Bravery Charm on the active for Gregory.
And now with that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, Gregory may have a hard time getting this KO.
Gonna tandem unit here for Zapdos, increase the damage a little bit.
Yeah, this can boost the damage of your Miraidon if you can find something like the Lost Vacuum. With Peony in hand, that is possible.
Super odd back couple energies.
And so what are we maybe going to see here? Attach for turn, Peony for the Generator plus the Lost Vacuum.
Yep.
I think that might be the play.
And then you still have access to restart, so you can get those extra cards to discard with the Lost Vacuum.
Maybe you get something like the Generator and the Forest Sealstone. He's actually going to choose to grab the Bravery Charm. Is Lost Vacuum here in the deck?
It is.
It is in the deck. Maybe he's thinking about just going for the Raichu this turn. That must be it.
Double
As it stands, though,
Generator.
if Gregory just gets this knockout, like Brandon is going to need a lot to respond. And even if Brandon is able to respond, Gregory still can close out the game, get a knockout on the next turn for 2 prizes.
First Generator. Let's see how Gregory's luck is shaping up this game 3.
So many energies in the deck. You got to think at some point you're going to get the double hit. No, it is just the single hit, but better than none. At least gets 1 energy card into play.
1 energy is better than none, like you just said. Math. Electric Generator. I think what? If you hit 1 here, you can discard all your energy with the Raichu to take the knockout.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to hit 1 thanks to the Dynamotor, and he does whiff on this Generator. Did use the Dynamotor. I think he kind of did it quickly in between using the Generators. So now with 5 energy cards in play, that's 300 damage with the Raichu. We'll be able to get this 1-hit KO. Does still have the Mew to utilize. Don't forget that restart. Pretty important piece.
I think he heard you.
Does get the energy to attach as well. Has not attached for turn, I do not believe. And also for a Sealstone could be an option. Oh, and did he? Maybe
he attached before.
He
the
did
Peony.
attach before. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. Got the attachment onto the Miraidon, and now Brandon just having to send up this Greninja needs a Sada here. Badly needs a Sada.
That Forest Sealstone's not going to do anything right now. No Pokemon V in play. 2 big cards off concealed cards.
Finds 1 is an energy switch. The other
Oh,
is the
no.
Vessel.
Yeah, this hand's not doing anything.
Now, the good thing for Brandon is that Gregory just not having anything in play makes it pretty unlikely that he can find the win on the next turn. He would need Escape Rope, plus a Generator hit, an energy for turn, and the Dynamotor. It's entirely possible, and we know with the power of Peony, he could find those pieces.
1 energy found off this Earthen Vessel.
I think it's going to be as simple as attach and pass. See what your opponent does. Does Gregory have the pieces to pull off the win? That is going to be the big question.
Also is going to be interesting to see when Brandon passes, but our timer has run down to 0, so if it is correct, this is going to be turn 0.
So Brandon will be turn 0. He now has no way to win this game. He cannot, in his next turn, take 4 prize cards. Gregory now having 2 turns to try to piece together the win.
We're going to see a Motivate.
I think we may see the Motivate, and Gregory might be recognizing the situation. My opponent cannot possibly win this game, but I can give myself the best possible chance to win.
Retreat to the Squawkabilly EX, and oh yeah, Motivate after the Dynamotor.
The
is gonna
underutilized
fully
attack.
Power up this Miraidon EX.
Yeah, 20 damage, and then you get to attach 2 basic energy cards from your discard pile to 1 benched Pokemon. We could even see the Mew EX fully getting powered up. I don't think you want to put all your eggs in one single basket, though. That's what I would be a little worried about.
Yeah, we already passed Easter.
It will be the Motivate, so this does... Okay, it will be the attachment to the Raichu. All right, I like this. Probably the safest, best place to put them.
I don't know if I like it on the Raichu, more on the Miraidon. Miraidon already takes the knockout, right?
It does, unless your opponent gets the capsule, the Ancient Booster Energy capsule, right?
Yeah.
But I think, have both been used, or is it just one so far? I think only one this game. So probably makes the most sense. Maybe could have put 1 on the Raichu and then 2 on the Mew, but, you know, either way.
Well, there's nothing happening in this turn, at least for Brandon. The concealed cards found. Battle VIP Pass Town Store. Does have access to that other capsule.
And I think that's what he's going for. Just try to give this Roaring Moon as much HP as possible. If at a minimum Brandon could bench the Morpeko, then he doesn't instantly lose to an Escape Rope play. But if he's unable to find the Morpeko, Escape Rope may just be enough for Gregory to close this game out.
And there's that second energy for Brandon. Remember, this is the last turn of time for Brandon here.
His last opportunity. He has nothing. Just has to pass. And now Gregory needs 1 more energy card in play and an Escape Rope. Does he have it? As long as it's in the deck, 4 Seal Stone should be able to find it.
It's in the deck.
Yeah. It's looking like that'll be the play. Also can attach to Mew and Dynamotor to it, so he's thinking through things. Wants to make sure nothing gets messed up here.
Escape Rope, Genome Hacking, Frenzied Gouging. Come on. You can do it.
Yeah, he can do it. Would take out the Mew, but that's okay. For Seal Stone, let's see it.
It's the last turn of the game.
Is there the Escape Rope in the
His
deck?
last card? Oh.
Or Boss.
Boss, yeah.
That also will work. Does have to retreat the Squawkabilly, but that is A-okay. 300 damage from Raichu, takes the knockout, and Gregory, after an improbable loss in game 1, a bad start in game number 2, finds a way to claw back and get the victory in Swiss Round 7 to lock up a spot in day 2.
Miraidon doing Miraidon things, even when you don't hit those electric generators, still able to come out on top. And for the first time on stream, took it to a pretty close game 1 and 2 to 3. We'll say.
Yeah, ends up coming away with the victory. This Turbo Miraidon ending up being a popular choice for a lot of players over kind of the more standardized version that we've seen, similar to what Yuho won LAIC with. Is this becoming the... Is this going to become maybe the more standardized way to play this deck?
I hope not. I miss Path to the Peak a lot. This is that game 1 we had here. That early Frenzied Gouging, taking the knockout on Miraidon with that Bravery Charm, but Gregory has the response KO already in play. This was the game. Those generators were flying back and forth and really just had things pretty good, and unfortunately was able to not really seal out that first game.
Yeah, didn't quite find a way to piece it together. Brandon was able to get the win. All smiles on his end in that first game. And it seemed like things were really going his way in this game number 2, but Gregory found the most improbable of lines, was able to take this knockout on the Squawkabilly, and just found a way to fight back. The Zapdos powered up on the following turn that we'll see here shortly. Exactly what he needed to stay in this one.
There we saw the Calamity Storm taking the knockout on that Mew EX. But Gregory, future sight of using Zapdos to take a knockout here, really able to kind of force Brandon to have it all. And we know Brandon did not even taking the knockout on the Zapdos, and that allowed Gregory to have the perfect combination of Boss's Orders, Lost Vacuum,
yes,
230, and move on to game 3. And then this game 3, it was a little bit better than game 2. So pretty easily, handily taking out that Squawkabilly EX off the Escape Rope. And here, Brandon was able to get that Roaring Moon EX powered up, but other than that, not really having an attacker.
Just not being able to find the second attacker to get set up. That was the issue for Brandon in this next game after That first Roaring Moon went down, he just kind of crumbled. Was not able to find Ultra Balls, was not able to find Sadas, just had really nothing going.
And then there was the final boss's orders. Raichu taking the knockout on that Roaring Moon EX. And just like that, we didn't really see much Iron Hands in those games 2 and 3, but still the better Future versus Ancient Pokemon.
Yeah, it looks like Future coming out on top in this instance. Yeah, we didn't really see it in that game. It's not the best in that matchup. It becomes an option if your opponent does the thing where they try to leave a one-prize Pokemon active. But yeah, as it plays out, Future on top for now.
Yeah, I mean, it's where you want it to be, I guess. We're always looking towards the future. It's bad to look back in the past.
Yeah, but you can't forget your past. You can't forget your past,
yeah.
or else you're condemned to repeat it, right?
Well, someone who's trying to repeat the past is our winner of this round, Gregory. Let's go ahead and take it down to the lounge for the interview.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. I'm here with our winner, Gregory. How are you feeling?
Hi, I'm excited. Very excited to be here today. Thank you.
Your first time on stream, right? And
yeah.
What a match you gave us, honestly.
Something, yeah.
Now, tell me a little bit about the matchup in particular. Had you played against Roaring Moon before, tested a lot against it?
Yeah, so I played against that matchup quite a bit, but mostly they don't play that many booster capsules, and that was kind of what I was worried about. I didn't have any idea what they were playing game 1 when he flipped over Radiant Greninja, so I was kind of careless with my one last vacuum, but I had a little bit of testing against it. Kind of knew like you gotta be ahead of the prize race, and kind of didn't work out the way I expected it to, honestly.
So how important would you say it is to go second in that matchup?
Extremely important. It's really refreshing that we have a format that going first is not super overpowered.
Agreed. And now tell me a little bit about like what other decks have you faced today?
Today I played against 3 Gardevoir, which is my best matchup. I'm pretty excited I got to do that. A couple, I don't even know what else I played against now. It's all a blur. I played against the Lost Tina. That went pretty well for me, and I tied against the Rapid Strike and Teleon.
Okay. Yeah, the Gardevoir matchup definitely something you fancy as a Miraidon player,
Big fan
right?
of that matchup.
Now, you've made it to day 2, right? You're at 601
I guess, yeah,
record.
true, yeah.
You had not realized.
Whoa.
All right, so have you made day 2 before?
Yeah, a few times, yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, this season I've kind of been going harder than I normally would. I've actually day 2'd all the regionals I've been to. I've been to Pittsburgh, Peoria. My gosh, what are the other regionals that happened this season?
Toronto, Sacramento.
I didn't go to Sacramento, but the other 3 I got top 64 and top 128 in.
Oh, very nice. So how's your championship points total
Sitting
looking at?
above 300. I think I'm at 318 before this weekend.
Okay.
Pretty excited,
nice.
halfway there.
Yeah, almost there, and you're gonna get surely a good rack this weekend.
For
it
sure,
seems.
for sure.
And now, let's talk about the generators. Yeah, you kept like it felt like you kept getting 0 energy off of those generators. Has that been your luck today, or was it just on stream?
Not at all. On stream was the worst I've generated so far, especially my first game when I generated 3 times and didn't get any. I had one out of my 16 energies was in play. The rest were all in deck / prize cards, and that was kind of just a wild one-off situation. They've been pretty good for me so far.
Yeah, it was definitely wild to watch, especially in this last game 3 where you played back-to-back generators and you didn't hit too many. I was like, there's no way.
I know. I can't say I loved it, but it worked out in the end, so I'm not mad about it, I guess.
Yeah, of course, that speaks to the power of Miraidon, right?
Yeah, right. It's just pure power.
And now let's talk about that game 2. All right, I had written you off, honestly. I was here behind the scenes. I looked at I was watching the game. I was like, okay, well, tough luck, yeah. But then tell us about like what was running through your mind and how you got to the Zapdos.
I just saw my outs. I knew I needed to put up a 1-prizer so he wasn't able to take his last 2. And I had peonied the turn before to get something, and that lost vacuum that we talked about being so important. And I knew my only out was I had the Zapdos. I was kind of, if he knocked it out, I was kind of in bad shape, but I really didn't think he was going to go for it because it didn't do him a whole lot of favors. So I knew I needed to get that vacuum, and I think I top decked the boss. So my outs were played too, and it ended up working out in my favor this time. I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah, that was awesome to watch. And the top deck, I mean, that's what you have to play towards sometimes, right? So makes sense. And now, one final question, all right, before I let you go. We know Charizard is the most popular deck in the room. And from my perspective, Charizard is an iffy matchup for Miraidon. How do you feel about it?
I haven't played against it yet. I mean, I've tested several times against it, but I haven't had the pleasure of playing it in tournament this weekend. But not looking forward to it. You gotta go fast. Gotta go ampy very much as soon as you can, as many times as you can, and kind of hope things work out. Raichu is integral in that matchup.
All right. Well, you seem pretty confident. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
In your day to run and in the remaining Swiss rounds. We're gonna go back to casters. Off to you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo. Pretty great hearing from Gregory. Seemed pretty confident and in the knowledge of the matchup and just the deck in general.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the most popular of matchups, but I think when this format first came to be, when Paradox Rift first released, this was probably one of the first matchups that a lot of people tested. I mean, it was the first matchup I was kind of testing, trying to figure out how good Roaring Moon is. All right, how does Miraidon look once you add in this Iron Hands? And so maybe trying to draw back into the well a little bit, try to remember exactly how that testing went, and you know, it ended up paying off here in this game.
Let's go ahead and take a look at what these players are playing for yet again this weekend, and all of the prize money and booster packs, along with those ever-precious championship points and that medal.
Yeah, gotta remember that medal, gotta remember the points. Of course, first place as well gets an automatic invite to the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii later on next year. $10,000 to their name, $7,000 for second place. I mean, honestly, all of these placements end up lining your pockets a little bit as you walk away.
Yeah, speaking of later on this year, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule we have. We just finished Sao Paulo here in San Antonio. This is going to do it for 2023, at least the year, but the entire 2024 season still has a lot to give.
Oh yeah, we are not even halfway done. There is a ton of Pokemon action to still follow throughout the season, and this is just the North American tournaments as well. We can't forget all the other tournaments happening in all the other regions across the world. Plenty to watch and view as a Pokemon fan, and it is all going to lead up to that World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Any city down there on the list that you're excited for?
Yeah, I mean, I always enjoy doing Charlotte Regionals. It's kind of my home state tournament. Live a little far away from Charlotte, but, you know, make it over there. Able to drive as opposed to fly to a tournament. That's always nice. And then I've said it a few times, but I'm really, really looking forward to New Orleans. The first time I think we've had a tournament in New Orleans. I love the Cajun food. I love the culture down there in New Orleans. I've visited in the past, and I'm really looking forward to going back.
Think of all the beignets.
So many beignets. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, that does it for us this round 7. We still have a couple more rounds to go for our day 1, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back.
Comecei a jogar Pokémon GO em 2019, antes de começar o PVP. O primeiro jogo de Pokémon que eu joguei foi o Pokémon Yellow, por volta de 2002. Meu Pokémon inicial no Pokémon GO, no PVP, foi a Marichan. Desde que ela foi lançada, ela sempre foi muito forte, só que com a adição dos doces GGs, ela ganhou uma força imensa no competitivo. Ela consegue atualmente lutar, brigar com os seus counters, além de ter matchups neutras completamente dominantes. Então por isso que, ao meu ver, ela é o melhor Pokémon da Grande Liga. Eu acho que no competitivo de Pokémon, você tem que ser sempre muito solidário. Porque quando o cenário cresce, todo mundo cresce, não é só você cresce, o jogador fulano cresce. O cenário todo cresce, assim ganha mais visibilidade, mais torneios, e assim a gente pode atingir outros patamares. Eu não me inspiro necessariamente em uma pessoa em competições. Eu admiro diversos jogadores. Eu acho jogadores de excelente nível, tanto nível nacional, tanto internacional. Mas se eu para citar um jogador que eu me inspirei bastante, foi o King, o streamer hoje juiz da Pokémon, e o Rice Vocation, um jogador americano. Se eu fosse líder de uma tipagem de Pokémon, eu iria escolher a tipagem de água, porque a tipagem de água ela é a mais completa pela subtipagem. Então você vai ter muitos Pokémon de água com uma subtipagem extremamente forte, que podem se cobrir. Então eu acho que o melhor ginásio para defender seria o ginásio tipo água. Meu Pokémon favorito no Pokémon GO é o Lickitung, porque assim como a Marichan, ele é extremamente forte, então ele pode ser muito versátil em diversos times. E meu Pokémon favorito da franquia Pokémon é o Lucario, porque o Lucario Ele é muito estiloso, ele é muito forte, é bem bacana. Minha sobremesa favorita, eu não sei se é brasileira ou mundial, mas é a banoffee. É basicamente uma torta com banana, doce de leite e chantilly. A minha parte favorita nos eventos Pokémons é sempre estar com os amigos, as pessoas, prestigiar o evento com companhia. Não necessariamente apenas jogar, mas você curtir esse momento com amigos, com familiares, é muito legal. É bem importante também. Eu não sou da equipe Rocket, eu não entendi muito o contexto, mas se eu for pra escolher entre o bem e o mal, eu sou do lado do bem.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. My strategy throughout the tournament was just to use the deck that I'm comfortable with. My favorite card is Mew VMAX. It's a really versatile card. It can use a lot of different attacks, and games unfold in a lot of different ways. I definitely had my moment of doubt between the 2 days of the tournament when you're allowed to switch decks. I thought maybe I'll switch, but my friends told me to just stick with it, and I did, and it paid off. Going into the match, I did realize that the first 2 games went really long. You know, maybe like game 3, I could kind of eke out a win on prizes or something like that. I would have loved to play the full game out against Tord, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Next year, I'd definitely be worried to play Tord again. I think he's the best of all time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. My advice to anybody who's playing is find a good group of people to bounce ideas off of and play games with, and just practice a lot and go from there. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
You know, no matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's trying to have a good time as well. So if you can be nice to your opponent and just, be courteous of their state of mind and, things in the game, that's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble setting up for a round, just help them out in any way you can.
Don't be rude. If you've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is saying good luck to a player and giving them a good fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you return a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
Welcome to the beautiful city of San Antonio, Texas, home of the Pokemon Regional Championships of the 2024 season, the last of this year at least. And you see all of these glorious players trying to vie to become their own version of the Pokemon champion in their own individual game. I'm Jeremy Jolin here with Chip Ritchie. We just saw round 7, pretty exciting-ish fashion for a couple of the games at least, but definitely exciting to see a player lock up that winning in for day 2, and we still got plenty more to go.
Yep, 2 more Swiss rounds today, and that's just getting the action started for this weekend. We've got 6 Swiss rounds tomorrow. We've got our top 8, and eventually we will find our champion. Who's going to win that 10K? Who's going to get their invite to Worlds? And not just getting their invite to Worlds through the winning of this tournament. Of course, first place does get that automatic invite, but so many players, you know, just getting top 16, top 32, top 64, even top 256. These players are going to earn championship points.
Let's go ahead and take a look at some social media posts from all y'all using that hashtag #PlayPokemon at home. At work, running my shop, but still watching the stream on the big screen. We appreciate you, Anthony. Always love to be able to show off at League, you know?
Yeah, always fun to walk into a card shop and see some Pokemon TCG up on the screen, you know, showing it off, showing what the competition can be like, and hopefully get more players involved and get them playing this wonderful game.
That beautiful Santa Cruz Mew
yeah,
skateboard. Oh,
hanging by on the
love it.
side. Super, super cool.
And then, of course, I want y'all to use hashtag #PlayPokemon at home so we can see more of these tweets. It's always great to buy a little bit of time. Great little Pokemon-filled birthday. Good luck to everyone at San Antonio. Happy birthday to you. 16 is it's a big number.
Yeah, yeah. Driver's license coming up, probably something along those lines. Congratulations, happy birthday, and we hope you continue to enjoy the show.
And #1 Azul GG fan.
Yeah, might enjoy this next round, potentially.
Maybe, yeah.
Stay tuned to the stream.
Pokemon Crossroads. Welcome to the Iono Zone at San Antonio Regionals. Love that Iono cosplay. It's perfect.
Yes, the Iono Zone indeed. If you're walking through any TCG tables, it is all about the Iono Zone. We're hearing it all the time, constantly walking through, seeing players shuffling their hands, putting them on the bottom. And, you know, you can win or lose games off those Ionos sometimes. And it really has become such an excellent comeback option for so many players.
And honestly, Iono was in the anime recently released. A clip came around that was very popular. People were very distraught to find out that it's Iono.
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 Absolutely.
Detective Pikachu is on the case at San Antonio Regionals. Oh, that is so good. I have a hat that is very much similar to that. Does not fit my head, though.
Yep, the classic Detective Pikachu hat. Love to see all these people showing their love for the Pokemon franchise out here at these tournaments. You always see so many people dressed up as, you know, different trainers, gym leaders, Elite Four members from the video games. I actually saw someone out there today walking around. It was 2 people with cardboard boxes over their shoulders, and they were dressed as red and blue Game Boy cartridges. It was pretty great.
Oh, wow. Yeah, maybe we'll see that later on. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings we have updated for round 8 here. We got 3 7-0s. Rain, Calvin, and Dan. One of those that's really going to stand out, Calvin Connor, Snorlax, 7-0.
7-0 with the Snorlax Control, the stall deck. Is he going to continue to block, pass his way all the way through the competition, try to get that 9-0? We'll see if he can make it happen.
Going down the list, there's Jeremy we had on stream, Isaiah we had on stream. Both of them locking up their day 2 contention. Pretty good to see Isaiah do that after taking a few months off of these tournaments. Otherwise, on the other side of the bracket, Keaton Gill, Azul, Riley, Gregory we had on stream already just last round. Evan, Lucas, and Jason. Gonna be pretty good here. And now normally we choose to feature a lot of win-and-ins as we get later on in the day. But we kind of wanted to change it up, didn't we, Chip?
Yeah, and sometimes you see a matchup, you see a pairing, you see a unique deck that just makes you want to see what happens in that matchup. And that's what we're going to have in our feature match this round. It is going to be 2 players who are 6-0-1, so they do both already have a spot in day 2 locked up. But of course, the tournament is much longer than just this first day of competition. There's more than just getting to day 2. You're trying to win this event. You're trying to get into top 8. And so we want to see the competition all the way throughout. It's going to be Jason Maz up against Azul Garcia Griego. Of course, Azul, one of the absolute best players in the game, playing at the top level right now. And Jason here is going to have a very interesting deck. I'm sure many people at home are going to be really excited to see this one.
I mean, I know our good old Ross Gilbert's excited to see.
He has been rooting for this deck all day long, and that is going to be that Hisuian Electrode Cloth.
Yeah, Santa Claus is coming to town. I stole that one from Ross. It's going to be pretty interesting to see. We did see this deck in LAIC to start things off. It uses that Brute Bonnet in combination with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule to get the poison, maybe Spicy Seasoned Curry to get that burn, and you're able to do a lot of damage for free with something like Hisuian Electrode V, or just with a single double turbo can unhinge Scissors for quite a good chunk of change.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this deck absolutely has a very good Miraidon matchup.
Oh,
If nothing else, it has a really good Miraidon matchup. It is really difficult for them to deal with 4 Cloth, one-hit KOing everything in their deck. And then you might look at it on paper and think, this has a pretty decent Charizard matchup as well. You don't need much of an investment for Hisuian Electrode V to KO a Charizard. It is weak to grass. It's pretty easy to pull that off. And that is the matchup we're going to see play out here. So how does Azul, one of the best players in the game, navigate an awkward matchup that, I got to tell you, I don't know that he has very many games against this deck.
Well, that's saying something, especially coming from you. Does he even know that Brute Bonnet's a Pokemon?
He might not know exactly what it looks like, but he absolutely knows what the card does and knows what it is. Azul is very good about knowing what all the cards do, and even if he hasn't played a specific matchup at any point, he is really good at knowing everything that it's possible for your opponent to do and thinking through all of the different lines. So I'm really excited to see how he decides to navigate this. And then on Jason's side, excited to see some Spicy Seasoned Curries, some Brute Bonnets poisoning, and some big one-hit KOs with that Hisuian Electrode V.
Now, again, a reminder, both these players are already in day 2 at 19 match points, 6-0-1, but with the climate of the tournament and just all the prize money on the line, you want as many match points as possible. And Azul giving a little laugh as the claw flips over.
As soon as he sees it, he just starts chuckling to himself. And what a top deck there. Battle VIP Pass, of course, the best way to start a game in the Pokemon TCG, is now going to allow Azul to search his deck for any 2 Pokemon and put them directly onto the bench.
Honestly, without that draw, Azul's not getting a Charmander in play this turn.
Was massive, yeah.
Has the Rotom V and a Pidgey in hand, but this Battle VIP Pass will allow him to search for a couple Charmander if he wants. Maybe a Charmander, Mew, depending.
Yeah, I think he had a Pidgey in hand, and I think he had that Rotom V in hand as well, which is really, really strong. So a couple of Charmander here I think makes a lot of sense. He also has 1 rare candy in his hand currently, and there were 2 in the prize cards, so that is absolutely going to be something he needs to keep in mind.
Azul reading the cloth, that unhinged Scissors. Able to do 130 damage if it is affected by a special condition. Now with the double turbo energy, it lowers it to 170. Still a lot.
It does it does 190 and then lowers it down to 170. I think you said 130 at first. Yeah. So it gets in there.
In my head, I was saying 190.
It gets in there for sure. It can do a lot of damage, and we can see that happen on the first turn of the game. Jason can pretty much instantly take a knockout on this Manaphy, and he doesn't need much to do it. Just a double turbo energy and then a Spicy Seasoned Curry or the Brute Bonnet with that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule.
Battle VIP Pass does go ahead and grab 2 Charmander, 1 of each type. Rotom V on the bench, Energy on the Pidgey here.
All right, and this is interesting as well. We're going to see the attachment to the Pidgey. Makes me wonder if we're going to see Azul try to utilize that Pidgeot EX as an attacker. Deals 120 damage. That's enough to knock out a lot of stuff in Jason's deck.
Also knocks out a Cloth.
It does, yeah. Knocks out the Cloth, knocks out the Brute Bonnet, can knock out the Bibarel on his end. Doesn't quite knock out the Radiant Hisuian Sneasler, but he can get there on a lot of different things.
Now Jason's turn. Looks like a pretty good hand here. Has that Battle VIP Pass as well to go along with a Forest Seal Stone, couple Ultra Ball, I believe.
Yeah, that Force Sealstone is pretty strong to have in this opening hand. Can combo it with the Battle VIP Pass to do just about anything he would want. He's also got Boss's Orders in hand, so there's a world where we could see 2 prizes on this turn, just taking out that Rotom V on the bench right away. It is weak to fighting. You also could be aggressive and target the Pidgey. I kind of like that a little bit better if you want to go for a boss play. Take that out, because this Charizard deck really starts to falter if it does not have access to Quick Search every single turn.
Especially with Azul attaching that fire energy to the Pidgey, kind of signals that that's the route he wants to go for this game.
There's also a Bibarel in Jason's hand, so he does want to set up a Bidoof at some point as well. Here comes that Hisuian Electrode V. It's always funny to me whenever these kind of off-the-wall, unexpected promo cards end up being really strong in the game. Now, Hisuian Electrode did get a full art print, is what Jason is playing here, but it originally came out as a promo card. You could get this in a collection box at your local game store, online, big box retailers, whatever it is, and then all of a sudden, you know, it's just kind of thought of as a bulk card. Nobody really thinks it's very good, but then a few months later, new cards come out, the Cloth, the Brute Bonnet, the Spicy Season Curry, all these things come together, and it becomes a decent little deck.
For Sealstone is going to be attached to that Hisuian Electrode V. Now can use Star Alchemy to find something like another Battle VIP Pass if you want. And this is where the decision-making is going to be pretty big for Jason. You want to be able to attack this turn. Just every turn you want to take a knockout. It's usually how this deck goes. Does have access to Ultra Ball here. He's going to discard Escape Rope and Boss's Orders.
Yeah, I think the only way Jason can find an attack this turn is if he uses Squawkabilly to get a new hand and go from there. He's going to need the double Turbo Energy, he needs the Spicy Season Curry, or that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, so he just needs a few more cards. He can't get all of that off of just the one from Forest Sealstone.
Still has access to that supporter as well, so we could see Forest Sealstone for something like Professor's Research or Iono.
Yeah, it's going to be Iono or Research here. It's kind of awkward because the last card in Jason's hand is Bibarel. You really would like to have that for next turn, but if it means you can potentially dig for the attack this turn, it's probably worth it to just go for the Iono.
Once again, Video Game Masters Division players.
Here, still just deliberating this Star Alchemy.
There was a line where Jason could have gone for Escape Rope, you know, push the Hisuian Electrode, and then V-Starred for that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. That would be able to get you the knockout on just about anything except the Rotom, but then you open yourself up to being return KO'd, so that's probably not worth it. Probably why Jason didn't go that route.
Now, I didn't see what Jason grabbed off this Forest Sealstone, but it's definitely going to be something to continue this turn, most likely.
Yep, that other card was the Bibarel. Let's see what he was able to find. It is the Research, so we are going to see the hand discarded here, 7 new cards drawn.
And I guess with the search, you can also just say, like, oh, yep, the second B-Barrel's in the deck. I'm fine discarding this one.
Yep, you feel just fine losing it if you have to. There is also a Super Rod in this deck. There's the Spicy Season Curry. Oh, but no double Turbo Energy.
No double turbo at all. There's Town Store. You can go ahead and find the tool, but it's not really going to do it here.
And trading card games.
Yeah, missing out on the energy is just brutal here. And there is only 4 energy cards in this deck, so it's not guaranteed by any means. One of your best ways to search it out is the Forest Sealstone, and unfortunately Jason had to use the Sealstone for the Professor's Research. Now, if he was going to ditch that hand, I have to wonder if Squawkabilly could have been good. There is a chance that Squawkabilly could be in the prize cards, though, which would make sense as to why Jason didn't go that route.
Well, here is a Nest Ball. Kind of see the options, but I guess you don't really have too much you want to grab. A third Hisuian Electrode V.
Yeah, that's, you know, pretty good. It's going to be your strongest attacker in this matchup once Charizard comes into play. Azul, though, I have to think is going to levy that Pidgeot EX as an attacker, signified by that energy already on the Pidgey.
Just the body language that Jason has. You can tell that this turn has not gone the way he wanted so far. You have the Town Store. You can go ahead and play that for the Ancient Booster and start the poison damage going, but
it doesn't really get you anywhere on this Manaphy, right?
It doesn't get you anywhere, and it opens up Azul to just freely search for Forest Sealstone.
Yeah, so I like the decision to hold off on that Town Store, missing the turn 1 attack. That's one of the strengths of this deck, is the fact that it can attack on turn number 1.
Azul drew an Arven for the turn, and that means he's going to play an Arven for the turn.
And we do see that Forest Sealstone being grabbed out, that second rare candy. There is already one in the hand as well. So I think we're going to see a pretty strong chain of events. Rare candy, Pidgeot, rare candy, Charizard. And do you think Azul's going to go that route with the attack with the Pidgeot?
Honestly, yeah. You take the knockout on the cloth, and that leaves 3 Hisuian Electrode V for your opponent. They're pretty easily capable of taking the knockout on a Charizard EX, but not so much that Pidgeot EX.
Yeah, the Pidgeot definitely was able to withstand the hit. Quick search now can find the Charizard. And Azul's piecing everything together.
There's that Charizard off the quick search. Already has the other rare candy in hand. From there, you can Infernal Rain, get those fire energies, attach them to your board. One's going to go on the active, one on the Pidgeot EX, one on the Charizard most likely.
Yeah, I think he was maybe double-checking the resistance there. Yeah, nothing's resistant to colorless right now. Just making sure he knows exactly what everything does. And yeah, sure enough, Pidgeot will be the attacker of choice. Love this play.
Artizone going to use that to search for another bench Pokemon here.
Yeah, might just get to the other Pidgey, honestly. If you're going to let this one attack, you might want another one if this goes down in a couple of turns. You might want to attack with another Pidgeot, go just between the two. Makes sense to just grab another Pidgey.
The thing that we have to be careful about for Azul the rest of the game, though, used both the rare candy in the deck, and importantly, has that Charmeleon.
Yeah, that's a huge thing to find here, because like we mentioned at the beginning, 2 rare candy in the prize cards for Azul. So finding that Charmeleon this turn is massive.
Blustery Wind. That's an attack name for sure. And finds a rare candy off the prize cards.
And also discards a Stadium in play, was able to get rid of the Artisan that he put out so that he's able to utilize it, but his opponent is unable to.
Jason now drew a boss's orders for the turn. That's not going to do much.
It could knock out the Charizard if he has the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule.
Has the Town Store, so I think with that, we'll have everything along with that Spicy Season Curry.
Yeah, Town Store, search the deck for any tool card, can get that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. That'll allow you to use the ability on the Brute Bonnet, and then that Spicy Season Curry. I mean, what a card, right? I don't think whenever this card got revealed, anyone thought it was ever going to be playable.
What?
It deals, you heal 40 damage, which is great, but then you burn yourself. And there's not been really many instances where affecting yourself with a special condition is really strong, but it turns out with Hisuian Electrode and then Cloth, now that being released, it actually is pretty good.
I usually burn myself when making curry as well, so it's very flavorful.
Makes a lot of sense, makes a lot of sense. And the nice thing about the Electrode as well, you see there's no energy cards attached to it. It doesn't need them. It attacks for absolutely free. Azul kind of laughing at the spot as well. Boss's orders brings up that Charizard. And now Azul is going to need another Charizard to respond to this Electrode. This is looking a little questionable.
I mean, this is what Jason wants to do, right? That one prize card that Azul took off the cloth isn't really going to matter. When you have 3 Electro V attacking for free, and as long as you have enough Spicy Season Curries in that Brute Bonnet in play, you'll be able to make some quick work of these grass-weak Charizard EX.
Both Pokemon now being poisoned. The Hisuian Electrode V, of course, will take some damage from the burn and the poison, but that is a small price to pay when you're taking out a 330 HP Pokemon for 0 energy cards. Jason jumps ahead in this game. 2 prizes down to Azul's just 1.
Azul draws a boss's orders for the turn. Going to start things off with a Town Store. Just thin the deck out a little bit. Don't need Justified Gloves.
Yeah, pretty interesting tech for the mirror in this list. If your opponent is at 4 prizes taken, 2 prize cards remaining, you can actually one-hit KO an opposing Charizard. So pretty strong card for this weekend, especially with Charizard being the most popular deck. Makes sense to just thin it out here. Not going to be useful in this spot. Arvin can search the deck for a tool and an item card. And then now with Jason jumping ahead in the prize trade, Counter Catcher becomes a play. And if I'm Azul, I think the thing he is going to want to target is most likely the Bidoof. This deck really is going to falter in the late game if he can keep Bibarel out of play and Iono his opponent. Jason needs a lot of cards every single turn. He needs the Spicy Season Curry. He's going to need the Brute Bonnet to be able to poison things. That's going to hang around and stay in play here. But if you're getting rid of the Bidoof, cutting off that Bibarel option, it's going to be pretty strong.
Quick searches for a Charmander here. And there's that Counter Catcher, brings up the Bidoof like you were saying. We even have a Lost Vacuum.
Yeah,
to
that's
get rid of
pretty
that
good.
Ancient Booster Energy Capsule.
Yeah, get that thing out of play. Force Jason to find another one. There is that Town Store in play right now, but by playing the Lost Vacuum now, you can maybe play another one in a future
You
turn.
just discard it with Pidgeot.
Oh, that works too. Can't forget that. Yeah, using the Pidgeot here as the attacker once again. Just get that Bidoof out of play. And then now, with no Charizard in play, even if Jason had a super strong turn once again with the boss's orders, he's not going to be able to take out a Charizard. He could still target down the Rotom here. That is a live option to take out if you can pull everything together, poison yourself, but it's pretty unlikely that Jason would be able to do that in back-to-back turns, especially with the boss's orders already being discarded on turn 1.
Yep. And used it last turn as well.
He does have a Spicy Season Curry in the hand, so he's close.
Super Rod back, just the B-Barrel and the Bidoof. Nest Ball, the Bidoof back in play. And I think there's a Professor's Research in hand that was found.
Yeah, and the way the prize trade is going to work out here, if Jason does not take a knockout this turn, Azul having taken 2 prizes now at this point, he's only got 4 remaining. All he has to do is knock out one Electrode, knock out another Electrode. He doesn't care if his Charizards get knocked out now, if he is able to just respond turn after turn.
And there is that Bidoof hitting the board yet again. We know there's at least one more Spicy Season Curry in Jason's hand, so can at least do 100 damage.
You're getting a little bit of damage in play, pretty decent. You're never going to one-hit KO the Pidgeot, so try to build it up as much as you can.
Radiant Hisuian Sneasler is a card that we haven't really seen too much outside of the old Galarian Weezing.
Yep. Yeah, we saw it played a little bit back last season in the previous formats. Spicy Season Curry will burn this active Hisuian Electrode. And then now Research can discard this hand, find 7 new ones.
Pretty good discards too. Squawkabilly and Jirachi not doing too much in this match right now. Not really having to get rid of too many resources here. The bench is full though, so there's no route for something like a Cloth.
We do see that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule being found. Yeah, I think the Cloth is something that would be really nice if Jason could have worked that in. You know, he did choose to bench a bunch of Electrode at the start of the game. Maybe one of those Electrode right here could have been a Cloth, so that in this spot he could attack with a 1-prize Pokemon.
Well, there is that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule on the Brute Bonnet. That will allow both Pokemon to be poisoned. And Hisuian Electrode V.
100 damage for each special condition affecting this Pokemon. That's 200 damage plus the poison. Going to build up to that 210. And then with that Radiant Hisuian Sneasler on the bench, that's 20 more damage. We're dealing 230 for 0 energy.
It's pretty good.
Turns out it is pretty solid. Azul's going to thin the deck here with this level ball. Just gets the Jirachi. Not useful in this matchup. Always love to see players optimizing things like this. Just when you have the opportunity to thin an unuseful card, go for it.
Now this might force Azul to retreat into a Charizard, try to take a knockout with that.
Yeah, but again, I don't know that Azul really minds that, right?
Yeah.
Retreat, attack with the Charizard. You take 2 prize cards, and what's your opponent going to do? Take a knockout with Electrode? You're fine with that. You just need 1 more Charizard. Now, Azul did prize a Charizard. That is something to keep in mind here. I believe it is also at the top of his prize cards. So he may need to find a Super Rod in order to get his next Charizard up and running. He does not play the Radiant Charizard that we see a lot of times in these Zard decks. Choosing to play no Radiant Pokemon actually this weekend.
Now, looking through the list, there's an option, depending on how much damage is on a Hisuian Electrode V, to attack with the Charmeleon.
Yeah.
A Vitality Band, like Azul just attached here, you do 80 damage.
Yep.
So
with the
we
weakness,
could actually see the Charmeleon attack this turn if Azul put the energy to it.
Yeah, he actually could have gone for the Charmeleon attack. I wonder if that would be worth it or not. Might just go with the KO with the Charizard. And honestly, he doesn't need the next Charizard because the next Electrode is going to have to damage itself. Once again, we're going to see the same thing. It's going to be poisoned and burned. It might be enough that the Charmeleon can still just clean up the KO to close out the game.
That is hilarious. I think it'd be exactly enough. With
Yeah,
the
I
poison in
think,
between.
does it come down to if the burn gets healed as well? Because the
Maybe.
Electrode will have 30 on it, and then it would be 40 damage going back into his turn if the burn was healed, so you're dealing, it would be 10 short if the burn gets healed. Yeah, so it could honestly come down to that potentially. Azul is going to be hit with the Iono here on Jason's end. Jason will take this knockout. He'll go down to 2 prizes this turn and tie this game up. Azul is going to need to find a Super Rod and a Charizard or an energy card. And he also, of course, is going to need Jason to flip Tails for the burn in Pokemon Checkup.
Now off this Iono, Azul has Lost City Battle VIP Pass in hand. That's not really going to do too much, but you have access to Quick Search.
Yeah, that can find the energy card if, indeed, Jason does flip Tails on the burn. It's going to be a big moment here for the Pokemon Checkup, I think.
Do you ever think you were going to say that?
Nope. Not at all.
Ultra Ball will be able to find that B-Barrel finally for Jason. Maybe a little bit of draw power here.
And what's awkward for Azul as well is this only is potentially going to work for Jason because the Charizard is in Azul's last 2 prize cards. If he had taken it off his prizes, he's just got the game. He just goes and gets Charizard, takes the 2 prize KO to close things out.
I guess the other thing is how many energy are left for Azul?
That is also something to consider.
I think there's 2 in the discard, and with 5 in play, that's all of them.
Yeah, so that might not be enough. The energy might not even be in there. He might need to find something like an Arven. If he can Arven for Super Rod, he has game.
Yeah.
A decent amount of things to get him there.
Actually, just any way to draw into the Super Rod before using Quick Search.
Yeah, if he can find Luminion with the Ultra Ball, which he top decked.
My.
If Ultra Ball, if the Luminion is in the deck, he can do this.
Quick Search here is going to take a quick look.
There's no Charizard. Finds the Super Rod, puts back. Yeah, this works as well. You don't have to go for the Luminion. You can Super Rod back the Charizard. Ultra Ball for the Charizard EX with the energy cards. This works out perfectly, and Azul is going to be able to close the game out. Things looked a little scary there. If he didn't find that Ultra Ball, Jason might have won it. Azul's able to sneak away with a win in game number 1.
And it's all really due to just Jason not having that turn 1 attack to take a knockout. It really just kind of went downhill from there. Jason still able to really kind of claw back, make it a game.
Cloth back.
Cloth back. Oh, I missed it.
I wonder if he had attacked with the cloth on the turn instead of attacking with the electrode, that would have been pretty strong. You know, just get that hit in. You're not taking the KO, obviously, but you weren't taking a KO with electrode anyway. So just get some damage into play. You still hit really hard, and you kind of force Azul to go for a boss that turn. Yeah, or keep attacking with the Pidgeot, which would go down on the next turn, and then you can go for the Iono, and then you're taking the Pidgeot out of play, which is way better.
Well, here it was the first big knockout from Jason's side of things with that Hisuian Electrode V, taking a one-hit knockout with 0 energies on that active Charizard EX after the boss's orders. But this was the second boss's orders played for Jason, and that was really the last Charizard Azul had to put in play until the end game here, where you pretty much have everything else.
Yeah, Azul being really wise to use the Pidgeot, really used it super effectively. He being able to knock out just 2 less than 120 HP Pokemon that kept him on the even prize trade, and then he just had to win the game by knocking out 2 Hisuian Electrode V.
Pretty back and forth match, and in a matchup where you would think Hisuian Electrode V having the weakness advantage, you'd have a pretty good game against Charizard, but Charizard still is just very good at doing what it does, taking those big knockouts and fighting from behind.
Really wise here from Jason, choosing to go second. I love that because not only can his deck attack on turn 1 potentially, but Azul's deck is much weaker whenever he doesn't have access to Arven to find Battle VIP Pass. Now, it's going to work out decently here for Azul. He started the Rotom, and he does have Forest Sealstone, but he is now forced to utilize Forest Sealstone for the turn in order to get a Battle VIP Pass to get his board set up so he can try to cobble something together next turn.
Honestly, it's just crazy that Azul will draw that and start the Rotom V.
Yep.
Just have access to that instant charge at the end of the turn along with that Forest Sealstone.
Now, something Azul may want to do is go out of his way to retreat this Rotom. Because if Jason can find a Switch, he does only play 2 copies of Switch, but if he can find one and get a Cloth active, he could take 2 prizes right away with a single prize Pokemon. And that's the situation Azul does not want to find himself in. His opponent getting 2 prizes super fast, he's basically playing just at a 33% deficit right from the start.
Yeah, definitely something Azul is going to have to avoid here, and I think with grabbing that Mew with its mysterious tail, going to be doing just that as long as you have an energy in hand to retreat.
Yeah, and this is super smart sequencing as well. Azul has the Forest Sealstone. He could go for the VIP pass right away, But why would you do that when you can just use Mysterious Tail with Mew first and give yourself a chance to find the Battle VIP pass in this way? If you do miss out, you can still use the Force Seal Stone. It's no problem. Still go get the VIP pass, but you at least give yourself a chance to hold on to that powerful V-Star power for later in the game.
Yeah, what is this, Gardevoir?
No. Fire Energy's Charizard indeed does find Rare Candy. That is still solid, but now he will have to flip that V-Star marker and go for the Forest Seal Stone.
Pretty good hand, though, to kind of end the turn with. You get your Charmander and potentially Pidgey, I guess, or do you just go double Charmander?
Yeah, it may just be the double Charmander. You don't want to risk one Charmander being KO'd. With Jason starting the Bidoof, it's a little difficult for him to pull the pieces together to get a turn 1 knockout. But the fact that Hisuian Electrode can attack for free, it means you can use your energy cards to retreat the Bidoof. So I think Azul playing as safe as possible here, getting down the 2 Charmander absolutely makes sense.
Definitely a better play against something like Escape Rope. Already had the Pidgey in hand,
That makes that decision even better.
This hand is very good for Azul here. Is going to end the turn with an instant charge, having Rare Candy Charizard already in hand.
3
and
cards
finds
being
an
added.
Ultra Ball. Wow, okay.
Yeah, Azul having just about everything he could ask for the future turns. And Jason does have a switch in hand.
Yeah, just drew it.
So we could see a turn 1 attack potentially. Let's see what he goes for. Electrode being grabbed initially. Can he get a Cloth into the active with a double Turbo Energy? That's the question.
Again, there's just more pieces that you need to put together. No energy in hand, and honestly, this might be a hand we Squawk and Seize away.
Yeah, it's honestly a little awkward, but it's not the end of the world. He can go get a Cloth here. He can play the switch, use the Spicy Seasoned Curry, and then also has the Squawk ability off the VIP pass as well. Does have an Ultra Ball as well in the hand, but looks like Electrode is going to be the choice for now.
Electrode, Squawk ability is pulled to the front. You also can get something like a Brute Bonnet. You have that Ancient Booster Energy to go ahead and put it on there and get the active Pokemon poisoned.
Now, what I definitely don't want to see from Jason, and I'm worried that this is what he's going to do, is a switch into the Electrode and just attack with the Electrode here. Because while that does guarantee you a knockout this turn, you're going to be at a deficit in the prize trade basically immediately. You're going to take a 1 prize KO, and Azul's just going to be totally fine to respond to that with a Charizard. Take the 2 prize KO. Then you can knock out the Charizard with an Electrode. Then another Charizard knocks you out. Then you knock out that Charizard. I think you're seeing how this math goes. 6 prizes to Azul before Jason can take his.
Yeah, that is some rough math for sure. Jason here is opting to discard the Super Rod and that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule.
Honestly, Jason was kind of close to being able to Boss's Orders the Rotom and KO it with Electrode this turn. That would have been worth it.
Yeah.
He was really close to actually being able to do that with that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. I think he would have left himself with basically nothing if he had gone this route, though. Has the switch, Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. I mean, he still could get it. He could play the Boss's Orders, then Squawk and Seize. He has the Spicy Seasoned Curry, and then he just needs to find the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. This could work out for Jason if that's the route he goes.
Which it's rough because you're already discarding the 1 here off Ultra Ball, but you do have Town Store as an out.
Plenty of ways to find it. You've also got those 4 Seal Stones, which you can use to find it. Yeah, okay, this is actually going to work out. I think I like how this has ended up here for Jason, assuming that he does go with the Boss's Orders play.
Now, can you Boss's Orders the Pidgey? I know you're still going to be down, but...
No, I think you've got to chase the prizes. If you're attacking with Electrode here, you have to race the prizes.
Yeah. And I think Jason agrees with you. There is that Boss's Orders. Spicy Seasoned Curry. That Electrode V is now burned. Squawk and Seize, 6 cards. We need an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule.
Let's see if he can find it. There were a couple Town Store prizes, so that's a little
no.
less likely. Last card to draw, and I think he misses. Oh, so close.
Definitely awkward here. Finding a ton of supporters off the top and some Pokemon that you don't really need.
Oh, man, you hate to see it for Jason. He was so close to pulling off an excellent play, to jumping super far ahead in this game right off the bat. And as it stands, I think he's just going to miss out.
Nest Ball here going to find another Hisuian Electrode V. But that's not really going to do anything to close out this turn. Just going to have to Tantrum Blast for 100.
Yeah, just 100 damage, and that feels like pretty much a wasted attack and a waste of a good amount of resources as well. You used a boss to do this. You used a Spicy Season Curry to do this. You know, of course, using the Squawkabilly on your first turn is all you can do, but you're not able to play something like Iono as well because you used boss this turn, so you can't find any additional cards to keep on digging. Dealing 100 damage to this Rotom really doesn't accomplish anything because Azul can just retreat it to the bench, and you're going to have to bring it back up again in the future.
There's that 100 damage. You can just tell Jason's body language, not what you want to be doing here.
The Electrode does remain poisoned, or sorry, burned as well. Flipped tails during Pokemon Checkup, it looks like. And Azul with just so many options in the hand. Ultra Ball, Rare Candy, Charizard. He's going to have an excellent turn.
We're going to have Ultra Ball, Rare Candy, Pidgeot EX, Quick Search for Rare Candy, Charizard.
Charizard takes, well, I guess it's worth noting, Charizard, no, it does take a knockout because of the tails, because the burn sticks around. Yeah, I was going to say, Electrode's got 210 HP. It's not going to be KO'd, but now it will be knocked out thanks to that burn damage building up in between turns.
And Azul still has a supporter for the turn as well. You can Iono. I think there's an Arven in the hand as well.
Yeah, has plenty of options. Wants to try to advance the board as much as possible. Would like to see one of these Charmanders become a Charizard and then the other one become a Charmeleon this turn, ideally. I think that would be really strong if he can pull that together.
No, it's my mistake. Not an Arven, but a Boss's Orders.
Yeah, I think the way this is setting up, you probably just want to go with the knockout on the active. Try to initiate the 2-prize race. I think that's just fine. Could get a little cute and go with the Pidgeot attack and a Boss's Orders onto the Bidoof, potentially. But you really don't need to do that. When you're the one initiating this first 2-prize KO, you really don't mind too much trying to do anything sneaky and cute like that, knocking out the Bidoof.
Infernal Rain attaches those energies to Charizard EX and the Rotom being the active, so now Azul can retreat. Has the KO lined up in the supporters for next turn along with Quick Search. And this is the scary part of this Charizard deck. When you get a turn 2 Stage 2 Pokemon in play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what makes it super strong. And this is a difficult board state to pull off when you go first, to be honest. But the Rotom helps out so much. It makes it so much more likely that you can piece these things together. You get so many extra cards into your hand.
And there we see the Iono. Might as well use it now while you can draw 6. Ooh, we see another Rare Candy Charizard.
Might be worth just setting it up, to be honest. I mean, I don't really hate it. Like I said, you're initiating this trade. Just go for it. Doesn't seem too bad. The thing you could worry about is just putting too many energy cards into play, but it looks like Azul's not going to go that route for now. Just hold off on the pieces, take this KO, and we'll see how things develop from here.
The one downside of holding off is an Iono is going to put those to the bottom, make it harder for you to get those.
And we see Jason with plenty of cards to work with. There's that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, the piece he was missing on the last turn. Begrudgingly attaching it now to the Brute Bonnet. Another Electrode comes into play.
So with a Spicy Season Curry, can take the knockout on the active, but like you've been saying for this entire kind of matchup, it's really just, I'm going to attack, take 2 prizes, you're going to attack, take 2 prizes, and whoever really does that first and can continue it throughout the game is going to win.
Yeah, that's what it ended up being. And, you know, Azul had a little bit more nuance to his first game, you know, taking 2 1-prize KOs, but really wisely leveraging the high HP of Pidgeot as an attacker.
Debating between Cloth and that Radiant Hisuian Sneasler. Opts for the Cloth here.
And does play the Iono. Does still need to find the Spicy Season Curry. I thought I saw one in that hand, but must not have been one. I imagine Jason would have played it pretty much right away.
Jason is going to see 6 cards, though. Do we have a Curry? No, we don't.
We don't have a Curry, and we also don't even have Forest Sealstone or some way to find it.
The takeout order was canceled. Escape Rope in hand.
Yeah, I think he has to go for Escape Rope here. And then you can take a knockout on something Azul promotes unless that Pidgeot is sent up. And I think Azul is happy to promote this. He knows that there's no way that this goes down in one attack. It's just going to have to eat a hit for a turn. And honestly, as Jason, I think you just have to send up, like, the Cloth and just pass. Yeah, I think that's better than just putting damage onto this. Yeah, you can at least attack. That is true. Yeah, get some damage in play. This is pretty solid. Try to force this one prizer when you can. And this would be the reason maybe that Azul holds off on using the Rare Candy Charizard last turn so that he has the option to attack with Pidgeot if he wants to, just depending on what his opponent ends up doing.
Well, there's that Brute Bonnet, poisoning both actives. Cloth, able to deal good chunk of damage, but remember that Pidgeot EX is resistant to fighting. So minus 50, so you do 140 plus the poison, that's 150. And now it's up to Azul.
Yeah, looks like he'll grab the Charmeleon, if I had to guess here. Evolve one of these Charmander. Now he just needs Rare Candy and a Charizard. He doesn't have any of those pieces just yet. Actually, doesn't even need them, I guess, because he has the Charizard. Does need to find Boss's Orders, though, in order to take out this Squawkabilly. Jason, not having taken a prize card yet, would have made it difficult for Azul to take a 2-prize KO normally, but that Squawkabilly with just 160 HP is going to be an easy target to go down.
It has Lost Vacuum on that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule as well. Should be going to the Lost Zone, but honestly, with the way this game has gone, Azul has been dominating, already up down 2 prize cards to 6.
Yeah, and here Jason is just really in a tough spot. He can attack with the Electrode. If he finds the Spicy Seasoned Curry, he can get that one-hit KO, but then all Azul is going to need is a Charizard EX. He's got Quick Search Pidgeot in play. He can guaranteed find any card out of his deck, and that is the one piece he would need in order to close out this game.
And if you try to go for a knockout on the Pidgeot EX, that leaves the Charizard in play with 2 energy.
Yep. Now, the one thing Jason could do would be boss KO the Pidgeot with the Cloth.
Yeah.
If he could do that, maybe there's a chance. But I actually don't even think, yeah, it would still be enough damage. The resistance from the Pidgeot, the reduction of the double turbo energy makes it a little bit awkward, but I think he would still, yeah,
well,
150
listen,
damage
if you did
on
150 last turn, you're going to do 150 again this turn.
Exactly. So it would be enough.
Iono is a good start. Able to put Azul down to 2 cards. But now that means you don't have access to that boss's orders. There's no counter catcher in the list, so that really is just the writing on the wall is now, I'm going to lose.
I mean, there is always the chance that Azul prized double Charizard EX, right? So you got to play to your outs. It's entirely possible. We haven't seen another Charizard EX just yet. You would force Azul to have an Arven or a Super Rod plus the Pidgeot to get the piece back. So it is not guaranteed, but a very low % chance here that Azul would not win this game.
Ultra Ball discards Battle VIP Pass and Professor's Research. We're going to see the B Barrel most likely.
Get that set up, draw a few extra cards. Jason is going to play it out. Of course, he doesn't know that Azul is going to have access to everything he needs. He's got to play like Azul won't just win the game next turn.
I don't know if I like using Star Alchemy before the Industrious Incisors here.
Yeah, you might as well use the Industrious Incisors first, draw 3 cards, see if you get the Spicy Seasoned Curry, and then if you don't, you get to use your V-Star power. And if you do get it, then now you get to save your V-Star power for potentially a future turn.
Well, listen, it's because you also need the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule to get the poison.
That is true as well. You need multiple pieces in this spot. He can play the switch to thin a little bit, switch into that other Hisuian Electrode. But no, we'll just be the Spicy Seasoned Curry. Yeah, and you can tell by Jason's body language, he's feeling probably a little defeated at this point. Things are just not going according to plan for sure. Going to draw 3 cards here. Needs the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule to stick around in this one. Does find it. So we can at least get this one-hit KO.
Go down swinging. That's what we like to see.
Respectable, without a doubt. A respectable showing from the Cloth. All you can ask for.
It's making a deck list, checking it twice.
He's going to find out that this Charizard is going to win the game.
And there is that Tantrum Blast being able to take the knockout. But here, Azul promotes that Pidgeot EX.
Yep. And as long as there's not 2 Charizard EX in the prize cards, Azul GG is going to be able to close this one out.
Azul GG is going to be able to say GG.
He will indeed be able to do just that. Quick Search now searches the deck. And sure enough, Charizard brought to the front. A couple of energy cards. Does need to make sure there is enough energy. Got a little sketchy there for a second, but yeah, Azul have to expect would be keeping in mind all of those pieces. Rare Candy into Charizard, boom, boom. Taking the KO with Burning Darkness. More than enough to knock out this Electrode. And Azul gets to a 7-0-1 record here at San Antonio Regionals.
Oh, Jason does play a copy of the Bravery Charm.
That's
Could've
what he
maybe
was
helped
hoping
out,
for,
yeah.
potentially, yeah. But with the 2 prizes he took, I don't think it would have even mattered, right?
Yeah.
30 damage.
240 with the 30 on there. That's 270. Yeah, there's 260 for the Bravery Charm. So math, it wasn't really going to work out for Jason here. And yeah, Azul, 701. He's been here before.
He has been here before, without a doubt. He had a 9-0 start already once this season. He's made top 8 at 2 regional championships so far. Had a great showing so far. But those things, you know, if you talk to Azul and ask him about, you know, his starts, his regional top 16s, top 32s, his day 2 finishes, those really don't mean anything to him. All he cares about is getting wins. He wants to win more than anything. A great showing as well from Jason. Let's not forget here, with him being at 6-1-1 now, he will be still in day 2. So there's still a hope and a dream alive for the Cloth believers.
Yeah, there could be a rematch in the future for both of these players. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay for this round 8 here. Azul starting off early with a quick KO on a Cloth thanks to that Pidgeot EX. Jason having the response with that Tantrum Blast, able to take the knockout on that Charizard EX. But Azul ready to go with another Charizard and setting up that Charmeleon for the cheeky knockout potentially.
The Charmeleon potential KO is actually really, really cool. And I would have been interested to see what would have happened in that game number 2 if Jason had gotten the turn 1 boss KO knockout on the road. Taking 2 prizes right away, Azul would have probably had to work in something like that Charmeleon attack in order to have a chance to come back in that game, because Jason would have been so far ahead. Unfortunately, as it stands, he just couldn't find all the pieces, having to discard an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, and Azul was able to jump a little too far ahead.
Yeah, definitely an awkward turn 1 from Jason on this game too. Really having to discard a lot of resources, relying on that Squawk ability, and not finding that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule to be able to take those 2 prizes. This allowed Azul to just run a train through these Hisuian Electrode Vs. And Jason was able to get a final KO there, but Quick Search proving that it is one of the best abilities in the game, especially paired with Infernal Rain from this Charizard EX. And Azul, just like that, going to 7-0-1.
Yeah, great start. 1 round to go. He's definitely going to be trying to get that 8-0-1 record. Wants to get as many match points today, so he has less to worry about when he gets to day 2 tomorrow. Jason on the other end, 6-1-1, definitely going to be playing out the last round as well. Still trying to get as many match points as he possibly can. And we'll keep our eye on his journey. We'll keep the Cloth believers updated, don't worry.
Yeah, he's really hoping, all right, right on next round, please.
And then in round 10,
in round 11, 12.
Yeah, count them down, baby. Come on. Or maybe you hope to hit some Charizards that aren't Azul GG. That's also another factor.
All right, well, let's go ahead and hear from Azul himself. Take it away, the lounge.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm here with our winner from last round, Azul GG. Azul, I gotta ask. So you start the game, you shake your opponent's hand, and they flip over Cloth map. What's going through your mind at that point? I mean, you're 6-0-1.
Yeah, I did laugh a little bit because it's not expected. You know, Cloth's no secret. It's not the strongest deck in the format. It's a cool deck, though. And it can be tough for Charizard. They got the Electrode, they want to KO you. But yeah, it's a fine match with the Pidgeot. Is like, you know, if they get too far ahead, you just sit there and Pidgeot with Counter Catcher for a couple turns, and then you go back into the Zard when you're feeling comfortable. So it's not like a bad matchup, even though they got the Electrode. So I wasn't, like, panicking.
So talk to me about Pidgeot, because that's a card you used a lot in Game 1 as you were going back and forth. As you sort of started to develop your board, obviously, you're doing your things early on. You're playing Rare Candy. You're getting Charizard up. Was that an attacker that you knew before going into the match that you wanted to use, or was that something you were like, oh, I mean, it does 120. It discards the stadium. It doesn't get knocked out, so it worked out well.
It's actually funny because I had made that realization like last week at some point that against Cloth, it's what you want to attack with is with the Pidgeot, and then I remembered that I was trying to tell someone that. I was going to tell someone that. I was like, oh, there's a matchup where you want to attack with Pidgeot, but then I forgot it. And then I remembered this morning, or last night, I was like, oh, it's the Cloth matchup. You want to attack with Pidgeot against Cloth. So yeah, going into it, I was like, yeah, Pidgeot's a good attacker if it lines up. I mean, in game 3 was a little bit different. I just kind of prize raced because I was ahead on the 2-hit KO. So like you can play it a couple different ways, depends if you fall behind and what you fall behind against. Like yeah, the game 1, the Counter Catcher on the Bidoof. Game 2, just kind of aggro with Zard.
Yeah, snowballed for sure in game 2. I want to go back to that moment specifically, especially you're going first at this point, right? Because I mean, Cloth's a deck that can attack going first, going second, right? And your opponent bosses before they squawk up your Rotom. What's going through your head at that point as they're looking through those 6 cards? And I mean, definitely a completely different game there, right? If they take those first 2 prizes and sort of initiate that prize trade into you.
Yeah, if they had got that initial aggressive knockup, that's when I would have looked for that counter catcher KO on the Bidoof with the Pidgeot slow things down and let my Ionos take over from there. So I wasn't like too panicked. I was like, okay, they're going for it. If they get it, I have a line, I have a plan. It makes it a little bit more difficult. That's not what I want to see off the rip. I want to see him take a 1-prize knockout or no knockout on the first turn like the first game. So, but it was still manageable at that point because of how well the Pidgeot takes care of the B-Barrel first, and then you hit him with the Ionos, and your Zard's more likely to survive as the game progresses.
So let's talk about Zard as a deck. So you played, obviously, a wide variety of decks so far, but it feels like with this format, I've seen you been playing Zard a lot, and you and your crew. What was the conclusion you guys came to, and why is Zard the deck you guys have rocked with for this event?
Well, our process kind of led us to Rapid Strike, but I really wanted to play Charizard for this tournament. I was feeling really confident with it going into this tournament. I didn't think Guardy was going to have a great performance or be like, it's not going to be in the top 2 like it has been, and it wasn't. It was like third or fourth, I think. And Miraidon was going to be really popular. I'm teched out for the mirror match with the tools. Like, we're good against the top 2 decks with this deck. And yeah, we just didn't really want to play Rapid Strike, or a couple of us didn't. Caleb wanted to, but me and Grant were like, I wanted to play Charizard. Grant just didn't want to play Rapid Strike, so we made a little bit of an audible to our usual process.
2 over 3, 2 out of 3. It's enough for you. So your team's done well this year. I mean, you're looking for your 3rd top 8 this year.
Yeah.
What is it that keeps you driving to keep performing at these events? I mean, you've been playing the Pokemon TCG for well over, almost coming up on 15 plus years now at this point, right? So what keeps you going, and what allows you to sort of hit these goals and then not just obviously celebrate them, right? I know we talked about this a little bit in OCIC, but move on to the next tournament. How did you sort of develop that mindset?
I don't really know. It's tough to say because I grew up in the game back in the day when I would show up to tournaments and no one except the top players played for the World's Invite. Like, people don't understand, like, back when I started playing, no one expected to get the World's Invite. You just didn't. It was like you had the top players in your area, they got their World's Invite, and that was it. So as I've grown up in the game, I've always just wanted to win, but I don't put too much. I feel like maybe because of growing back up in the scene, like, I don't put too much pressure on myself to do well, or I don't get too down on myself. Like, I have a very good, I think, mental mindset about the game. So that helps, and I do still have that competitive drive. As I get older, it might go away, it might not. I think actually one of the things that keeps me the drive at these major tournaments is actually the fact that I don't compete locally, so I'm not burnt out on competition when I show up to these more major tournaments, because I don't go to cups or challenges because unfortunately I don't have the time. Because sometimes I am fiending to go play locally. I want to compete. I want to pick up some actual cards and play physically. But then it's that much more enjoyable when I get to the regionals.
So for those people starting out, for people prepping, what advice would you give to people not on the Pokemon playing side of things, but like you were talking about, mentally or preparation-wise, for people who are looking to be as successful as you, day to these events, etc.?
I mean, there's a lot of things. One thing I talked about someone today actually is they were in the middle of the tournament, they were debating their deck choice, and I'm like, you're in the tournament. You have 60 cards you have to play. Don't worry about if you made the wrong deck choice or the wrong list choice. Play as best you can with those 60 cards, and just focus on playing well round after round after round. I feel like people are in the middle of the tournament, I think I made the wrong tech choice. I think I made the wrong archetype choice. It's no, just you have 60 cards. You can play. There's still a maximum potential to achieve with those 60 cards. Just focus on that and then work on your deck choice process for your next event when you get there. So that would be something I could throw out that I talked about someone today. They were feeling kind of down about their deck choice. They weren't doing great, but I was like, just take a deep breath. Focus on Pokemon, focus on playing, and focus on picking a different deck for the next tournament later.
Great advice, and of course, a seasoned pro. Azul, thanks so much again. Congratulations on day 2. You still got one more round to play.
One more.
What's the goal? It's to win, right?
Yeah. So 801, hopefully. We'll see how it goes. If I hit a Rapid Strike, I'll be fine with the tie. I guess that one's pretty tough, but yeah, we'll see what I play against the last one.
Well, good luck to you. Of course, we've got more action today, and of course, action tomorrow, so make sure you stay tuned for that. Casters, we'll throw it back to you.
Thank you, Ethan. It is always great to hear an interview from Azul. You learn so much, just the vast knowledge he has of everything that has to do with the Pokemon TCG outside of actual Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got one of the best mental states in the game, right? He's very level-headed and has a good understanding about the variance of the game. He doesn't let it get to him too much now. I've seen him get on tilt a time or two. But usually when that happens, it's when he's made a mistake himself. He doesn't get super mad at the variance, him getting unlucky. Of course, everyone's going to roll their eyes at it a little bit every now and then, but he doesn't let that get to him. He very much focuses on everything he can control. Kind of what he was talking about when he was talking to that player about their being upset about their deck choice for this tournament. You're locked into this tournament, worry about those 60 cards, and play to the best potential you can there. He very much is focused on what he can control in the moment, and he doesn't let anything else bother him.
well, you know what we can't control, and that's already locked in? It's our caster predictions. Let's go ahead and take a look and see how this has shaped up so far.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm liking,
you're doing pretty good there, Mr. Chip.
I'm digging the camp that I chose for this one. Charizard being so popular, but then also doing pretty well so far. And then Snorlax is turning out to be a decent play for this weekend. I mean, we saw Cal Connor is 7-0 with the deck.
Yeah, you're hitting the mark right on the head, at least for this day one here. Charizard performing pretty well in this field.
I'm kind of surprised I was the only how did you guys not pick Charizard, right? You, Ethan, Pablo, what are you guys looking at with the meta shares of these tournaments?
I picked the Dark Pokemon.
Yeah, Roaring Moon?
Yeah. More so like in a Lost Box or
Yeah,
something like that.
Sure.
There is quite a few Mew VMAX out there. They weren't at the top tables, but maybe the X1s, X2s kind of thing. Andrew Hedrick was on a Mew VMAX last time I looked.
Yeah, Mew VMAX absolutely still in a solid spot this event. It's so powerful. You got to just try to dodge those Charizards, right?
Yeah.
If you're playing the DTE version of Mew, you kind of have close to a 50-50, to be honest, because you can just cheese them with the whole Luxray and Path and Judge, Grabber strategy, right?
And hey, we're talking about Cal Connor being 7-0 with Snorlax. He was facing off against the 7-0 Mew VMAX. It's
true.
So, hey, I'm doing pretty okay. Pablo's doing pretty okay. We've seen Miraidon put on a ton of work on the stream so far today. Iron Hands EX still great as a card in that deck. Gardevoir EX is one of those cards where LAIC, it was the top dog, top deck.
Yeah.
Screamtail was the new hotness, and there was 2 to 3 Gardevoir that made top 8. I think it was 3 Gardevoir.
It was 3, yeah.
Since then, it has kind of just gotten lower and lower in a lot of the meta share. Charizard overtook it. Not as good matchups in a lot of the field now, and how do you feel about Gardevoir going forward?
I mean, I think it's really strong into everything that's not Iron Hands. Iron Hands is just pretty tough to deal with, and with Miraidon being so popular, them being able to attack so consistently with the Iron Hands, that's what makes things tough. But to be honest, like, it's a big tournament. 1,900 players. A lot of people did still choose to play Gardevoir. It was like 8% of the room, so it's still decently out there. I think that there's definitely a chance for Gardevoir to still make a deep run. There's some really good players playing it. We saw that mirror match earlier, Caleb versus Jeremy. Both of those players playing just at the top of their game, it seemed like. So I would be confident either of them has the shot to make a deep run. Just kind of depends on what you play up against. At that point, you got to keep on making good decisions. And you have good matchups against a lot of other stuff in the room. I mean, Azul even said that part of the reason he chose Charizard for this event, why he wanted to play it, is because he didn't feel like Gardevoir was going to do that good. Because Gardevoir is a not good matchup for Charizard. Gardevoir does pretty well into Charizard, which might seem counterintuitive, right? Charizard's a dark type, it's got a ton of hit points, but Gardevoir just being able to leverage those single prize attackers is so, so good. The reversal energies, all these things come together to make the matchup go in Gardevoir's favor. So with Charizard being the most popular, if some of the Gardevoir committed players, some of the diehards, chose to stick with it, they're able to dodge a few of the Miraidons, they can maybe manage some of the Urshifus out there. I wouldn't be surprised to see it still do really well.
All right, Chip, we have a little bit of time before our round 9. We're going to do a little fun segment. Who's that Pokedex?
All right. Who's that Pokedex? Let's see it. Kyle and I had to do this for about 20 minutes at Worlds this year.
Okay, so you should be good, right?
Yeah, hopefully there's no repeats. I don't think there will be, but...
I'm very bad at this, by the way. Who's that Pokedex? When it flies, it releases shiny particles from its veil-like wings. It is said to represent the crescent moon.
Interesting.
I'm pretty sure the crescent moon part.
Yeah, I mean, that makes me think Cresselia instantly.
Yeah, I'm thinking Cresselia as well.
But, I mean, I guess it kind of has wings, right?
Oh, no, it definitely has wings.
But it doesn't fly.
Veil-like wings?
It doesn't fly.
Yeah, it
does. It fly? It's a psychic-type Pokemon. It's purple.
It levitates.
Yeah, it does. I think in the video game it does have that levitate ability. But is levitating flying? You know, that's like...
Yeah.
You know, okay, I think it probably is Cresselia.
Right.
I'm on board with you.
We're going with Cresselia.
A little hesitant.
All right.
Okay.
The easy one's out of the way, right? Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. It's maybe a bad omen if I was second guessing the easy one.
Maybe.
Let's see what we got next.
Round 2. It fires arrow quills from its wings with such precision they can pierce a pebble at distances of over 100 yards.
I mean, this one's obvious too, right?
Well, Decidueye?
That's what I'm thinking.
Are you trying to throw us under the bus a little bit? Maybe it's like a Rowlet or...
Go with your first instinct.
All
It's
right,
Decidueye. Let's lock it in. No reason to second guess ourselves. Yep, there he is.
All right, this is easy. Good.
As long as Pachirisu stays away.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
It is constantly racked by a headache. When the headache turns intense, it begins using mysterious powers.
Oh, come on.
This is me.
What are your mysterious powers, Jeremy?
Next question. Psyduck.
Okay. I think it's got to be Psyduck for sure. This is a classic, good old Gen 1. I don't think that any of the original 151 I would get wrong. I don't know. That might be a little bold, but let's see it. Psyduck, come on. Yeah, there he is. Shoutouts to Frosty Caribou, one of her absolute favorite Pokemon.
Yeah, really missing her this weekend.
Right.
This Pokemon's ancient genes have awakened. It is now so extraordinarily strong that it can easily lift a cruise ship with one fin.
All right, pretty obvious. What you got?
This is obvious? Oh, no.
Yeah, I got nothing, bro.
All right, so ancient
genes.
Pokemon.
Yeah, it's something old. It has
I
a fin. So it's like a fish Pokemon, right? A whale. Whale Lord? No.
No, I'm thinking Roaring Moon. Does
Ancient wings have awakened?
fin?
No, it's not going to be a. It's got to be something with. It's got to be a fish, something like that.
What's a fish ancient Pokemon?
Caracosta?
Is that an ancient Pokemon that's a fish?
It's a fossil.
What? No, ancient genes have awakened. That means it's.
So you think it's a Paradox Pokemon?
Yeah, I think
we're
it's
gonna
a Paradox
we're gonna go
Pokemon.
down the Paradox route. Is there any water type Paradoxes?
See,
we might need some VG help.
Can we phone a friend
Phone a
for one of the
friend.
VG casters? I need a Joe Brown in
I've
here
got
right now.
nothing here, man. I mean, it doesn't have to be a Paradox Pokemon. I think that we should get that out of the way.
With
Like
one fin, like maybe they consider the Roaring Moon a fin.
no, it's not Roaring Moon. Why is Roaring Moon lifting ships? Why is Roaring Moon anywhere near a ship? Do they even have ships in Roaring Moon's time? You know, it's ancient.
Well, it's an ancient Pokemon anyway.
I think my best. I don't even know if you can call Caracosta like it's a flipper, right? It's not a fin. What is it? What do turtles have? Do they have fins? Do turtles have fins? Do you call it a fin? It's a fin. I think Caracosta. That would be my closest guess. I don't think it's right for what it's worth, but I just have nothing better.
Ancient Pokemon. I'm trying to think of the map from LAIC. It has
I hope
all
everyone
of them
at
on
home
there.
is playing along as well, letting us know in the YouTube
they're
chat,
probably
the Twitch chat.
flaming us in the chat.
Maybe I could
right
take
now.
a peek real quick. We have a delay. All right, let's see it.
Roaring Moon for me. I can't think of any other
If this
ancient
is Roaring
Pokemon.
Moon, I retire.
All right, yeah.
Palafin?
Yeah.
Ancient Genes?
The
That doesn't seem very
superhero, I
fitting.
guess? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, it does have Finn in the name.
Listen,
so.
Palafin's not good in the TCG right now, so we
It's
get a little
hero
bit of
mode
leeway.
Palafin as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Unfortunate.
Next one. The red head converts spicy chemicals into fire energy and blasts the surrounding area with a super spicy stream of flame. I know this one. I picture it in my head. I forget the name.
I know what it is, I think. The red head. So does that...
Scovillian.
Yeah, Scovillian. That's what I'm thinking. So it's like the Pokemon that has two heads. So it's because the first part says the red head.
Yeah. All right.
Which might make you think it has two different heads. A red head, a green head. Boom. Let's see it. Scovillian. Yeah, let's go. All right. Hey, we're doing pretty good.
We're doing okay, yeah.
We're doing pretty good. I think that this is solid. You know,
much better than Pablo and I in LAIC.
Yeah, and better than me and Kyle at Worlds. We were struggling. Okay, come on.
When this Pokemon expands and contracts its wobbly body, the belly button dynamo in its stomach produces a huge amount of electricity. Belly Bolt.
Belly Bolt, for sure. Come on now. Yeah, there he is.
We're on a
Look at
roll
that
now.
belly button dynamo. I hope that's a attack name in the TCG someday.
I really
belly
hope
button
so.
dynamo.
I mean, we get Ampu very much, so we can pretty much have anything.
They're having fun with it nowadays, for sure.
All right, we got some more. This Pokemon has provided inspiration to many artists It has even been referred to as the most beautiful Pokemon of all.
Interesting. So when I read Artist at first,
I thought Smeargle.
That was my first thought as well.
But
Like
Smeargle's
a
not
painter
pretty.
Pokemon. Not at all.
No, not at all. Not the most beautiful Pokemon of all.
Most beautiful Pokemon. What comes to mind when you think of most beautiful Pokemon?
Maybe
like a Sylveon, something like that. I could see maybe Sylveon with like its ribbons and stuff like that. No. Maybe.
Like a fairy Pokemon, maybe.
Yeah, some sort of fairy Pokemon. That would be the vibes, I think. Referred to as the most beautiful Pokemon. I mean, I don't think I have. I wish there was some way for us to whittle it down a little bit more. Get some hints, you know, some lifelines, so to speak. I could definitely use a lifeline right now. This is what we got. Yeah, with the information before me, I would lean towards Sylveon more than Gardevoir, I think, but I could see it being one of those. I definitely think it's some sort of fairy Pokemon.
All right, well, Sylveon.
Well, hang on. Let's think for another second, because a lot of these Pokemon that have been, I guess that's not true. I was gonna say there's been a lot of new Pokemon, but it's just been the Scovillain and the Palafin, right?
Yeah.
So I was gonna try to whittle it down from there. See if we could think of something that was like more of in the newest generation realm, but we've had Cresselia as well. We've had Decidueye, we've had Psyduck, so it's kind of been all over the place.
All right, so Sylveon,
Gardevoir
for
me, Gardevoir for Jeremy. Let's see it.
Let's go.
Oh,
Milotic.
makes sense.
Makes sense.
It makes sense.
Beautiful scale, all that stuff.
It makes sense. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Definitely
not
feel like I
dollars.
could have gotten that one. That's tough. It makes, yeah, those are the annoying ones whenever it's like you finally see it and it's like, that is so obvious. Why could I not get that?
Beware its cotton spores. If you accidentally breathe them in, you'll be racked with coughs and itchiness.
Okay. Some sort of grass type, I think, for sure. Spore.
Amoonguss.
Yeah, that's one of the routes I would go. I think you could also make an argument that this would be like Breloom or Shroomish, one of those two as well. But Amoonguss is notorious for the spores. If you've ever watched any of the VG streams, like Amoonguss Spore is like the combo, right? So
I guess you could also throw Brute
now
Bonnet in there.
wait. Cotton spores. Let's think about that word specifically. Could it be like Whimsicott, like the cotton Pokemon? I think Whimsicott is like literally the cotton Pokemon. It's also a grass type. I don't know if it learns Spore. I think it probably does.
So are we between?
I think the
Whimsicott
cotton is a
and
giveaway here
Amoonguss?
that we should lock onto.
All right, Whimsicott.
I'm going to go with Whimsicott. Let's see it.
Jump Bluff. All right.
Okay. it makes sense too.
It's
Dang.
cotton as well.
It is. Yep. That makes sense. That makes sense.
All right, do we have any more? We do. The one with the best drumming techniques becomes the boss of the troop. It has a gentle disposition and values harmony among its group.
Oh yeah, I know what this is. What you got?
Rillaboom?
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
it's got to be, right?
Gotta be
because it's
Rillaboom.
also like an ape Pokemon. You know, they hang out in tribes. The troops, I guess, right? It totally makes sense. Let's go with the Rillaboom for sure.
Lock it in.
Let's go. Where's his drum?
Didn't have it right now.
What?
It's on break.
He's not the boss, actually. That's the reason. This one is not the boss.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like the ones that we get, it's like we feel like they're so obvious, right? But then, and we've gotten them right basically every single time. But any of the ones that we've had to think about, we've gotten wrong.
The hardened head from the tail protects the head of the main body as Frigoraph whips its long neck around to headbutt enemies.
It's Frigoraph. Did we forget to leave a blank space in this Dex entry? Production, please. Hello?
Yeah, it's Frigoraph. Maybe they're like, okay, we really need an easy
what it
one.
is. Yeah, that's the freebie. Whenever we're really struggling, that's the one they throw us. Okay, Frigoraph. Makes sense. Makes sense.
All right, do we have any more?
Okay, here we go.
All right. It clings to branches and ceilings using its threads and moves without a sound. It takes out its prey before the prey even notices it.
Threads. I mean, I'm thinking like Spidops. Could it be Spidop? Like a spider Pokemon, you know? It's threads. It could also be like Ariados.
Yeah.
I think I like Ariados.
Ariados is pretty fast, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like agile. It's definitely like a hunter Pokemon. Like Spidops does not give you hunter vibes, right?
What about like Tarantula?
Tarantula? That you think Spidops is less of a hunter than Tarantula? Tarantula's
No,
just
you're right,
rolling around, bro. He's just enjoying being part of the crew. I think it's got to be. I would go Ariados.
Yeah, all right. We're gonna choose Ariados, but Spidops was our second choice.
Okay, your second choice. Oh!
You should have taken it.
That was my first thought too.
You would think like, oh no, it's his choice.
Come on. Unfortunate.
It spits out a fluid that it uses to glue tree bark to its body. The fluid hardens when it touches air.
What Pokemon has like a body armor of tree bark? I feel like this should be obvious, but I'm drawing a blank, honestly.
Spits out fluid.
Glues tree bark to its body. So think of anything that you picture with like wood on its body. Like some grass type, I guess, right? Maybe a bug type.
I think it'd be like a bug type because it spits out a fluid that like, maybe like kind of like a silkworm is what I'm thinking. Like, so
like a silcoon? No, that doesn't have tree bark on its body.
No, not at all. Fluid hardens when it touches air.
Also, when you think of like Pokemon that spit, you would think of maybe like poison type Pokemon. That's another thing.
Cramorant.
Cramorant do be spitting for sure. Usually Pikachu's and Arracudas, but sometimes innocently as well.
Yep. Glue tree bark to its body. That's the thing that's throwing me.
That is the weird part here. I mean, maybe like some other Pokemon I'm thinking of is like Grafaiai or something like that. It's like they hang out in the trees in the woods. The thicket, the fag tree thicket, I think is the area in the video game. I really don't know. I'm kind of lost on this one.
Oh man, I can't even think of a Pokemon to guess.
This is the last one we're doing. I've just heard as well.
Oh
so
no!
We got to get this. We got to rack our brain here.
All right.
Does that help? That's like it's like, did you ever like go to sleep with a book under your pillow so you would absorb the information?
That's how you read.
When you're in second grade.
No, last night.
Last night. You slept on the book of the format, the TCG rule book, right?
Yeah.
I got nothing here, bro. I just genuinely don't know.
Glue bark to its body. Let's go ahead and...
Some way to whittle this down.
I'll say Silcoon.
Silcoon?
Yeah. Just...
I'll go
it's a
Cascoon.
Pokemon.
I'll go Cascoon.
Pineco!
That makes sense. That makes sense. That does make a lot of sense. That's bark right there. But he doesn't have a mouth, dude. How's he spitting? He has no mouth. What's he spitting with?
How's he eating?
Osmosis absorbs the food, the sunlight, the synthesis, photosynthesis. That's how he gets nutrients. He doesn't have a mouth. I refuse to believe this is accurate. I'm going to fact check this.
Well, while you fact check that, we're going to do a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have our last round of Swiss for day one, so don't go anywhere.
Heroes who won the hearts of the world, they were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes wherever they tread. They came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. You can tell as they fight, but look in their eyes, they came
trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying to make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First, I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos. Aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Plenty of exciting action thus far and plenty more to come. That's the experience here at these regional championships. Surprises, action, and much, much more. Welcome back to the TCG stream here at the San Antonio Regional Championships. 8 Swiss rounds done, and that last final important round 9 soon to come. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Pablo Meza. And wow, we keep saying this. I feel like every event after every event, I'm blown away by the competition and what decks and players we're seeing. If I woke up this morning and you told me what decks we were going to have on stream, I would not have selected Cloth to be on the stream. But look, here we are. We're into 2023. We might as well put all the cards on the table, right, and see everything that's happening.
I know. Club has been like a very pleasant surprise, right? It's very different deck than all the others. Has that free attack with the he's doing Electrode B. Relies on special conditions. It's just very different from everything else, which feels like it's just like very aggressive, go hard, go quick, and Club also wants to do that, but in a very unique manner.
Yeah, we sort of talked about this a little bit yesterday as off topic, but it sort of is some cards over the years, the special mechanics, right? So the Hisui and Alolan mechanic, right, of having free attack costs, at least for me, Vulpix, Alolan Vulpix with the beacon attack. I mean, that's one of my favorite attacks from that era.
That was a key card in many decks, for sure. And Alolan Ninetales was a fantastic card, whether it was the regular one, the GX one, all of them were pretty good.
Now remind me, did you use the Diancie to evolve your Pokemon or the Vulpix in your list that got top 8 at Worlds?
So I went with the Diancie, and the night before I kept telling my friends, we need to play both. They're so good. And guess what won the World Championships? Tio Gaziraga with both of them in his deck.
You live and you learn, Pablo. Well, speaking of learning, I'm trying to learn about some more Pokemon that exist and their Pokédex entries. So surely this will not go poorly at all, and I'm going to give my best and rack my brain here to figure out what Pokemon our Pokédex entries are talking about. So as soon as we're ready to get into that, I am excited. All right, let's take a look. Ice energy built up in the horn of its upper jaw, causing the horn to reach cryogenic temperatures that freeze its surroundings. All right, so first thought I'm thinking here is Mamoswine, but I'm not sure. I guess that's a tusk, though, right? So it's not his jaw.
Mamoswine definitely does not have horns or a horn. I was thinking Dugong, but I think the horn is on its head more than on its jaw. So I'm thinking one of the fossils from Sword and Shield, like
Arctovish
or Arcti. Is it Arctibax? And then Maxcalibur doesn't have horn. No, Maxcalibur doesn't have horn. No. Arctovish, I don't remember exactly the other one.
It's a fossil. I know what you're saying.
you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
What other ice types with horns?
Horns.
I am very lost with this one. And I got so many right when I was watching.
As soon as we get on, though, you know it's going to go down.
Yeah.
They're hitting us with the hard ones to start. At least warm us up a little bit in here. Don't
I know,
give us,
right?
Give us these hard ones right off the bat.
Give us the Fargirefaric one to start off. And
Where's my Pokemon name in here, man? There's nothing. All right, let's lock something in here. I'm thinking. Okay, horn. Maybe. No, but it can't. No, it's not. I keep thinking like
Cryogonal, right?
Yeah,
Cryogonal
that's what I
doesn't
thought.
have,
Yeah, but Cryogonal doesn't have a horn.
cryogenic, no. I'm gonna go with. Is it Arctovish?
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
You know what? I'll lock it in too.
Arctovish.
All right, show us.
Yeah.
What's the damage?
I have no idea.
Oh, Cetitan. Oh,
that
of
makes
course.
sense.
One of the new Pokemon from Scarlet and Violet. I'm still acclimating myself. I'm still getting through there.
Where's the jaw though?
Is this? We're just back to the mouth incident again.
Like, where's the mouth of that thing? Where's the jaw? All right.
All right, hit us with another one here. It can only go up from here, all right? It has tremendous physical strength, and the mask of ice covering its face is 1,000 times harder than diamond.
100.
Oh, 100. Look, I'm reading it 1 extra 0 at this.
Mask of ice.
Covering its face is 100 times harder than diamond. What has a mask? Okay, the first thing I thought with mask was Halucha, but I know that thing is not harder than diamond.
Yeah, and it has a mask. Just
Physical
not of
strength. So
ice.
I'm thinking a fighting type here, right? That's my first thing I'm thinking about. But anything could have physical strength, right? There are strong Pokemon, but it's mask of ice, right? So I'm thinking an ice type because of that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Cryogonal might be a good cure. Like,
is that thing? Is it packing though? Is he?
I mean,
physical strength.
It's pretty. I don't know. It's a gigantic ice snowflake. So.
It's true. I'm trying to think about some ice types here that have masks.
I guess we're going with the holiday theme with these Pokemon and just focusing on the ice types. Mask of ice though, like that. There's gonna be a Pokemon with a mask of ice.
We're definitely forgetting something. I know chat is going crazy right now. We're messing something up. They're all typing the answers and we're acting a fool right now. I think Cryogonal's good. I'm just trying to think of other ice type Pokemon that have masks. All right, lock it in. Cryogonal. I'm down.
Cryogonal.
All right, show us what we got. Okay.
Glastrier. Okay. I probably would have said Ice Rider Calyrex before Glastrier.
We would have got like half credit for that one there. That's fair. All right. We did actually get cards out of the TCG. They weren't super helpful. All I remember, though, about that era, of course, is Ice and Shadow Rider. So, all right, let's see what else we got here. It causes blizzards as it flies around with its huge, chill-emitting wings. Clean melt water is its favorite thing to drink. I'm thinking this is Articuno.
Yeah, that Articuno was definitely my first thought.
Emanating. Sorry. All right, I'm on break right now. I got to go back to class.
It's okay. If you want, I can read the next one. If you want. Yeah, I'm going to lock Articuno.
You know what? Come on. We got to get one here. Show us Articuno. All right, lock it in.
Oh, Frostmoth. Jeez, we're 0 for 3.
Maybe the melt water was the thing that was not an Articuno giveaway.
I mean, what Pokemon wouldn't want
some
drink?
Delicious melt water after a hard day's work of battling?
Of flying and causing blizzards? Like, just a refreshment, right?
I didn't know Frostmoth was chill like that. All right. Let's see the next one. If we got another one here. Keeping up the winter season, the winter vibe. I'm liking it.
Right.
All right, here we go. It uses its chains of ice to constrict its opponent and then flash freezes them where they stand. That's scary.
Ice?
Ice chains. Okay. I gotta think about this. Okay, I think constrict, right? So I'm trying to think about Pokemon that like constrict around Pokemon.
A snake-like ice type. We definitely got the expert mode on this Pokedex.
Maybe I just don't know my ice types. Maybe I just need to refresh myself a little bit. All right, Chains of Ice. This has to be like a newer Pokemon, right? I'm trying to think.
Probably, but I cannot come up with one Pokemon that even chains.
Maybe Cryogonal is the one I was thinking about.
We're just gonna say Cryogonal until we get
Well,
Cryogonal.
remember, it's like built out of chains, though, right? Isn't that? It's like okay. I guess it's like a snowflake type
It's a
structure.
giant snowflake. I mean, honestly, you could be right. I am not sure.
We gotta find a better answer
What
than that.
other ice types?
Chains of ice. Maybe like is there a No, I think it's sand shrew, not sand shrew. I'm just thinking through ice types.
I mean, it could be a lowland sand shrew or a lowland sand
Could it?
flash.
Could it? Does it have ice
Chains?
chains?
No, it doesn't.
No.
It has ice spikes.
No. Ice type, ice type.
Flash freezes them where they stand. What Pokemon has chains?
I feel like we're getting caught up on the chains part, maybe. And like remember, Pineco, they're talking about it giving fluid out of its mouth.
Right,
It didn't have
and
a
it
mouth,
doesn't have a
right?
mouth,
So
true.
could be a trick here. I know production's having their fair share out here trying to.
Chains
So-
I mean, I was thinking Tinkaton, but that has a hammer, not a chain, and nothing to do with ice. I have zero clue on a Pokemon with ice.
All right, as we're struggling though, guys, make sure if you're on Twitch, the poll is live right now. Go
Yeah.
ahead and vote for your round 9. You guys are picking this one, so give us a good match, please. So we have a good match this stream. Please. We had a really good last match with Gardevoir.
We
All right,
did.
We need a next one. I'm gonna
Delibird.
go with Cryogonal. All right, show us. What we got? What's the damage? All right, and the answer. Yay!
What?
Let's go. See?
Good job. All right. You had faith in Cryogonal.
Maybe
I
it's
don't see
things,
the chains.
Look at look at it coming out of its. All right, we're gonna call that a mouth, right? Look at it, the little. You know, I'm gonna take my victory. I'm gonna thank everybody
honestly,
who supported me.
This is like props to you on being a Cryogonal believer. I jumped off the ship too early.
I got item locked too many times, man. I've seen so much. All right, let's see if we can get a couple more in before everything finds out. So, all right. When it finds humans or Pokemon it likes, it freezes them and takes them to its chilly den, where they become decorations.
This just got really dark really quickly.
All right, maybe he just like sits them there for like a week or two and then lets them go. Okay, it's a humans or Pokemon. Okay, okay, we gotta think about this, Pablo. Humans and Pokemon, those are warm creatures. What has the power to encapsulate a Pokemon
Every
in
single
ice?
ice type.
Okay,
Every single ice type.
You're not
Beam.
gonna tell me Snorunt can encapsulate a human.
True.
Oh, maybe I'm getting Frostlass vibes from this. Frostlass is sinister.
I like that.
Frostlass would do this.
Or
I'm no disrespect to Frostlass fans, but Frostlass would do this.
Okay, I like Frostlass. I like
I'm gonna go with that.
Let's
but-
lock Frostlass, yeah.
All right, Frostlass. Let's see the answer.
Oh my gosh. What? You are an ice type genius.
We started out poor. I'm gonna be honest, but we're rallying it back. All right,
the
let's
others
see.
were probably easier than these
They
last
probably
two.
were. All right, let's see if we can get one or two more in here before we get this here.
That
Almost
was
got this.
impressive.
Although its wings have partially turned to steel and become heavy as a result, this Pokemon flies through the sky with ease.
I know this one. Well, there's two options.
I'm
Either
thinking Skarmory.
Yeah,
That's
Skarmory
the
or
first one.
Corviknight.
Round 10 will start at 8:30.
Okay, well, the one thing that's tricking me up here is partially turned to steel.
Oh, right. Corviknight is fully turned to
Yes. So maybe it is Skarmory.
All right, I like Skarmory.
I'm
Let's
good
go
with
with Skarmory.
Let's go with
Yeah,
Skarmory.
let's
Yeah.
do
All right, what we got? It's another ice type, man.
Dang.
Wait,
You
so
talked me out of it.
I'm just trying to keep my score up, man. We can get our points down. All right, we're close at least with that one.
Yeah,
So
we-
we're on the money here. All right, let's see if we can get
Nice.
one more in before we go in for this, or maybe we got to end on a win. Come on, we can't end on a loss.
I feel like we get pity points for that one.
All right, last one here. I've just been told we got to end on a win. So let's think about this one. This Pokemon consumes particles that contaminate the air. Instead of leaving droppings, it expels clean air.
Okay.
So we got a cleaner here.
Definitely not Weezing. Definitely not Garbodor.
All right, so it consumes it, right? So that's what I'm thinking. So I need a Pokemon that not only consumes, but it leaves droppings that expels the clean. Okay.
And it's like flying, probably. I'm thinking like Dustox, maybe.
It's a poison
or
type.
or
Is that helping
Beautify,
out?
right? Or maybe Beautify, like some sort of air cleaning Pokemon. There's no air conditioning Rotom, right? Or like
There's a fan Rotom, but I don't
yeah,
think
that
fan
just moves
Rotom's-
the air.
yeah.
It doesn't clean it.
The first thing
vacuum?
I thought was like cast form, but I don't think cast form. I mean, cast form is the weather Pokemon, so
yeah,
it could.
It could be cast form. I like that idea. I feel like it's something to do with like purity and
Yeah.
anti-pollution. So what's the opposite of wheezing and Carpador? Like the opposite end of that spectrum.
What does good for the surrounding environment? Clean air.
It's so funny that they actually mentioned droppings though, like in their Pokédex entry. That's very peculiar.
Like they want to show that they're helping out the environment. I think our match is almost ready. I'm gonna lock in cast form. That's my goal.
Let's do cast form.
All right, show us what we got here. Maybe it was the true opposite of wheezing.
No, but it's Galarian wheezing.
I always think about this thing.
I feel like it contaminates,
Yeah.
right? Like, look at it. It looks dirty.
can't be mean to him, man. You gotta be nice to him. How would he feel if he heard you say that?
I mean,
Look, I'm a changed man now. I
yeah,
see this
honestly,
Pokemon in a whole new light.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, maybe wheezing, Cantonian wheezing is the evil one, and this one is the nice one.
He adapted to the Galar region. He was changed.
Indeed, people didn't like it when he contaminated, so he evolved into an anti-contaminator. That makes sense.
Well, thank you guys for playing along. I hope you guys enjoyed. You know what? I thought I was going to come up here and get 0, so I'm happy that we walked away with a few wins.
Yeah.
So I had a good time, and that was fun. I want to do that more. I'm like, we have to go cast the match now. I wanted like 10 more of these.
I know. All right, so I think we're going to take a look at our predictions, see how we are doing with them. Yeah. Who's most likely to succeed? So far, I think we've seen all these decks except Snorlax, but we do know there are some Snorlaxes up there.
Yeah, last I checked, Calvin Connor was sitting at a 7-0 record.
It's 8-0.
Oh, it's 8-0 now.
Pretty sure you won that last round, maybe?
Let's take a look.
I might be wrong.
We'll get to it. But, I mean, regardless, it's the deck we haven't talked a lot about. I feel like people respected it for the next regional that was going on. After, of course, it won the regional championships over in Europe. It's the first time Control has won an event, if we're going to consider this a Control deck, right? A stall. I'm used to the term LO, library out, but it is decking out. Besides that, we've seen everything else on stream, so we've got a pretty good mix and pretty good hold on the meta, it feels like.
Yeah, and we've seen Miraidon be quite successful. We've seen Roaring Moon be almost successful against Miraidon, but couldn't quite caught it. I think that tends to be the case with Roaring Moon. It's like you're so close. It's so close to being a good deck, but it's lacking something like Miraidon used to lack with before Iron Hands, right? But now it's Roaring Moon that... I mean, I'm sure we always get really good Dark-type Pokemon, so eventually there will be something really good that goes with Roaring Moon and makes it Tier 1.
Well, until that time comes, Roaring Moon will just be a little bit underwhelming. Looks like we have some standings to show, some Swiss pairings, it looks like. These are the standings. So this is after round number 8. Of course, we've got one more Swiss round left. Calvin Connor looking to go 9-0 with Snorlax stall. Working down a lot of Charizard here. Of course, we just saw Azul Garcia Griego playing Charizard. Keaton's actually at the number 2 spot right now at 7-0-1 playing Miraidon. So look, our prediction of Iron Hands Miraidon maybe coming to fruition, especially if Keaton can get that last win. It will be actually up against Calvin Connor. How do you really feel about the Miraidon versus Snorlax matchup? On paper, it feels like Snorlax probably has an advantage there.
I think on paper it does, but if Miraidon keeps their bench low and manages their energy well and uses Zapdos a lot, yeah, because Zapdos can handle Mimikyu and Snorlax. So as long as you're applying pressure to Snorlax, that's how you get the win. And Miraidon, if they have Mimikyu up to protect from that, you can easily retreat it. So if you manage your energy well, I think Miraidon has a chance. It's not easy, right? But definitely has a chance.
Indeed. All these players already guaranteed a spot in day 2, but I mean, none of these players are close. I mean, most of these players 14 points off of being in that top 8 contention. We've only got 7 total rounds from here on out, so every match point matters. All of these players, I'm almost certain, will be playing their matches out. And speaking of matches, We'll be getting into our final round, the community choice. So, of course, starting recently this season, you all have had the chance to vote on what matches you want to see. So I believe we can take a look at our community vote and see how things are progressing with that. It looks like, or these are actually, so the matches that people could have chosen from. So, of course, Bodie Robinson was a NAIC champion in seniors division. Harrison Levin, that's a name I've seen on and off, of course.
Second place at Worlds, I believe, back in what, 2012?
2012, yeah.
Yeah, in Hawaii, right?
I was in Hawaii, so hey, listen, maybe the redemption arc of going back to Hawaii to winning a world championship, bringing Harrison back to the scene, trying to chase that world championship title. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon world champion, up against Austin Brown. And Michael Pramelot up against Eli Greenfeld. And I think that's the match that ended up winning the community choice.
Indeed, but I mean, incredible matches, right? 1 world champion, 2 worlds finalists. Bodie Robinson, first-year master, really good player, NAIC champion. As his most recent achievement, he has so many of them. And looking to make a name for himself in the Masters division. So I'm sure eventually we're going to see and hear a lot about Bodie.
Lots of great talent. I mean, if you look at this list, you have up and coming in Bodie to a seasoned veteran in the game to Michael Pramelot to rising and successful star to Vance Kelly. And that's what's so great about Pokemon and the game that's existed for so many years. You have so many different storylines. You never know who you're going to get. When you seat 2 players down, it could be a battle of the ages. It could be 2 oldies going at it or 2 new players trying to make a name for themselves.
Indeed, and I actually found out earlier that when Andrew Estrada won Worlds, he was a first-year master. So we have over 30-year-olds winning regionals. We also have first-year masters winning regionals. So there's plenty of Pokemon, no matter your age, who you are. Always nice to have all this variety.
Well, our match is ready. The final Swiss round, win and in. It all happens right now. Let's throw it down to the table and get into our community choice match for the Pokemon TCG. Michael Pramelot is playing this Comfey Sableye deck. I mean, this is the deck he found comfort in. Top 4 at the World Championships playing this same engine. It is a little bit different, playing sort of a box-style deck up against Charizard. This isn't a matchup we see a lot. How do you feel about these 2 decks clashing at each other?
So they feel honestly like polar opposites. We have Charizard, the big setup stage 2 deck that has a lot of HP. And then we have this other turbo version of the deck, low HP attackers, tries to go really hard, really fast. But I think Lost Box has builds up in power and gets progressively stronger as you get more cards in the Lost Zone. Whereas Charizard can start off pretty slow, but then it gets progressively more powerful. So opposite ends here. I think Michael's best strategy is going to be to try and do as much damage, get a quick Sableye, get Greninja going. He's even running the canceling Cologne to cancel that Manaphy. And then it's going to be up to Eli to stabilize and be able to deal with Michael's Pokemon.
Now, these decks sort of have different plans. I mean, for Charizard, there's a discussion going first, going second. What do you think of this matchup Charizard wants to do in terms of getting their game plan set up and, more importantly, starting the game first or second?
Oh, I definitely think, like, if Eli doesn't know what Michael is playing, definitely should be choosing second. And then once he finds out, which is now the case as both players are mulliganing, I think he would still choose to go second because it gives you a much higher chance of, like, having more than one Pokemon on the board, having the Charmanders, the Pidgeys, having the Rotom to help you set up, especially against a deck that probably doesn't play any hand disruption or very little.
We'll see this setup here. Like you pointed out, that Canceling Cologne is a big card. Another card I see that's popping out as I look at Michael's list is the Mew EX. How does that find usage in this matchup?
I mean, towards the late game, of course, Lost Box is based on single prize Pokemon, or you can control when you place down those V Pokemon like Raikou or Drapion or Dragonite. So if you're able to save that Mew towards the very end, and Charizard has taken 5 prizes already, you're able to copy their own attack with Genome Hacking and take them down by dealing 330 damage. I think that's going to be the best use of the Mew EX here.
So Eli did opt to go second, so that's exactly, I think, well, we sort of had this discussion. It's how you make sure you're consistent, right? You've got the Battle Pass, you've got the Arvin to find the Battle Pass, plenty of different options. We'll see the prize cards here for both players. Looking out for any key pieces. There is a few basic Pokemon in the prizes for Michael, mainly that Lost Mine Sableye and the Dragonite. Nothing too relevant, though. I think we're going to have a good game between both these competitors.
Indeed, I agree. That Sableye could be a little problematic. Michael does play a copy of Hisuian Heavy Ball and also only plays one copy of Sableye, which I think is very interesting. And I think that shows respect to Jirachi. Jirachi has been more and more popular as we advance in this Paradox Rift metagame. And Sableye is very good, right? But it's less good than it used to be.
It's really funny looking at the list breakdown because, of course, Michael is playing the 4 Comfey and then one of every other Pokemon in the deck.
Indeed, and it gives him a lot of options, but can be a little problematic if you run into some issues with your pricing the right attacker you need. Speaking of.
Yeah, I mean, the Hisuian Heavy Ball here is good, but I actually don't think there's much else going on for Amelot in this hand. Yeah, wow, just 3 or 4 switching cards, lost Vacuum, and I mean, does have information to know that, look, this Comfey is going to be safe, right? Charizard can't deal 70 damage to my Comfey on turn 1, but I mean, this is where you want to be popping off. You want to be playing Battle Pass, getting things down, and this just feels extremely subpar, especially in a matchup where I've just got a few red flags, especially when your opponent's playing Jirachi and Manaphy.
Now, very interesting decision by Michael to grab the Sableye and not the Dragonite. I feel like Dragonite is probably one of your best like heavy hitters against Charizard, and it opens up the possibility for you to top deck a Forest Seal Stone to get out of this less than ideal situation, which Michael does have the Mew EX in hand, but that's not possible with the Mew EX. It's not a V Pokemon.
Well, an excellent start here for Eli, finding the Battle VIP Pass and a tool card off of the Arven. It is that beautiful stamped play Pokemon, Arven. I haven't had the chance to collect them. I know you're sort of building your collection up slowly.
I am, yeah. I really like these prize pack holo cards, especially the newer ones that have the swirl and the retro sort of looking foil. So I'm a big fan of those for sure.
Rotom getting benched, it will be the choice, and we are going to see the Forest Seal Stone come down. Could this signal an early usage? And sort of having low amounts of basic Pokemon, it feels like you have no choice because of how dangerous this Lost Zone deck can be when it's very capable of hitting 7 cards in the Lost Zone.
Indeed. Now, imagine, though, if Eli had chosen to go first. He probably would have seen an attached pass or even just a pass with the Manaphy. So this is why Charizard really enjoys going second. That opens up the possibility of having Battle VIP Pass or playing an Arven. So essentially, you're up to 8 Battle VIP Passes or 8 ways to get Battle VIP Pass. And then if you factor in Luminion, which can search for Arven, then every Ultra Ball becomes an out. So really good play from Eli and really powerful start.
So this is where it gets really tough, is the bench space in this matchup, especially if you're going to put Rotom into play. I mean, of course, Mew is a solid card. Mew grabs you trainers, but I don't know if the space exists here because with only 1 bench slot left, if you're going to want to establish 2 Charizard EX, your Jirachi or your second Pidgeot potential doesn't exist.
Indeed, I'm very surprised. Only grabbing 1 Pokemon off that second Battle VIP Pass, not establishing that extra Charmander.
No, it was the 2. So the Rotom and the Charmander got benched off the first, and then the second one was
Pidgey
for the
and Mew.
Pidgey.
Sorry,
and the Mew,
I meant, okay,
no worries.
you're right. Then I meant like a second Charmander. I really would have liked to see a second Charmander because you're hoping to get, I mean, either a rare candy or a Battle VIP Pass here once again. Odds are much lower now that you've used 2. I mean, I guess you can establish the Charmander with the level ball, but yeah, that Mew is a powerful card, right? Don't get me wrong, but I feel like it was a little unnecessary at this point.
There is the Battle VIP Pass. I think saving the level is... I feel like you can just play the level ball down and guarantee yourself the Ultra Ball for next turn. You are going to be getting 3 cards, and you do have the rare candy already, so not a bad play at all. We'll see the second Charmander come down, I'm sure, off of this level ball, but I mean, it's sort of the same sentiment with Mew and Gardevoir, right? Before Jirachi was a card, and even with Jirachi here, you play something like Escape Rope against the Lost Zone matchup, and I mean, after turn 1, you really don't want the Mew in play. I mean, of course, you could occasionally charge it up with the Charizard EX's ability to put energy onto it, but it's a 60 HP Pokemon. It clogs the bench space up, and it can be knocked out at almost any point.
Yeah, it's especially that low HP what ends up becoming a very big liability. And of course, Mew's a fantastic card, but if you can set up without using Mew, that's even better, right? Now, I will say Michael's start wasn't too great or too powerful with a single Flower Select, and it's not looking great, but in order for that single Charmander to, or any Charmander to go down, Michael will need a lot.
This hand is, I mean, I don't even know how you play the. Okay, so the only thing that really thinks is you can play this entire hand down and then use restart on you, but it would be at the cost of getting rid of 3 switching cards, and we are going to see the Lost Vacuum get played, and I think this is what you have to do here. You've got no other option, but it feels so bad to just essentially throw these resources away. 4 switching cards are going to go down.
Yeah, Michael does play 8, but losing half of them on your second turn with no benefit, right? We're not getting extra flower select. We're not getting any Tachyon bits, clearly. So, yeah, not ideal, but it's like, what good are these switching cards if you don't do this? And then, yeah, you just draw pass, and end up losing. Right? That could be very impactful. However, Eli does play a copy of Lost Stadium and Professor Turo Scenario, so he can make the bench space for Jirachi if he needs it.
And this is an excellent hand. Rare Candy Pidgeot can use Quick Search, find Rare Candy, and then play this Ultra Ball or the Arven. No need to do anything else. And I mean, I think if you're Michael, you might as well just play out this next turn, see your flower selecting, but if there's not much else there, I mean, this is a match you cannot tie. And we're already almost 10 minutes through, and you've got to play long games. This Lost Zone deck is not a deck that goes fast. It has long turns where you're constantly thinking, you're constantly putting together these combo pieces, these combo turns. As Eli does find himself the Ultra Ball, the Rare Candy off the Quick Search, and it will be Charizard EX. I feel like there's 5 different versions of this Charizard that I've seen. I think there are actually exactly 5, and then we're going to see 2 more come in the next set.
Yeah, the shiny ones. Now, no friendship, Iono, from Eli to Michael, right? We're just going to see Eli start being the aggressor, right? And usually it's not the stage 2 setup deck that is the aggressor in this matchup. So conceding definitely should be on Michael's mind. And as you mentioned, right, if Michael isn't able to like rush the win quite quickly, the matchup is very grindy, right? Getting past those humongous HP, that 330, it's the highest amount of HP that we have legal in the game right now.
And yeah, Michael says, I'm not winning this game. I see what your deck can do. Let me see if my deck can do what I want it to do next game. I feel like every match we've got, somebody is not doing something well. All right, I'm gonna be devil's advocate now for Lost Zone as a deck. So maybe that one's a little bit more believable than Gardevoir is in terms of like, wow, this deck doesn't set up. I mean, I always say this for some of the decks. Like, I feel like when you play a deck to a tournament, you kind of sign a non-real contract that says, look, if I dead draw, if I can't draw, I kind of understand this is what my deck is supposed to do. Sometimes it doesn't do that.
Yeah, indeed, and that applies to every deck, right? As you mentioned, it's an unwritten, unspoken rule for every deck. It's like you try to make them as consistent as possible, but you have to balance that with utility, right? You can't have all consistency cards and not have techie variability options that give you adaptability for different situations. And Michael's deck is doing exactly that, right? It has Sableye, Mew, Greninja, Cramorant, Raikou, Drapion, Dragonite, trying to cover all the bases, but in trying to cover all of that, sometimes these sort of hands can happen. And I guess it's not as turbo as I thought it was originally. There's 2 Lost Vacuums and 2 Pokestops, which usually you can even see up to 4 of each of those.
Sort of this middle ground, playing lots of great coverage, and I mean, it's a consistent engine when it sets up, when it's playing full risk. Price is not too bad. We do immediately see a couple of those Fire Energy in the prize cards, as well as 2 of those Charizard EX. Now, one is towards the bottom, so it's not as bad, but if for some reason you have to pitch one away early on, and it looks like Michael actually chose to go second, wants to try and slow down Eli's start by shutting off more options. This is going to be a big 6 cards. Is there a Battle Pass? No. There may not be any way to get Charmander. There isn't. There's no way to get Charmander or Pidgey down this turn.
And now you have 4 completely useless Battle VIP Pass cards in your deck. This is one of the worst feelings. And we're seeing the other side. Yeah, we have Colress, Battle VIP Pass, and a very powerful start, most likely for Michael. So I think we might see, like, I would not be surprised if we are in Game 3 within the next 3 minutes.
It's deja vu, Pablo.
It's deja vu,
We're back to our round 6.
If that's going to happen, though, we're in for a treat in Game 3.
If it's going to be a true deja vu, right? We get 2 sort of non-games into a Game 3 as, yeah, that's it. Just passing. And that's just the worst feeling, right? You do nothing, and the first card your opponent's like, yeah, I have Battle Pass. But I feel like Michael deserves that after how his start winning Game 1.
We're seeing the exact opposite of Game 1. And, I mean, the one good quotation marks thing going for Eli is that he does have the mana in play, which means he can't be rushed by a Greninja, and that means he won't lose on the first turn if Michael gets to 7 cards in the Lost Zone, but it probably means he's going to lose in the second turn.
So lots of choices off Battle Pass. I think probably Radiant Greninja Comfey is immediately what sticks out. You just want to kind of draw as many cards as possible. With Colress already in hand, how would you really set your board up, especially to take advantage of Eli's slow start?
Yeah, I think Cramorant is definitely the go-to. If it's available, you just want to make sure you start getting ahead. Yeah, you know you're guaranteed at least 2 prize cards before even a Charizard hits the field. And based on Eli's even body language, you know things are not going great. So the faster you apply pressure, and with essentially the guaranteed Cramorant here, I think we're missing 1 switching card perhaps to pull it off, which is likely, but not quite there yet. I don't know if it's in the hand already, but that's a rough Colress experiment.
Yeah, I think you can maybe afford to get rid of one of the Colress and an energy, but it is just going to be 2 hitting the Lost Zone. As you can play this Nest Ball before using Flower Selecting, grab out the Radiant Greninja, and just give yourself a little bit more dig power to try and find this knockout on Mew.
Now, there are only 8 basic energies in the deck for Michael Pramana, and 2 of them just hit the Lost Zone. So that leaves exactly 1 Lightning, 3 Water, and 2 Psychic available to win this game, which it's looking good, right? And he already has 2 of those in his hand to find 1 switching card, start applying pressure, but that's a rough decision to make.
Does find the escape rope, so it is a guaranteed cram hit, but I feel like you want to take this Mew out, right? It's the thing that's giving your opponent the most advantage is it will just be Battle VIP Pass hitting the Lost Zone. It was another Lightning energy, so, I mean, of course, you want to play Battle Pass on turn 1, but not at the cost of shutting off Dragonite for the rest of the game.
And Raikou, indeed. Now, I guess there is merit to knocking out the Manaphy, I want to say, because if your opponent does top deck something, right, you can still give them the Mew, but this does open up a very easy Greninja attack onto the bench in case they manage to bench a Charmander.
And finding the, like you said, finding the switch card, taking the knockout. I mean, what would you have done in that situation? Do you think with the option to just go after Mew is probably correct?
Yeah, because like you don't know if Eli isn't just holding a supporter, right? But if you knock out the Manaphy, then that leaves the Greninja threat very, very viable. And your hand is like has Colresses, you already have the Greninja down, you have the Comfey. I mean, you don't know that there's an Iono potentially coming down, but I don't know. I feel like in the long term, assuming your opponent has a chance at top decking something, I would have preferred to see the Manaphy go down.
Interesting to see the Super Rod put back the Mew and the Fire Energy. I mean, of course, you might want those cards later on, but I mean, with just 6 cards here and now your Battle Pass being unplayable, it feels like you want to just put as many cards in your deck that are Charmander and Pidgey as possible.
Indeed, really trying to maximize your chances of getting Charmander, and this is like, it's not super like reducing them, right? But it is a little bit, and you're definitely in a rough spot here.
Yeah, I guess you could just put the energy on this Manaphy, and then from there, putting the Mew back does give you yourself a potential option, but no, it looks like Lumineon will be the choice. Bench down, Luminous Sign used. I mean, Arven can grab a way to get some Pokemon out, but it's just not as strong as it would be going second to get essentially an extra Pokemon out for free with Battle VIP Pass.
Now, picture an Arven into a Level Ball plus 4 Seal Stone into double Charmander down. That's when you're hoping that Manaphy is not in play.
Yeah, it's one of the risks you have to take, so Eli at least having some sort of response. We talk about bench space. One thing that definitely doesn't want to be there is that Lumineon. Now, it will be able to use the Forest Seal Stone, so Level Ball plus the Forest Seal can find double Charmander, which puts you in a spot where hopefully next turn you can attack. But, I mean, even then, you've got to find yet another Arven. But even another Arven won't get you there because you got to find the Rare Candy piece plus the Ultra Ball as well. And Arven only gets you one of those 2 pieces.
Indeed, yeah, things are not looking great for Eli, but, I mean, he's stabilized, right? There's a guaranteed Charmander in play, unless Michael finds the Canceling Column. There is that possibility. He is holding a Forest Seal Stone. He does play the card, right, which that's a big card that is not commonly seen in Lost Box. It's more common in something like Chien Pao Excalibur, which that deck feels like it has all but disappeared at this point.
Lots has changed already. We're only a month or so into the format, and people are making some strong evolutions. I think the choice here for Eli is where do you want to put this energy card? Do you just want to slowly power up Charmander? Do you want to maybe pivot out of this active spot? And it's just going to be the attachment, it looks like. But, wow, retreating into Luminion V. Maybe I mean, you retreat into Luminion V, you kind of are just asking for your opponent to take a free 2 prize cards on you with Raikou, I feels like. I don't know if you can make that sacrifice. Your opponent's essentially starting off with 3 free prize cards before you're even going to get going.
Indeed. I feel like Eli is putting all eggs in the Charizard basket, right? Like giving up on these 2 prizes and going, I don't know, hoping to find a Charizard. Not a big fan of losing this Charmander, but can't emphasize enough. If last turn we had played the Escape Rope and this Manaphy was not here, Michael Pramawat would be very close to achieving a double knockout on Charmander, and that should certainly immediately prompt the Game 3.
So the second Colress being played, Lost Vacuum and Comfey hitting the Lost Zone. Keeping on to that Dragonite, plus ways to recover the energy cards. Now, if there is one more flower selecting, that will put Michael up to that first magic number of 7 cards in the Lost Zone. Does find the
I think he has all the
switch.
pieces.
I think it's there.
Oh, no, wait. He just played Colress, right?
So he can flower selecting once with the Escape Rope. Yeah, so all the pieces are there. So he can, we'll watch him play it through, right? So one more flower selecting will put him to 7. He has the Super Rod in hand, so that can bring back these discarded energies, and there's yet to be an attachment yet, and there's 2 pivoting cards in his hand. So we'll see Michael play through this. Is going to go to 7 cards in the Lost Zone, keeping another Mirage Gate, and there is the Dragonite V in hand, so that can use the Forest Seal Stone. I think he's got everything he needs to get this big 2 prize knockout, and more importantly, just wipe all of Eli's attackers off the board turn 3.
But how do we bring the Manaphy to the active, though?
Oh,
that's the big...
That's the truth, right?
Yeah, because it used to be active. Already played Colress. Does have the boss in hand, but
true.
Unfortunately couldn't play that second support.
I'm so used to the Lost Zone deck being behind. I was like, yeah, you just grab Counter Catcher, right? And you're good. You got it. So.
All right.
Not quite there.
Big Iono here. We need a rare candy Charizard for Eli. And that honestly could turn the tables around. Colress is at the bottom for Michael. We see a very underwhelming 4 cards, right? Sableye not available yet. Mirage Gate not super powerful. So this could be problematic. And there's a Charizard.
Infernal Rain grabbing 3 fire energy out of the deck. This can allow the Luminion to retreat to the bench and power up Charizard. Ready to attack with Burning Darkness. And I think Eli's just kind of hoping at this point, if you're Michael, you maybe miss some Colress, maybe you don't have some attackers. We haven't really seen lots of Pokemon hit the bench so far, as Ultra Ball's getting rid of some useless cards, those Battle VIP Pass.
Well.
I mean, I think you probably at least want to get a Pidgey down, but the risk to benching Pidgey here is Eli is actually only running the 50 HP Pidgey. So because of that, Lost Mine can take a 2 prize knockout onto both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, Manaphy and Pidgey would be great targets if Michael can get to 10. He is close, but we do have the advantage of knowing that his hand is not very good. So this could be problematic. And then even if that happens, if Eli follows that up with an Iono, yeah, Michael's board is not looking too strong. And I really cannot emphasize how much I would have loved this Manaphy to go down in the very beginning.
Choices to reflect on for sure. Now, Michael does have a Super Rod, so what this can do is bring back the resources, but more importantly, also shuffle the deck. Put those Colresses on the bottom, get them shuffled in, and these are energy cards, are fine pieces to find, especially if you have a Mirage Gate to potentially get these attackers available online.
Yeah, with that and the Raikou top deck, Michael actually has a decent chance of making something work here. Not going to bother powering up the Raikou, however, which I find very interesting. It's like Michael's only real legitimate attacker at this point in time. He might try to dig for the Sableye attack to pick up those 2 prizes that you mentioned, but I don't know. You're banking a lot on finding one of your 2 Colresses.
Yeah, even one more Comfey and a few more switch cards could technically get you there. You are 3 flower selectings away. Also, a card like Lost Vacuum, there is already one in the Lost Zone, but that's another thing that can get you there. Lots of cards, but like you said, we'll come down to these flower selectings. Yeah. What important cards are found?
Double Mirage Gate at the top. It's just there's already 1 Comfey here, 1 Nest Ball as well, 2 Nest Balls prized. So finding that 3rd Comfey also already feels like a big, big difficult thing.
Cards being drawn, nothing though.
No.
Really not what you want to see. I mean, you can play these 2 Pokemon down. So technically we could see everything get played down. You could see the escape rope get played, bench these 2 Pokemon, Mirage Gate, and then restart to draw 2 cards.
2 cards.
But do you want to put these 2 prize Pokemon in play as that liability, though?
Probably not. Even putting 1 doesn't feel great, but I mean, I feel like Michael's just going to power up the Raikou anyways. I really would have liked to see him do that instead of getting the energy on the Sableye, because like it's so difficult at finding that third Comfey. Finding Colress also doesn't feel great. There's no tools or stadiums to remove. Oh no, there is a tool on the Luminion to remove with
Oh, okay. Eli sort of picked up the Lumineon at first, and I was like, are we really going this route? Is that what we're going to do? But
it is.
It is going to be switched in. And
I really would have liked to see the Manaphy go down.
Oh, wow, yeah. And because of this Mirage Gate, you can Raikou fleet-footed, draw a card, or rather use the restart first, draw a card with the Raikou. And
Why did he not play the Mirage Gate before? Does he not have?
Oh,
the lightning's there.
But he found another Super Rod off of the restart plus the fleet-footed, so the 2 pieces are there. So bringing up this Lumineon, I mean, even if you brought up Manaphy or Pidgey, there's really not a great attacker to use against it, but this is exactly what you want to be using for Raikou. Trading when you have the lead is exactly what you want to do as your game plan.
2-for-2 trade. That's good enough. Yeah, so that Manaphy should have been up there. Yeah, put your opponent down to 3 prizes instead of 2, and just has to deal with 1 Charizard. And that Mew, that Mew is definitely a big threat for this Charizard. If Eli is not able to boss KO it, could be really problematic and could even prompt Eli to not attack at a certain point in the game.
Lightning Rondo knocking out Lumineon. Michael Pramelat responding excellently here, going down to just 2 prize cards left. And Eli is left with a pretty subpar hand. Does have Boss's orders in hand. Now, is this an opportunity where you play Boss? I mean, on the surface, it feels appealing, but I mean, what do you? I mean, you could just knock this out and then maybe knock Mew out the following turn, but it is just going to be the aggressive play, actually going after Sableye. But I feel like some sort of double combination of Raikou attack into a Mew attack will be enough to take the knockout that way.
Yeah, the question is, can Michael find a way to power up that Mew with, I believe, 3 Mirage Gates gone now? That could be a big deal, and I do like knocking out the Sableye, because otherwise Eli would have lost, right? That's the 120 HP exactly combined between Manaphy and Pidgey. One of the problems of playing the 50 HP Pidgey, in fact.
So we will see the escape rope played. Now, either this other Comfey could come up or the Mew could come up into the active, but it is actually just going to be the Raikou, so short-stepping essentially to just draw a card right off the bat, and it is the Pokestop. So this is sort of one of the risks that you don't really necessarily know what stadium cards your opponent is playing right away. And while Pokestop would be great, the last thing you want to maybe see is a Lost City coming into play and ruining your plans.
Indeed, and that Manaphy will finally hit the discard pile like 5 turns too late. Oh my gosh, what a top deck. Iono off the top to put Michael down to 1 card.
So there is a world now where Eli can win this game. If Eli can find Rare Candy Pidgeot off of these 4 cards, you can knock out the Raikou, and then Pidgeot can search this Rare Candy. Oh, no. You do have Jirachi, though, so Jirachi
That's really good,
can stop the... I mean, you have to slam it. You have to slam it down, right? I mean, there's no reason not to. But wow, I'm trying to keep a track on resources. So I know Michael was down at least 3 Mirage Gate.
Yeah, at least 3 Mirage Gates, 2 Super Arts as well. Does play 4 of each of those, so 2 Super Arts left. But like, even if you have an escape rope as Michael, what attacker do you use at this point?
I mean, Cramorant can be there to take the knockout. It feels like.
I mean, on the board, right?
I'm on the board, yeah.
Not a lot going for Michael. Does have the energy for Greninja, which is good. Looks at his last prize card with the Hisuian Heavy Ball, and does have the Mew-Yax to help him draw cards, which is pretty fantastic.
It's in there for genome hacking, but look, Restart can get in there too and deal some setup power.
Energies and a Comfey off the Restart. Now we see the concealed cards. Dragonite and something else.
It's Roxanne. Roxanne is actually a pretty good card to find here. We are going to just see the flower selecting out first. I think Colress might just be a little bit of a better option maybe for Michael. Wants to see what the potential looks like. Now, I believe the Cramorant is still available, so I just don't know how many escape rope have been played. I think 2 have hit the discard pile. I think there's still a couple more available. None in the lost zone, so we're actually going to take a look right now. 1, 2, yeah, only 2 have been played.
Yeah.
So this is one of the things you can do. Yeah, you could always escape rope into this Mew before you play the Roxanne. That way you have a guaranteed pivot.
Yeah.
But sometimes you might just want to go into the Comfey itself, so that energy is also a guaranteed pivot for that turn.
Now, this is going to be very interesting. This decision is clearly difficult for Michael. It was between Boss and Forest Seal Stone. Dang. If it had been any other card.
Yeah, but this is a great combination, I think, at this point. Because you've got the Dragonite and the Forest Seal Stone, and then you can attach this energy to the active, and then from there, play Roxanne. And as long as you find either the Cramorant or the Escape Rope, you just
Forest Seal Stone
find
for
the other out.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like...
And not benching the Comfey either. Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense because you need the space for Cramorant, but not attaching to the active. That I don't understand.
Unless we're missing something and Cramorant isn't in play. Maybe Cramorant is in the discard pile and it hasn't been brought back with Ordinary Rod, or with the Super Rod.
I could have sworn it was put back with the first Super Rod, though.
Well, we're going to find out pretty quickly here.
Yeah.
So, Michael drawing up to 6. Eli just getting 2 cards, but I mean, it could honestly be anybody's game, but these are big 6 cards here for Michael. Does have the luxury of Forest Seal Stone grabbing a guaranteed card out of the deck. Let's see what he can put together, and I think that should be it, honestly. There's plenty of outs there. If there is that last Forest Seal, or if there is that last Mirage Gate in the deck, is there? There is. So that will actually get there. The Mirage Gate can power up this Greninja in combination with the Super Rod, and we'll finally see that Moonlight Shuriken take these 2 prizes. Only 1 needed, but it's good enough.
So good call on attaching the energy to the Greninja by Michael, relying on that instead of the Cramorant. As we see Eli pick up his cards, they have 23 minutes on the clock. I think both players are very aware of that, and they want to make sure that one of them makes it through to day 2.
All right, so game 1, Michael struggled to set up a little bit. Game 2, Eli struggled to set up. Hopefully we'll have a great game 3 here in round 9 of San Antonio Regionals.
Yeah, we just want both decks to work, right? That shouldn't be too much to ask, but big props to Eli, right? It wasn't looking great, and that Manaphy ended up being super, super clutch, staying alive, and that allowed him to slowly but surely pick it up. I really would have liked, though, that Manaphy to be promoted instead of the Lumina. I feel like that would have changed the game completely.
Yeah, I mean, those 2 prizes, kind of just a gift to Michael at that point.
Yeah, look,
seeing instead of that comes out now. The Cramorant was able to deal some damage to Charmander, was fed up early in the game, but it was that escape rope to pretty much put Michael on the early prizes at that point. Now, I think the way this game works out is, even if the Manaphy doesn't get knocked out, right, there's just 1 less prize card that last turn, right? So Shuriken takes 2 prizes, and it's probably similar in terms of how the prize breakdown works out, but even just giving Michael that tempo, just establishing the Raikou as an attacker, it is something to reflect on.
Well, I mean, I don't think so, because you wouldn't have needed to bench the Jirachi to protect your Pidgey. Like, Manaphy goes down, the bench is Lumineon and Pidgey. So then you don't need to bench Jirachi. They can use Sableye, knock out Pidgey, and that's fine. And Michael would have been at 3. And then where are the other 2 prizes coming from Michael? He needs another escape rope, but the Raikou's gone. The Sableye is not a threat, right? If the Manaphy goes down, the Sableye is not a threat. He can save the boss's orders. Everything changes.
That's Pokemon for you. 1 change, and it's a whole different game. So, all right, we're getting into game 3 here. Eli will have the opportunity to go second. We haven't really seen him be able to fully develop into this matchup at this point. What do you think his ideal board should look like in this game 3 to get himself into day 2?
I mean, I would imagine the smallest bench possible that includes 2 Charged RDXs. Yeah, whether that includes a pitcher or not, like, that's a luxury, I feel, but getting 2 Charged RDXs is the dream, because that's going to be really difficult for Michael to push through, especially if Eli is able to use Lost City to get rid of the Dragonite permanently, get rid of the Raikou permanently, even the Mew, if that ends up happening. So I think that would be the ideal for Eli.
330 HP as a 2-prize Pokemon. That's a big thing to overcome, especially when your only V Pokemon that can deal big damage are pretty low in terms of HP. We're just kind of seeing again some delayed time. I mean, Michael's going to get some more cards, is going first to start things out, and you got to see it in the bottom of the camera here, just hovering those 2 Battle VIP passes in the front saying, I'm ready to go. I've got my whole bench set up, and you're going to have to stop me if I'm going to get this train up and rolling.
Yeah, so we know Michael's going to have a very threatening looking board. by his second turn, possibly threatening Greninja, possibly threatening a big Dragonite KO or something along those lines. Can Eli find that crucial turn 1 Arven? I feel like Charizard is make or break with a turn 1 Arven. That just sets you up so nice, or you don't find it and you're in trouble. We do see a Battle VIP pass, we do see a Charmander, a Nest Ball as well, I mean a Level Ball as well, so not bad. Yeah, not bad for Eli as well.
Ooh, that Mew is in the prize cards. Dragonite and Raikou both in the prizes for Michael. Oh, that's not what you want to see at all.
That's not what you want to see. The boss's orders and the Iono for Eli could also be problematic, especially the Iono at the top. Yeah, denying resources of a very strong start from Lost Box and trying to slow them down with a low card Iono. That's very crucial, and that might not be possible as we do have we do have 3 Ionos, right? So timing the other 2 will be very crucial for Eli.
There's 5 Pokemon Search in this hand. Double Battle VIP Pass, plus the Nest Ball. How do you develop your board here for Michael? Obviously, the first 3 choices seem pretty standard, right? You're going to want to grab the Greninja, the Comfey, and the Cramorant. And actually, that's all Michael wants at this point, just putting those down into play, not grabbing a second Pokemon off that second Battle VIP Pass.
Indeed. No third Comfey hitting the board. I feel like Michael went through that. Oh, there's already a Comfey in the hand, I think. Might have been the Sableye. Michael did do that a little bit quickly, so I don't know if he's very aware of the prizes at that point, which I don't fault him for it, right? He knows he's low on time. Both players want to make it to day 2. That could come back to bite him if he tries to make a play based around Forest Seal Stone or something along those lines.
So here are the Flower Selectings. Doesn't have Colress yet in hand, and I mean, this is sort of a little bit of a situation where you got to think, what switching cards do I really want at this point? I would actually like to see this Comfey get benched and just get an extra card in the Lost Zone, and you've got a plethora of switching cards in your hand. Might as well use them, bank them in for an extra card drawn and an extra card in the Lost Zone.
The 3 cards in the Lost Zone means attacking with Cramorant's going to be pretty simple, and possibly, like, you've looked at the top 8 cards so far with Greninja and Triple Comfey, so you know you have to be close to a Colress, right?
And an excellent start here for Eli. Battle of VIP Pass and the Arven. This will fill up the entire bench if he so chooses to. And again, going for that Rotom, just like he did in Game 1, values the instant charge to get this hand set up to get into multiple Rare Candy Stage 2s on the following turn.
This has to feel good for both players, you know? Like, maybe Michael would have loved to go second, but he has a full board. He's probably very close to a Colress. Eli has a full board, has everything he would possibly want pretty set up. I guess maybe except the Mew, right? That's a big card that he would like to have. But you have the Rotom, you have your Forest Seal Stone. I think you're feeling pretty good. And you don't even have to play down the Forest Seal Stone because you know hand attack is probably non-existent in Michael's deck, and the 1 Roxanne just hit the Lost Zone as well.
Building it up, getting things set up. We'll see definitely another Charmander, and with how Eli's been playing, I think Pidgey will come down too. And it is a luxury, like you said, but hey, if you can get it established, it guarantees those boss's orders, those setups for the following turn.
Certainly can't afford it with this sort of start, right? Why not? And it is a liability, right? It can be picked off by the Raikou, but if they're doing that, that probably means your Charizard survives. So as long as the price trade-off works out in your favor, it should be fine to establish. And it just gives you so much control, right? You know there's no path to a peak. You're going to be able to find any card you need every single turn.
So it will be those 2. Can end this turn off with an instant charge, draw a few more additional cards, and get ready for that following turn to put Rare Candy Charizard into play and start using Burning Darkness for hopefully the rest of the game.
Now, this Charmander, the Bleeding Destruction attack, not very relevant, but it can be, not in this matchup, but it can be a very nice way against the path to a peak. But the 70 HP is so crucial to combat those Sableye KOs.
Interesting choice here for Framelot, what you keep here. Now, I think Palpad is a great card later on, but Mirage Gate, just, you need to constantly be pumping big amounts of damage into this Charizard, but I think Michael just valuing having those Colress later on, and will be 1 less Mirage Gate available. Interesting to see that Concealed Cards wasn't used before Flower Selecting, and does now have the Forest Steel Stone, but there's not a great Pokemon that you want to see, and we're actually just going to see Boss's Orders bring up the Pidgey. What do you think about this play, Pablo?
I really like it. I think Michael understands the powerfulness, the potential of having an Iono when you need it, boss's orders when you need it. So I really like this one, Michael. It does mean using boss's orders again will be pretty difficult, despite the pal pad. But I really like this, yeah, because you know you're gonna have to deal with Charizards regardless. But limiting the Pidgeot might limit either Eli's disruption or Eli's possibilities at setting up 2 back-to-back Charizard EXs.
Please make those preparations.
Eli starting things out with an Ultra Ball, already has Rare Candy in hand, plus even Level Ball to evolve into something like the Charmeleon to get that out into play.
Yeah, I think he has 3 Ultra Balls in his hand along with both Level Balls, so a lot of Pokemon Search readily available, already their Rare Candy as well. So that Rotom, yeah, that Rotom V really pulled through for Eli.
Checking the deck. With those multiple Level Ball can even put something like another Pidgey into play, but you gotta kind of be careful at this board because the later it gets on, even as soon as next turn with something like a Lost Vacuum, Michael can get off a Lost Mine attack and take multiple prizes.
Now, Burning Darkness can 1-KO everything on Michael's board. The only Pokemon that can survive is Dragonite V, right? Which I think, as Michael, that would be the dream, right? You follow this Cramorant attack with a powering up your Dragonite V, hitting into a Charizard, and the Dragonite not going down. But unfortunately for Michael, hasn't found a Colress, and the Dragonite is priced as well. So has to rely on that Heavy Ball to do the potential best possible play.
This is excellent, though, for Eli. Doesn't even have to use the Forest Seal Stone. I don't even know if I would play it down here, but what card does Eli value having? Hasn't played a supporter card yet for turn. Is this where you just go on the Disruption Offensive and find Iono? And that will be the choice here for Eli.
I'm not a big fan of this Iono. I feel like it's a little too early, and like you don't know exactly that your opponent doesn't have Colress, right? But I don't know. I feel like it would have been a little bit more impactful later down the line. 5 cards is still a very healthy amount, right? When it starts going down to 4, 3, even 2, I think that's where it's most impactful. So I really would have preferred to just keep the Forest Seal Stone, maybe use that to set up Pidgeot later down the line.
And it will be a counter catcher, most likely targeting that Radiant Greninja, it looks like. I mean, at this point, 3 Comfey in play, really you're going to use a max of 2 Flower Selectings every turn. And I think that's just the decision here. I'm not even opposed to just getting the Cramorant out of play because at least that way it's just good enough to set math up. But we will just see the counter catcher get played. Iono is used. Maybe a resource that could have been held for later on in the game, especially if these V Pokemon or even Mew EX have to come down to the bench.
Yeah, I think limiting Michael's attacking options, like forcing him to find a new attacker, right? Now, Michael doesn't need to even find a Colress to establish another threat. And that 110 sets up the Charizard EX very nicely to be picked off by a Dragonite V eventually. So, yeah, wholeheartedly think holding on to that counter catcher might have been a better option here.
So Eli responding, taking a prize card, evening things up at 5. So Michael has yet to find Colress here. We'll see 2 cards off of the concealed cards. And even with all those cards at the bottom, still no Colress. There's none in the prize cards. It's just unable to find it. I think that with how likely you are to draw in a Colress here, I don't even think you use any Nest Ball. And yeah, exactly that. Just going to Flower Selecting.
There it is.
And point in case. Yeah, Lightning Energy is not great to have in the Lost Zone, but it's at the cost of getting the cards off Colress.
Finally get a Colress, find another Colress off of that, which is pretty fantastic.
As a reminder, if you are waiting
Losing another energy and a Nest Ball. That energy can be tough, but you can't afford to lose the Sableye. There's no Jirachi right now, so Michael could potentially get a 2-price turn if he has the right combination of resources by picking off both the Manaphy and the Pidgey. The total adds up perfectly for Lost Mine.
We were at 4 cards to start, and with 2 Flower Selectings plus the Lost Vacuum and Colress, we're at the exact magic 10 number. And with those selections, we're Lost Vacuum, Sableye, and Pokestop off of that Colress's experiment.
Now, I think we are short 1 switching effect, or maybe a couple. No, 1 switching effect, because we do have the, and there it is. Yeah, but
give me the triple. Give me the triple off the spin. Even finds Battle Pass, which is a great card to just throw in the Lost Vacuum.
Perfect. Yeah, so Michael should have access to 10 cards in the Lost Zone and will be able to get a 2-price turn now. This does make Charizard EX more powerful, but this is exactly why holding off on the Iono. If you Iono Michael now down to 3 cards, that's a lot more impactful than Iono to 5.
Super Rod will put back the Psychic Energy into the deck, and Mirage Gate can power up the Sableye can also put an energy onto the Comfey to just get an extra card off flower selecting. Would you like to see that there, or rather onto something like the Radiant Greninja instead?
No, he still needs the energy on the Comfey. He
Oh,
needs to
'cause
retreat and
we
then
need
switch
one
card.
more,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Yeah,
he
correct.
needs one more.
Okay.
So yeah, it has to go on the Comfey. Otherwise, yeah, onto the. I mean, leaving it as a pivot on a Comfey always good, or potentially establishing the Greninja as Michael is holding the Canceling Cologne in. Michael was streamed playing a similar version of this deck not too long ago, and he was able to defeat Charizard. How? By just completely ignoring the Charizard and going after the bench Pokemon. Now, I do have to wonder, though, can Michael prefer to take down the Charmeleon? Is that ever an option, Ethan?
It's tough. I think that you just take the prizes
Nope.
while they're here and
All
just
right.
go for it. I mean, at this point, you're 3 away. The one thing that concerns me from this turn, though, is all of your stadium bumps are gone. And we know Eli is playing Lost City, so if that card comes down into play this turn, the one Sableye will be out of commission for the rest of the set.
Indeed. And we are seeing Arven get played, though, so no threat of Lost City. I don't think it was in the hand.
No.
But Eli also has a Turo scenario, so I feel like Eli has a really good price mapping here, where Michael's down to 3 prize cards. There's only 2 prize Pokemon in play now as Eli sets up this other Charizard, and then he can Turo back the Rotom, and then eventually when the Charizard goes down, he can Iodo to 1. And Michael might have a little bit of trouble coming back from that. Yeah, taking down 2 full HP Charizards when you're at 3 prizes, that could be very, very difficult.
It's sort of that trade-off where you kind of have to respect knocking Pidgey out to shut the Pidgeot up, but you now also play into sort of the 7 prize game, as we like to call it, right? Where you're taking extra prizes when you could have technically knocked different things out. See how this comes to either help or go against Michael Pramelon as we reach 8 minutes left in round 9 of San Antonio Regionals. And yeah, there's no support, but Charizard sort of is its own support with how hard it hits. Burning Darkness taking the knockout. Eli going down to 4 prize cards left. Michael, in his position, how do you push your aggression here? V-Star power yet to be used. Starting things off with the concealed cards. Does find a pivoting option. Does also have Colress's Experiment in the hand, and that will be the supporter of choice. Does still also have access to Palpad. We didn't see that card get played. What are the 5 cards here? Ooh, all cards that you want. I mean, the Nest Ball can go, but this last choice of what card to get rid of is going to be a little bit tough.
This definitely feels bad as Michael, right? Because you use Pokestop and you hit 2 Battle VIP passes. Why couldn't those be just a little deeper into the deck so you can actually not hit them and find them off of Colress? And that's part of the risk, right? That's part of the risk that you have when playing these flower selecting decks. You tend to find really good cards because you only play really good cards in your deck.
And it's tough. Has to get rid of the Psychic Energy to keep the Mew around for later on. And I think the big issue here for Michael is you've already played 2 Super Rod. You've got 1 Super Rod in the Lost Zone, I believe. So I think you're down to just the final Super Rod available. It is just going to be the Escape Rope play. The other Charizard will come up. And here we go. Spit Innocently, 110, so setting up for next turn. As Eli, when is the correct turn to play this Turo scenario?
I would imagine this upcoming turn. Yeah, I would really like to see that instead of a potential Iono. And this is where not KOing that Cramorant might be less than ideal. Imagine if that Cramorant wasn't there. What is Michael even attacking with? Or you force a Super Rod resource at least.
Boss's orders going after Comfey, so neither Iono or the Turo scenario getting played, but now you leave Michael with a huge hand size.
Indeed. I mean, maybe Eli's favorite Pokemon is Cramorant, because that Cramorant has been on the board way too long, in my opinion. But yeah, I mean,
keeping it around to watch.
I mean, is Eli maybe thinking of using Turo on the Charizard? I feel like that would not be ideal. Michael finally finds the Hisuian Heavy Ball, though, so he could potentially take a knockout on Dragonite this turn. I mean, on Charizard this turn, get down to 1 prize card, and then that's when Eli wants to use Iono, but he still has the liability of Rotom. If he had just Turo'd back that Rotom, you force Michael to deal with 2 Charizards.
An interesting predicament. Let's see how it plays out. So, resources are running a little bit thin here for Michael. It's already down a lot of resources. Can play the Hisuian Heavy Ball, so that will find the Dragonite out of the prizes. And It actually looks like there's 2 Super Rod left in the deck, so my bad, only 1 being played so far, but it is in the prize card. So as of right now, the only 1 in hand is the last remaining until that is taken for the prizes.
We do see the Dragonite. Oh, there's, well, no, there's double Mirage Gate, so it's fine.
Okay, so maybe Michael's plan here is to try and win this game in 2 attacks. You can use this Dragonite, deal 250 damage, and if your opponent goes to 1 prize card, there's a perfect Pokemon still remaining for Michael.
Indeed, and Eli just used the boss's order, so if Michael just leaves the Mew EX powered up on the field, Eli could have trouble going after it. I don't know if you make that risk or if you make that call as Michael.
Yeah.
Definitely, like, that would be some insane hand-reading skills by Michael Brown.
I know you don't have boss. You don't have it like that. So it's interesting because, yes, the attacker gets powered up. You also get the benefit of having restart if you do get Iono to a low hand size. But the biggest issue, I feel like you have to play it down because if you don't, then your opponent's just going to Iono you to 1 and say, all right, well, you've got 1 turn to find a knockout on my 330 HP Charizard. If not, I win the game next turn.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh.
Oh, choosing neither, though.
Wow. So, oh, but this plays excellently into the Turo scenario here for Eli. Now, this card wasn't shown in Game 1 or Game 2, so I think Michael maybe just doesn't expect Eli to be playing this card in Charizard. It's not a super popular inclusion, but we're seeing here how it has its merit, its value, and can essentially heal 2 turns of damage off from Michael's side.
Now, do you do that, though? Because if Eli does that, and then and that leaves Eli with only 1 Charizard, right? We do see that. But now this opens up the Mew EX play. Not this turn,
yes,
but the one after, because Eli will only have 1 Charizard. So even though, well, yeah, like even if
I think the issue still is, I mean, next turn you just play this Iono, you take the prize, and then you pretty much say, if you have it, you have it. But
yeah,
at least this way you sort of play around that win condition because, I mean, look at it this way, too. With that Cramorant, I think what Michael was trying to do is not put himself in that 2-prize predicament. Next turn, you Sableye or your Cramorant again to take those final 2 prizes, and then Pal Pad back in your 2 supporters you want. But this route, maybe a little bit unexpected for Michael, having to change course and adapt to that Turo scenario being played.
Indeed. I mean, I wonder if he was factoring that in. But now Eli is ahead in the prize cards, has access to Counter Catcher as well. Michael has everything in his hand. He can do whatever he wants this turn.
And the only thing missing would be some sort of disruption. And Roxanne, of course, that did hit the Lost Zone, so it is unavailable. How do you map this turn out to secure yourself a victory here in this important win in it?
I mean, is there ever a world where you go Super Rod back, Cramorant, Counter Catcher, KO Charmander, put yourself at 2 prize cards, no 2 prize Pokemon in play, and then hope Eli doesn't Iono you? Eli did get a boss's orders off the prize cards, and I feel like he has been constantly distracted by the possibility to cost, right? We saw that Cramorant didn't get KO'd for the first couple of turns. We saw the Counter Catcher avoid that Cramorant as well, so maybe getting that boss off the prize cards could be something bad if it distracts him from Ionoing Michael down to 2 cards.
I think you have to Sableye and take this prize, because you're still at 3, right? So you have to take 2 prizes this turn, because otherwise attacking this Charizard doesn't really do anything, especially if there's 1 more rare candy. You just rare candy and you say, well, whatever you throw up next turn, I'm going to take a knockout on. So I think a big miss on Eli's side was not finding the Lost City that turn the Sableye came into play. Right? Imagine if this Sableye is not there, right? Or if this Cramorant is in the Lost Zone instead. That card specifically in this deck to deal with this Lost Zone deck and Gardevoir, not there when he needed it.
And Eli has the Lost City. He had it last turn. He chose
really?
not to play it. Yeah, it's in
Wow.
his hand right now.
I feel like you've seen your opponent play down multiple Lost Vacuums and multiple Pokestops.
Yeah.
That's a situation where you've always got to be keeping track of your opponent's resources to see what potential they have to stop your game plan.
Now, Michael being very cautious and not playing too many cards of the ones that he has. He's going to go Counter Catcher on that Charmander, which is that a mistake as well? Benching that Charmander, I don't know. We're going to see, I think we have to see the Iono here by Eli.
It's so tough. I feel like it just delays, though, the inevitable whether you bench it. Maybe next turn was the time to bench that instead. You just let yourself get hit, and then you bench the Charmander next turn. But it's just such a hard ask to see this ahead. We see how small micro decisions can make or break such a tight match between two close competitors.
Indeed. Now,
oh, is he thinking about benching this? So this is where it comes down to, right?
Yeah.
You're sitting on an incredibly game-winning hand, but you have to make the read here. Does my opponent have boss? And I have to say, with how many cards Eli has left, I don't know. It's so tough because the reward for benching it and them not having boss is essentially game-winning, but the risk for benching it and them having it is game-losing.
Yeah. So which path do you take, right?
Neither.
Do you get IO node? Do you get IO node out of the Mew? Like, do you hope they don't have, or they have IO node and not boss, and then you pre-power up the Mew? Or do you hope they, do you assume they have boss and then you make yourself vulnerable to IO node? There's the Mew. Now,
we're seeing it come down.
There's the knockout.
And
there's
the
boss's
boss.
orders. That's
Wow.
gonna be it. Wow, what a game.
Turo scenario coming in clutch, but more importantly, the boss sealing things out. Eli Greenfeld advancing to day 2 in a close game 3. I mean, we said this before.
Yeah,
game
we
1
had
was
our deja
a
vu.
landslide. Game 2 was pretty far-fetched in one favor.
Yeah.
But man, that was an excellent game 3. I'm definitely going to go back, rewatch that, and see what these players could have done. But honestly, well played by both these players. They saw the
Incredibly,
lines, they understood the options. There was risks, there was reading. That's what makes a great Pokemon TCG match.
Indeed, especially major props to Eli in that game 2 where things were just not looking great, and it felt like he could have easily ran away with that game towards the end had Michael not found that Roxanne.
So we see how the series played down. A swift start there from Michael. Eli going first, showing us that this deck really struggles to set up if you're not having access to the supporter cards, to the Arven. And Michael was just able to swing away with this, go to a 2-prize lead, and never look back from there.
Indeed, did make it very close though, thanks to not KOing that Manaphy, but then Eli decided to protect the Manaphy further, gave up on the Luminion that was knocked out by Raikou, and that was the decisive turn.
And so Raikou was able to take the prize cards needed. Of course, that final turn, Moonlight Shuriken from the Greninja. After this, Charizard take the knockout. Was able to sort of get the last pieces needed, and Michael put himself in a position with 20 minutes left. One final game could make or break the day 2. But Eli, with his back against the wall, getting to go second, had a great setup in that first game, or in that third game. Look at this setup. Rotom, Manaphy, double Charmander in play, several options, and even though Michael targeted down that support Pidgey, and even though Eli wasn't able to get Pidgeot out the entire game, stayed calm, composed himself, was able to get these Charizards out, prioritize the attackers, and it led him to a success. Back and forth, 2 prize turns for both of these players, but in the end, Eli having the clutch boss's orders the following turn, also playing around this Cramorant to make sure he was able to secure himself a spot in day 2 to battle it out with the chance to become a regional champion.
Indeed, 19 match points going into day 2. Definitely has a steep mountain to climb. Yeah, very little margin for error, but still very much doable. I feel like we've definitely had multiple regional champions coming in at 19 match points, and that's a dream, right? To become the regional champion, and step number 1 is making it through to day 2.
And you kind of feel there for Prem. You know he wants to be in day 2. You know he just loves playing Pokemon. I mean, to put it in perspective, Michael Premalot doesn't need to be here. He already has his invite to World Championships for next year. He already has it from getting top 4 the previous year, but he just wants to play the Pokemon TCG. He enjoys traveling, doing things that are part of a TCG player. So we won't see him in day 2, but we'll be seeing him for sure at Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yeah, I'm sure Michael's like very excited to play a lot of Pokemon this season, even though he already has his World's invite. He's a top-notch player, and we're for sure going to see a lot of him and plenty during this season still. There's so much to play for still.
And we're not even halfway through in terms of regionals that we have, and we still have 2 more international championships. And I mean, besides the World Championships, it kind of scales down, right? Internationals are my next favorite events. We talk about these regional events all the time, but international events, higher level of competition, international competition, and of course, the stakes are even higher, right? Prize pools for winning these events, right? The fact that you get $25,000 for winning. I remember talking to some players who got top 8 at the last international championships, and they were like, yeah, so I guess I got, yeah, look.
I got top 4 this year in May, and then I was like, oh my gosh, I saw the increase in price. I was like, okay, I need to repeat that next year.
Dude, $8,000 for top 8. The game has never seen that amount of pricing. That's more than what it is for winning a regional championship here this weekend.
I know, it's incredible. Yeah, the prize pools are definitely incredible for all events. Yeah, and I mean the World Championships as well. So even the League Cups are very important to play at, so that you can get to Worlds and get to that prize pool.
A one step towards Worlds for Eli is making day 2 here at San Antonio. Let's hear from him and see how he's feeling after making it to day 2 here in San Antonio.
Thanks a bunch, Hexter and Pablo. That's right, here with Eli, our winner of the last round, getting into day 2. Yeah. Super stressful, super close game 3 there.
It was very. Yeah.
How are you feeling, man?
I mean, I feel good. I'm glad I finally make another day 2 this season. I'm 2 for 3, so it feels pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good record for sure. You told me when we sat down here, you were 5-0-1.
Yeah.
And then we see you up here on the stream, 5-2-1.
Yeah.
You started so good. What ends up happening?
So I just ran into 2 Guardies, and it's not a great matchup. Also didn't draw that great in those rounds, so that didn't help at all. We also played some really good players playing Guardy, so.
So you start 5-0-1. I imagine you're feeling great. You lose a couple. It's definitely disheartening, but you've got to win it in. And you see you go up against Michael Pramawat when the pairings go up. Obviously, great player. Yeah. You see you're getting pulled for the stream match. What's going through your mind in those moments?
So I've talked to Michael Pramawat a little bit, like in London and all over. So I know him. I was like, okay, well, we can have a chill game. Before the round, I was a little down, but I was like, we'll see what happens. If I get there, I get there. If I don't, it's Pokemon, right?
Absolutely.
But yeah.
And then the first 2 games were pretty quick and pretty one-sided for each player, right? Yeah. You were able to win that game 1 pretty fast. Michael didn't get much going. The same was true for you in that second game. Setting up for game 3, did those 2 quick games really affect your mental state at all?
No, I felt fine. I was like, it happens. We both bring a game. Well, third game will be great, as always. So.
And what do you know? It did end up being super great. So talk me through kind of that end game sequence, because it did end up coming down to the wire. You know,
yeah.
So many options. You didn't have access to Pidgeot throughout the course of the entire game, and this deck really heavily relies on that Pidgeot.
Yeah, so I wanted Iono bad, but I had the Turo in my hand. And I was like, I knew he could Dragonite me, but I wanted to make sure I had Turo if he did cram me, which he ended up doing, so that I could Turo the Charizard and then get all the 2 turns of damage basically off my board, and just basically erase 2 turns that he had. So yeah.
Yeah, and that ends up being exactly what happened. Love to see it when a plan comes together, for sure. Things get a little scary, though. That Charmander gets KO'd, but luckily for you, Pramawat had to bench that Mew. He was just kind of gassed for resources at the end of the game. Is that something you were kind of keeping track of as well? His super odds, his Mirage Gates, energy counts as well?
I kept counting his Mirage Gates and super odds throughout the game, and I was like, okay, he's getting really low, and yeah, so.
Nice. Well, you're heading into day number 2. You've got the Charizard deck. Is there anything you're really hoping to play against? I know you said you didn't love the Gardevoir matchup, so we're hoping to avoid those. Anything you're looking forward to potentially hitting in day 2?
I hope to hit a lot of Mew and Miraidon, Fusion Mew specifically. Both of those matchups feel pretty good. So.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck to you, Eli. Thanks for speaking to us for a little bit, and we're going to take a quick little break. We'll get back here into the lounge shortly to close out our show.
So the hall is closing.
Thanks so much, Chip. Great to hear from Eli and see how he's doing after that. And that was such a close match. Keep thinking about that in my head of, yeah, the Mew bench there. Do you give yourself a chance? But, I mean, that's what happens with these Lost Zone decks. When you're flower selecting over time, over and over again, you eventually sometimes build up a Lost Zone that's 12, 15, sometimes even more cards. And those are resources you really want later on in the game. But that's the price of flower selecting.
And speaking of prizes, let's take a look at the prizes that we have for today or for tomorrow, right? As we head into day 2, we have a lot of money booster packs. First place takes $10,000 in Masters and $2,500 in juniors and seniors. That's a very good amount. I'm sure a lot of parents are very happy when their kids win these regional championships.
Look, when I played this game as a kid, and I'm sure for you as well, getting money was never the purpose, right, of going to play. But the fact that that's going to help fund some of the trips, right, get things going, help things out, it's always good. And yeah, I mean, the huge increase in prizes, double of last year. $5,000 was what it was to win a regional last year. $10,000, a double increase. That's a lot of money. $10K for winning a tournament. I mean, what more can we say? Everybody likes a little cash, don't they?
And like it's double for first and almost triple for second. It used to be $2,500 for second place, and now it's $7,000. That's a lot of money.
Lots of money indeed. And don't forget those booster packs as well. You do get 108 booster packs too. You get yourself a little case as well. Get yourself going. And look, that's always a fun hobby to do. On the car ride back or on the airplane back, you sort of open your boosters. I'm more of a
battles with your friends.
Yeah, I'm more of a sealed collector myself sometimes. So sometimes I'll keep my things as we're going. And of course, for you joining in, it's not just Pokemon TCG action going on after this weekend concludes. Get yourself in the festive spirit. We've got the holidays together on Tuesday, as well as Pokemon the Series Season 2 Adventures in the Orange Islands. Check that out on Twitch, and you can always catch up at Pokemon.com/Pokemon TV.
I love how they show these series over on Twitch. I feel like Twitch is definitely a lot of kids' reference, right? Like they watch more Twitch than regular TV, so definitely nice to see. And something like the Adventures in the Orange Islands, which I watched when I was a kid, so really nice that that's still happening.
Well, what a day it's been so far, Pablo. We've seen some incredible action, a little sneak peek maybe of what we'll see tomorrow as well in terms of Pokemon players, Pokemon TCG decks, Pokemon action. Let's take a look quickly and just sort of reflect on how the tournament went so far. So Calvin Connor went into this round at an 8-0 record, and as we sort of pull the pairings up and see how everybody did, he was able to do it. 9-0 record. Wow, look at that.
That is very, very impressive. And then we have Julio Santos at 25 match points, also undefeated, just with a tie instead of a win. Lucas Singh, Dan Hugar, all of them undefeated at the end of the day. And that's like, it doesn't get better than that to end day one.
Yeah, some players we saw earlier on. Nick Robinson going to 8-1 with Miraidon featuring Peony. That's a pretty aggressive variant. I'm looking forward to see how that does. Grant Hayes is the highest seeded, I believe, tied actually. Dan Huger actually is. Both of those players playing Lost Zone Giratina V-Stars. So Giratina coming out pretty high. We, of course, see Julio Santos playing what I believe was... Oh, is this really what I think it is? Let me just make sure and I double check what it is. Hold on. Yeah, it is Roaring Moon at 8-0-1. Okay, we got to give some points to Jeremy here.
Yeah,
Look, he's got a higher seed deck than I have on there, so I'll give that to him.
Is it finally time for Roaring Moon to shine?
That's the question. Look, I think that if you don't hit against Gardevoir, I think you actually have a really good spread versus a lot of the other decks. Now, there are some things like Snorlax Stall that can be a little bit tricky. Now, you do have some plays where you could like knock yourself out and sort of give them prize cards and then play Iona, but that deck usually doesn't play any disruptive elements, so allowing them to build a big hand up, that can be pretty tricky.
Indeed, and now let's take a look at the Day 2 Swiss players. Have a list for you. All these players did really well. Yeah, maybe not at the top of the pack as we were seeing, but see a lot of familiar names there. Azul, Isaiah, Austin Ellis, Caleb Patton, Grant Hayes, Andrew Hedrick, yeah, the two-time regional back-to-back champion. He's here to make another splash.
Three's the charm, right? Maybe it's time to bring a three-time regional championship below the belt. And this action will all take place tomorrow, Championship Sunday, where we'll be crowning another regional champion. Someone is going to Hawaii, baby.
Someone is going to Hawaii, and I mean, I'm sure a lot of people are also either getting closer and closer to their invite or might have locked it up this weekend, right? So that'll be interesting to see how the rankings stand after the biggest regional in history.
So much to think about. It all comes to a climax tomorrow. A lot went down today. So let's go ahead and throw it down to the lounge and recap what we saw here in San Antonio.
Been an excellent day here in San Antonio. The weekend is still just getting underway. We've got a lot more action coming up. Chip here in the lounge to close things out with Jeremy Jalen. Any highlights for you, Jeremy, throughout the day today?
Honestly, just seeing a lot of Charizard do well. For your picks, it's good to see it. But
I was going to say I enjoyed seeing that as well.
My highlight was
and then Snorlax at 9-0.
Yeah.
So
about a minute ago when you said there's an 8-0-1 Roaring Moon, or we heard from Pablo. So pretty good there. I don't know. We saw a good mix of decks. I really love to see this metagame in action.
Absolutely, yeah. It feels like a really fun format right now. It seems like our players are really enjoying it as well, and I hope those of you watching along at home are enjoying keeping up with all the action. And speaking of all the action, you're going to want to make sure to tune back in tomorrow. We've got Day 2 coming up. We're going to stream 3 rounds of Swiss Day 2, and of course, our top 8 single elimination bracket, where eventually we'll whittle down to our regional champion. Wherever you're watching us, be it on Twitch or YouTube, please be sure to drop a follow. You never want to miss one of our broadcasts, not only tomorrow's, but of course through the rest of the season. We've got tons more regionals, we've got the internationals, and all leading up, of course, to that World Championships. Going to be an incredible season, Jeremy. Can't wait to see how things continue to develop. This format's been amazing so far. We've got new sets coming out, the Paldean Fates coming up, new sets on the horizon. I can't even imagine what the format will look like come Worlds.
Oh, no, yeah. It's going to be pretty crazy. And just the fact that this format has been so wide open, but so fun. You can really play any deck and expect to take down a tournament. And we're going to be in this for a little bit, I believe, at least for Portland, maybe Charlotte.
Yeah, I think so. And then Knoxville will introduce Paldean Fates, I do believe. Just a few cards that are new in that set. It's going to be one of those shiny reprint sets. So people will be, even if they're not playing some of the new cards, they might be upgrading their decks a little bit here and there. Some of those pretty blinged out
Gardevoir
cards.
EX.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see plenty of those things in action for sure. Well, if you've been watching along at home, we want to interact with you. We want to know how you've been enjoying the stream, or if you're out here in the crowd participating, watching, competing in the event, whatever it may be. Be sure to interact with us over on social media. You can follow us on many different platforms, and also be sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Keep us in the loop. We want to see how you're enjoying things. And with all that being said, we're going to get out of here.
Yep.
And we'll see you guys tomorrow.